I activated the soul hidden profession and gained the ability to contract all things, allowing me to form contracts with demonic beasts, demon races, and even humans. When I set my sights on that F-rank school beauty whom the entire school mocked as useless, everyone thought I'd lost my mind. A D-class trash actually wants to contract an F-class cook, what a perfect match of garbage. Their jeers cut like knives. I gently touched her trembling head in despair and drove the forbidden golden rune between her brows. From today onward, you are my tamed beast. They don't know that what I contracted isn't a cook, but a phoenix about to set the world ablaze. I became her master, yet she's toiling like an ox or horse for me, leveling up frantically, all because I can infinitely return all her power. My name is Yi Fan, an obscure senior high school student at Jiangcheng No. 1 High, standing on the giant awakening square, awaiting the career transition that will decide my fate. This is an era where everyone undergoes career transition, and one's profession level determines future status and prospects. When my name was called, very few people paid attention. I calmly placed my hand on the job transfer divine stone, and a yellow light representing mediocrity lit up. Awakened, Yi Fan awakened profession, beast tamer profession level, D grade. Although beast taming costs a lot of money, it's still acceptable. I smiled bitterly, preparing to accept this ordinary future. However, at the moment of turning around, cracks appeared in the career panel in his mind like a shattered mirror. Golden divine light burst forth. Divine Beastmaster, unique hidden, talent ability 1, universal contract. You can form contracts with any form of life, non-life, or even concepts, making them your tamed beasts. Note, includes but not limited to demonic beasts, humans, elves, demons, angels, devils, elements, weapons, undead, talent ability 2. Limitless evolution. You can consume resources to endlessly evolve the bloodline, level, quality, and skills of any of your pet beasts. Talent skill 3, insight. You will perceive detailed information about all creatures. Note, you will forfeit all benefits from your contracted pet. I suddenly looked up, and everyone around me became untapped treasures in my eyes. I stepped back into the crowd and began searching for a suitable contracted creature. Just then, the atmosphere in the venue reached its peak. Next, Class 1 of Grade 12, Luo Qingxue. The dean's voice was particularly loud. All eyes were fixed on the figure emerging from the shadows. The girl's skin was fairer than snow, her raven hair cascading like a waterfall. Universally acknowledged as the beauty of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, she had maintained the top academic ranking for 3 consecutive years. Everyone was eagerly awaiting her awakening of an S-class profession. Amid the tumultuous discussions like mountain roars and ocean waves, Luo Qingxue calmly placed her delicate jade-like hand upon the job transfer divine stone. The divine stone's radiance swirled and finally settled into a deathly still shade of gray. Awakener, Luo Qingxue awakened profession, chef profession level, F-rank. The square fell deathly silent, then erupted into piercing mockery. F-rank, the worst among mundane professions. Put, F-rank, a genius? More like the biggest trash of all time. Luo Qingxue. How dare an F-rank trash like you reject me? Zhang Hai, who had once pursued her, laughed the most arrogantly. The vitriolic words instantly drowned her. Luo Qingxue's delicate body trembled, her peerlessly beautiful face drained of color as she walked with despair toward the most deserted corner of the plaza. My divine level Beastmaster system automatically scanned her. Contractable target, Luo Qingxue species, human, current potential rating, chef, hidden bloodline. 9 Heavens Divine Phoenix, dormant state, purity 99, evolvable path 1, seraph, evolvable path 2. Blazing Phoenix of the Apocalypse, evolvable path 3, flame god bloodline of the 9 Heavens Phoenix. With a smile, I walked step by step toward the girl in the darkest moment of her life. Luo Qingxue slowly raised her head, her eyes red from crying, flashing with wariness. Who are you? Here to mock me too? I can make you stronger, but it requires signing a contract. I'll get straight to the point. Why should I? Deep within your bloodline slumbers a phoenix that would make even gods tremble. Luo Qingxue's silent heart began to beat once more. Alright, I agree to it. She gritted her teeth and made her decision. Detected that contracted target. Luo Qingxue has consented. The all things contract activates. The contract is now established. A golden rune merged into her forehead. Congratulations, host. You successfully contracted your first beast companion, Luo Qingxue. Return, all upgrades, evolutions, enhancements, and skills of the contracted target will be 100% returned to you. First contract with divine bloodline reward, 1 evolution point. A warm current flowed through Luo Qingxue's limbs and entire body. She immediately opened the career panel. Awakened, Luo Qingxue profession, chef divine phoenix egg profession level, D grade, SSS grade profession. Her tear-stained face instantly flushed red. Not far away, the mocking laughter of Zhang Hai and Shen Zhaotang rang out again. But Yifan placed a hand on Luo Qingxue's shoulder. My attention was entirely focused on Luo Qingxue's pet beast panel. Your divine phoenix bloodline has 3 evolutionary paths to choose from. Listen carefully, this will determine your future. I introduced 3 evolution paths for her. Sacred Light Seraph, Healing, Purification, 9 Heavens Dragon Phoenix Envoy, Balanced Offense and Defense, Blazing World Immolation Phoenix, Ultimate Destructive Power. Luo Qingxue recalled the humiliation from earlier, a glimmer igniting in her eyes. I choose the third path, Blazing World Immolation Phoenix, she said firmly. Without the slightest hesitation, I used evolution points to initiate Luo Qingxue's first step of evolution. Evolution path, first step of the Blazing World Phoenix, Bloodburn Hatchling, activate Flame Bloodline. I reached out and patted her head. Boom! A wave of scorching heat erupted from Luo Qingxue, as a colossal phoenix illusion flickered behind her before vanishing. Her character panel underwent drastic changes. Name, Luo Qingxue. Class, Bloodburn Hatchling, Tier 1, Level 1. Skills: Fireball, Crimson Flame. Skill, Passive. Divine Phoenix Rebirth, count, 1% simultaneously. As Luo Qingxue evolved, my profession panel underwent a drastic transformation. Awakened, Yifan Profession, Divine Beast Tamer, Unique Hidden, Profession Level, SSS Talent Bloodline. Blazing Phoenix of the Apocalypse. % Skills: Fireball, Lava Flow, Passive. Phoenix Rebirth, count, 999%. All awakenings at number 1 high school have concluded, the dean announced. In 5 minutes, the teleportation array will activate, and you will enter your first dungeon in your lives. Luo Qingxue felt the firepower flowing within her body, brimming with fighting spirit. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and Luo Qingxue and I were teleported into the dungeon. Welcome to the beginner trial dungeon, Goblin Forest. Main quest: killing the Goblin Shaman. From the bushes nearby, a Goblin scout screamed and charged at us. Luo Qingxue stepped forward, shielding me behind her. I am classmate Ye's pet beast, I'll fight for you. In her fair palm, a fireball the size of a fist instantly condensed and precisely blasted the Goblin Scout. Boom! Without even a chance to scream, the Goblin turned to ashes in the flames. Killed Goblin Scout 1, gained 5 XP. A faint energy feedback reached both Luo Qingxue and me. I nodded in satisfaction, while Luo Qingxue grew more confident and took the initiative to lead as the vanguard. Content to stay idle, I followed behind, occasionally offering guidance. Don't use fireballs, wasteful. Wait until they cluster, then use Crimson Flame. Luo Qingxue obeyed my instructions without question, her combat efficiency increasing rapidly as her level soared. At the same time, at the Awakening Plaza of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, Principal Wang Zhan froze instantly upon seeing Luo Qingxue's awakening list. Luo Qingxue, F-rank, cook? The Dean Lin Wuqi confirmed with a bitter expression, indeed, an F-level chef. This child has truly fallen. Wang Zhan had no choice but to instruct Lin Wuqi to inform Luo Qingxue's father, Luo Yanhao, the strongest in Jiangcheng and an S-rank professional, who was also the association president. On the phone, after hearing the news, Luo Yanhao's tone carried a hint of affection. An F-level chef? Heh, that's fine too. This girl has always been strong-willed since she was little. It's time for her to take a break. I'll cancel all my meetings right away and go pick her up immediately. Inside the Goblin Forest dungeon, thousands of awakened individuals threw themselves into the frenzied task of grinding monsters. But soon, everyone began to sense that something was wrong. Strange, what's going on? Just a moment ago, there were 7 or 8 goblins here, and now they've all disappeared in the blink of an eye? Same here, searched for ages and didn't even catch a glimpse of a goblin. The number of goblins throughout the entire forest was rapidly decreasing at a visibly alarming rate. On the other side of the forest, the team of B-rank Berserker Zhang Hai and B-rank Shadow Archer Xin Zhaotang should have ranked among the top in monster clearing efficiency. At this moment, Zhang Hai looked extremely agitated. What's going on? Gone again? Chapter 4, Boss Farming. Is my daughter a workhorse? He wiped the green blood from his axe and said impatiently. We've come this far, yet we haven't even encountered a decent monster group? That dozen or so we found earlier took us 10 minutes to track down. This is too strange. Xin Zhaotang frowned too. It feels like all the monsters in the entire forest have vanished. Disappeared? Could there be a team even more formidable than us? Zhang Hai looked skeptical, but then something occurred to him. He snorted dismissively. Who cares? Once we find that Goblin Shaman and claim the first kill, let's see how they compare to us. With that, the group pressed onward into the forest steppes, trudging through the thickets in search of their next target. Meanwhile, the very culprit behind the monster shortage in the entire Goblin Forest was holed up in a narrow, elongated gorge. The gorge had only one entrance, barely wide enough for 3 or 4 goblins to pass side by side. Luo Qingxue stood at the far end of the gorge, in a safe firing position. Beneath her feet lay a dense carpet of nearly 100 charred goblin corpses. Before her, a relentless stream of goblins poured in from the canyon entrance, fearlessly charging forward. Here they come, the next wave. Yifan's voice rang out as he leaned casually against the nearby rock wall. About 20 of them. No fireballs conserve mana. Understood. Luo Qingxue gave a sharp command, her pale palm thrusting forward. Scarlet flame. Orange-red flames instantly engulfed the narrow canyon entrance. Squeak. The goblins at the front were instantly engulfed by the flames, letting out piercing screams. They tried to retreat, but their comrades behind them, alerted by the commotion, pushed them relentlessly forward. The confined terrain maximized the effectiveness of Crimson Flame, a sustained area of effect skill. The raging flames acted like an efficient meat grinder, mowing down goblin lives in waves. The two adventurers' levels skyrocketed at a terrifying pace. Killed Goblin 1, gained 5 EXP. Killed Goblin 1, gained 5 EXP. Congratulations! Leveled up to level 2. Killed Goblin 1, gained 5 EXP. Congratulations! Leveled up to level 3. In less than an hour, Luo Qingxue's level had skyrocketed to level 5. Meanwhile, Yifan, through the 100% profit return, had also reached level 5. Name, Luo Qingxue. Class, Blood Ignited Novice Tier 1. Level, 5. Skill, Fireball, inflicts massive fire elemental damage on a single target in front. Skill, Crimson Flame, inflicts sustained fire elemental damage to an area in front. Skill, Crimson Lotus, condenses a demonic Crimson Lotus filled with frenzied fire elemental energy, unleashing massive fire elemental damage within the target area. Skill passive, Phoenix Rebirth, your death is not the end, but a rebirth from the flames one use. Luo Qingxue stared at her character panel, feeling the surging power within her body. Her face flushed with excitement. Her gaze toward Yifan grew increasingly tender. Yifan, however, appeared calm and composed. He glanced toward the depths of the canyon, where a faint, frenzied roar echoed. Take a breather. Regain your composure. Yifan said calmly, preparing to face the first boss of this instance. At the Awakening Plaza, a middle-aged man with an imposing presence strode in with purpose, none other than Luo Yanhao, Jiangcheng's foremost martial artist. Principal Wang. Luo Yanhao nodded to Wang Zhan as he approached, but his gaze swept across the massive instance projection screen hovering above the plaza. The screen displayed real-time performance ratings for all students within the instance. Chairman Luo, you've arrived. Wang Zhan approached with a complex expression. Qingxue. I've heard everything. Luo Yanhao waved his hand, his face showing no trace of disappointment, but rather a hint of relief. An F-grade chef is an F-grade chef. That girl's been driven since childhood, it's time she took a break. When she finishes, I'll bring her home. Just as Wang Zhan was about to add a few words, Principal Lin Wuqi rushed over holding a data tablet. Principal. Chairman Luo. Look at this. Both men turned their heads simultaneously. On the dungeon's rating screen, the vast majority of students were still struggling at D and C ranks, with only a handful reaching B. At the very top of the rankings, two golden names shone with blinding brilliance. Dungeon rating, a class Luo Qingxue. Dungeon rating, a rank Yifan. A rank? Wang Zhan and Luo Yanhao both gasped in unison. How long had they been inside? Already an A rank rating? Luo Yanhao's face flashed from shock to wild elation. Ha! I knew it. My daughter, Luo Yanhao's daughter, could never be a failure. A class. That's the level my daughter deserves. He excitedly slapped Wang Zhan on the shoulder, then spotted another name and asked curiously. Who is this Yifan? To keep pace with my daughter and also achieve an A grade? Could he be this year's newly awakened prodigy? Did he bring my daughter along? He instinctively assumed some classmate who'd awakened a powerful class was looking out for his daughter, allowing her a life class to achieve an A rank evaluation. However, Wang Zhan and Lin Wuqi's expressions turned uncomfortably awkward. Chairman Luo, this Yifan he awakened as a D rank beast tamer. Lin Wuqi whispered. D rank? Luo Yanhao's smile froze on his face. A D rank beast tamer and an F rank chef? What kind of nonsense is this? Are all the prodigies in Jiangcheng this hidden and extraordinary this year? All three fell silent, their perceptions challenged. Principal Wang, could you access the dungeon surveillance footage? Luo Yanhao couldn't help but ask in a low voice, his concern evident. That's against protocol. Wang Zhan looked troubled, but glancing at the face of Jiangcheng's strongest fighter and then at the absurdly high rating on the list, he gritted his teeth. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. I'm also curious what's happening inside. Open it. Lin Wuqi immediately activated the system. A light screen unfolded before the three, swiftly locking onto the location of Luo Qingxue and Yifan. The scene revealed the narrow, elongated gorge. Luo Qingxue stood boldly at the front. With a wave of her bare hand, vast waves of orange-red flames surged forth, incinerating the goblin tied into ashes. The sheer power and range of the magic made Luo Yanhao and Wang Zhan's eyes widen in astonishment. A fire-based combat class? Luo Yanhao was both surprised and delighted. Excellent. Excellent. This is my daughter. But his smile didn't last 3 seconds before it froze completely. Instantly, his face turned ashen at a visible pace. The scene spoke volumes. His precious daughter was fighting desperately up front, exhausted to the point of fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Meanwhile, that kid Yifan was lounging against the rock wall behind her like some big shot, arms crossed, only occasionally chiming in with a few words, standing by and watching the entire time. This wasn't teaming up to clear a dungeon. This was clearly treating his daughter like a free laborer. Chapter 5, SSS-rank Evaluation, Guild Invitation. Deep within the canyon, a goblin shaman nearly twice the size of ordinary goblins roared with fury. Wielding a bone staff and crowned with a crude tiara, it was clearly the final boss of this dungeon. Ready? Yi Fan's voice echoed from behind. Luo Qingxue nodded firmly, her small face radiating determination. After a series of battles, she had gained a basic grasp of her own power. Its skill sequence is fixed. Follow my commands. Yi Fan's eyes were deep and piercing, as if they could see through everything. Get ready, its first attack is coming. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the goblin shaman across the way let out a strange cry. Raising his staff high, 3 arrows of shadow, black as ink, instantly coalesced and shot toward Luo Qingxue. 3 steps to the left. Yi Fan's voice rang out calmly. Without hesitation, Luo Qingxue obeyed the command almost instinctively, her lotus steps shifting lightly. The 3 shadow arrows whizzed past, grazing the hem of her robe before embedding themselves in the stone wall behind her. They emitted a sizzling, corrosive sound, leaving 3 deep, narrow holes. Had she been struck, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Now! Fireball! Luo Qingxue swiftly raised her hand, unleashing a searing fireball that slammed into the goblin shaman's chest. The explosion sent it staggering backward, a damage number floating above its head. Arg! The goblin shaman roared in pain and rage. An ominous, dark green glow began to emanate from its staff, spreading an unnerving aura. It's a curse skill, it'll lower your fire resistance. Retreat behind the stone I marked. Block its line of sight. Yi Fan instructed while marking the ground with his toe. Luo Qingxue immediately retreated, ducking behind the rock. Sure enough, the goblin shaman's curse aura was interrupted by losing its target. Enraged, it swung its staff wildly and began chanting a spell, a faint green aura glowing around its body. It's healing itself. Luo Qingxue felt a surge of panic. Don't panic. This is exactly what we've been waiting for. Yi Fan's lips curved into a faint smile. Use your strongest attack, strike with everything you've got and interrupt it. Got it. Receiving the command, Luo Qingxue hesitated no longer. She darted out from behind the rock, drew a deep breath, and unleashed the fiery power within her body without reservation. This time, she didn't form a fireball. Instead, she pressed her palms together. A demonic crimson lotus, seemingly capable of incinerating everything, slowly bloomed in her palms. It was her newly upgraded skill, Crimson Lotus. The deadly threat forced the goblin shaman to hasten his incantation, the healing green light growing ever brighter. But Luo Qingxue was faster. Go! The fire lotus shot forth, striking the goblin shaman's chest with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! A violent surge of flame erupted, completely interrupting the goblin shaman's healing spell. The shaman's health plummeted instantly, his charred body crashing to the ground as he let out a piercing scream. Not dead yet. Finish him off. Yi Fan's voice rang out once more. Luo Qingxue immediately stepped forward, unleashing another precise fireball that ended the life of this dungeon boss. Congratulations! Goblin shaman defeated. Dungeon completion, 100%. Final dungeon rating, SSS class. The system announced, and the entire goblin forest instance began to tremble slightly. A white teleportation beam slowly rose before the two of them. We did it. Luo Qingxue stared at her pale palm, still finding it hard to believe. An SSS rank rating, a feat she had never dared to dream of before. She turned to look at Yi Fan, her cool eyes now brimming with dependence. Thank you, Yi Fan. She bowed slightly, then seemed to remember something, her cheeks flushing as she added. To show my gratitude, I can cook for you from now on. It was perhaps the only way she could think of to repay Yi Fan. Yi Fan glanced at her. Still calling me Yi? Master. As the words fell, the two stepped into the teleportation beam together. On the Awakening Plaza, lights flickered as thousands of students were transported back one after another. The entire plaza was instantly drowned in a roaring sea of voices. Ha, I leveled up to 3. Got a C rank evaluation. I got a B rank. Our teamwork was flawless. Zhang Hai and Shin Zhaotong's team also emerged. Zhang Hai stared at his final B rank evaluation, his face beaming with pride. This result easily crushed 90% of the competition. Wonder if that useless cook Luo Qingxue got scared to tears by the goblins? Zhang Hai sneered contemptuously, his gaze shifting toward the massive rating screen at the plaza's center. But the next second, the smile froze completely on his face. At the very top of the screen, 2 names radiating golden light loomed over all the ratings below. SSS rank Yi Fan. SSS rank Luo Qingxue. SSS rank? Zhang Hai rubbed his eyes hard, convinced he was seeing things. A D rank Beastmaster and an F rank cook had earned SSS rank evaluations? And he, a B rank berserker, had fought tooth and nail just to get a B rank? How could this be possible? At that moment, Yi Fan and Luo Qingxue's figures also appeared in the teleportation array. Almost the moment they appeared, Principal Wang Zhan materialized before them. You two, come with me to the office. Without waiting for their response, a gentle force enveloped them, and they vanished instantly. Left behind were thousands of stunned students on the plaza and Zhang Hai, his face as sour as if he'd swallowed a fly. Principal's office. Luo Yanhao gazed at his gracefully poised daughter, his face etched with a complex expression that was both amused and exasperated. On one hand, he was overjoyed that his daughter had awakened such powerful fire-type abilities. This talent was even stronger than his own had been back in the day. Yet on the other hand, when he saw his daughter trailing closely behind Yifan, her eyes unconsciously revealing obedience and trust as she looked at the youth, a surge of inexplicable anger flared within him. It felt as though the priceless treasure he'd cherished for 18 years had been lured away with mere words, willingly becoming someone's pet. "Dad!" Luo Qingxue spotted her father and called out obediently. "Is that him?" "MHM." Luo Qingxue gave a soft nod. Luo Yanhao knew his daughter well. Seeing her like this, he immediately understood the situation. Sigh. Luo Yanhao sighed deeply, finally fixing his gaze on the youth who had remained utterly composed throughout. Suppressing his anger, he spoke as calmly as he could manage. "Yifan, is that correct? I'm Qingxue's father, Luo Yanhao. Whatever agreement you two may have, you helped Qingxue, that's a fact. On her behalf, I thank you." "It wasn't me," Yifan replied modestly. "It was her own hard work." Yifan replied modestly. This man before him was impossible to read. Having defeated the boss, he was already level 6, yet even his insight skill couldn't penetrate Luo Yanhao's aura. This proved the man was a top-tier powerhouse at level 56. Luo Yanhao was momentarily speechless. He stared deeply at Yifan, realizing he too couldn't fathom this youth. The reality was clear, his daughter's future was now inextricably tied to this youth. "Mr. Yifan." Luo Yanhao's tone grew solemn. "I formally invite you and Qingxue to join my Blood Moon Guild. I will grant you the highest level S-rank member treatment and provide every resource you require." He paused, a hint of pleading creeping into his voice. "I have only one request, take good care of my daughter." Chapter 6, Beat Them to a Pulp. Yifan accepted Luo Yanhao's invitation. Luo Yanhao's expression was intensely complex. On one hand, his daughter had finally found a trustworthy companion, perhaps even a place to call home. Yet on the other hand, the genius daughter he'd raised with painstaking care for 18 years, cherished like a precious jewel, not even a strand of her hair touched, was now trailing behind this D-rank kid like a little sidekick. The suffocating frustration of watching his prized cabbage get snatched away by a wild boar was nearly bursting through his skull. He forced down the murderous intent churning in his chest, grinding out a few words through clenched teeth. He tore off 2 S-rank member tokens engraved with a crimson crescent moon and a storage ring pulsing with spatial fluctuations, shoving them into Yifan's hands. "Kid, these are the guild's startup resources for S-rank members. Use them for now. Treat my daughter well, or else." He didn't finish the threat, but the warning in his eyes felt like it could freeze a soul. After speaking, he shot his daughter, who was gazing at Yifan with adoring curiosity, a piercing look, heavy with a father's reluctance and fury. Ultimately, he said nothing more, whirling abruptly and striding away with purposeful steps. He feared that staying another second would make him lose control and punch this kid who'd snatched his daughter, obliterating him body and soul. The news reached the Blood Moon Guild headquarters like a depth charge, instantly detonating the guild's internal forums and council chambers. What kind of joke is this? Has the guild master lost his mind? Granting S-rank treatment to an obscure D-rank beast tamer? Does he even deserve it? And that Luo Qingxue. Relying on being the guild leader's daughter, she actually picked a freeloader as her master? An F-rank cook? That's nothing but a disgrace to our Blood Moon Guild. I heard that Punk was useless in the dungeon, hiding behind Luo Qingxue the whole time, coasting by on his pretty face. A freeloader like that deserves S-rank? I, Li Tianhao, refuse to accept it. A tall, arrogantly handsome young man slammed his fist on the table and stood up. He was Li Gang, the sole son of Guild Vice President Li Tianhao and a rank beastmaster who founded the elite Celestial Wolf Squad, the cream of the guild's crop. Most crucially, he considered himself Luo Qingxue's #1 suitor, long regarding her as his personal possession. Now, the goddess had been snatched away by a D-rank good-for-nothing. How could he possibly tolerate this? The flames of jealousy nearly consumed his sanity. Just then, Yifan entered the guild hall with Luo Qingxue, preparing to register their information. Li Tianhao's gaze instantly locked onto the pair, cold as a venomous snake. Well, isn't this the genius Yifan, climbing the ranks by riding on women's coattails? He arrogantly blocked their path with his lackeys, his tone dripping with undisguised scorn. A D-rank beastmaster daring to accept an S-rank token? Is your face made of brick? Yifan didn't even bother lifting an eyelid as he replied indifferently, "Good dogs don't block the path." "You!" Li Tianhao's face flushed crimson with rage. He pointed at Yifan, then turned to Luo Qingxue with a look of heartfelt anguish. "Qingxue, wake up! This good-for-nothing is beneath you. He'll only drag you down and use you as a stepping stone to climb higher." Luo Qingxue's delicate brows furrowed as she stepped forward to shield Yifan. "Don't you dare speak of my master like that," she snapped coldly. "His power is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like you." "Master? Ha!" Li Tianhao doubled over in laughter as if hearing the biggest joke ever. "Qingxue, you actually consider a good-for-nothing your master? Fine, very well. I'll see just what qualifications he has." His gaze turned fierce as he fixed it on Yifan. "Kid, dare you take my wager? Tomorrow in the Shadow Cavern instance, our Wolfpack squad will race your two-man team. We'll see who clears it faster and collects more shadow crystals. If you lose, you'll leave the guild immediately and stay far away from Qingxue. Dare you? All eyes fixated on Yifan, waiting to see him humiliated. Yifan's lips curved upward in a faint, amused smile. Finally meeting Li Tianhao's gaze, his eyes looked down upon him like a god surveying an insect. The stakes are too low. Not interested. Scared? Li Tianhao sneered. Here's the deal, Yifan held up one finger. If I win, you kneel before the entire guild and call me grandfather 3 times. Plus, you're a great battle pet, the Shadow Wolf King is mine. Whoa! The entire crowd gasped in shock. Outrageous. Absolutely beyond the pale. Not only demanding personal humiliation, but also seizing the opponent's most precious battle pet. Li Tianhao's rage turned to laughter. Fine. 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 I'll see how you die tomorrow. I accept your challenge. He feared Yifan might renege, so he immediately sealed the contract on the spot. Yifan paid no heed to the commotion outside, leading Luo Qingxue back to the luxurious villa Luo Yanhao had arranged for them. Master, have I caused you trouble? Luo Qingxue looked around the palace-like residence, feeling flustered. Her voice carried a hint of hurt and self-blame. Didn't you say you'd cook for me? Yifan cut her off, gesturing toward the kitchen that rivaled a 5-star hotel's. Luo Qingxue's eyes lit up instantly, as if she'd found her purpose. She nodded emphatically, I'll go right now. Half an hour later, a thick, acrid smell of burning mingled with black smoke drifted out from the kitchen. Luo Qingxue emerged, her eyes reddened with shame, carrying a plate of charcoal black, unidentifiable substance that emitted an eerie odor. Master, I'm sorry. I messed up again. Try using your phoenix fire. Yifan reminded her calmly. Luo Qingxue froze, then suddenly understood. Following Yifan's instructions, she activated the newly awakened phoenix bloodline within her. A small cluster of sacred orange-red flames rose from her palm, gently enveloping a piece of fresh beast meat. No smoke, no sizzling sounds, only a peculiar, fragrant aroma began to waft through the air. The originally blood-red meat swiftly turned golden brown in the flames, its surface even developing faint, sacred patterns. When the cooking was complete, a plate of golden brown, fragrant grilled meat appeared before her, its surface glistening with a faint halo. A message visible only to Yifan appeared. Consuming Divine Phoenix Roast grants temporary buffs, strength +10, fire resistance +5, mental energy regeneration speed +3. Lasts 1 hour. F-class chef? A smug smile of absolute mastery curled at the corners of Yifan's lips. This is ING God tier support. A mobile temple with infinite sustain. The next day, at the entrance to the Shadow Cavern instance, nearly all the guild's core members had gathered not to run the dungeon, but to witness Yifan's downfall. Look, those 2 connections are here too. Young Master Li's Celestial Wolf squad is our guild's ace team, averaging level 35. What does that kid have to compete with? Just wait and see, today he'll be stripped bare and chased out like a dog. Li Tianhao stood at the front of the line, basking in the crowd's adulation. His gaze toward Yifan brimmed with the satisfaction of a cat toying with a mouse. Kid, got your last words ready? Chapter 7 vanished before it could be sent. Yifan ignored him, turning only to Luo Qingxue. Are you ready? Yes, master. Luo Qingxue's eyes burned with resolve. The instance opened. All teams swarmed in. The Celestial Wolf squad charged ahead, their seamless coordination sparking bursts of still effects as they advanced at breakneck speed, drawing cheers from the surrounding spectators. Yet Yifan and Luo Qingxue walked at a leisurely pace. Behind the stone stalagmite to their left front, 3 elite-level lurking magic spiders lay in ambush, 12 meters away. Cover them with a sea of crimson flames. Yifan's voice echoed through the pitch-black cavern, as calm as if he were strolling through his own backyard. At his words, Luo Qingxue hesitated not a moment. With a flick of her jade-like hand, a surging sea of flames instantly swept forth. Precision struck the 3 elite spiders, who had just peeked out to ambush them, reducing them to charcoal. The flames spread precisely to cover that area, no more, no less. Right passageway, patrol squad, 15 members, 13 ordinary demon spiders, 2 elite spiders. Forming a V-shaped formation, they will reach the corner in 3 seconds. Use Crimson Fire Demon Lotus to detonate a pinpoint explosion at the center of their formation. Yes, master. Boom! A demonic crimson fire lotus blossomed out of thin air at the passageway's bend. Its terrifying explosive force instantly tore the entire spider patrol squad to shreds, their screams extinguished before they could even sound. While Li Tianhao's squad still struggled against the first wave of monsters, Yifan and his partner advanced like ghosts. Their monster clearing efficiency was shockingly high. On the external light screen, the points representing Yifan and his partner surged forward at an unbelievable speed, frantically overtaking every other team and charging deep into the dungeon. The mocking expressions on the onlookers' faces froze solid, replaced by utter horror. What kind of commanding genius is this? How did he know the monsters' positions? More accurate than radar. Does Luo Qingxue have infinite spiritual power? How can she cast such area of effect skills instantly? Stop. Yi Fan abruptly halted before an inconspicuous stone wall. Master, there's nothing here. Luo Qingxue's spiritual energy perception detected nothing but emptiness. Yi Fan said nothing, merely extending a finger to lightly tap a tiny protrusion on the stone wall. Snap. The stone wall cracked open, revealing a massive hidden cavern behind it. Within the cavern, countless shadow crystals glowed with a faint purple light in the darkness, forming a dreamlike sea of crystals. There's a hidden vein of rare ore here, Yi Fan stated calmly, as if he'd merely discovered an ordinary rock. The value of this discovery alone could buy 10 celestial wolf squads. When Yi Fan emerged leisurely from the dungeon with Luo Qingxue and his storage ring nearly overflowing with shadow crystals, everyone waiting outside was stunned. Only 15 minutes had passed. Meanwhile, Li Tianhao's celestial wolf squad was still stuck midway through the dungeon, thoroughly humiliated by a minor boss. Dead silence fell over the entire crowd. Jealousy and humiliation had already driven Li Tianhao mad inside the dungeon. The moment he spotted Yi Fan, he unleashed a furious roar through the emergency communication talisman. I'm reporting him. He's cheating. Li Tianhao's voice echoed across the entire venue through the light screen. A D-rank beast tamer and a cook, 15 minutes. And he found a hidden ore vein. Impossible. He must have used a forbidden spatial artifact or had prior knowledge of the dungeon's secret map. These words immediately caught the attention of the guild's higher-ups. A senior investigator named Wei Long, clad in black uniform and wearing an expression as cold as ice, quickly arrived at the scene. Retrieve their instance footage. Wei Long's tone was devoid of emotion. Soon, a massive projection screen unfolded, playing back every frame of Yi Fan and Luo Qingxue's actions within the cavern with crystal clarity. On screen, Luo Qingxue resembled a fire valkyrie descended from the heavens, effortlessly unleashing devastating fire-based skills. Vast flames incinerated swarms of demon spiders to ashes, their terrifying destructive powers sending chills down everyone's spine. Yi Fan, however, merely moved his lips throughout the entire ordeal. Turn left, 3 steps, stop. Fire an explosive flame arrow at the wall. The wall exploded, instantly obliterating a rare elite monster disguised as rock. Retreat 7 meters. Ignite storm charge for 15 seconds, then unleash overhead. Hundreds of upside-down ambush spiders were reduced to ashes in the inferno. Every command was precise to the centimeter. Every prediction seemed prescient. He was like the creator god of this dungeon, knowing every rule here. The entire area fell deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. This is the freeloader they speak of? This is the useless cook in their eyes? This was clearly a god-tier commander whose every word became law, sweeping away trash in his own backyard with a mobile nuclear arsenal. Falsely accusing an S-rank guild member, disrupting order, and failing to wager his crimes are compounded. Wei Long's icy, piercing gaze fixed on Li Tianhao, who had just been teleported out, his face ashen. Strip the entire celestial wolf squad of all guild contribution points. Captain Li Tianhao, revoke guild membership and permanently blacklist him from all Jiangcheng guilds. No! Li Tianhao let out a desperate wail, but Wei Long's personal guards had already pinned him to the ground. Additionally, Wei Long turned to Yi Fan and added, per the wager, is a great battle pet, the Shadow Wolf King, now belongs to you. After settling all this, Wei Long turned to Yi Fan. His perpetually icy expression softened considerably, a rare occurrence. Comrade Yi Fan, your command abilities are strategic level. The nation needs talents like you. Before Yi Fan could respond, a shrill alarm suddenly pierced the entire guild headquarters. Emergency alert! Emergency alert! In the Wailing Canyon instance, our S-rank seed member Lin Xiaotong is under siege by the hostile guild Mad Blade Pavilion. Requesting immediate backup. Howling Gorge, a notoriously treacherous level 30 battlefield instance. We're going. Yi Fan volunteered without hesitation. Wei Long gave him a deep look and nodded firmly. The teleportation array flared with blinding light, and Yi Fan and Luo Qingxue vanished instantly. The next second, they materialized in a blood-red canyon where gale force winds howled. Not far away, over a dozen members of the Mad Blade Pavilion stood grinning savagely, surrounding a blood-soaked girl in their center. Lin Xiaodong, stop struggling. Hand over that S-grade artifact you just acquired. The Valkyrie's heart and our leader Mad Blade might show mercy, leaving you a whole corpse. The Mad Blade Pavilion captain licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with depravity. The girl stood rigidly upright, a broken knight's sword clutched in her hand. Cracks marred her silver armor, and blood stained her long hair crimson. Yet her eyes burned with unyielding defiance, like stars refusing to bend. Put. Bunch of scum, dream on. Just then, the Mad Blade Pavilion members spotted Yi Fan and Luo Qingxue teleporting in. Chapter 8, Undying Battle Soul God Tier Immortality Hack. Oh? The Blood Moon Guild actually sent reinforcements? Just 2 people to die? A D-rank Beastmaster with an F-rank cook? Ha! Are they here to cater our victory feast? They erupted into unrestrained, boisterous laughter. Yi Fan paid no attention to this bunch of clowns. His gaze pierced through the crowd, locking onto the blood-soaked girl about to collapse. The insight talent silently activated. A torrent of information flooded his mind, making his heart race wildly. Contractable target, Lin Xiaotong. Race, human. Current potential rating, B-class Templar Knight. Hidden bloodline, Valkyrie Divine Fragment unactivated. Extremely low chance of awakening during near-death state. Evolution Path 1, Divine Protector Warrior God Tier Tank. Evolution Path 2, Punishing Martial God Tier Damage Dealer. Evolution Path 3, Immortal Battle Spirit God Tier Undying. A supremely domineering curve slowly formed at the corner of Yifan's mouth. Ignoring the murderous stares from the members of the Mad Blade Pavilion, he strolled through their encircling formation as if they were mere air. Step by step, he advanced until he stood before the girl named Lin Xiaotong. Under the stunned, bewildered, and furious stares of everyone present, he reached out, gently lifted the girl's blood-stained chin, and spoke slowly in a tone that brooked no argument, a declaration of ownership. "This Valkyrie is mine." The entire scene fell deathly silent. The members of the Mad Blade Pavilion, including their boasting captain, froze with their savage grins frozen on their faces, like sculptures instantly encased in ice. Even Lin Xiaotong, lying dying on the ground, mustered her last ounce of strength to lift her blood and dust-streaked face, staring in disbelief at this youth who had appeared out of nowhere. Had this man lost his mind? Or just plain stupid? "Kid, what did you say?" The Mad Blade Pavilion captain snapped back to his senses, his rage boiling over into a maniacal laugh. The great blade in his hand hummed with fury. "You say you want her? What the hell do you think you are? Brothers, chop this arrogant brat into mincemeat." At the command, over a dozen members of the Mad Blade sect, their faces twisted into bloodthirsty grins, charged at Yifan from all directions. Blades flashed, instantly engulfing Yifan's figure. Yet Yifan didn't even lift an eyelid. He merely spoke calmly, his voice quiet yet clear enough to reach Luo Qingxue's ears. "Qingxue, clean up." "Yes, master." Luo Qingxue stepped forward, her icy beautiful face showing not a flicker of emotion. She merely raised her pale, slender hand. In the next instant, a monstrous crimson fire lotus taller than a person bloomed out of thin air, right in the center of the Mad Blade Pavilion's crowd. No screams. No cries of agony. The terrifying heat instantly vaporized over a dozen living people, along with their weapons and equipment, reducing them to primordial particles. After the flames subsided, only a charred, blackened imprint remained where they had stood. A gentle breeze stirred, raising a swirl of ash. The entire world fell silent. Lin Xiaotong's eyes widened in shock, her mouth slightly agape, utterly unable to process what had just happened. The dozen or so professionals who had just moments ago been so arrogant, driving her into a corner gone like that? Instantly defeated by that F-rank cook? Yifan ignored the chaos unfolding behind him. He crouched down, locking eyes with Lin Xiaotong's defiant gaze. "The Valkyrie heart within you is devouring your life force." His voice was calm, yet it thundered like a bolt of lightning in Lin Xiaotong's mind. "Without activating it, you won't survive 10 minutes. Activate it, and its divine power will tear you apart." Lin Xiaotong's heart pounded wildly. This was her deepest secret. How could this boy know? "What do you want?" she croaked, her grip tightening on the broken sword. "Become my pet beast, and I'll let you control it." Yifan offered the only solution. This wasn't a negotiation, it was a statement of fact. Lin Xiaotong fell silent. She stared into Yifan's eyes, so deep they seemed to see through everything, while feeling the life force rapidly draining from her body. A surge of unwillingness welled up from her heart. She didn't want to die. She still had dreams left unfulfilled. "Fine." Gritting her teeth, she practically ground the word out between them. "I agree. But if you dare deceive me, I swear I'll haunt you as a vengeful spirit until you pay." "The contract is sealed." Yifan's finger lightly touched Lin Xiaotong's forehead. "Contract target Lin Xiaotong has consented. Universal contract activated. Contract established. Congratulations, host. Second pet beast contract with Lin Xiaotong successfully established. Returned, all upgrades, evolutions, enhancements, and skills of the contract subject will be fully returned to you. First Divine Bloodline contract reward, 1 Divine Fragment, 1 Evolution Point. Boom! A surge of power far more colossal and boundless than when contracting Luo Qingxue earlier instantly flooded every fiber of Yifan's being. His level began to skyrocket at this very moment. Level 7. Level 8. Level 9. Level 10. Simultaneously, a dazzling golden holy light erupted from Lin Xiaotong's body. The rampaging Valkyrie heart within her instantly calmed, as gentle yet powerful divine energy began repairing her shattered body. Her wounds healed at a visible pace, while her shattered knight's sword and broken armor were reforged within the holy light, emerging more magnificent and resilient than ever. Within mere seconds, the blood-soaked, dying girl was completely transformed. She rose to her feet, feeling an unprecedented power surge within her, as if a true Valkyrie had descended to the mortal realm. Name, Lin Xiaotong. Class, Retribution Warrior Goddess Tier 1. Level, 10. Skills, Holy Sword Strike, Valiant Charge, Divine Protection. Passive skill, Unbreakable Battle Spirit. The more resolute your will, the greater your combat prowess. She stared blankly at her own hands, then looked at Yifan, her eyes filled with shock and curiosity. Who are you? Your master. Yi Fan replied calmly. Master? Lin Xiaotong blinked, her lively and bold nature surfacing instantly. She tilted her head and gave a playful smile, sounding oddly affectionate. I'll just call you boss from now on. Boss, I'm sticking with you. Master. Luo Qingxue spoke up unexpectedly from the side, her icy gaze sweeping over Lin Xiaotong with a hint of imperceptible declaration. Lin Xiaotong stuck out her tongue and didn't argue further. Yi Fan paid no mind to the minor interaction between the two pet beasts. He opened the guild quest panel and swiped directly to the highest difficulty S-rank commission section. S-rank commission, purify the cursed ghost mine. Mission description, a powerful vengeful spirit has emerged deep within the ghost mine, already causing the annihilation of 3 A-rank squads and the retreat of 1 S-rank squad with heavy casualties. A formidable team capable of purifying vengeful spirits is now sought to handle the situation. Rewards, 500,000 guild contribution points, 1 S-grade material selection box, 1 property in Jiangcheng Central Villa District. That's the one. Chapter 9, this nepotist has lost all dignity. Yi Fan accepted the mission immediately. This decision startled even Lin Xiaotong, who had just narrowly escaped death. Boss. This is the ghost mine. The vengeful spirits inside can attack directly at the soul. Physical defense and elemental resistance are useless. Wait. Before she could finish, Yi Fan had already turned and started walking toward the mission's indicated direction. Follow me. Oh. Lin Xiaotong and Luo Qingxue exchanged glances and immediately followed. At the Blood Moon Guild headquarters, news of Yi Fan accepting an S-rank mission sent the entire hall into an uproar once more. Has he lost his mind? A D-rank Beastmaster leading 2 newly transferred novices into the ghost mine? That place is our guild's forbidden zone. Even the guild leader nearly got wiped out leading an expedition there. This crony is about to make our Blood Moon Guild look like complete fools. Mockery and skepticism echoed throughout the room. No one believed they could succeed. Even Wei Long, fresh from a dungeon run, showed a rare hint of gravity on his usually icy face when he saw the quest acceptance notice. Entrance to the ghost mine. A chilling wind poured out from the pitch-black opening, accompanied by howls that seemed to freeze the soul. Even standing at the entrance, one could feel a bone-chilling malevolence seeping through. Lin Xiaotong gripped her holy sword tightly, her palms already drenched in cold sweat. Luo Qingxue instinctively summoned her flame power, enveloping the trio in an orange-red glow that dispelled some of the chill. Just as they prepared to step inside, a brazen voice boomed from nearby. Halt! This place is reserved for our Blazing Sun Guild. 7 or 8 professionals clad in uniform crimson-red uniforms approached. Leading them was a burly man wielding a massive flaming axe, his eyes brimming with contempt as he surveyed Yi Fan and his companions. Has the Blood Moon Guild run out of men? Sending 3 little kids to their deaths? The burly man's gaze swept unabashedly over Luo Qingxue and Lin Xiaotong, his words dripping with greed. But since you're here, don't rush off. Leave these 2 babes behind to entertain us brothers. You men can get lost. Yi Fan's gaze didn't linger on the burly man for even a second. He merely turned his head and whispered to Lin Xiaotong beside him. Don't kill anyone. Got it, boss. Lin Xiaotong had been itching to get started. She flashed a dazzling yet dangerous smile. Before the members of the Blazing Sun Guild could react, she had already transformed into a golden streak of light and charged forward with blinding speed. Charge! The burly leader at the front saw only a blur before an unstoppable force surged through his flaming battle axe. His prideful strength felt as flimsy as paper against this petite girl. Snap! The crisp snap of shattered hand bones echoed through the cave entrance. The brute let out an inhuman howl as his massive frame was sent flying backward, crashing heavily against the rock wall. Big brother! The remaining men paled in terror, their weapons raised in a split second only to find Lin Xiaotong's figure already darting between them like a ghost. Her movements were lightning fast. Each swing of the holy sword in her hand carried precise, ruthless force. No flashy techniques, only the simplest, most direct sound of bones shattering. Wails of agony echoed in rapid succession. In less than 10 seconds, every member of the Blazing Sun Guild lay sprawled on the ground, clutching twisted arms or legs as they writhed in agony. Lin Xiaotong clapped her hands and returned to Yi Fan's side, acting like a little girl asking for candy as she boasted. Boss, done. Not a single one died. Yi Fan nodded and strode deeper into the pitch-black mine shaft. Luo Qingxue and Lin Xiaotong immediately followed. From start to finish, the 3 never glanced back at the bodies on the ground, as if they had merely crushed a few troublesome ants. The moment they stepped into the mine shaft, a bone-chilling cold instantly seeped into their marrow. In the air, countless tiny, malicious whispers drifted, constantly burrowing into their minds, attempting to unsettle their thoughts. Woo! A translucent specter emerged silently from the rock wall, its shrill wail piercing the air as it lunged toward Lin Xiaotong, who led the way. Lin Xiaotong immediately raised her sword to block. Yet the vengeful spirit's form passed through her sacred sword without resistance, crashing directly into her body. Ugh! Lin Xiaotong's body jerked violently. Her stunningly beautiful face instantly drained of color, turning deathly pale. A searing pain originating from the depths of her soul nearly forced her to her knees. "Boss! This thing can attack my soul directly," she managed to say through gritted teeth. Seeing this, Luo Qingxue didn't hesitate. A condensed fireball erupted from her hand. The searing flames pierced the vengeful spirit's form, yet inflicted no significant damage, merely dimming its silhouette ever so slightly. This was the most terrifying aspect of the ghost mine. High resistance to physical and elemental damage. All offensive tactics lose their potency here, while enemies can bypass your defenses to strike directly at your most vulnerable soul. "Boss, what should we do?" Lin Xiaotong watched the vengeful spirit lunge toward them once more, a wave of helplessness washing over her. "Use your divine power, not your sword." Yi Fan's voice rang out calmly. "Channel your power into the sword. Purify it with light, not strike it with iron." Lin Xiaotong felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck her. She no longer attempted to block with her sword. Instead, she drew a deep breath and poured the newly awakened Valkyrie power within her body into the holy sword in her hands without reservation. The holy sword, which had only been emitting a faint glow, instantly erupted with a brilliant golden light as radiant as the sun. The light was sacred, warm, and filled with purifying power. The vengeful spirits that lunged once more let out piercing screams the moment they touched this golden light. Their translucent bodies melted away like ice and snow doused in concentrated sulfuric acid. Within mere seconds, they vanished entirely, reduced to wisps of smoke dissipating into the air. "I did it!" Lin Xiaotong gazed at the holy sword in her hand with astonishment and delight. "Your phoenix flame is also a sacred flame, but you haven't been using it correctly." Yi Fan turned his attention to Luo Qingxue. "Suppress your killing intent and destructive urges," he instructed. "Focus on sensing the purest life force and purifying power within the flames. Let it become the holy fire of judgment, not the karmic fire that consumes all." Luo Qingxue closed her eyes, focusing on Yi Fan's guidance. Moments later, she opened her eyes again. The flames rising from her palm remained orange-red, yet they had shed some of their ferocity, gaining instead a sense of sacredness and majesty. "Very good." Yi Fan retrieved the divine fragment he had obtained when contracting Lin Xiaotong from his storage ring. He handed the fragment to Lin Xiaotong. "Take it." The instant Lin Xiaotong's fingers touched the divine fragment, a sacred power far more colossal than before erupted with a thunderous roar. Golden radiance radiated outward from her, forming an absolute domain over 20 meters in diameter. Within this domain, all chilling coldness and venomous whispers vanished, replaced by warmth and tranquility. The vengeful spirits lurking in the darkness were exposed by this radiant light, unable to hide. They let out terrified screams, desperate to flee. The iron triangle had begun its work. Chapter 10, A Violent Beauty. Yi Fan's voice rang out. "Xiaotong, you are our mobile fortress and beacon. Your role is to clear the path and defend. Qingxue, your sacred flame is the primary offensive weapon. Your task is targeted elimination." "Understood." "Yes, Master." The two girls responded in unison. A team that seemed utterly incapable of clearing the dungeon to anyone else's eyes began their relentless push through the ghost mine in a manner that defied all expectations. Lin Xiaotong strode at the forefront, her sacred sword blazing with radiant golden light. Her sacred domain functioned like a bulldozer, crushing all darkness and resentment in its path. Any vengeful spirit daring to approach was steadily weakened by the domain's divine power. 30 meters ahead to the left, 3 elite vengeful spirits lay concealed within a pile of rocks. Yi Fan's voice echoed like a map-wide radar. "Qingxue, Holy Flame triple strike, blanket attack." "Yes." Luo Qingxue raised her hand. 3 fireballs radiating divine energy traced precise arcs, instantly engulfing the entire rock pile. SSS-rank. 3 larger, more powerful elite emerged from the holy fire. Before they could even resist, they dissolved into nothingness within the purifying flames. On the right mine passage, a patrol of 17 will appear in 5 seconds. Shout on, charge in and use sacred protection to break their formation. Got it. Lin Xiaotong transformed into a golden bolt of lightning, crashing headlong into the newly appeared specter horde. Her golden shield exploded with a thunderous boom, the powerful shockwave sending all the reeling in all directions. Qingxue, follow up with damage. A sea of purifying flames followed immediately, consuming them entirely. Perfect, efficient, even possessing a violent beauty. Their monster-clearing efficiency was shockingly high. Thus, under Yi Fan's command, which bordered on divine revelation, the two pushed forward relentlessly, sweeping through obstacles like a razor-sharp blade. All the traps and monsters that had once plagued S-rank squads crumbled before them, as fragile as a sheet of paper. Soon, they reached the deepest part of the mine. No longer a narrow tunnel, they found themselves in an immense subterranean cavern. At the chamber's center, the powerful vengeful spirit described in the mission brief was nowhere to be found. Instead, a colossal sword stood tens of meters tall, its entire body pitch black and covered in cracks. The sword was firmly embedded in the cavern floor, as if suppressing something. Countless vengeful spirits swarmed toward the black blade like moths to a flame, drawn in by its pull only to be expelled again. With each cycle of absorption and expulsion, the spirit's aura grew more frenzied and malevolent. With each cycle, the cracks on the black blade widened slightly. A terrifying sword intent, as if originating from the primordial chaos, seeped out in threads from the cracks, causing the entire space to tremble faintly. This place was not some nest of vengeful spirits. This sword was the very source of the curse. Boss, what is this thing? Lin Xiaotong stared at the massive sword radiating an ominous aura, her voice trembling slightly. Yi Fan remained silent. His pupils reflected information visible only to him. Contractable entity, fallen demon sealing sword spirit dormant. Status, corrupted by abyssal malice, approaching complete demonization. Evolution Path 1, Immortal Slaying Sword Spirit God Tier. Evolution Path 2, World Destroying Demon Spirit God Tier. Contract conditions, purify its core before complete demonization, or conquer it along with the abyssal resentment with superior power. Purify it, or conquer it. Yi Fan spoke slowly, his voice quiet yet seemingly imbued with an inexplicable magic. Boss, this thing looks dangerous. Shouldn't we retreat first? Lin Xiaotong stared at the massive black sword, constantly swallowing and expelling resentment, instinctively feeling terror. Even the slightest leak of the aura emanating from it felt like it was tearing her soul apart. No need. Yi Fan raised his hand, pointing at the greatsword. Qingxue, Xiaotong, focus all your power onto that sword and attack with everything you've got. What? Both girls froze in shock. That sword clearly wasn't harmless. Attacking it, who knew what terrifying consequences it might unleash? But Yi Fan's command brooked no argument. Yes, master. Got it, boss. Luo Qingxue drew a deep breath as an orange-red sacred flame ignited in her eyes. She raised both hands high as a blazing sun, seemingly capable of scorching the heavens, slowly rose above her head. A terrifying heatwave surged, causing the temperature within the entire underground cavern to skyrocket. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaotong raised her sacred sword above her head. Brilliant golden holy light shot skyward, coalescing behind her into the faint silhouette of a Valkyrie holding the Sword of Judgment. At this moment, both girls unleashed their mightiest power without reservation. Phoenix Sunlight. Valkyrie's Wrath. Two distinct yet equally potent surges of purifying energy, one from the left, one from the right, crashed like raging dragons against the pitch-black greatsword. Boom! The entire underground cavern erupted in a violent explosion. The violent shockwave of energy tore up a layer of the ground. Yet at the very heart of the energy storm, the pitch-black greatsword remained utterly unmoved. Not even a single new scratch appeared. Instead, the cracks along its blade expanded even further under the immense force of the impact. Clang! A sword cry, as if from the depths of hell, suddenly erupted. A terrifying sword intent, at least 10 times more powerful than before, erupted violently from the crack. Oh no! Luo Qingxue and Lin Xiaotong's faces instantly turned deathly pale. That sword intent was utterly unstoppable. They felt their souls were like a tiny boat in a raging storm, about to be torn to shreds at any moment. At that critical moment, Yi Fan moved. He stepped forward, placing himself in front of the two girls. He didn't use any skills or summon any weapons. He simply extended his right hand and gently clenched it against the terrifying sword intent sweeping toward them. Silently. That terrifying sword intent, powerful enough to instantly annihilate even an S-rank expert, was effortlessly crushed in his palm. As if it were not some peerless sword intent, but merely a trivial breeze. The entire world seemed to freeze in that moment. Luo Qingxue and Lin Xiaotong stared blankly at Yi Fan's not particularly broad back, their eyes filled with the awe reserved for deities. Just how powerful was he? Step back. Yi Fan's voice remained calm. Step by step, he advanced toward the massive sword on the verge of complete demonic corruption. Clang! 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 The greatsword seemed to sense an unprecedented threat, its blade trembling violently. Waves of pitch-black sword chi surged forth like a raging storm, lashing out at Yi Fan with frenzied ferocity. Each blade strike possessed the power to cleave mountains in two. Yet Yi Fan paid them no mind, strolling forward with casual ease. Those sword energies, potent enough to obliterate all, would automatically dissolve and vanish the moment they approached within 3 feet of his body. Impervious to all arts. He swiftly approached the colossal sword. He lifted his head, gazing at the towering demon-subduing blade stretching dozens of meters high. Slowly, he extended his hand and placed it upon the icy blade. No purification. No judgment. In his eyes, there was only one emotion. Conquest. You are powerful. Yi Fan addressed the sword. But the resentment you suppress is too weak. You crave greater power, stronger foes, and to break free from this cage to slay all that exists in this world. Submit to me. I shall grant you everything you desire. Chapter 11, Dare to Covet Divine Weapons. The pitch-black greatsword trembled violently, its blade erupting with even more surging ink-black sword intent, causing the entire underground cavern to wail in agony. It seemed utterly enraged by Yi Fan's words, yet also filled with dread. How dare a mere mortal covet a divine weapon? A hoarse, ancient voice filled with boundless resentment and murderous intent exploded within the minds of the three. In the next instant, the greatsword ceased its restraint. Every crack along its blade burst open violently. The abyssal resentment it had devoured over millennia transformed into a pillar of pure black energy, shooting skyward and crashing straight toward Yifan. This power had already transcended the S-rank realm. Master! Boss! Luo Qingxue and Lin Xiaotan cried out in unison, their voices choked with shock. They tried to rush forward, but the residual shockwaves of that force pinned them to the spot, leaving them utterly immobilized. They could only watch helplessly as the black pillar of light, capable of obliterating everything, completely engulfed Yifan's figure. Yet Yifan remained standing in place, not even a corner of his robe fluttering. He raised his hand, spreading his fingers wide toward the world-shattering black pillar of light. There was no earth-shattering collision, no explosive release of energy. The pure black energy beam, upon touching Yifan's palm, flowed into him like 100 rivers merging into the sea, completely absorbed into his body. The abyssal resentment capable of corrupting any powerful being's soul and shattering their sanity entered Yifan's body only to be instantly refined into the purest energy, like ice and snow meeting a furnace. Your resentment is too meager. Having absorbed every last bit of power, Yifan shook his head with a hint of dissatisfaction. Now, it's my turn. His fingers clenched with sudden force. Snap! A sharp crack echoed. The black greatsword that had stood for untold ages, suppressing countless vengeful spirits, instantly cracked like a spiderweb across its blade. No! This can't be! The ancient consciousness let out a shriek of utter terror. Yifan gave it no chance. His palm clenched and an invisible force tore the massive blade from the earth. The sword struggled violently, yet it could not break free from Yifan's grasp. It was dragged forcefully before Yifan, suspended mid-air, its blade humming incessantly. I told you, submit to me. Yifan's hand pressed down upon the sword's hilt. Contract of all things. Detected, fallen contract entity. Demon binding sword spirit has lost ability to resist. Universal contract activated. Contract established. Congratulations, host. Successfully contracted the third pet beast, the fallen demon sealing sword spirit. Returned, all upgrades, evolutions, and skills of the contracted entity are fully restored to you. First mythic tier spirit contract reward, 1 supreme sword heart evolution point. Boom! A force more vast and terrifying than the previous two combined surged into Yifan's body like a bursting star river. His level skyrocketed like a rocket blasting off at that very moment. Level 15. Level 20. Level 25. It finally slowed to a halt at level 30. Simultaneously, the pitch-black greatsword underwent a transformative change under the power of the contract. All traces of darkness and resentment receded like a tide, revealing its true form. It was an unparalleled long sword, crystalline and translucent throughout, as if carved from celestial ice. Mysterious runes swirled along its blade, radiating an aura of sharpness capable of severing anything. Its light flickered. The sword shattered into specks of light, which coalesced mid-air into a human form. A woman stood there, clad in simple, ancient-style blue robes, her long hair cascading to her waist. Her face bore a cool, distant expression, and her eyes were as icy as millennia-old frost. Her gaze fixed on Yifan, filled with shock and confusion. I am the sword that seals demons. Who are you? Her voice was clear yet carried an icy detachment that kept others at arm's length. Your master. Yifan answered calmly. He opened the sword spirit's pet panel and selected the path to ultimate power. Sword spirit of exterminating immortals. Using evolution points to initiate the first stage of evolution. Evolution points consumed. The green-robed woman let out a muffled groan as a brand-new, pure Zushian sword intent erupted within her body. Name, none can be named. Class, Sword Spirit of Extermination Tier 1. Level, 30. Skills, Sword Chi Sweeps, 10,000 swords return to the source, exterminating immortal sword formation unactivated. Passive skill, Spellbreaker, all your attacks ignore 30 points of the target's physical and magical defense. My name is Qinghe. The woman in green Qinghe coldly stated her name, tacitly acknowledging Yifan's identity, though her face remained etched with defiance. Yifan paid no heed to her attitude, merely stating flatly. Mission complete. Time to head back. Ding. S-rank commission, purify the cursed ghost mine completed. Dungeon rating, SSS beyond limits. Rewards dispersed to guild account. A teleportation beam flared, and the three vanished from their spot. Blood Moon Guild Headquarters, Mission Hall. When the status of that S-rank commission abruptly changed from in progress to completed, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared intently at the light screen, rubbing their eyes in disbelief, convinced they were seeing things. Completed? SSS rating? What the hell is that? Isn't SSS the highest? This can't be real. How long has it even been? Not even an hour. Wei Long's figure instantly materialized before the light screen. He pulled up the mission's detailed report. When he saw the evaluation that defied all limits and the completion time so short it was almost absurd, even his icy expression betrayed a profound shock. He immediately dialed the communication channel for guild leader Luo Yenhao. President, we've got a major situation. Meanwhile, outside Jiangcheng, at the nation's premier institution of higher learning, Jinghua First Martial Arts University. The president's office. A white-haired yet vigorous elder studied intelligence just transmitted from Jiangcheng, his face lighting up with keen interest. Interesting, very interesting. A D-rank beast tamer, accompanied by an F-rank cook and a newly awakened rookie, broke the ghost mine record held by our S-rank elite squad for 3 years in less than an hour? Principal, the intelligence is absolutely accurate. The secretary beside him said respectfully. The old man nodded, picked up the red seal from the desk, and stamped it onto a document. Draft a special recruitment order to be sent to the Blood Moon Guild in Jiangcheng. State that Tsinghua University will grant exceptional admission to Yifan, Luo Qingxue, and Lin Xiaotong. A look of hesitation flashed across the secretary's face. Chancellor, this violates protocol. Moreover, this year's special admission quota has already been granted to the young master of the Imperial Extreme Guild, Sikong Lai. You know how things are with the Sikong family? The old man smiled upon hearing this. Rules? I am the rule. Chapter 12, stuck to them like glue. He gazed out the window, his eyes growing deep. As for that young upstart from the Sikong family, with his lofty ambitions, it's about time he learned that there are always greater heights beyond what he knows. Send this intelligence to Sikong Lai as well. Inform him that his cherished national dungeon record has been shattered in a manner he cannot comprehend. Blood Moon Guild Mission Hall. A flash of light erupted as Yifan and his 3 companions materialized once more. The once bustling hall plunged into an eerie, deathly silence the moment they materialized. Every pair of eyes, like iron filings drawn to a magnet, became fixed upon them. No, more accurately, they were fixed on the woman behind Yifan clad in simple, ancient-style blue robes, her aura as cold as ice frozen for 10,000 years. What overwhelming aura! Even as she stood motionless, the sharp, sword-like intent radiating from her made every practitioner present feel their skin prickle and their souls tremble. Who was this? Where had this D-rank beast tamer found such a terrifying presence? Dad! Luo Qingxue walked up to her father and called out obediently. Luo Yanhao's gaze, however, shot past his daughter, fixing intently on Qinghe. He glanced at Yifan, whose face remained utterly calm, and felt his molars itch with frustration. One wasn't enough. Now another one. Is this kid running a pet shop? One that specializes in collecting divine pets of unparalleled beauty? Chairman. Wei Long hurried forward, handing a data panel to Luo Yanhao. His voice carried a tremor he hadn't even noticed himself. Ghost Mine Dungeon Quest completed. Time taken, 52 minutes. Final rating, SSS. Boom! A single stone sent ripples across the pond. The entire hall erupted in an instant. 52 minutes. Is that even humanly possible? SSS. He shattered the rating system. I take back what I said earlier, he's not a connected insider, he's a monster. Every doubt and mocking voice from before was crushed to dust by this ironclad fact. Those guild members who had once defiantly refused to accept defeat now hung their heads, lacking even the courage to glance at Yifan. Just then, a golden radiance descended from the heavens, landing precisely in Wei Long's hand. It was a scroll bearing the special magical seal of the Dragon Nation's highest academy. Wei Long unrolled it. A single glance caused his pupils to contract sharply. He drew a deep breath, mustering every ounce of strength to steady his voice as he announced, word by word. Special enrollment order from Tsinghua First Martial Arts University. Yifan, Luo Qingxue, and Lin Xiaotong are hereby admitted on exceptional grounds. This order takes immediate effect. The entire hall fell silent once more. If the SSS rating had been shocking, this moment was sheer horror. Tsinghua University. That was the sacred sanctuary every young practitioner in the Dragon Nation dreamed of. Each year, it admits only the top 100 geniuses nationwide. Special admission was the ultimate honor reserved for geniuses among geniuses, even exempting them from the rigorous entrance exams. Good. 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 Luo Yanhao's face flushed crimson with excitement. He pounded Yifan's shoulder hard, all his earlier pent-up frustration swept away, leaving only boundless elation. My daughter, Luo Yanhao's daughter, a member of the Blood Moon Guild, she belongs in Tsinghua. You did well, kid. Tsinghua. Within a magnificent palace suspended mid-air. A young man clad in dark golden dragon-patterned battle armor, his features handsome yet his gaze defiant, studied intelligence on a light screen in his hand. 3 battle pets, each radiating a terrifying aura, circled him. One was a nightmare warhorse engulfed in black demonic flames. Another was a judgment eagle whose wings were formed from pure thunder. And a colossal golden behemoth, its bulk resembling a small mountain. Any one of these was an S-rank legendary beast capable of driving countless beastmasters mad. And he, Sikong Lai, young master of the Imperial Extreme Guild and the undisputed top talent among the young generation of Dragon Nation, possessed all 3. SSS rated? A D-class beastmaster? Jiangcheng? Sikong Lai glanced at the intelligence report, letting out a dismissive snort. A bunch of country bumpkins cleared a high-level instance in a beginner zone, and that's worth a special recruitment order from Tsinghua University? He casually closed the holographic display, his eyes brimming with contempt. They were truly dragging down the prestige of the term special recruitment. Just then, the space beside him warped slightly. An elderly butler-like figure appeared silently, respectfully presenting a document. Young master, the official notification from Jinghua University has just arrived. Your special admission spot has been reassigned. Sikong Lai's movements halted. He slowly turned his head, the contempt in his eyes instantly transforming into a bone-chilling coldness. What did you say? The special admission order has been divided into 3 parts. It has been given to Yifan, Luo Qingxue, and Lin Xiaotong of the Blood Moon Guild in Jiangcheng. Snap! The stemmed glass in Sikong Lai's hand crumbled instantly into powder. A terrifying pressure erupted from him like a thunderclap, causing the entire palace to tremble. His 3 legendary tier beasts sensed their master's fury and let out deep, rumbling growls in unison. A worthless country bumpkin, dare you share glory with me, Sikong Lai? His voice was as cold as if it came from the depths of hell. Stand by, I'm heading to Jiangcheng myself. I'll make sure everyone knows trash belongs in the garbage heap. Blood Moon Guild, inside a luxurious villa. Yifan sat on the sofa, counting the rewards from this S-rank mission. 500,000 guild contribution points were enough to exchange for vast quantities of rare resources. The property in Jiangcheng's central villa district was priceless. What intrigued him most was the S-rank material selection box. He opened the chest, revealing rows of rare materials shimmering with precious light before him. Phoenix Polonia Heartwood greatly enhances the potential of fire-type pet beasts. Valkyrie's Unbreakable Battle Banner doubles the skill power of warrior-type pets. 10,000-year Mystic Ice Iron, the ultimate material for forging divine weapons. Luo Qingxue and Lin Xiaotong both stared longingly at the box, then glanced at Yifan. Clearly, the Phoenix Heartwood in Valkyrie's banner held a fatal allure for them. Meanwhile, Qinghe, though maintaining her usual icy expression, found her gaze involuntarily lingering on the Mystic Ice Iron for a moment. This one is for you. Without a moment's hesitation, Yifan retrieved the Phoenix Polonia Heartwood and handed it to Luo Qingxue. Luo Qingxue's face instantly lit up with genuine joy. Thank you, master. As she accepted the wood core, a surge of warm energy instantly flooded her body. She could feel the phoenix deep within her bloodline rejoicing. Lin Xiaotong watched the scene with a hint of disappointment, pouting slightly before quickly regaining her lively demeanor. No big deal, no big deal. The boss must have something even better for me. Chapter 13, Sell It for Money? Yifan chuckled and handed her the Valkyrie's Unbreakable Battle Banner. Wow! Boss, you're the best. Lin Xiaotong jumped up excitedly, snatched the battle flag, and planted a big kiss on it. Finally, Yifan's gaze settled on Qinghe. Qinghe immediately turned her head away with a cold snort. I am the spirit of a divine weapon. I have no need for your mundane trinkets. Is that so? Yifan held the 10,000-year Mystic Ice Iron in his hand, examining it as he spoke calmly. This iron seems capable of repairing the latent damage within your sword body and can further enhance your spell-breaking passive ability by 10%. Since you refuse it, I shall sell it to raise funds. With that, he made a move to stow the ice iron away. Stop! Qinghe's figure instantly materialized before Yifan, snatching the Xian ice iron and clutching it tightly to her chest. A suspicious flush of color actually appeared on her eternally icy, unchanging face. This item is meant for me. I'm merely holding it for safekeeping, I don't want it. She offered a stubborn explanation before transforming into a streak of green light, vanishing back into the sword. Watching this, Luo Qingxue and Lin Xiaotong couldn't help but laugh. Just then, the villa's doorbell rang. Lin Xiaotong rushed to answer it, only to find a young man in a dark gold uniform standing there with an arrogant expression. Ignoring Lin Xiaotong, the young man's gaze swept through the living room, locking directly onto Yifan on the sofa. You're Yifan? Sikong Lai strode into the living room, his eyes brimming with scrutiny and disdain. The 3 legendary tier pet beasts behind him hadn't been recalled, they followed him and openly, their powerful aura making the air in the entire villa feel thick and heavy. I hear Jinghua University gave you a special admission offer? He sounded like he was interrogating a criminal. Yifan didn't even rise from the sofa, merely lifting his eyelids. Got something to say? Poof. Sikong Lai was enraged by Yifan's indifferent attitude. A mere D-rank beastmaster, leading a bunch of misfits, dares to put on airs in front of me? No sooner had the words left his mouth than 3 icy gazes locked onto him simultaneously, Luo Qingxue's, Lin Xiaotong's, and Qinghe's, who had just emerged from the sword. Don't you dare speak to the master like that. Who do you think you are, talking to the boss like that? Mortals, do you wish to die? 3 distinct yet equally terrifying auras erupted in an instant. Sikong Lai and his 3 S-rank pets were all forced to stumble back a step by the sheer force of this aura. Incredulity and horror finally spread across his face. Sikong Lai's face turned ashen. His 3 S-class legendary beasts, the pride of his arsenal, had unconsciously revealed fear the moment they clashed with those 3 auras. How could this be possible? One was an F-rank cook, another AB-rank knight, and the third's origins were entirely unknown. How could they possibly suppress his legendary grade pet beasts? Sikong Lai refused to accept this reality. His pride was utterly ignited, transforming into raging fury. A bunch of reckless ants. Daring to roar at me.
Thunder Eagle. Nightmare. Behemoth. Tear them apart.
At his command, the Judgment Eagle's wings flashed with thunderous lightning, the Nightmare steed snorted demonic flames from its nostrils, and the golden behemoth pounded its chest, unleashing a deafening roar. All three S-rank pets lunged simultaneously at Luo Qingxue and her companions. The entire villa trembled violently under this overwhelming pressure, as if it might collapse at any moment. You're asking for death. Lin Xiaoton charged first, waving her battle banner as a golden Valkyrie apparition materialized behind her. With a valiant charge, she collided directly with the colossal golden behemoth. Luo Qingxue pressed her palms together, summoning a colossal phoenix sun that blazed into existence.
Its scorching heat instantly vaporized the Nightmare Warhorse's demonic flames.
Xinghe, ever the silent warrior, transformed into a streak of azure sword light. Mid-air, it collided fiercely with the countless thunderbolts unleashed by the Judgment Eagle.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Terrifying energy ripples surged outward, instantly reducing every piece of furniture and decoration within the villa to dust. Yet even in one-on-one combat, Sikon Lai soon realized with horror that his three battle-hardened S-rank pets were completely outmatched. Lin Xiaodong's power was overwhelmingly domineering, capable of directly clashing with the golden behemoth and even subtly gaining the upper hand.
Luo Qingxue's Phoenix Sacred Flame, sacred and overbearing, perfectly countered the Nightmare Warhorse's dark demonic flames.
And Xinghe's sword light was razor-sharp to the extreme. The Thunder Shield, the pride of the Judgment Eagle, was as flimsy as paper beneath her blade, torn apart effortlessly.
Impossible. This absolutely cannot be.
Sikon Lai was beside himself with fury, utterly unable to comprehend the events unfolding before his eyes. This completely defied his understanding of class levels and pet quality.
Stop fighting. Just then, Yifan's voice rang out.
He rose slowly from the sofa, merely brushing imaginary dust from his clothes.
You've wrecked my place. You're paying for it.
The moment he spoke, the two combatants locked in fierce battle simultaneously halted. Luo Qingxue, Lin Xiaoton, and Xinghe instantly returned to stand behind Yifan, like the most loyal guards. Meanwhile, Sikon Lai's three arrogant S-class beast companions instinctively retreated the moment they saw Yifan rise, their eyes betraying a primal fear rooted deep in their bloodline.
They sensed an aura emanating from this D-rank beast tamer that was far more terrifying than their master's, an aura akin to that of a god. Sikon Lai noticed his pet's unusual behavior. Staring intently at Yifan, he gritted his teeth and spat out. Who the hell are you? A passing D-rank beastmaster.
Yifan replied indifferently.
He walked step by step towards Sikon Lai. Originally, I had no interest in you. But you've damaged my home, and that troubles me. With each step, an invisible yet terrifying pressure descended sufficient to crush the ancient heavens themselves. Beads of cold sweat instantly formed on Sikon Lai's forehead. He sensed he was facing not a mere mortal, but an endless starry sky, a deity gazing down upon all living beings. He tried to step back, only to find his feet as if weighed down by lead, utterly immobile. You. He struggled to speak, but only a single word escaped his lips. Yifan had already stepped before him. He extended his hand and, under Sikon Lai's horrified gaze, gently placed it atop the golden behemoth's head beside him. Infinite evolution.
Yifan silently murmured in his mind. Detected evolvable target, golden behemoth S rank.
Evolution path 1, Titan behemoth SS rank. Evolution path 2, abyssal demon ape SS rank. Evolution path 3, battle saint ape SSS rank. Evolution requirements: 1 ancient colossus heart, 10 earth source crystals, 1 drop of Titan divine blood. Chapter 14, The Allure of Higher Life Forms.
A cascade of information surfaced in Yifan's mind. He glanced at them briefly before withdrawing his hand. Potential was decent, but alas, it had chosen the wrong master. He shook his head, as if lamenting a treasure gathering dust. As soon as Yifan's hand left it, the golden behemoth collapsed onto the ground as if utterly drained, its entire body trembling uncontrollably.
In that instant, it had sensed its very bloodline and soul being laid bare.
Worse still, it had felt the alluring promise of ascending to a higher plane of existence. Sikon Lai watched his beloved beast in this pitiful state, and shame and fear completely overwhelmed him.
I surrender. He practically ground the words out between clenched teeth. Pay up.
Yifan extended his hand. Sikon Lai's face flushed alternately pale and crimson before he finally retrieved an anonymous black crystal card from his storage ring and tossed it to Yifan.
There's 100 million in here. Is that enough? Enough.
Yifan took the card and said indifferently, "You can leave now." Sikon Lai clenched his fists so tightly his nails dug deep into his palms. Accompanied by 3 equally bedraggled spirit beasts, he left the villa without a backward glance. He feared that staying another second would shatter his resolve completely at the hands of this monster.
Boss, just letting him go like that? That's way too easy on him.
Lin Xiaoton protested indignantly.
Not so fast.
A playful curve lifted at the corner of Yifan's lips.
He'll be back. And he'll be begging to come back.
He glanced at the black crystal card, then checked the materials required for the golden behemoth's evolution on his pet panel.
Battle Saint Ape, SSS tier. This was a valuable asset. Sikon Lai returned to Jinghua in a daze. His trip to Jiangcheng had been a complete nightmare. Everything he had once prided himself on had been crushed to dust by that D-rank beast tamer. He locked himself away in the palace for 3 full days and nights. On the 4th day, he finally emerged. The defiance and fury in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a near-obsessive madness. He sought out his father, Skongjian, the leader of the Imperial Extreme Guild. "Father, I must enter the Tower of Torment." Sikongjian stared at his son, his brow furrowed. "Nonsense. The Tower of Purgatory is a death trap. Entering it with your current strength is nothing but suicide." "I'm not afraid of death." Sikon Lai's voice was hoarse, yet unwavering. "That man named Ji Fan in Jiangcheng, his pet beast, is stronger than mine. I refuse to accept this. I will grow stronger. I will grow stronger as fast as possible. Then I'll take everything he has." Sikongjian fell silent. He knew his son's spirit had been crushed. If he didn't let him fight back and reclaim his pride, he might be ruined for life. "Fine." He finally nodded. "I approve." Half a month later. The day of freshman registration at the nation's premier martial arts university. Yi Fan led Luo Qingxue and Lin Xiaotong into this prestigious institution, renowned as the highest seat of learning in the Dragon Nation. Qing had transformed into a small green sword, fastened to Yi Fan's waist as he entered seclusion to refine the piece of Xian ice iron. The trio's arrival instantly drew the attention of all the new students. "Look! Those are the 3 special admissions who broke the national dungeon record. Is that guy the legendary D-rank beast tamer, Yi Fan?" The 2 girls beside him are stunning. One aloof, one lively, they're a perfect match. The murmurs were laced with envy, jealousy, and even defiance. Just then, a stunning woman in a Jinghua University instructor's uniform curves to die for, yet with a face as cold as ice clicked her high heels to a stop before the trio. "You are Yi Fan, Luo Qingxue, and Lin Xiaodong?" Her voice was as icy as her expression. "I'm your new advisor. My name is Lang Yu. From today onward, you fall under my jurisdiction." Her gaze swept over the trio, lingering for a second on Yi Fan's D-class profession badge. A fleeting, barely perceptible hint of disdain flickered in her eyes. "Follow me for the new student initiation trial." She turned and walked away without giving the 3 a chance to ask questions. Yi Fan and the others followed her to a massive trial arena. Already standing in the center of the arena was a young man. It was Sikon Lai, whom they hadn't seen in half a month. His aura now radiated several times the power he had before, his eyes blazing with madness and confidence as if he had been completely reborn. "Master, is this the opponent you mentioned for my trial?" Sikon Lai licked his lips as he looked at Yi Fan, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "A D-rank waste?" Cold Moon nodded, announcing in a voice devoid of emotion. "New student trial, content live combat. Special admit Sikon Lai versus special admit Yi Fan. Rules, no restrictions. Until one party is completely incapacitated." The moment Lang Yu finished speaking, a thunderous roar erupted from the spectator stands surrounding the trial arena. "Sikon Lai versus Yi Fan? What kind of joke is this? Isn't this a one-sided slaughter?" "Exactly. Sikon Lai is a monster who survived the Inferno Tower. Word is his 3 S-rank beasts all underwent secondary evolution, skyrocketing their power. That Yi Fan guy has terrible luck facing such a tough opponent right after enrollment and under no-holds-barred rules? He'll be skinned alive if he doesn't die. Word is Instructor Cold Moon despises students who get in through connections. This is clearly using Sikon Lai to teach Yi Fan a lesson." Listening to the surrounding whispers, a bloodthirsty, satisfied grin spread across Sikon Lai's face. He fixed Yi Fan with a gaze as intense as a starving wolf eyeing its prey. "Yi Fan, the humiliation you inflicted on me half a month ago today, I'll repay you 100-fold. I'll make you taste the torment of the Tower of Torment." With a wave of his hand, 3 massive magical arrays unfolded behind him. Roar! Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, 3 beasts larger and more terrifying than before appeared on the trial grounds. The golden behemoth had now evolved into a titan behemoth, towering over 20 meters tall. Its entire body was covered in rock-like keratin, radiating explosive power. The judgment eagle had evolved into the thunder punishment sky eagle, its wings now channeling thunder into devastating purple-black divine lightning. And the nightmare warhorse had evolved into the hell nightmare, no longer burning with demonic flames, but with ghostly green hellfire capable of scorching souls. 3 SS-class beasts. This terrifying aura instantly silenced the entire trial arena. Everyone was utterly stunned by Sikon Lai's completely transformed strength. "See that, Yi Fan?" Sikon Lai roared with maniacal laughter. Chapter 15, Not a single hair left. "This is my power now. And you? What about your bunch of misfits? Why not call them out? Let my little darlings get up close and personal with them?" He deliberately emphasized the word acquaint, his eyes brimming with unmasked lechery and cruelty. "Master, let me tear his mouth apart. Boss, this guy's way too cocky. We gotta teach him a lesson." Luo Qingxue and Lin Xiaotong were already seething with frustration below the stage. Yi Fan merely waved them off, signaling them to calm down.
Lifting his head, he calmly regarded the frenzied Seikon Lai and spoke slowly.
Are they meant to deal with scum like you? You're not worthy.
As the words fell, no magic array appeared behind Yifan. Yet the entire space of the trial arena began to violently distort beyond control. A terrifying pressure, millions of times more formidable than Seikon Lai's 3 SS-class beasts combined, slowly awoke like a primordial god king slumbering for billions of years.
Boom! A golden divine light shot skyward.
Within the divine light, the shadowy form of a seraphim slowly materialized, a being wielding the judgment holy sword, 12 wings sprouting from its back.
That was one of Luo Qingxue's evolutionary paths. Boom!
Another crimson pillar of light pierced the heavens and earth. Within the pillar, the phantom of a Valkyrie stood proudly, clad in blood-stained battle armor, wielding a shattered divine spear, her eyes blazing with unyielding resolve and battle intent.
That was Lin Xiaotong's ultimate form. Boom! Finally, a cyan sword intent powerful enough to cleave the heavens tore through space. Within that sword intent, a peerless sword immortal stood, its face indistinct yet radiating an aura of annihilation, sword in hand. That was Cheng-He's supreme sword path. 3 divine-level apparitions simultaneously materialized behind Yifan. Sacred, indomitable, razor-sharp. 3 distinct yet perfectly fused auras swept across the entire arena. In that instant, the entire world fell silent. Seikon Lai's 3 arrogant SS-grade pet beasts, in the presence of these 3 god-tier illusions, resembled 3 trembling quails.
Unable to even stand steady, they immediately collapsed to the ground, emitting pitiful cries of terror.
The maniacal grin on Seikon Lai's face froze solid. The madness and confidence in his eyes were instantly replaced by boundless terror and utter bewilderment. Divine tier bloodlines? All 3?
He felt his entire worldview shatter into dust at that moment. Even on the viewing platform, the icy-hearted instructor Lang Yu, whose expression had remained unchanged for 1,000 years, displayed an utterly horrified look for the very first time. Her hand, clutching the lesson plan, trembled slightly beyond her control. Yifan paid no heed to the collective shock. He fused the power of the 3 great beast companions and stepped forward. No skills were used. Just the purest of punches. Boom! The air itself shattered. A visible white shockwave, traveling faster than the speed of sound, instantly slammed into Seikon Lai's 3 SS-grade pets. No screams. The moment the massive bodies touched the shockwave, they vanished without a trace, like pencil drawings erased by a rubber. Not a single hair remained.
Put. Seikon Lai, whose soul was bound to his beasts, was struck as if by lightning. He violently coughed up a mouthful of blood, his entire body flying backward. He slammed heavily into the protective barrier of the trial ground, sliding to the ground, his fate unknown. Instant kill. 3 SS-class beast companions, obliterated with a single punch. The entire trial arena fell deathly silent for 3 seconds. Then erupted an unprecedented, deafening uproar. What did I just witness? A miracle? 1 punch. 3 SS-class beasts. Gone just like that? Isn't he a D-rank beastmaster? How could he possibly wield the power of 3 divine bloodlines simultaneously? Monster. He's not human. He's a complete and utter monster. All eyes were fixed on the youth slowly retracting his fist. Awe, fear, and worship. Yifan didn't even glance at the unconscious Seikon Lai on the ground. His gaze shifted toward mentor Lang Yu in the stands. Instructor, is the trial over? I still need to go to the cafeteria for dinner. Lang Yu snapped back to reality. She stared at Yifan, her mouth opening and closing, yet no words came out. The barrage of harsh words and scolding she had prepared now stuck in her throat, seeming utterly hollow and ridiculous. For the first time, she felt genuine, heartfelt fear toward a student. The results of the freshman trials swept through Jiangcheng University like a Category 12 superstorm. Within a single day, Yifan's name transformed from that of a D-rank good-for-nothing who relied on connections into a god-tier monster that no one dared to look at directly. And his casual remark about heading to the cafeteria for a meal became Jiangcheng University's viral meme of the year. Of course, none of this concerned Yifan. At that moment, he sat in the extravagant special admissions dormitory of Jiangcheng University, poring over a freshman handbook. First Secret Realm, Title Throne? His finger paused on a particular page of the handbook. Title Throne, one of Jiangcheng University's exclusive realms, accessible only to first-year students. At its core lay the ruins of a sea tribe, teeming with oceanic magical beasts and elemental creatures. Most crucially, deep within the realm, a fallen sea goddess is said to slumber. Around her throne, a rare substance known as the deep sea heart flourishes abundantly. The deep sea heart can greatly enhance the potential of water-type and psychic-type pet beasts. Water and psychic types? Yifan stroked his chin. The 3 pets he currently possessed fire-type, physical-type, and sword-type each had distinct attributes. It seemed he was still missing either a support or a crowd control type. Just then, a knock sounded at the dorm room door. Lin Xiaotong opened the door to find their advisor, Lang Yu, standing outside. The Lang Yu standing there bore no trace of the icy aloofness she had displayed upon their first meeting. She had shed her rigid instructor uniform for a sexy black bodycon dress that accentuated her stunning figure to perfection.
She held a gift box in her hand, her face flushed with an unnatural blush and a hint of nervousness.
Yi Yafan.
She stepped into the living room, avoiding Yi Fan's gaze.
I was blind to your true worth before. I apologize for misunderstanding you. She placed the gift box on the table. This is a small token of my appreciation. Inside is a tear of the sea siren. I hope it proves useful to you.
After apologizing, she turned and left as if trying to escape.
Wait.
Yi Fan called out to her.
His gaze fell upon Long Yu's fair neck. There, she wore a seemingly ordinary silver necklace. Its pendant was a small seashell emitting a faint blue glow. Insight talent activated silently.
A flood of information surged into Yi Fan's mind.
Contractable target, Cold Moon sealed. Race, human merfolk hybrid. Current potential rating, S-class frost mage. Hidden bloodline, siren mythical tier, sealed.
Sealing object, ancient sea god's conch shell slowly absorbing host's vitality and bloodline power.
Evolution Path 1, Kraken of the North Sea God tier area control.
Evolution Path 2, Enchantress God tier mind control.
Evolution Path 3, Title Song God tier super support.
Yi Fan's lips slowly curved upward. So the fourth pet he'd been searching for had come to him of its own accord.
Chapter 16, The Tiny Conch Pendant.
Cold Moon stiffened slightly when Yi Fan called out to her. Turning to meet Yi Fan's eyes calm as an abyss, she felt an inexplicable flutter of unease.
Is there something else, Yi Fan? Your necklace is quite unique. Yi Fan's gaze settled on the tiny seashell pendant hanging from her neck.
Long Yu instinctively touched the necklace, forcing a smile.
It's a family heirloom. It's trying to kill you.
Yi Fan cut her off abruptly. Those 4 words struck her like 4 bolts of lightning, instantly crashing down upon Long Yu's head. The smile froze on her face, replaced by uncontrollable shock and horror. What nonsense are you spouting? Her voice rose involuntarily, tinged with a tremor she hadn't even noticed herself. This secret was her greatest vulnerability, the very source of her nightly torment.
No one but herself could possibly know.
It's draining your vitality and bloodline. Yi Fan continued calmly stating the facts.
Every midnight, doesn't your heart ache as if pierced by an ice spike? And lately, hasn't the duration of that pain been growing longer?
Cold Moon's face instantly drained of color, turning as pale as paper. She stumbled backward several steps, bracing herself against the wall to steady her wobbling legs. The look in her eyes shifted from shock to utter terror.
How could he know? How could he possibly know these details?
Who are you? She managed to ask, her voice hoarse.
Someone who can save you.
Yi Fan stepped forward and extended his hand.
Give it to me.
Cold Moon stared at Yi Fan's outstretched hand, then glanced at the necklace around her own neck, her eyes filled with inner conflict. This conch shell was her mother's only keepsake and the key to sealing the other half of her bloodline within her.
Removing it would have unimaginable consequences. No, no.
She shook her head repeatedly.
Taking it off will kill me.
Without it, you won't survive 6 months. Yi Fan withdrew his hand, his tone utterly unruffled. And your death will be agonizing. The bloodline power within you will be drained dry by it, leaving you nothing but a desiccated corpse. A desiccated corpse. Those 2 words felt like the most vicious curse, causing Long Yu's body to tremble violently. She wanted to protest, but no words came out. Because she knew Yi Fan's words were all true. She could feel herself growing weaker day by day. Despair washed over her like a tidal wave, engulfing her in an instant. She, the esteemed S-class mentor of Jinghua University, faced this bizarre curse without the slightest power to resist. Is there no other way? She asked in a voice bordering on supplication, setting aside all her pride.
There is.
Yi Fan looked at her.
Become my pet beast.
Not only can I save you, but I can also help you master your true power.
Boom. Cold Moon's mind went blank. Become his pet beast? A D-rank Beastmaster wants to take her, an S-rank mentor, as his pet beast?
This was pure fantasy.
Absurd.
Yet, gazing into Yi Fan's eyes devoid of any trace of jest, she found herself unable to laugh. She knew this was her only way out.
Dignity or life?
This choice lay before her, brutally stark. She opened her mouth, struggling to make a decision.
Just then, a grand and ancient bell tolled across the entire sky above Jinghua University.
Immediately afterward, a commanding voice echoed throughout every corner of the campus.
Attention all freshmen. The first secret realm, Title Throne, will officially open in 10 minutes. All new students must immediately assemble at Central Plaza. No exceptions. It's here.
Battle fervor instantly ignited in Luo Qingxue and Lin Xiaodong's eyes.
Cold Moon's heart sank to the depths.
She knew she had no time left for hesitation. Gazing at Yi Fan, her pearly teeth bit into her lips until they bled.
Finally, she slowly closed her eyes and, trembling, unfastened the conch shell necklace from her neck.
She handed it to Yi Fan, as if it had drained every ounce of strength from her body.
I agree. The contract is sealed.
Yi Fan took the necklace, then gently touched his finger to Long Yu's forehead.
Contract target Line Yu has consented. Universal contract activated. Contract established.
Congratulations, host.
Successfully contracted the 4th pet beast, Long Yu. Return, all upgrades, evolutions, enhancements, and skills of the contracted entity will be fully returned to you. First mythic bloodline contract reward, 1 divine essence, 1 evolution point. Boom! A terrifying energy surge more colossal and boundless than when he contracted the sword spirit, brimming with the power of oceans and spirit crashed into Yifan's body like a river of stars pouring down. His level began to skyrocket once more at this very moment. Level 31. Level 32. Level 35. Simultaneously, a towering blue light erupted from Long Yu's body. The siren bloodline suppressed within her for years was finally unleashed. Behind her materialized a colossal, otherworldly mermaid apparition. Its song seemed capable of enchanting all beings, luring souls into utter ruin. The light faded. Long Yu's appearance remained largely unchanged, yet her entire aura underwent a profound transformation. The icy chill had diminished, replaced by a deadly allure. Her eyes seemed capable of stealing souls. Her profession panel underwent a dramatic transformation. Name, Long Yu. Class, Seductive Witch Tier 1. Level, 35. Skills, Mental Shock, Enchanting Voice, Ocean's Heart Passive. She felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through her veins. Glancing back at Yifan, her gaze grew intensely complex. She didn't know whether this decision had granted her a new lease on life or plunged her into another abyss. Yifan didn't give her much time to ponder. He opened Long Yu's evolution panel and without hesitation selected the path most suited for the team. Title Song. Use evolution points to activate the first stage of evolution. Evolution point consumption. A glow flared once more around Cold Moon's form as a tidal force brimming with life and healing surged within her. Let's go. Yifan tucked away the now dulled seashell pendant. To the rendezvous. Yes, master. Long Yu flushed, responding in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Central Plaza, Jinghua University. Thousands of freshmen had already assembled, eager and ready to prove themselves in the first secret realm. When Yifan appeared on the plaza accompanied by 3 girls, each uniquely stunning yet all breathtakingly beautiful, he once again became the center of attention. Look! It's Yifan! Who's that new girl beside him? That's Mentor Long Yu? Holy crap! How come Mentor Long Yu is walking with him? And dressed so sexy? Look at her expression, she looks like a blushing bride, her face all flushed. That monster, did he even get the instructor? Chapter 17, More Humiliation. The whispers were thick with envy and disbelief. Just then, a voice dripping with hostility cut through the air from nearby. Yifan! You dare show your face? Everyone turned to see a youth with a dark, sullen expression leading a group of people, advancing with fierce momentum. It was Morong Fu of the Morong clan. Rumor had it his younger brother, Morong Hai, had his leg broken by Yifan during the new student trials. This should be quite the spectacle. The Morong family wields immense power in the capital and fiercely protects their own. Morning Fu stepped before Yifan, his eyes burning with venom. Don't think defeating that good-for-nothing Sikon Lai in the trials makes you invincible. Today, in the title throne, I, Morong Fu, will show you what true despair feels like. Yifan didn't even bother to glance at him, merely uttering 2 indifferent words. Noisy. You. Morong Fu's face instantly turned the color of liver. Noisy? He, the heir apparent of the prestigious Morong clan, an S-tier prodigy, and now he was being described with such words by a D-tier good-for-nothing? This was more humiliating than being slapped in the face in public. Yifan. You just wait. He spat out the threat, but upon seeing the 4 women behind Yifan each radiating an aura more terrifying than the last, he ultimately dared not act on the spot. Instead, he turned and stormed toward the teleportation array, his men following in his wake, seething with resentment. The surrounding students, finding no spectacle to watch, also surged toward the massive teleportation gate in the center of the square, which resembled a water curtain. Master, that guy doesn't seem like he'll let this go, Luo Qingxue whispered beside Yifan. Just a clown. Yifan dismissed him with utter indifference. He stepped through the massive water curtain teleportation gate alongside the 3 women. After a dizzying sensation of weightlessness, the scene before the 4 had completely transformed. They weren't standing on land, but suspended in a deep blue sea. Surrounding them were massive, crumbling ancient ruins, colossal pillars overgrown with bizarre corals, half-collapsed temples, and countless glowing jellyfish. Like stars in the night sky, they illuminated this silent underwater world. Terrifying water pressure squeezed in from all directions, hindering even a rank professional's movements. Welcome to the first secret realm, Title Throne. Main quest, reach the sea god's throne and obtain at least 3 deep sea hearts. Warning, breathing is impossible within the secret realm. Monitor oxygen consumption carefully. The system alert sounded. Lin Xiaotong and Luo Qingxue's expressions shifted slightly as they began to feel a hint of suffocation. Just then, a gentle blue aura spread from Long Yu's body, enveloping all 4 of them. The glow formed a massive bubble, completely sealing out the surrounding seawater. The suffocating sensation vanished instantly, replaced by a comfort akin to being on land. The first layer of Tidal Song's ability, underwater breathing. Cold Moon explained to Yifan, her face flushed. Within this domain, we can move freely as if on land and gain affinity blessings from water elements. Lin Xiaotong immediately jumped up in delight. Wow! Sister Yaya, you're so amazing. This is basically a mobile submarine.
Called that, Long Yu's face flushed even redder.
Not bad. Yi Fan nodded in approval. This was his first direct encounter with the ability of his fourth pet beast. Very practical. Squeak!
Almost simultaneously, a pack of sharp-toothed seawolves, creatures resembling enlarged piranhas with teeth gleaming like cold metal, burst from the shadows of a ruined building, charging madly toward the protective shields of the four.
Boss, I'll handle this.
Lin Xiaodong charged forward first, her holy sword blazing with golden light as she met the swarm head-on. But underwater, her prideful speed and strength were severely diminished. Though a single strike could cleave a sea wolf in two, her movements felt sluggish.
Luo Qingxue's phoenix flames also lost much of their potency in the deep sea.
The fire struggled to maintain its shape in the water, nowhere near as ferocious as it was on land.
Water overcomes fire, common knowledge. Morong Fu's voice, dripping with undisguised schadenfreude, drifted from nearby.
He stood leisurely with his squad within a larger protective barrier, relishing Yi Fan's predicament. Yi Fan, your fire-type enforcer is useless here. Your melee enforcer has slowed to a crawl.
Let's see how you two die.
As he spoke, he pulled a blood-red crystal from his robe and crushed it in his hand.
Blood lure. Buzz. An invisible wave rippled outward. In an instant, the entire ruins erupted. From all directions, thousands upon thousands of sea monsters, drawn by the scent of blood, surged madly toward Yi Fan and his three companions, their eyes glowing crimson. Fanged sea wolves, venomous sea snakes, lurking giant octopuses, and even several massive elite-grade tiger sharks. In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan and his companions were completely surrounded by an endless horde of monsters. Ha! Enjoy the feast I've prepared for you. Morong Fu cackled maniacally from afar.
Once these monsters wear you down, I'll gladly accept the beauties by your side.
Facing the overwhelming tide of monsters, Lin Xiaotong and Luo Qingxue's expressions turned grim. Even Lang Yu felt immense pressure.
Sweat beaded on her forehead as she maintained the protective barrier.
Master.
She looked toward Yi Fan. Yi Fan's face remained utterly expressionless.
He didn't even glance at the frenzied demons.
Instead, he turned and issued his first command to Long Yu.
Sing. Ha!
Long Yu froze, wondering if she'd misheard.
Sing?
Use your enchanting voice. Yi Fan added calmly, sing a song that can calm them down. Though puzzled, Lang Yu obeyed immediately. She drew a deep breath, and a captivating melody flowed gently from her lips. The song had no lyrics, only an ethereal and melodious tune. The melody seemed to carry some magical power, piercing through the protective barrier and echoing across the entire sea. A miracle occurred. The sea monsters, whose eyes had been bloodshot and whose movements had been frenzied, halted their attacks the instant they heard the song. The savagery and frenzy in their eyes receded like a tide, replaced by a look of bewilderment and serenity. Even the elite tiger sharks hovered quietly in the water, as if listening to the most beautiful music in the world. In the distance, Morong Fu's laughter abruptly ceased. His expression was as if he'd seen a ghost. How could this be possible? The bloody lure stone he'd paid a fortune for shattered by a mere song? Qingxue, Xiaotong, move. Yi Fan's voice rang out once more. Yes. This time, Luo Qingxue and Lin Xiaotong held no reservations. Lin Xiaotong transformed into a golden streak of light, charging recklessly through the horde of monsters. Those that had fallen silent offered no resistance whatsoever, falling easily beneath her blade. Luo Qingxue's phoenix flames coalesced into precise fire arrows, systematically eliminating elite targets. This was no longer a battle. It was a one-sided, efficient slaughter. The experience points of Yi Fan and his three companions skyrocketed at a terrifying rate. Chapter 18, Plenty of Rare Materials. Within mere minutes, the surrounding seawater had been stained crimson by the corpses and blood of the monsters. Morong Fu watched, his limbs growing numb and his face ashen. He finally realized the gap between himself and Yi Fan was far too vast to be bridged by a single artifact. Retreat! Retreat now! He dared not linger, frantically leading his team deeper into the secret realm. Yi Fan did not pursue. Surveying the scattered corpses of demons littering the ground, he noted the presence of numerous rare materials. Turning to Lang Yu beside him, he issued another command. Use your psychic power to gather all the valuable materials. Siren nymphs not only possessed the power to enchant all living things, but also wielded formidable psychic abilities. Lang Yu immediately complied. Invisible psychic tendrils extended, precisely extracting demon cores and rare scales from the corpses, gathering them together. It was like the most efficient auto-loot cheat program. Commander, main attacker, melee, support, scavenger. A perfect raid team had officially formed. Let's go. Time to claim what's ours. Yi Fan led the three others, walking steadily toward the deepest part of the ruins. Along the way, whenever they encountered monsters, the routine remained the same. Cold Moon sang to control the battlefield, Lin Xiaotong and Luo Qingxue cleared the area, and finally, Cold Moon looted the spoils. Efficient, harmonious, even carrying a touch of elegance. Soon, they had traversed layer upon layer of obstacles and reached the core area of the ruins.
An immense undersea temple stood before them.
At the temple's center stood a throne carved from a single massive blue crystal.
The throne sat empty.
But surrounding it, suspended in midair, were over a dozen fist-sized, heart-shaped crystals emitting a soft blue glow.
Deep sea hearts. We found them!
Lin Xiaotong exclaimed excitedly. Yet just as they prepared to step forward and claim their prize, a cold, emotionless sword beam shot out without warning from the shadows of the temple, striking straight for Lin Xiaotong, who was leading the way.
Watch out!
Yifan's Qinghe's sword instantly drew from its scabbard, transforming into a flash of azure lightning that precisely intercepted the sneak attack.
Clang! The crisp clang of metal met metal rang out.
A mysterious woman emerged slowly from the shadows. She wore a form-fitting black combat suit and a silver mask, her figure tall and slender. In her hand was an equally pitch-black slender sword, its blade shrouded in wisps of ominous black mist.
That belongs to me.
Her voice was as cold as her blade. But what caught Yifan's attention even more was the faint, almost imperceptible aura emanating from her, an aura that seemed to come from the depths of the abyss.
His insight talent went into overdrive, sounding a frantic alarm. Warning! Abyssal apostle detected. Contractable target? Shielded by abyssal power. Race? Current potential rating?
Danger level, extremely lethal. Yifan's pupils suddenly contracted. For the first time, he faced an opponent whose true nature even his insight skill couldn't fully discern.
Hand over the deep sea heart and get out.
The mysterious woman's voice held not a hint of emotion, yet the black sword in her hand pointed directly at Yifan.
Or die. Arrogant. Qinghe snorted coldly.
A small green sword hovered before Yifan, its tip pointing directly at the mysterious woman. The sharp sword intent caused the surrounding seawater to freeze solid.
You dare draw the sword for its master?
The mysterious woman said nothing, merely flickering her wrist. The slender black blade instantly shattered into dozens of afterimages, striking toward Yifan from all directions like venomous snakes striking out. Each phantom blade contained soul-corroding abyssal power.
Clang!
The sword light formed from Qinghe instantly met the dozens of sword shadows midair, engaging in a fierce clash. The blindingly fast clash of the green and black sword lights produced ear-piercing booms and energy ripples powerful enough to tear space itself with every collision. The temple's floor and walls were slashed by the scattered sword chi, leaving deep gashes. Luo Qingxue and Lin Xiaotong immediately entered combat stance, flanking Yifan on either side while keeping a wary eye on the mysterious woman. Cold Moon channeled her psychic energy, attempting to disrupt the opponent with her enchanting voice. Yet her song, upon touching the black mist swirling around the woman, vanished without a trace, like a stone sinking into the sea. The power of the abyss is immune to all mental control.
Yifan's voice rang out calmly.
He had seen through her abilities. Meanwhile, the battle between Qinghe and the mysterious woman had reached a fever pitch. Qinghe wielded his sword with unparalleled sharpness and uncompromising force, his sweeping strikes radiating an overwhelming dominance that seemed poised to annihilate all. The mysterious woman's swordplay, however, was devious and cunning. Each strike targeted vital points, brimming with lethal intent.
The two were locked in a dead heat. Interesting.
Watching the battle, Yifan found himself intrigued by a peer for the first time. After all, Qinghe wielded the Zuxian sword spirit, a blade that had absorbed the power of the mystic ice iron and been further enhanced by his evolution points. Its combat prowess was more than sufficient to effortlessly crush any SS-tier powerhouse. That this mysterious woman could fight her to a standstill spoke volumes about her own strength.
Xiaotong, go assist her. Yifan ordered. Got it, boss.
Lin Xiaotong, who had been itching to join the fray, let out a spirited cry and charged into battle wielding her sacred sword. The Valkyrie's combat style was fierce and overpowering, perfectly complementing Qinghe's sharp sword intent. Together, they instantly overwhelmed the mysterious woman. Facing their dual assault, the mysterious woman's pressure surged, yet her movements grew even more elusive and unpredictable. She seemed to merge with the shadows, always evading fatal blows at the most critical moments.
Qingxue locked down her movement.
Yes, master. Luo Qingxue raised her hand, summoning walls of phoenix holy fire that shot skyward, instantly sealing off all the mysterious woman's escape routes and forming a flaming cage.
3 against 1. No escape above, no passage below.
The mysterious woman was finally cornered. Yet her gaze remained as cold as ice. Forcing me to unleash my true power is your greatest mistake. She spoke slowly, the black mist swirling around her suddenly surging violently. Behind her, a pair of enormous wings formed from pure dark energy and resembling those of a bat slowly unfolded. A profoundly terrifying aura, 10 times more dreadful than before, erupted with a thunderous roar.
Fallen angel transformation.
Her speed and power surged explosively in that instant.
Boom!
She parried Qinghe and Lin Xiaotong's combined attack with a single sword strike, transforming into a black streak of light that smashed through Luo Qingxue's fiery cage and materialized before Yifan. Her target had been Yifan from the very beginning. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Die! The slender black blade, wielding power to corrode all things, pierced straight toward Yifan's heart.
Its speed was so extreme that even Qinghe couldn't react in time.
Luo Qingxue, Lin Xiaoton, and Lang Yu, all three women's faces simultaneously contorted with utter horror.
Chapter 19, The Fatal Strike of All Power. Master. Boss.
Yet Yi Fan remained standing in place, not even blinking an eye.
Just as the slender black blade was about to touch his body, he extended two fingers. His index and middle fingers.
Then, with effortless ease, he pinched the tip of the blade, a blade sharp enough to pierce a god.
Clink. A faint sound. The entire world seemed to hit pause.
The mysterious woman's decisive, fatal strike was effortlessly blocked by two seemingly ordinary fingers. The terrifying abyssal power contained within the blade's tip, upon contact with Yi Fan's fingers, dissolved rapidly as if encountering its nemesis. The mysterious woman's pupils contracted violently. Beneath her silver mask, a look of utter disbelief and horror flashed for the first time.
How could this be possible?
Her fallen angel transformation was her ultimate trump card, granting her power rivaling an SSS tier powerhouse for a brief moment. This strike was her all-out, life-or-death attack, channeling every ounce of her power.
Yet he caught it with just two fingers? Your power is too chaotic.
Yi Fan looked at her and shook his head. You possess the shell of the abyss, but lack its true essence.
You still don't understand what true power is.
As he spoke, the two fingers pinching the sword tip tightened slightly.
Snap. A crisp snap echoed.
The black slender blade, forged from the abyssal black iron, began to shatter inch by inch, starting from the tip.
Put. The mysterious woman, bound to her weapon of destiny, was struck as if by a heavy blow.
She violently coughed up a mouthful of black blood and flew backward, crashing heavily onto the distant throne. Her silver mask shattered along with her body, revealing a pale, breathtakingly beautiful face beneath.
And a pair of violet eyes filled with shock, resentment, and a hint of bewilderment.
Who are you? She managed to ask, staring at Yi Fan.
A passing D-rank beast tamer.
Yi Fan walked toward her step by step.
Now, I have two choices.
First, kill you and take the deep sea heart.
Second, bind you to me and show you what the true abyss is. His voice was calm, yet it carried an irresistible magic that echoed in the mysterious woman's ears.
The mysterious woman gazed into Yi Fan's eyes so deep they seemed capable of swallowing everything while feeling the abyssal power within her body run wild due to her weapon's destruction. Bitterness filled her heart. She had dominated the abyss battlefields for years, never once defeated. Today, however, she had fallen in a tiny secret realm at the hands of an obscure D-rank beast tamer.
My name is Yemi. She declared her name, making her choice. The contract is formed.
Yi Fan's hand pressed against her forehead. Detected contract subject Yi Mei ceasing resistance.
Universal contract activated. Contract established.
Congratulations, host.
Successfully contracted the fifth pet beast, Night Enchantress.
Return, all upgrades, evolutions, enhancements, and skills of the contract subject will be fully returned to you. First time Abyssal Bloodline contract reward, Abyssal Heart X1, Evolution Points X1. Boom! An unprecedented surge of abyssal source power, chaotic, dark, corrupted, yet brimming with supreme might, exploded within Yi Fan's body like a cosmic Big Bang. In that instant, his level shattered through the 40th tier barrier. Behind him, 5 divine tier illusions slowly materialized. Seraphim, Valkyrie, Sword of Execution, Song of Tides, and a deep abyss demon god seated upon a throne of bones, commanding endless darkness and corruption. The 5 divine beasts, the 5 divine bloodlines. At this moment, they fused perfectly within Yi Fan.
His aura now transcended anything mortal comprehension could grasp.
Merely standing there, he seemed the sovereign of the entire secret realm, the deity of all creation.
Get up! He commanded the gravely wounded Night Enchantress lying on the ground.
He directly implanted the newly acquired abyssal heart into Yi Mei's body. Simultaneously, he expended that precious evolution point.
Evolution Path, Inferno Witch. Initiating the first stage of evolution. Boom! A demonic aura 100 times more terrifying than when she transformed into a fallen angel erupted from Night Enchantress's body. Her wounds healed instantly.
The pair of wings formed from dark energy on her back solidified further, now even blazing with purple-black demonic flames.
Her level instantly skyrocketed to 40.
Rising to her feet, she felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through her veins. Her gaze toward Yi Fan was complex. There was awe, fear, and a hint of curiosity.
Just who was this man?
Not only could he command the power of the abyss, but he could even bestow it upon others. At that moment, the entire tidal throne began to tremble violently. The throne, formed from blue crystal, began to radiate a blinding light. Above the throne, a massive vortex slowly formed. From within the vortex came a series of heart-stopping roars, as if echoing from ancient times.
Oh no! The remnant soul of the sea god has been awakened. Cold Moon's face paled.
We took the deep sea heart and fought here, triggering the throne's restrictions. No sooner had the words left her mouth than a mountain-sized arm, composed entirely of pure water element, erupted from the vortex. It slammed down with devastating force toward everyone below. The sheer force far surpassed the bounds of SSS tier, carrying a hint of true divine might. Facing this world-shattering strike, Yi Mei, Qinghe, Lin Xiaotong, Luo Qingxue, and Leng Yu, the 5 women simultaneously moved to block it. Yet Yi Fan merely waved his hand. Step back. This little show? I'll handle it. He lifted his head, gazing at the colossal hand that obscured the sky. His eyes held no trace of fear, instead revealing a hint of playful amusement. Perfect timing. My pet beast seemed to be missing a water-type one. With that, Yi Fan moved. Instead of retreating, he charged skyward, meeting the colossal hand head-on. Master! Boss! The 5 women cried out in unison, their hearts leaping into their throats. That strike contained divine might. Even now, combined, they had no chance of withstanding it. He actually intended to confront it alone? Yi Fan's figure appeared as small as an ant before that mountain-like giant hand. Yet the aura erupting from his body seemed poised to pierce through the very sky and sea. Behind him, 5 god-tier phantoms surged into his body at an unprecedented speed. The fiery heat of the phoenix, the indomitable will of the martial god, the razor-sharp edge of the sword spirit, the alluring charm of the witch, and the corrupted essence of the demon god. 5 utterly distinct divine powers achieved a perfect equilibrium within his being. His body, in that instant, seemed to transform into a bottomless black hole, voraciously devouring all surrounding energy. Break! He unleashed a punch. An ordinary punch, devoid of any flashiness. Yet it contained power sufficient to shatter stars. Boom! The fist collided with the massive water elemental arm. No earth-shattering explosion erupted. The colossal hand, imbued with divine might, began to melt silently and rapidly from the point of contact the instant it touched Yi Fan's fist like ice exposed to sunlight. In a mere second. That colossal hand, capable of striking despair into any SSS-tier powerhouse, vanished completely into thin air. As if it had never existed. The entire world fell into deathly silence. Within the vortex, the primordial roar abruptly ceased. As if an invisible giant hand had violently clamped down on its throat. Yi Fan did not stop. After shattering the colossal hand with a single punch, he transformed into a streak of light and plunged directly into the immense vortex. Chapter 20, the god-tier phantom appears and disappears. Beyond the vortex lay a chaotic sea of consciousness. No substance, no form. Only a colossal will, forged purely from rage, resentment, and endless solitude, raged within it. Blasphemers shall die. That willpower coalesced into a mental storm, sweeping toward Yi Fan's soul. This was the remnant soul of the sea god. Even as a mere fragment, its divine might was sufficient to instantly annihilate the soul of any SSS-tier powerhouse. Yet it faced Yi Fan. God? Yi Fan floated within the sea of consciousness, 5 god-tier illusions flickering behind him. Before me, you dare call yourself a god? He did not resist. Instead, he opened his arms wide, allowing the mental tempest to surge into his soul. In the next instant, within Yi Fan's sea of consciousness, 5 divine beings simultaneously opened their eyes. The holy light of the seraphim, the indomitable spirit of the Valkyrie, the razor-sharp edge of the sword of execution, the purifying power of the title song, and the devouring force of the abyssal demon. 5 distinct divine wills coalesced into 5 chains, instantly binding the raging remnant soul of the sea god, rendering it utterly immobile. No! This can't be. What kind of monster are you? The sea god's remnant soul let out a shriek of utter terror. It felt its will being violently torn apart and refined by these 5 even more terrifying forces. Submit or vanish. Yi Fan's voice echoed within its core, like the final judgment. The remnant soul of the sea god surrendered all resistance. Yi Fan extended his hand, gently touching the core of that remnant soul and sealing it completely within a deep-sea heart he had just obtained. Light flashed. The deep-sea heart instantly became dazzlingly brilliant, its surface even revealing faint golden divine patterns. Congratulations! Successfully captured the remnant soul of the sea god. Can fuse with any water-based medium to create a new god-tier pet beast. Outside, the massive vortex abruptly collapsed. Yi Fan's figure descended slowly from the sky, his hand playing with the deep-sea heart that shimmered with divine light. The entire title throne returned to stillness. The 5 women stared at him in awe, as if gazing upon a deity walking among mortals. Master! Luo Qingxue's voice trembled slightly. Let's go. The mission is complete. Yi Fan tucked away the unique deep-sea heart, as though he had merely completed a trivial task. The group emerged from the secret realm. When Yi Fan's name once again topped the title throne's leaderboard, accompanied by an unprecedented, mythic, rating, the entire Jinghua University fell utterly silent. This time, no one dared to question. No one dared to envy. What remained was only boundless reverence. Yi Fan paid no heed to the external clamor, leading the 4 women straight back to the dormitory. The moment they entered, a resentful blue sword light pressed against his throat. You actually went to fight by yourself without bringing me. Qinghe materialized from the blade, her icy expression screaming, I am not happy. Yi Fan didn't even glance at the blade's tip, simply tossing a plain deep-sea heart her way. Snack for you. Qinghe caught it instinctively. Feeling the pure water elemental energy within, she snorted coldly but sheathed her sword nonetheless. Clutching the crystal, she retreated to a corner to absorb its energy alone. Just then, the dorm communicator buzzed. A middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and scholarly demeanor appeared on the screen.
Hello, Yi-fan. I'm Ouyang Feng, president of the Tsinghua University Student Council. A warm smile graced the man's face.
Congratulations on breaking the historical record of the title throne. In recognition of your outstanding contribution, the Student Union has decided to confer upon you the title of honorary council member and extend an invitation for you to join us. His tone was more authoritative than inviting.
Not interested.
Yi-fan declined outright.
Ouyang Feng's smile froze momentarily before quickly resurfacing. Mr. Yi-fan, perhaps you are unaware of the Student Council's influence at Tsinghua University.
An honorary council member grants you priority access to the university's S-level resources.
Your companions possess extraordinary talent, yet they lack formal training.
The Student Union can provide them with the most elite mentors and comprehensive development programs, transforming them into truly independent powerhouses rather than perpetual appendages to your influence. His words were cleverly phrased. On the surface, he claimed to have Luo Qingxue's best interests at heart, yet beneath the surface, he was sowing discord while simultaneously undermining Yi-fan, implying their strength had nothing to do with him.
Luo Qingxue's expression instantly turned icy.
Lin Xiaotong immediately planted her hands on her hips and snapped.
You four-eyed toad no jack.
Without the boss, we're nothing. Dare to spout more nonsense, and I'll charge right at you and wrench your head off.
Ouyang Feng's expression finally darkened.
He dropped all pretense, his eyes beneath the glasses flashing with icy coldness. It seems you refuse the wine of respect and insist on tasting the wine of punishment.
Yi-fan, I'm giving you one last chance. Bring your woman and join the student union under my jurisdiction. Otherwise, you won't be able to take a single step on Tsinghua University's campus.
I'll make you understand how laughable personal heroism is when faced with true power.
A threat, a blatant threat.
Yi-fan finally lifted his head and met his gaze directly.
The student union is powerful?
Powerful enough to dictate resource allocation for all students, powerful enough to dominate the upcoming National University Guild League.
Ouyang Feng declared with arrogance. Fine. Yi-fan nodded. Then let's play a game.
In the University League, my team will face off against your student union team.
Ouyang Feng laughed, his smile dripping with contempt. With you? A D-rank Beastmaster, accompanied by 4 women? What do you have to challenge me with? If I win...
Yi-fan ignored his taunts, speaking calmly a single sentence that made Ouyang Feng's pupils contract sharply. Your student council is hereby dissolved.
The position of president will be occupied in turn by my beasts.
Ouyang Feng's communication feed distorted for an instant in utter shock before he abruptly cut the connection. He feared that hearing another word would cause him to lose his composure on the spot.
The entire Tsinghua University internal forum exploded over this communication, recorded by some nosy person. He's lost his mind. That Yi-fan is absolutely insane. Betting the entire student union? And having his pet beasts take turns as president?
That's the most outrageous joke I've heard all year.
President Ouyang is an S-rank spirit lord.
His pet beast, the Wisdom Ancient Tree, can link the minds of every student council member into a battle formation.
What good is individual strength against that? Just wait and see. Yi-fan has finally met his match. President Ouyang will make him pay dearly for his arrogance.
Amidst the storm, Yi-fan's dorm room remained as serene as ever.
Chapter 21, Suspected Dragon Soul Crystal. Boss, are we really going to challenge them?
Lin Xiaotong felt both excited and apprehensive. That student council sounded like it had a lot of members. Many members don't equate to strength, Yi-fan remarked calmly. He opened the Blood Moon Guild's internal quest panel and swiped directly to the highest level exclusive section. This section had been specially unlocked for him by Luo Yanhao using his guild leader privileges. Every mission listed was a forbidden zone where peril and opportunity coexisted. We need resources, and we need real combat experience to gel as a team. Yi-fan's finger paused on a mission titled Valley of the Fallen Dragon. Guild S-rank Forbidden Zone mission, explore Dragonfall Valley. Mission description: the ancient burial ground of colossal dragons, saturated with potent dragon might and undead dragon souls, extremely hazardous. The valley yields abundant dragon-derived materials, with suspected dragon soul crystals deep within.
Recommended party size, 20+ S-rank elite team. This one it is.
Yi-fan accepted it directly.
Master, the recommended party size. Luo Qingxue glanced at the mission description and offered a reminder. That's for ordinary people. We're not ordinary. Yi-fan stood up.
The next day, at Tsinghua University's Resource Exchange Center, Training Ground Reservation Desk, and Guild League Registration Point, every single application related to Yi-fan's team was rejected without exception. The reasons were bizarre and varied.
Insufficient permissions. The venue is already booked. Team not certified by designated institutions. Ouyang Feng's retaliation was swift and thorough.
He wielded every authority of the student union to sever all resource access and developmental opportunities for Yi-fan's team within the school at their very roots.
He intended to make He Fan understand that without the student union's backing, they wouldn't even qualify for the league. That bet had been a joke from the start. Yet, after waiting an entire day, there was no response whatsoever from He Fan's side. No protests. No appeals. As if they had vanished into thin air. Dragonfall Valley. At the entrance, the colossal skeleton of a dragon, as massive as a mountain, formed a natural archway. A bone-chilling wind swept out from the valley, carrying an intangible dragon's might within it. It felt as though thousands of colossal dragons were roaring in one's ears, relentlessly assaulting the very soul. Such overwhelming mental pressure. Lin Xiaodong's face paled slightly. Even the indomitable will of a Valkyrie felt immense strain under this oppressive force emanating from a superior race. Song of the Tides. Cold Moon stepped forward, her ethereal song resonating as a gentle blue aura enveloped everyone. The dragon's might, which seemed capable of crushing souls, was instantly soothed and purified upon contact with the blue aura. The weight on everyone's shoulders lifted instantly. Knight Enchantress, scout ahead. Yi Fan ordered. Yes. Knight Enchantress's figure instantly merged with the shadows, vanishing into the valley's mist. Moments later, her voice echoed in their minds. 300 meters ahead, a group of undead dragons, 37 in number, led by a bone dragon. Qingxue, Xiaotong, prepare. Yi Fan commanded calmly. The group advanced forward. Soon, an army of bone dragons formed from countless dragon bones and appeared before them. The lead bone dragon was enormous, its hollow eye sockets burning with ghostly blue soul flames. It opened its massive jaws, unleashing a dragon's breath filled with the stench of death toward the group. Xiaodong, hold your ground. Got it. Lin Xiaotong roared, summoning the shadowy form of a Valkyrie. A golden aura of divine protection instantly unfolded, forcibly withstanding the impact of that deadly dragon's breath. Qingxue, target its soul flames. Yes, master. Phoenix flames ignited in Luo Qingxue's eyes. A demonic crimson lotus blossomed from her palm, tracing a precise arc around the bone dragon's massive frame and piercing directly into the soul flame within its eye socket. Boom! The sacred phoenix flame was the nemesis of all undead. The once mighty bone dragon didn't even have time to scream before the soul flame in its eye exploded violently. Its massive skeleton crashed to the ground in a heap. With its lord slain, the remaining undead dragon horde instantly lost command, descending into utter chaos. What followed was a slaughter with no suspense whatsoever. Qinghe's sword flashed across the battlefield, slicing through the spine of one undead dragon with every strike. Yeme's figure flickered in and out of the battlefield, extinguishing the soul flame of another undead dragon with her short blade each time she appeared. The battle concluded swiftly. Yi Fan calmly walked to the pile of skeletal dragon remains and picked up a crystal shimmering with an eerie blue glow. Dragon Soul Crystal. Secured. This was merely the first. Their target lay at the valley's deepest recesses, the soul of the Dragon King, slumbering for 1,000 years. Jinghua University, Student Union Headquarters. Ouyang Feng stared at the unresponsive team status of Yi Fan's group, his brow furrowed. Still no word, he asked the vice president beside him. Nothing, President. It's as if they vanished from campus, no activity logs whatsoever. Humph, playing coy. Ouyang Feng snorted coldly. The league registration deadline was now just 24 hours away. I'll see what he uses to assemble an officially recognized team. He had laid a trap so intricate it was impossible to escape. Unless Yi Fan could conjure a guild with league eligibility out of thin air, registration was utterly impossible. Deep within the Valley of Fallen Dragons, atop a throne constructed from colossal dragon bones. A skeletal dragon king, its form 10 times larger than the previous bone dragon, its entire body composed of black crystal-like bones, its eye sockets burning with dark golden soul flames, slowly awoke from slumber. Its awakening elevated the dragon's aura throughout the entire valley to a terrifying peak. This was the one. Yi Fan gazed at the skeletal dragon king, his eyes showing not a trace of fear. Everyone, prepare. This battle must be swift and decisive. The skeletal dragon king sensed the provocation from this swarm of ants. It let out a deafening roar, unleashing a mental shockwave imbued with the dragon king's will that swept across the entire battlefield. The psychic blast is ineffective against us. Cold Moon's song crystallized into an impenetrable barrier of soul, deflecting every impact. Xiaotong, Qinghe, engage it head-on. Yi Mei, locate the core. Qingxue, prepare your ultimate strike. Yi Fan's commands were clear and swift. The four women sprang into action instantly. Lin Xiaotong and Qinghe transformed into streaks of golden and azure light, charging fearlessly toward the skeleton dragon king. The skeleton dragon king's massive claw swung down with force capable of shattering mountains, yet it was firmly braced by Lin Xiaodong's Valkyrie phantom. Qinghe's sword light seized the moment, carving deep gashes into the dragon king's bones. Yeme's figure darted swiftly through the shadows cast by the Dragon King's colossal form, searching for the location of its soul fire core. Found it! Below the third rib on the left. Qingxue. Yi Fan gave the command. Luo Qingxue, who had been preparing for this moment, channeled all her phoenix power into a blazing sun that seemed poised to incinerate everything in its path, unleashing it with devastating force. Boom!
The indestructible black crystal ribs of the skeleton Dragon King were shattered by this strike, leaving a massive gaping hole.
Chapter 22, The Remnant Soul's Deep Sea Heart. Revealing the slowly pulsing, dark gold soul flame core within. Now. Yi Fan's figure moved for the very first time. He materialized instantly before the gap, 5 god-tier illusions flickering behind him. He reached out, ignoring the raging death energy surrounding the soulfire core, and forcibly tore it from within the skeleton Dragon King's body. Roar! The skeletal Dragon King let out a final, resentful howl as its massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash, disintegrating into a sky-filling cloud of bone dust. Yi Fan opened his palm. Resting there was a dark gold crystal, larger than all the Dragon Soul crystals combined, and containing a trace of the Dragon King's will. Dragon King's soul crystal, secured. Without a moment's pause, the group teleported straight back to their dormitory. Only 3 hours remained before the league registration deadline. Boss, what do we do now? We'll never make the deadline. Lin Xiaotong paced frantically. Who said we needed to register? A mysterious smile curved at the corners of Yi Fan's lips. He placed the deep sea heart, sealed with the remnant soul of the sea god, alongside the newly acquired Dragon King soul crystal. Then, he lifted his head and gazed toward a certain corner of the dormitory. There, no one was present. Yet he spoke slowly. After watching the show for so long, it's about time you came out. The 6th and final. It's time to take your place. Yi Fan's words left every girl present stunned. Luo Qingxue, Lin Xiaotong, Long Yu, Yi Mei, and even Cheng Yi, who sat in the corner clutching a crystal, all followed his gaze toward that empty corner. There was nothing there. Boss, who are you talking to? Lin Xiaotong couldn't help but ask, nudging Lang Yu discreetly and glancing at her questioningly, wondering if Yi Fan was under too much mental strain. Long Yu shook her head blankly. Yi Fan offered no explanation. He merely suspended the deep sea heart, which sealed the remnant soul of the sea god, and the Dragon King soul crystal, imbued with the Dragon King's will, before him. Then, he extended his hand and beckoned gently toward the empty corner. Come. Space began to ripple. Like a pebble tossed into a tranquil lake. Light began to warp and air began to tremble in that empty corner. A small, translucent figure as if woven from countless streams of data and light slowly coalesced from the void. It was a little girl who appeared to be only 7 or 8 years old. She wore a white dress woven from pure light, her tiny, delicate feet bare as she floated mid-air. Her eyes were large and luminous, yet within her pupils, it seemed as though billions of stars and endless cascades of data flowed. She looked at Yi Fan, her face expressionless, merely tilting her head slightly. Her voice was ethereal and mechanical. Return command confirmed. Final contract protocol, initiate. All 5 women stared in stunned silence. When had this little girl appeared here? Not one of them had noticed. Who are you? Xinghao was the first to react, transforming into a sword beam to shield Yi Fan. The sword tip pointed directly at the mysterious little girl, her face alert and wary. The little girl paid Xinghao no mind. Her gaze remained fixed solely on Yi Fan from the very beginning. Me? I am a god-tier beast tamer. And your system. Boom. Those words exploded in every girl's mind like a thunderclap that shook the very foundations of creation. She's the system? My existence is bound to the host. The stronger the pet contracted by the host, the faster my core fragments repair. Luo Qingxue, Phoenix Bloodline, repair plus 15. Lin Xiaotong, Valkyrie Divine Essence, repair plus 15. Xinghe, Sword Spirit of the Executioner, repair plus 20. Lang Yu, Siren Demoness, repair plus 20. Yi Mei, Abyssal Witch, 20% restored. To date, core repair rate, 90%. The final Divine Essence and Dragon Essence are still lacking as driving energy. The little girl pointed at the 2 floating crystals before Yi Fan. Now, the energy is in place. Host, please complete the final binding. Let me become your pet beast as well. A faint smile finally touched Yi Fan's face. From the moment of its awakening, he had sensed that this system was not a lifeless entity. Now, the moment of truth had finally arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, he placed his hand atop the little girl's head. All things contract. Simultaneously, the deep sea heart and Dragon King soul crystal transformed into 2 streaks of light, 1 blue, 1 gold, instantly merging into the little girl's body. Final contract target detected. System spirit has consented. Universal contract activated. Divinity infused. Dragon essence infused. Core energy replenished. Final contract established. Congratulations, host. You have successfully contracted the 6th and final pet beast, the system spirit. Return, all abilities of the contracted entity will be returned to you at 100%. First contract concept god reward, world rule control basic, 3 evolution points. Boom. A terrifying force beyond description, transcending all existing power systems and originating from the very source of the world, roared to life within Yi Fan's body. This force was no longer mere energy, it was a rule, a concept, an order. In that instant, his level shattered the 50-tier barrier, ascending into a completely new, uncharted realm. Simultaneously, the little girl system's body underwent earth-shattering transformations.
Her form solidified from ethereal to tangible, her dress woven from light transforming into a magnificent gown adorned with dragon scales and divine patterns. From her back, a pair of wings unfolded, one on each side. One pair was formed from sacred seawater, while the other was crafted from dark golden dragon bones.
Divine essence and dragon essence fused perfectly within her. Name, Lingyi named. Class, Dragon God of Rules Mythic Unique. Level, 50. Skills, Data Tampering, Rule Reshaping, Worldline Observation Basic. Passive skill, Divine Domain, all allied units near the master gain a 30% boost to all attributes. Done.
Yifan withdrew his hand, feeling an unprecedented power surge within him. It was as if the entire world lay within his grasp.
Boss. Time.
Lin Xiaodong's anxious voice snapped him back to reality. Less than an hour remained before league registration closed.
What's the rush?
Yifan glanced at Lingyi, who had just completed his evolution.
Can you handle it?
Lingyi floated beside him, nodding. Her voice remained ethereal, yet now carried a hint of humanity.
No big deal.
This world's league system is like a crude web game to me.
She extended her small hand and tapped lightly at the void.
A back-end interface visible only to her and Yifan materialized before them, composed of countless lines of code and rules. I can bypass any restrictions and directly create a challenger seat with the highest priority. This slot is exempt from registration deadlines, guild verification requirements, and grants the authority to forcibly challenge any team at any stage of the league.
Chapter 23. Don't even think about breaking through my defense.
She looked at Yifan.
Master, choose a name for your team.
Yifan thought for a moment before uttering 2 words.
Divine Throne. Command received.
Lingyi's small hand fluttered swiftly across the virtual screen.
Team, Divine Throne, created successfully.
Members, Yifan, Luo Qingxue, Lin Xiaodong, Qinghe, Longyu, Yimei.
Challenger seats have been generated.
Data uploaded to the league's main server.
Jinghua University, Student Union Headquarters.
Before the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, Ouyang Feng held a glass of red wine, leisurely watching the enormous countdown timer on the wall.
Time remaining until the National University Guild League registration deadline, 1 minute. 1 minute.
A dismissive chuckle escaped his lips. Yifan, your arrogance will soon become the laughingstock of the entire university. He had the press release ready. The moment the countdown ended, he would immediately issue a campus-wide announcement declaring Yifan's team had forfeited the wager by failing to register, followed by the harshest ridicule and condemnation.
10 seconds. 9 seconds. 1 second. Midnight. Registration is now closed. It's over.
Ouyang Feng raised his wine cup, about to drink it all in one gulp. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. The massive light screen displaying all registered teams suddenly went black without warning. Immediately, rows of scarlet-colored, chaotic code bearing the highest level warning began cascading down the screen like a raging waterfall.
Warning. Unknown data source intrusion detected. Warning. Core protocols have been altered. Warning. Highest priority challenger seat generated. An ear-piercing alarm instantly blared throughout the entire student council headquarters. All staff members leapt from their seats in terror, staring in disbelief at the now chaotic display. Ouyang Feng's wine glass clattered to the floor, shattering into pieces.
Under everyone's gaze, the garbled code on the screen slowly faded away.
A brand new, reshaped league matchup list reappeared on the screen.
At the very top of all teams, in a domineering, dark gold font that seemed etched into the very fabric of reality, a new team name appeared.
Divine Throne.
Not only that, but following the team name was an exceptionally conspicuous, never-before-seen special designation.
Top seed, Sole Challenger Team.
Privilege, may unconditionally challenge any team at any stage of the league, including but not limited to the student council representative team.
Ouyang Feng's pupils instantly contracted to the size of pinpricks.
He stared fixedly at those words, feeling his heart had stopped beating. The power he prided himself on, the meticulously laid trap he had constructed at this very moment, it was crushed to dust by a force he couldn't comprehend, a power bordering on the divine.
This was no longer about following the game's rules. This was outright rewriting the game itself. He jerked his head up, gazing toward Yifan's dormitory.
For the first time, his eyes betrayed an emotion called fear. Meanwhile, in Yifan's dorm room, Lingyi pointed at the match list on the screen, turned to Yifan, and asked in her ethereal voice.
Master, who shall we challenge in the first match?
Yifan's gaze slowly swept across the virtual screen's match roster, finally settling on a team labeled Ace Shield beneath the student council representative squad.
Let's start by smashing through his toughest shield, he said indifferently. Command received. Lingyi's small hand traced through the void, sending out an invisible command.
The next second, every student at Jinghua University watching the league's holographic display witnessed a jaw-dropping spectacle. The name of the Divine Throne team instantly shifted to stand beside the Titan team. The first matchup was confirmed. The entire campus forum erupted once more over this decision. He didn't pick the student council? He actually chose the Titan team? He chickened out.
He dared not challenge President Ouyang directly. Team Titan was President Ouyang's right-hand force. Their captain, Iron Mountain, was an SS-tier Earth Titan whose signature Earth Turtle shell formation boasted absolute defense. Even the S-tier Mentor Core couldn't break through it. Yifan wanted to bite off a tough bone first, but he picked a slab of iron instead. This should be entertaining. The Titan squad excels at attrition warfare. They could grind their opponents to death. Student Council Headquarters. Ouyang Feng stared at the updated battle roster, his expression freezing for a moment before erupting into a hearty laugh. Stupid. Utterly stupid. He picked up the internal communicator and directly connected to Iron Mountain, captain of the Titan squad. Taishan, your mission is not to win. Ouyang Feng's voice was thick with icy malice. Your mission is to humiliate them. Use your strongest defense to make every single one of their attacks look like a joke. I want the entire school to see that their so-called attacks aren't even worthy of tickling you. Understood, President. Came Iron Mountain's deep, resonant reply from the other end of the communicator, brimming with absolute confidence. The next day, at the league's main arena, the massive floating arena island buzzed with the roar of the crowd. On one side of the arena stood 5 men as imposing as iron towers. At the head, Taishan towered over 2 meters 50, his body a mass of coiled muscle, his skin a rock like grayish-brown. Merely standing there, he exuded an unshakable, weighty presence. On the opposite side, Yifan led his 5 female companions onto the arena at a leisurely pace. Is that the Divine Throne team? Why does it feel like they're out on a picnic with their harem? Their looks were top tier, but unfortunately, the competition didn't judge by appearance. The stands buzzed with skeptical murmurs. The match begins. At the referee's command, Taishan roared, slamming both fists into the ground. Earth Turtle Shell Formation. Boom! A massive, earth-colored energy shield, engraved with countless mystical runes, instantly rose from the ground, enveloping the 5 members of the Titan team completely. The entire arena island trembled slightly from the impact. Come on, Yifan! Iron Mountain roared with maniacal laughter from within the shield. Let me see if your attacks can even leave a scratch on this turtle shell. Boss, I'll go first. Lin Xiaotong, her fighting spirit surging, channeled the Valkyrie's spirit. Wielding the sacred sword, she transformed into a golden streak of light, slashing fiercely at the earthen-hued shield. Clang! A deafening clang echoed. Lin Xiaotong felt an unstoppable recoil force surge back at her, sending her flying backward. Yet the shield didn't even ripple. Useless! Iron Mountain sneered. My Earth Turtle shell formation is connected to the earth veins of this entire floating island. Unless you can sink this island with a single strike, you'll never break through my defenses. Seeing this, Luo Qingxue unleashed the Phoenix Blazing Sun, smashing it down with all her might. The flames exploded, yet failed to shake the earthen-hued protective barrier in the slightest. Qinghe's swordlight and Yeme's assassination attempt both returned empty-handed. See that? This is absolute defense. Your attacks are nothing but a joke. Taishan and his team taunted unrestrainedly from within the shield. The students in the stands let out a chorus of boos. Is that all? All bark and no bite. All that hype, and they can't even break through the opponent's defense. Ouyang Feng, seated in the VIP box, raised his wine glass with a satisfied smile. This was precisely the effect he desired. To make Yifan look utterly ridiculous and lose all dignity under the spotlight. Yet from start to finish, Yifan's face remained utterly expressionless. He didn't even glance at that impenetrable shield. The warm-up concluded. Chapter 24, The Pupil of the Stars. His calm voice cut through the roar of the stadium, reaching every ear with crystal clarity. The jeers abruptly ceased. Everyone assumed he was about to step in personally, unleashing some earth-shattering move to prove himself. Yet Yifan remained rooted to the spot, not even lifting a finger. He merely turned his head and issued an utterly simple command to Lingy, the system girl floating in the air beside him, visible only to him. Lingy, cut it off. Command received. Lingy hovered on Yifan's shoulder. Within her eyes, which seemed to contain countless stars, streams of data flashed by in an instant. Rules reshaping, initiating. Definition, energy link between the Earth Turtle shell formation and the floating island's geomantic veins. Command, delete. Her voice was ethereal, devoid of emotion, as if proclaiming an irrevocable divine decree. On the battlefield, the indestructible earthen-hued protective shielded surface swirling with arcane runes suddenly flickered without warning, then dimmed completely. Within the shield, Iron Mountain's maniacal grin froze instantly. A profound, soul-shaking emptiness surged through him. He sensed the energy link between himself and the island beneath his feet, that ceaseless, seemingly inexhaustible supply of power being forcibly severed in this instant by a higher, incomprehensible force. No! My power! He screamed in terror as the shield's color visibly shifted from a thick, earthy yellow to a fragile, pale yellow. On the viewing platform, Ouyang Feng's smile froze. He stared intently at the shield as it weakened, utterly baffled by what was happening. Now! Yifan's voice rang out once more. Qingxue, Xiaotong, Xinghe, Yeme, Lang Yue. He called out the 5 names one by one. Act together. Yes, Master. The 5 women's response was perfectly synchronized, filled with absolute obedience. In the next instant, 5 distinct yet equally terrifying attacks erupted simultaneously. Luo Qingxue's Phoenix Blazing Sun. Lin Xiaodong's Valkyrie Divine Judgment. Qinghe's Executioner's Swordlight. Yi Mei's Abyssal Dark Stab. Cold Moon's Siren's Raging Tide. 5 torrential waves of annihilating energy surged from 5 distinct directions, crashing down with thunderous force upon the tortoise shell formation that had lost its earth pulse support. Boom! This time, it was no longer a dull thud. Instead, a shattering clang rang out, as crisp as crystal shattering. The earthen tortoise shell formation, touted as an absolute defense, couldn't withstand the concentrated assault of the 5 women for even a second. It shattered explosively, scattering into a sky filled with sparkling points of light. The violent energy shockwave swept out like a tsunami. Taizhan and his 4 teammates didn't even have time to scream before being hurled away by the force, like kites with severed strings. They crashed heavily outside the arena, charred black, instantly incapacitated. One strike. Just one strike. The Titan squadron annihilated. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone's minds froze in disbelief. They stared at the 5 girls on the field, radiant and majestic like goddesses descended from the heavens, then glanced at the youth who had done nothing but move his lips throughout the entire battle. Their perceptions felt crushed into the ground and ground into the dust. In the VIP section, Ouyang Feng's wineglass slipped silently from his hand, staining the carpet with a jarring splash of crimson. All color drained from his face, leaving only boundless horror and utter disbelief. Next, Yi Fan's voice shattered the deathly silence. His gaze swept across the entire arena, locking directly onto the dazed figure in the VIP section. Ouyang Feng. Ling Yi immediately understood, her small hand tracing a swift gesture through the air. On the massive battle screen, the name of the Divine Throne team shifted once more. This time, its opponent was the league's sole team marked as SSS tier. The Student Council team. The final showdown had arrived early. He actually challenged the president. He's lost his mind. This is all or nothing now. The students in the stands erupted in a roar louder than any before. Ouyang Feng snapped back to his senses, shame and rage instantly drowning all his reason. Good. Very good. He leapt from the VIP seats, landing directly in the center of the arena, facing Yi Fan across the distance. Yi Fan. You think that's all I've got? He roared furiously, unleashing a colossal surge of spiritual energy that erupted from his body. Ancient Tree of Wisdom, descend. Behind him, a colossal, 100-meter-tall phantom of an ancient tree, formed entirely of pure psychic energy, slowly materialized. From the tree's branches, countless translucent energy threads extended, instantly connecting to the spectator stands and every member of the Student Council. Student Council battle formation, linked. The spiritual energy and power of every linked Student Council member surged ceaselessly into Ouyang Feng's body through the ancient Tree of Wisdom. His aura surged at a terrifying rate, exploding with power. In the blink of an eye, it had already surpassed the realm of ordinary SSS tier. See that, Yi Fan? Ouyang Feng, feeling the unprecedented power surging within him, laughed maniacally. I am the Student Union. The Student Union is me. Here, I am invincible. I am a god. He spread his arms wide, reveling in the exhilaration of his power, his eyes burning with the maniacal fervor of absolute dominion. Now, kneel before me and beg for mercy. I might consider letting you die with some dignity. Faced with this terrifying power, Luo Qingxue, Lin Xiaodong, and the others all wore solemn expressions. They could sense that Ouyang Feng's power now surpassed any one of them. Yet Yi Fan's face twisted into a peculiar expression, one that seemed almost pitying. Is this the authority you pride yourself on? To gather everyone's power into yourself alone? He shook his head. How utterly fragile. Once more, he turned his head and issued a new command to Ling Yi beside him. Take it over. Command acknowledged. For the first time, Ling Yi's eyes, which held the flow of countless stars, glowed with a dazzling golden light. Rule reshaping initiated. Definition: ownership of the ancient tree network. Command: transfer. Ouyang Feng's maniacal grin froze abruptly. He sensed that the mental link connecting him to the ancient Tree of Wisdom and all Student Council members was being forcibly invaded at this very moment by a will he could not resist, a will that seemed to emanate from the very source of the world itself. He tried to resist, only to discover his mental power was as fragile as a firefly before the moonlight, utterly powerless against that overwhelming will. No! My power. My network. He realized with horror that his control over the battle formation was being stripped away bit by bit, transferred. A wholly new will, more supreme, more overbearing, more utterly domineering, descended like a deity upon this mental network he had single-handedly created. Chapter 25. Get back here. In the spectator stands surrounding the arena. Every linked Student Council member's body jerked violently. The fervent expressions on their faces instantly turned blank, then transformed into boundless, soul-deep reverence and fervor. Unison, they rose from their seats.
Then, under the gaze of tens of thousands of students and Ouyang Feng's utterly horrified stare, they bowed deeply in unison toward the calm-faced youth at the center of the arena. "Hail the new master!" Their voices, perfectly synchronized, coalesced into a thunderous wave that reverberated through the heavens. Ouyang Feng stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. The authority he had once prized above all else now became the first tribute offered to the new sovereign. "Hail the new master!" The roar, like a mountain's cry in a sea surge, reverberated throughout the arena, striking Ouyang Feng's soul like an invisible hammer. He stared blankly at his subordinates, those who had once obeyed his every command now bowing in submission to another man. His gaze shifted to the ancient tree's phantom behind him, pouring every ounce of its power into Yifan. Completely shattered, he collapsed. "Return! My power! My battle array! All of it, return to me!" He roared madly, desperate to reclaim control. Yet before the higher dimensional laws embodied by Ling Yi, all his struggles seemed utterly futile and laughable. Yifan didn't even glance at him. His gaze settled upon the colossal phantom of the ancient wisdom tree. "Not a bad toy," he remarked, then slowly raised his hand. In response to his motion, the ancient tree of wisdom formed from colossal spiritual energy mirrored his action, raising a massive branch composed of pure energy. Then, it gently waved toward the figure in the center of the arena, a form that had lost all strength, drained of vitality as if its very essence had been sucked dry. No explosion. No thunderous roar. The energy branch swept silently through Ouyang Feng's body. Ouyang Feng's body convulsed violently. His S-rank Spirit Lord profession badge instantly dimmed, then with a crack, countless cracks appeared, shattering it completely. His soul, the very core of his profession, was utterly obliterated by this strike. From this moment onward, he was no longer the all-powerful student union president of Jinghua University, no longer an S-rank prodigy. He became a complete and utterly incapable of ever changing professions again. "No!" Ouyang Feng let out a final, desperate howl of utter despair before his eyes rolled back and he collapsed into unconsciousness. The match was over. Yifan had won the wager. He slowly withdrew his hand, and the vast, ancient tree of wisdom vanished into thin air. All student council members snapped out of their frenzied state. They stared blankly at the events unfolding on the field, then turned their gaze to the godlike youth, their eyes brimming with boundless awe and dread. Ouyang Feng, the student council president, has been stripped of all abilities and positions for violating regulations by using forbidden techniques. A commanding voice echoed from the direction of the principal's office, reverberating throughout the entire arena. Command of the Jinghua University team and the National College Guild League is hereby fully transferred to Yifan, captain of the Divine Throne Squad. The student council shall undergo reorganization effective immediately. The principal himself stepped in to settle the matter once and for all. The entire venue once again fell into dead silence. Then erupted an unprecedented roar of cheers and murmurs, nearly shaking the floating island to its foundations. Good heavens! An era has ended. The era of Ouyang Feng has ended. Yifan. He actually did it. Single-handedly, he overturned the entire student union. From this day forward, Jinghua University belongs to Yi. Amidst this storm, Yifan calmly walked off the field and approached his teammates. "Boss, you're the man." Lin Xiaotong was the first to rush over, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Master, you've worked so hard." Luo Qingxue handed him a bottle of water, her gaze so tender it could melt ice. Yifan took the water, took a sip, then turned his gaze to Qinghe standing nearby. "The position of student union president is now vacant. According to our wager, it's my pet beast's turn to take it." He observed Qinghe's icy expression and stated calmly. "You go." "Me?" Qinghe froze, then snorted coldly, turning her head away. "As a sword spirit, I have no interest in such mundane affairs as your boring mortal games. The president's office holds a fragment of an ancient legendary sword, one of the school's treasured artifacts," Yifan added calmly. "It's said to be used for cultivating sword intent." Qinghe's body stiffened abruptly. She slowly turned her head, cleared her throat, and smoothed the folds of her simple, ancient-style green robe. In a tone devoid of emotion, as if handling official business, she stated, "Since it is the master's command, I shall reluctantly comply and oversee it in his stead." With that, she transformed into a streak of green sword light and shot directly toward the student council headquarters. Her urgency seemed to fear that even a second's delay might let someone else snatch the treasure away. Watching this scene, Lin Xiaotong and Luo Qingxue couldn't help but laugh. A cold-faced, proud sword spirit becoming student council president. The future of Jinghua University was bound to become quite interesting. Yifan's reign had officially begun in a manner no one could have anticipated. He paid no heed to the storm of turmoil this upheaval had stirred within the school. Instead, he led the remaining 4 girls straight back to the dormitory. He needed time to process his recent gains and prepare for the upcoming National League. Yet the moment he stepped into his dorm, an unfamiliar portal yet faintly familiar slowly unfolded in the center of his living room without warning. Yi Mei's figure instantly materialized before Yifan, radiating a deadly aura. "Don't panic." Yifan pressed his hand firmly on her shoulder. "It's a guest. A stunningly beautiful girl emerged slowly from the portal. She wore a black Gothic-style long dress, held a blood-red lace parasol, and possessed skin so pale it seemed devoid of any color, yet her lips were as red as fresh blood. Behind her, a pair of enormous, fallen angel wings unfurled, ablaze with purplish-black demonic flames. The aura of the abyss emanating from her was purer and more powerful than even Yi Mei's.
Knight Enchantress, it's been a long time.
The maiden spoke, her voice sweet yet tinged with a sickening madness. Who would have thought that my most cherished sister, the abyss's foremost assassin, would submit to a mere mortal? Her gaze toward Yi Fan was filled with undisguised amusement, as if she were observing an intriguing toy.
Knight Enchantress's expression darkened instantly. Nightingale. What are you doing here? Why shouldn't I be here? The girl named Nightingale giggled.
The capital of the Dragon Nation hides something quite amusing.
I've come to retrieve it, following the orders of that great one. Chapter 26, You Dare Roar at Me?
She paused, her violet eyes sweeping over Yi Fan's companions Luo Qingxue, Lin Xiaotong, Long Yu before finally settling on Yi Fan himself. But now, I've discovered a toy far more amusing than that object.
Your tamed beasts all possess splendid bloodlines.
Phoenix, martial god, siren, sword spirit, and my dear sister.
How about you give them all to me? I might consider leaving you a whole corpse.
Her words dripped with condescending charity and unquestionable arrogance. Before Yi Fan could utter a word, Lin Xiaotong exploded.
You filthy black-winged bat demon, what the hell are you spouting? Who do you think you are, talking to our boss like that?
Oh? Nightingale's gaze shifted to Lin Xiaotong, the playful mockery in her eyes instantly freezing into bone-chilling coldness.
A mere fragment bearer dares to bark at me?
She merely raised a single finger. The next moment, Lin Xiaotong felt her soul clutched by an invisible giant hand. A primal fear and suppression welling up from the depths of her bloodline instantly immobilized her, robbing her of speech. This was the pure, bloodline suppression of a higher-order abyssal being upon a lower-order divine creature.
Is it quiet now? Nightingale gazed with satisfaction at Lin Xiaotong's flushed face before turning her attention back to Yi Fan. Have you made up your mind, my little toy?
Yi Fan finally lifted his head and met her gaze directly. Then he shook his head.
Your wings are too ugly. The smile vanished instantly from Nightingale's face. Yi Fan continued calmly. Moreover, the abyss aura emanating from you is impure. Borrowed power, right? Nightingale's pupils contracted sharply.
Yi Fan extended his hand toward her and gently clenched his fist.
Let me teach you
what the true abyss truly is.
As Yi Fan's hand made a hollow grasping motion, the entire dormitory space froze in an instant.
The mockery and arrogance on Nightingale's face were replaced in that instant by an indescribable terror rising from the deepest recesses of her soul. She sensed that the borrowed power of the abyss she had always prided herself on power sufficient to suppress all lesser beings seemed before Yi Fan like a newborn infant gazing up at an ancient demon god who had ruled the abyss for countless millennia. This was not merely a disparity in power levels. It was the absolute crushing of life's very essence. You. She realized with horror that she couldn't even utter a single syllable. The pair of fallen angel wings behind her, ablaze with purplish-black demonic flames, now tilted uncontrollably toward Yi Fan, swaying in a gesture of submission. Behind Yi Fan, the shadowy figure of the abyssal demon god seated upon the skeletal throne slowly opened its eyes.
No savagery. No madness.
Only a pure, all-consuming darkness and void.
A single gaze.
Nightingale felt her soul, her will, even the very concept of her existence itself, being mercilessly assimilated and devoured by this more pure, more primordial power of the abyss. The borrowed power she wielded was betraying her at a terrifying speed, flowing toward that man.
No!
The instinct to survive ignited her last reserves of strength. The portal behind her pulsed violently, straining to pull her back. Yet Yi Fan merely cast a casual glance at the portal.
Did I say you could leave? The space was completely sealed off.
The portal to the unknown vanished like a painting erased by an invisible hand, silently obliterated.
Nightingale's last shred of hope shattered. She could only watch helplessly as she was gradually consumed by that supreme, abyssal will. Just as her consciousness was about to sink completely into oblivion, that terrifying pressure receded like a tide, vanishing in an instant. Nightingale collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath like a fish out of water. The abyss aura surrounding her had grown faint and feeble, and the wings on her back had become translucent and ethereal, as if they might vanish at any moment. She lifted her head, staring at the youth who slowly approached her with eyes that seemed to regard him as some kind of monster. Why didn't you kill me? She croaked. Killing you would be a waste.
Yi Fan crouched down, reaching out to gently lift her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze.
You're right. I do need an abyss-type pet beast. Your sister is already one, but she leans toward being an assassin. You, however, seem better suited to be a mage. Nightingale's pupils contracted sharply.
She understood Yi Fan's meaning. This man not only sought to strip her of her power but also intended to turn her into his own possession.
Don't even think about it, she roared, summoning her last ounce of strength. I, Nightingale, would rather die than submit to a mere mortal. Is that so?
A playful curve lifted the corner of Yi Fan's mouth.
The covenant of all things. Without seeking her consent, he activated his innate ability. Detected contract target Nightingale in near-death state, mental defenses collapsed, resistance will below 1. Universal contract, forced execution. A golden contract array, more intricate than any before and brimming with dark, corrupted runes, instantly unfolded beneath Nightingale. No! Nightingale let out a desperate scream as she felt an irresistible force brand an eternal mark upon her soul. Contract established. Congratulations, host. You have successfully contracted the 7th pet beast, Nightingale. Return, all upgrades, evolutions, enhancements, and skills of the contracted entity will be fully returned to you. First Twin Abyss Bloodline contract reward, Abyss Resonance, 1 evolution point. Boom! Another colossal surge of abyssal power flooded into Yifan's body. This time, his power wasn't merely increasing, it was undergoing a profound qualitative transformation. He could feel his connection to the abyss growing ever tighter, as if he could summon the true abyss to descend whenever he wished. Now, you are mine. Yifan released his grip, rising to his feet as he looked down upon the fallen angel on the ground, utterly stripped of any will to resist. Yeme approached, her gaze intensely complex as she looked upon her once lofty sister, now utterly disheveled and defeated. Master, she is yours. Yifan said indifferently. Teach her what discipline means. With that, he turned his attention away from the Abyss Sisters and focused on another matter. The National University Guild League. Having resolved the student union's troubles, he was now the nominal supreme commander of Jinghua University. But he knew this was only the beginning. Jinghua University was merely one of the top institutions in the Dragon Nation. Above it loomed equally formidable rivals from other universities. And lurking deeper still were threats from foreign lands, even other dimensions. For instance, the figure Nightingale referred to as that person. Ling Yi. I am here, Master. Chapter 27, National College Guild League. Retrieve all participating team records, especially those possessing God-tier bloodlines or special professions. Command received. Data filtering and analysis in progress. Soon, a filtered list appeared on the virtual screen before Yifan. Magic Capital First Martial Arts University, Magic Martial Team. Captain, Long Outyen. S-Class Profession, Golden Sacred Dragon Knight. Suspected to possess dual bloodlines of Eastern Divine Dragons and Western Sacred Dragons. Tianfu University of Science and Technology, Cyber Team, Captain, Ji Jia, SSS Class Profession, Mechanical Overlord, capable of transforming any mechanical creation into a combat unit. Sakura Island Onmyoji Bureau, Hayaki Squad, Captain, Abe Saimai, SSS-rank Profession, Grand Onmyoji, capable of summoning the legendary Shikigami, Yamada no Orochi. Familiar yet unfamiliar names, professions and bloodlines powerful enough to make any ordinary practitioner despair. This is getting interesting. Yifan's eyes finally flashed with genuine interest as he studied the roster. Boss, are these the opponents we're facing next? Lin Xiaotong asked excitedly, her eyes fixed on the dazzling titles. Not just them. Yifan's finger lightly traced across the screen, finally pausing on a team from overseas marked as extremely dangerous. Holy Knight Academy, Divine Punishment Squad Captain Michael, Profession unknown, Rank unknown, Bloodline unknown. Battle record, single-handedly annihilated a small nation. This guy has some issues. A flash of golden light flickered in Yifan's pupils as his insight talent activated at full power, attempting to pierce through the screen and analyze the information of the man named Michael. Yet all he saw was a blinding, sun-like sacred light. And a cold, emotionless system warning. Warning! Homogeneous high-dimensional force interference detected. Warning! Target has detected your intrusion. The next instant, all data on the screen vanished into blankness. Then, a line of English characters formed from pure holy light slowly materialized, dripping with provocation. I see you, insect. Yifan's pupils contracted sharply. For the first time, he encountered an entity capable of confronting his God-tier beast tamer system on the same level. Master, the opponent's rule permissions are on par with mine. For the first time, Ling Yi's voice carried a hint of gravity. He is not a creature of this world. He comes from heaven. Heaven? A cold curve slowly formed at the corner of Yifan's lips. He reached out, and on the virtual screen, using the terrifying power fused from his 7 great beast companions, he inscribed a line of Chinese text even more domineering and arrogant. God, I await your coming to slay me. The 7 words, unparalleled in their arrogance, struck the virtual screen like 7 bolts of divine punishment. The blinding holy light representing heaven trembled violently in that instant, as if utterly enraged. Yet it ultimately left no further message. Instead, it faded away alongside Yifan's characters, the screen returning to normal. The entire sequence unfolded within mere seconds. Yet the atmosphere in the dorm had grown heavy to the extreme. Master, what is that heaven? For the first time, Luo Qingxue's face wore a solemn expression. A higher dimensional plane hidden beyond this world. The one who answered her was Lingy, the little girl of the system. Their purpose, like that of the abyss, is to erode and devour our world. Vast data streams swirled within Lingy's eyes. Based on existing analysis, heaven and the abyss are 2 opposing yet equal entities. Their schemes within this world have been unfolding for centuries. The lord mentioned by Nightingale is likely one of the Abyss's agents in this world. And that one called Michael is Heaven's pawn. A pawn, huh?
A cold smile curled at the corner of Yifan's lips.
Then let's see, are their pawns harder, or are my fists harder? He didn't dwell on the question any longer.
Whether heaven or the abyss, to him, they were merely future prey. The immediate priority was the National League before him. Ling Yi, retrieve all the actual match footage of every participating team. Analyze their tactics, weaknesses, and key players. I need to know every opponent's hand before the league begins.
Order received.
Over the next few days, Yifan's dorm room transformed into a highly efficient war command center.
Ling Yi handled intelligence analysis, processing vast amounts of data into the most intuitive tactical reports. Based on these reports, Yifan meticulously crafted a brand new, adaptable tactical system for Luo Qingxue, Lin Xiaotong, Qinghe, Langyu, and Yimei, one capable of handling any unforeseen situation. He even poured all the rare materials obtained from Dragonfall Valley and the Tidal Throne, along with the 100 million funds extorted from Sikon Lai, into enhancing his pet beasts. The 5 women's strength surged at a visibly rapid pace. 3 days later, the National College Guild League officially commenced. The opening ceremony saw unprecedented grandeur, with the highest officials from the Ministry of Education, the Supreme Commander of the military, and the leaders of all major top guilds in attendance. After delivering a stirring speech, the president of Tsinghua University announced with immense pride. And now, please welcome the representative team of Tsinghua University, the top contender for this tournament and the new pride of our institution. The Divine Throne Squad, take the stage. However, as the spotlight fell upon the entrance to the arena, it remained completely empty. The entire venue erupted in an uproar. The expressions on the faces of the president and all the university leaders instantly turned grim. At such a crucial moment as the opening ceremony, the entire team is absent? This was nothing short of dragging Tsinghua University's reputation through the mud. Just as the president was on the verge of erupting in fury, his communicator suddenly rang. After answering, the calm, unruffled voice of Yifan came through. The opening ceremony is too boring. We won't be attending.
Call us when it's time for the finals. With that, he hung up without another word. The principal froze in place, his blood pressure skyrocketing, nearly choking on his own breath. This entire exchange, however, was picked up by the venue's audio equipment and broadcast crystal clear throughout the entire hall.
Crazy. Absolutely insane. He's gone completely off the rails. To outright ignore the opening ceremony and declare they'll only play in the finals?
This isn't confidence, it's the most blatant contempt for every competing team.
How dare they? The mentor leading the top martial arts university in the Magic City slammed his fist on the table and roared, "What does this Yifan think he is? What does he take the National League for?
I demand their disqualification immediately."
Seconded.
Such arrogance makes them unworthy to compete alongside us. The leader of Sakurajima in Yang Lodge also stood, his face flushed with indignation. In an instant, the crowd erupted in fury. Every team Yifan had ignored raised their voices in protest. Yet at that very moment, from the highest seat of the league's organizing committee, an elderly man in military attire who had been resting his eyes, seemingly indifferent to everything, slowly opened his gaze. His gaze swept across the entire arena, and an aura of iron-blooded severity instantly silenced all the clamor. Only those with true strength have the right to be arrogant. If you disagree, then defeat him fairly and squarely on the field. Don't act like a bunch of sore losers whining here. With that, he closed his eyes once more. All protests ceased abruptly.
Chapter 28, Round 1, Elimination Match.
The military-clad elder's voice echoed through the hall like cold steel, instantly silencing all the clamor.
Competition is where strength speaks. Not words. The mentor from the Demon City flushed pale, then crimson, yet dared not utter a single word of protest.
The authority of the military commander was not to be challenged. Amidst this peculiar, tension-filled atmosphere, the league officially commenced.
First round, knockout stage. Random matchmaking. When the name Divine Throne lit up on the massive battle screen, all eyes in the arena once again converged. Their opponent? None other than another championship favorite.
Magic City's premier martial arts university, the Magic Martial Team.
Ha! What a stroke of luck!
Long Outyan, the towering, handsome captain of the Magic Martial Team, whose brow radiated an air of arrogance, burst into laughter the moment he saw the matchup. He'd been itching for a chance to teach that arrogant brat a lesson, and now the opportunity had practically walked right up to him. Come on, let's show those country bumpkins from Tsinghua University what true dragon bloodline means.
He strode onto the arena with 4 equally formidable teammates.
Meanwhile, in Yifan's dorm room.
"Master, it's our turn," Luo Qingxue reminded him. "MHM."
Yifan rose, leading the 5 women through the exclusive teleportation array, materializing directly at the center of the arena. As they materialized, the entire arena erupted in a deafening roar of cheers and boos.
Here they come.
That outrageously overpowered Divine Throne Squad. The showdown between Long Outyan and Yifan promises to be spectacular. One is a long-established dragon blood prodigy, the other an unexpectedly risen god-tier monster. Long Outyan glanced at the 5 girls behind Yifan, each uniquely beautiful, yet all stunning beyond mortal beauty, a flicker of envy and greed crossing his eyes. Yifan, I must admit, your talent for collecting beauties far surpasses your skill in battle. But I'm curious, what expressions will these women wear when I crush you beneath my feet? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a colossal dragon's might erupted from his body. Dragon blood boiled. With a furious roar, his body shot upward in an instant. Fine golden dragon scales emerged across his skin, and a pair of rugged dragon horns sprouted from either side of his forehead. Behind him, 2 colossal dragon specters materialized simultaneously. One was a Western sacred dragon, cast entirely in gold and radiating a divine aura. The other was a 5-clawed divine dragon, agile and soaring through clouds, representing the majesty of the East. The 2 supreme dragon lineages of East and West had fused perfectly within a single being. See this. This is true power. Feeling the surging power within him, Long Outyan's confidence swelled to its peak. Today, I'll show you what the power of 2 dragons truly means. Before his words had even faded, he transformed into a streak of light, a dazzling blend of gold and azure, lunging fiercely toward Yifan. Boss, leave this one to me. Lin Xiaotong was the first to meet the charge. The Valkyrie's phantom descended upon her, igniting an unyielding battle intent upon her holy sword as she met the attack head-on. Clang! The holy sword in Dragon Claw collided with a thunderous crash, erupting in a piercing roar. Lin Xiaotong was sent reeling backward by the force of the strike, her palms tingling with numbness. What immense power! For the first time, a grave expression crossed her face. Brute strength alone won't suffice. A cruel smile curled the corners of Long Outyan's mouth. The illusory 5-clawed divine dragon behind him suddenly opened its maw. An invisible, soul-piercing dragon's roar instantly engulfed Lin Xiaotong. Ugh! Lin Xiaotong's body trembled violently, her movements momentarily frozen. In that split second, the golden sacred dragon phantom behind Long Outyan unleashed a torrent of scorching dragon breath, brimming with purifying power, slamming violently into Lin Xiaotong's body. Boom! Lin Xiaotong was sent flying backward, her sacred protection nearly shattered. Xiaotong! Seeing this, Luo Qingxue's Phoenix Sun surged, ready to rush to her aid. Your opponent is me. Long Outyan moved faster, flashing before Luo Qingxue in an instant. A fist covered in dragon scales, channeling the power of both Eastern and Western dragons, struck straight for Luo Qingxue's face. Master! Luo Qingxue cried out in alarm, hastily conjuring a shield of flame. Yet just as Long Outyan's fist was about to shatter the shield, a song ethereal yet deadly in its allure echoed across the arena without warning. The Siren's Song. It was Cold Moon. Long Outyan's movements froze abruptly. He felt his soul being pulled into a deep ocean by the song, causing the dual dragon energies of East and West circulating within him to momentarily freeze. In a clash between masters, a single instant could prove fatal. Your sword is too slow. A cold voice rang in his ear. He whirled in terror, only to see a blindingly fast green sword light appear beside his throat. It was Qinghe. And riddled with weaknesses. Put! The sword flash vanished in an instant. Long Outyan's impenetrable dragon scale defense crumbled like tofu before that blade, sliced open with effortless ease. A deep gash, exposing bone, appeared on his neck. Blood gushed forth. The twin dragon illusions shimmering on his body let out a mournful wail before dissipating into the air. He stood frozen in place, his face frozen in disbelief. He had lost. Under the flawless coordination of the 5 women, he hadn't even managed to touch the hem of Yifan's robe before his defeat. Useless. Yifan's voice rang out calmly, like a final verdict. He hadn't moved a muscle the entire time. Long Outyan could no longer hold himself up. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, utterly incapacitated. The demon martial team defeated. The entire arena fell silent once more. The spectators who had anticipated a fierce battle, the opponents who had waited to see Yifan humiliated at this moment, they all felt as if an invisible hand had clamped down on their throats, leaving them utterly speechless. Too fast. It ended too quickly. From the moment Long Outyan transformed to the instant his throat was pierced by a single sword strike, the entire sequence hadn't even spanned 30 seconds. The Divine Throne team's coordination was like a precision-engineered killing machine, cool, efficient, and deadly, with not a single superfluous movement. Yifan, the man who had remained in the rear throughout, displayed an even more terrifying mastery and absolute command over the battlefield. Next, Yifan didn't even glance at Long Outyan lying on the ground. His gaze shot directly across the arena to the opposite side, toward the area occupied by the Sakura Island Onmyoji team. The Sakura Island team leader, the young man named Abe Saimai, trembled uncontrollably the instant he met Yifan's gaze. Yet he quickly regained his composure, even offering Yifan a meaningful, box-like smile. Chapter 29, Bloodline Contamination, the Yamada no Orochi Curse. He slowly raised his hand, forming a seal. On the battlefield, no one noticed this subtle gesture. Except for Yifan and Ling Yi by his side. Master, detecting high-intensity curse technique fluctuations. Ryaki's voice echoed in Yifan's mind.
Target locked, Luo Qingxue. Curse type, bloodline corruption, Yamada no Orochi curse. Effect, incubation period of 72 hours. Upon activation, it will contaminate the Phoenix bloodline at its core, corrupting it into an irreversible dark demonic bird. Ultimately, the soul and life force will be completely consumed by the source of the curse. Almost simultaneously, Yifan saw a nearly invisible strand of resentment, like a black serpent, flash across Luo Qingxue's body before instantly sinking into her flesh. Luo Qingxue's body swayed slightly, her complexion paled a shade, but she quickly recovered, dismissing it as mere exhaustion from the battle. Master, I'm fine. She shook her head at Yifan's concerned gaze. Yifan remained silent. He merely lifted his head slowly, fixing his gaze once more upon Abe no Saimai, who was still wearing that fake smile. This time, the calm in his eyes vanished. Instead, they held a murderous intent cold enough to freeze the nine hells and scorch the very depths of purgatory. That soul-chilling intent swept across the entire arena like an invisible cold current. Even hundreds of meters away, students in the stands felt inexplicable palpitations, as if being fixed in the gaze of a primordial beast. On the other side of the arena, Abe no Saimai's smile stiffened slightly. He sensed that unmasked killing intent, but paid it no mind. To him, it was merely the fury of the incompetent. His Yamada no curse was a forbidden art passed down from antiquity. Once planted, it fused deeply with the target's bloodline, becoming invisible and untraceable. Unless purified by divine-level power, it was utterly impossible to remove. When the curse erupted, that proud fire phoenix would become his most formidable dark Shikigami. And Yifan, deprived of his most crucial combat asset, would become a defeated dog at his feet. Next match, Divine Throne Squad vs 100 Ghost Squad. The referee's voice rang out at the perfect moment. Yifan led the 5 women back onto the arena. Abe no Saimai, accompanied by 4 members clad in hunting robes, strolled forward slowly. Fanning himself with a folding fan, his face once again wore that insincere smile. Yifan, I must admit your team is formidable. How about this, if you concede defeat now, I might consider sparing your life afterward. As for these beauties by your side, I'll take care of them. What do you say? The moment his words fell. You're asking for death. Lin Xiaotong erupted first, her Valkyrie battle intent surging skyward. Shut up. Qinghe's sword light began to flicker erratically. Yifan merely waved his hand, halting them. He calmly looked at Abe Saimai and spoke slowly. Luo Qingxue, come here. Luo Qingxue paused slightly, but obediently stepped forward to stand before Yifan. Master? Yifan said nothing, merely extending his hand to gently press against Luo Qingxue's back. What have you done to my pet beast? His voice was soft, yet it thundered like a bolt of lightning in Abe no Saimai's ears. The smile on Abe no Saimai's face froze completely. How could he possibly know? The curse had been planted less than 10 minutes ago. Even Luo Qingxue herself hadn't noticed it. How could he possibly have discovered it? I don't understand what you're talking about. He forced himself to remain calm. Is that so? A cold curve formed at the corner of Yifan's mouth. The palm pressed against Luo Qingxue's back suddenly erupted with an abyssal power dark as ink, brimming with devouring and corrupting energy. Since you refuse to speak, I'll extract it myself. Ah! Luo Qingxue let out a pained groan as a colossal phantom of a fire phoenix materialized uncontrollably behind her. Yet this phantom phoenix was now tightly coiled by a monstrous, black serpent phantom, an 8-headed serpent with a hideous visage. Black cursed energy, like flesh-eating maggots, was frantically devouring the phoenix's form, attempting to stain it black. The 8-headed serpent curse. He had actually cast it. How despicable. To resort to such treacherous tactics outside the bounds of the match. The Dragon Nation students in the stands erupted in fury. Meanwhile, supporters of Sakura Island erupted in triumphant cheers. Ha! Well done, Lord Abe. Let that turkey become the Yamada demon bird of our great Sakura Island empire. It's useless, Yifan. Seeing his scheme exposed, Abe Saimai shed all pretense. He tore off his false mask, revealing a savage, maniacal grin. My Yamada no curse has fused completely with her bloodline. Using your power now will only hasten her corruption. Ha! Thank you for saving me 72 hours. He laughed triumphantly, as if already witnessing Luo Qingxue's complete demonic transformation and her subsequent attack on Yifan. Yet Yifan's face showed not a trace of panic. Corruption? With this measly, second-rate resentment? The abyssal power surged violently from his palm. That force was no longer corrosive, it transformed into a black hole that devoured all things. The serpentine shadow of Yamada no Orochi coiled around the phoenix's phantom form. Upon encountering this purer, more primordial darkness, seemed to have met its natural enemy, emitting a terrified hiss. It tried to flee, yet was held fast by the black hole's relentless pull. No! This can't be. What power are you wielding? The smile on Abe no Saimai's face instantly twisted into horror. Come out! Yifan barked, his palm violently yanking outward. The hideous shadow of the Yamada no Orochi was forcibly torn from Luo Qingxue's phoenix bloodline.
It thrashed wildly mid-air, yet Yifan's colossal hand forged from the power of the abyss gripped it with iron, rendering it utterly immobile.
Not bad nourishment.
Yifan appraised it, then clenched his fingers with a sudden force.
Ah! The Yamata no Orochi shadow let out a final, shrill scream before exploding with a thunderous boom.
It dissolved into the purest form of dark energy, all of which was absorbed by Yifan. At the same time, Luo Qingxue, freed from the suppression of cursed energy, did not weaken. Instead, stimulated by that foreign energy, the Phoenix bloodline within her body erupted into an unprecedented boiling frenzy. Boom! An even more intense, more sacred flame erupted from her body, shooting skyward. The Phoenix's illusory form behind her swelled to more than double its original size, its wings now blazing with golden divine flames. Purified, her bloodline underwent a phoenix-like rebirth and evolution. Her level broke through the bottleneck. Ding! Your pet beast Luo Qingxue's bloodline has evolved, mastering a new skill, Divine Phoenix Domain. Returned, you have obtained Divine Phoenix Domain. How could this be? Abe no Saimai stood frozen in place, as if bereaved. His most prized forbidden technique not only had it failed to corrupt his opponent, but it had actually become the catalyst for their evolution? This was beyond his comprehension. Chapter 30, Guard My True Form. Now, it's your turn. Yifan's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. He didn't even move to act himself, merely issuing a cold command to the 4 girls behind him. Kill him. Yes, master. Lin Xiaodong, Qinghe, Lingyue, and Yeme, the 4 women's eyes simultaneously ignited with icy murderous intent. Especially Lin Xiaodong, she was utterly enraged by Abe Saimai's treacherous attack on Luo Qingxue. Dare to touch my sister. I'll tear you apart. She roared with fury and charged forward first. Night parade of 100 demons. Protect my true form. Abe no Saimai was horrified beyond words. He frantically tore open the talisman in his hand, summoning countless hideous shikigami in a desperate attempt to defend himself. Blue Lantern, Snow Woman, Shuten Doji, Great Tengu. One by one, these powerful shikigami fearsome legends of terror surged forth from the demonic gate behind him, forming a barrier before him. Useless. Lin Xiaodong's Valkyrie Phantom swung her sword. Golden Divine Judgment light sliced the leading Aojirai and Yuki Anna clean in half. Cold Moon's siren song transformed into a mental storm, causing the once arrogant Shuten Doji to clutch his head in agonizing wails. Qinghe's swordlight collided fiercely midair with the Great Tengu's feather blade tempest. Ultimately, a single thrust pierced his heart, felling him. Yame's figure, ghostly and elusive, bypassed all the shikigami's defenses, appearing directly behind Abe no Saimai. Her pitch-black dagger pressed against his throat. The game was over. No! Abe no Saimai roared in despair, biting through his tongue to unleash his final trump card with his own vital blood. Descend! My mightiest shikigami! Yamata no Orochi! Roar! The entire arena shook violently as a terrifying colossus ate massive serpent heads, a body like mountains slowly crawled out from the magic circle beneath his feet. The overwhelming demonic aura was so intense it made even the spectators outside the arena feel suffocated. Ha! See that? This is my true power. Abe no Saimai laughed maniacally. Before the Yamata no Orochi, you are all but ants. Yet his laughter lasted less than 3 seconds. Because Luo Qingxue had moved. Evolved, she slowly raised her hand. Behind her, the phantom of a phoenix, engulfed in golden divine flames, spread its wings to cover the sky. Divine Phoenix Domain. Buzz. A golden flame domain instantly unfolded around her, enveloping the entire arena along with the colossal Yamata no Orochi. Within the domain, all things were consumed by flames. Yamata no Orochi let out an agonized roar. Its pride, the venomous mist and demonic aura, was instantly vaporized within this sacred flame domain. Its 8 serpent heads frantically spewed water columns and wind blades, desperately trying to extinguish the flames but to no avail. Now, taste despair. Luo Qingxue's voice was cold and commanding, like a queen delivering divine punishment. Her fingers clenched with sudden force. The golden divine flames within the domain instantly transformed into 8 massive chains of fire. Like predatory serpents, they wrapped tightly around the 8 heads of the Yamata no Orochi, binding them immovably. Then, they tightened with a violent jerk. Snap! The 8 massive serpent heads were brutally severed cleanly by the flaming chains. The colossal body collapsed with a thunderous crash, reduced to ashes within the golden divine flames. Put! Abe no Saimai, connected to his life-bound familiar, coughed up a large mouthful of blood. His entire body slumped to the ground, his life force weakened to the extreme. He had lost. Utterly and completely. Yifan slowly approached him, crouching down. I won't kill you. A glimmer of hope flickered in Abe no Saimai's eyes. Yet Yifan's next words plunged him into an abyss of despair. But your career as an onmyoji ends here. He extended his hand and pressed it against Abe no Saimai's forehead. Ryaki's voice echoed within his mind. Rule reshaping initiated. Definition: the target's connection channel to the spirit realm. Command: permanent, physical, conceptual triple severance. Ah! Abe no Saimai let out a scream more piercing than death itself. He felt his innate gift, the ability to communicate with spirits and command spiritual energy, being utterly erased from its very roots by an irresistible force.
He became a hollow shell, more fragile than any ordinary mortal.
Yi Fan rose to his feet, not sparing him another glance. He turned his gaze toward the farthest corner of the arena. There, the team from the Holy Knight Academy stood in silent formation. At their head, the golden-haired, blue-eyed youth Michael was strikingly handsome, almost otherworldly. He too was watching Yi Fan. Their gazes met in midair. No sparks flew, no murderous intent flickered. Only a profound, bottomless calm. As if two chess players, separated by the board, were sizing each other up. Suddenly, Michael's lips curved upward slightly, revealing a pure, angelic smile. He raised his hand, gesturing to Yi Fan with an invitation. The next instant, without warning, the four members behind him simultaneously raised their weapons, aiming them squarely at their own hearts. Then, under the horrified stares of everyone present, they plunged the blades without hesitation. Four bodies slowly collapsed to the ground. Michael had personally sacrificed all his teammates. Yet the smile on his face grew brighter, more radiant, more sacred. Behind him, a pair of 12 wings formed from pure, blinding holy light slowly unfolded, obscuring the sky. An aura far more terrifying than any previous opponent, one truly imbued with the divine pressure of a god, thundered down. The warm-up is over, Eastern Insect. His voice resounded directly within Yi Fan's mind, filled with the lofty, godlike majesty of a deity. Now, allow me to personally purify you and the souls around you, defiled by darkness. That sacred and vast pressure swept across the entire arena like an invisible tidal wave. The sky seemed to tear open, blinding holy light pouring down from the clouds, casting Michael's figure like a deity descended upon the mortal realm. Every trace of demonic energy and resentment lingering on the field was instantly purified by this divine light. Tens of thousands of students in the stands, overwhelmed by this divine pressure, instinctively felt compelled to kneel and worship, a primal reverence born of lower life forms before higher beings. Divine might! This was true divine might. In the VIP section, the elderly man in military uniform abruptly rose from his seat. For the first time, a look of sheer terror flashed across his usually impassive face. So the Heavenly Hound finally stopped pretending? Unlike the stunned crowd, Yi Fan's expression remained utterly serene. He merely lifted his head, gazing at the angel bathed in holy light, 12 wings unfurled upon its back, as though observing a buzzing fly. Purify me? With this vessel of yours, which can't even bear 1/10,000th of your true power. The sacred smile on Michael's face faltered slightly. Chapter 31, Certain Death. Insect, you are clever. His voice no longer traveled through the air, but resonated directly within the depths of every soul, majestic and commanding. But this cannot alter your impending fate of purification. Witness the miracle, then turn to dust. He slowly raised his right hand, and a sword of judgment completely formed from holy light and burning with white flames coalesced in his grasp. He swung it lightly toward Yi Fan. No earth-shattering roar. No world-ending energy. Merely a pure, white beam of light, as if capable of severing cause and effect, erasing very concepts, shot toward Yi Fan, silent and unseen. Wherever this beam passed, space, time, and even the rules themselves seemed to be erased, leaving behind an absolute void. This was divine retribution. A dimensional strike from a higher plane, crushing the inferior life form. To all who witnessed it, Yi Fan's death seemed inevitable. Luo Qingxue, Lin Xiaodong, Qinghe, Longyu, and Yeme, all 5 women simultaneously wore expressions of resolute determination. They wanted to rush forward, using their own bodies to shield Yi Fan from this fatal strike. Yet, to their horror, they discovered their bodies were held fast in place by an invisible force, utterly immobilized. It was Yi Fan. Your battle is over. Yi Fan's voice sounded calmly within their minds. What follows is mine. He gazed at the white beam of light, powerful enough to obliterate everything. Finally, for the first time, he took a step forward. Just one step. The entire world seemed to tremble at his step. Behind him, the 5 divine tier phantoms, now solidified to an unimaginable degree, frenetically merged into his body at an unprecedented speed. Seraphim, Valkyrie, Sword of Execution, Song of the Tides, Abyssal Demon God. The 5 divine beasts, 5 distinct divine bloodline powers, achieved an unprecedented, transcendent, perfect sublimation within his body. His body seemed to transform into a crucible forging all things. His pupils, the left eye blazing with golden divine flames, the right eye swirling with pitch-black abyssal darkness. His aura, in this moment, utterly transcended the bounds of mortal existence, reaching an indescribable realm that would make even gods tremble. He did not employ any skills nor summon any weapons. He merely raised his right hand and flicked his fingers lightly toward the oncoming white beam of divine punishment. Yes, a flick of the finger. As if brushing away a speck of dust from his clothes. Clink. A faint sound, like the tolling of morning bells or evening drums, resonated deep within everyone's soul. The white divine punishment beam, powerful enough to annihilate everything, halted abruptly an inch from Yi Fan's brow. Then, like a mirror shattered by a mischievous child, it exploded into a sky filled with sacred sparks, dissipating into the air. The entire world fell into a deathly silence. Michael's sacred smile froze completely. His sapphire eyes, which seemed to hold the entire heavens within them, contracted violently in that instant, filled with incomprehensible horror and madness.
No, this can't be. What on earth are you? How could the mortal world possibly give birth to a monster like you?
His divine majesty, his pride shattered completely by Yifan's casual flick of a finger.
I told you.
Yifan slowly withdrew his finger, advancing step by step toward Michael. With each footfall, the space behind him caved in slightly.
You are not worthy to be called a god. Your understanding of power is too shallow.
He stood before Michael, lifting his head. Those eyes, one golden, one black, gazed calmly upon the face of unearthly beauty.
You think sacrificing 4 worthless fools will grant you the power of a god? True power is never borrowed. It is mastery.
As he spoke, he extended his hand, piercing straight through Michael's shield of holy light, a barrier strong enough to withstand a nuclear blast, and placed it gently upon his chest.
Now, let me teach you
what true despair feels like. His fingers suddenly clenched.
Ah! Michael let out a heart-wrenching, inhuman scream.
He felt the bond of faith connecting him to heaven, the very source of his divine essence that had descended into this body, being forcibly torn away at its roots and devoured by a force even more tyrannical and utterly unreasonable. The 12 luminous wings behind him began to disintegrate uncontrollably. The holy light enveloping his form rapidly dimmed, like a punctured balloon deflating.
No! Stop! Blasphemer! You will be hunted down by all of heaven. Michael threatened frantically.
Yet Yifan merely stared at him coldly, as if observing an ant in its death throes.
Heaven? Let it come.
Otherwise, I won't hesitate to storm heaven itself and drag your so-called heavenly lord down from his throne.
As the words fell, the power in his palm erupted violently. Boom!
Michael's body, along with the divine essence he had descended with, shattered into countless specks of light, utterly obliterated from this world.
Ding! Successfully devoured the divine essence of the descended angel.
The bloodline purity of all your pets has received a slight boost.
Your level has risen to 55. Warning! You have successfully drawn the highest attention of heaven. Codename, First Apostle has designated you as the supreme threat target. Warning! You have successfully drawn the highest attention of the abyss. Codename, Lord of Demons has taken a keen interest in you.
Yifan ignored the frantic alerts echoing in his mind. He merely withdrew his hand slowly, turned around, and looked at the 5 girls behind him, all of whom were now completely dumbfounded. The National League had ended.
We are the champions. 3 months later.
Dragon Nation, capital city, a secret base closed to the public. This was the headquarters of the Dragon Group, the most mysterious and powerful organization in the Dragon Nation. Yifan sat leisurely in a futuristic lounge, sipping a cup of tea brewed from a 1,000-year-old snow lotus. Beside him, Luo Qingxue, Lin Xiaotong, Qinghe, Longyu, and Yimei, the 5 women, sat in a circle, chattering animatedly about something.
Boss, what exactly does the Dragon Group want from us this time?
Lin Xiaotong asked curiously. No idea, Yifan shook his head. Ever since he had crushed the student union with thunderous force during the National League, crushed all opponents, and then, before the eyes of the entire world, crushed the Heavenly Angel's descent, his name had become a taboo.
No faction dared provoke him again. Dragon Group had invited them here with the highest honors at the very first opportunity.
Though called an invitation, it felt more like protection. Yifan understood clearly that he now stood on both Heaven's and the Abyss's hit lists.
Dragon Nation needed the power of this deity to confront the looming crisis.
Just then, the door to the lounge swung open. The elderly man in military uniform Long Zhan, the supreme commander of the Dragon Group, entered, accompanied by investigator Wei Long.
Young friend Yifan, sorry to keep you waiting. Long Zhan's expression held a hint of apology and gravity. Get straight to the point. Yifan set down his teacup. Long Zhan nodded. He glanced at Wei Long, who promptly handed a document marked top secret to Yifan.
3 months ago, during the league tournament, you crushed the Avatar of Heaven. Long Zhan's voice grew incredibly heavy.
Chapter 32, The First Genius of the Sword Saint Profession.
Over these past 3 months, the frequency of Heaven and Abyss portals opening worldwide has surged by 300%. Long Zhan's voice was incredibly heavy as he activated a holographic projection displaying satellite surveillance footage from around the globe. One by one, spatial rifts radiating holy light or black mist flickered in and out of view, appearing amidst urban ruins or forbidden wilderness zones. We suspect they are preparing for a full-scale, all-out invasion.
Yet our understanding of them is virtually non-existent.
Long Zhan turned to Yifan, a hint of pleading in his eyes.
We need your power. But more crucially, we need you to grow quickly into a true pillar of strength capable of standing against those entities.
Therefore, we hope you will participate in the Jiangcheng province grand examination this time.
The grand examination?
Lin Xiaotong was the first to express confusion.
Do we really need to participate in that childish game?
No, this is no ordinary exam, Wei Long explained from the side.
It's our nation's highest level talent selection program.
The top 3 finishers not only secured guaranteed admission to elite universities but also gained direct entry into the core training program of the Dragon Group, gaining access to this nation's deepest secrets and resources. Long Zhan's gaze sharpened. Moreover, intelligence from our informant in the provincial capital indicates that during this major exam, the top prodigy of a rank, sword saint, from the provincial capital's first high school, Jian, has taken a strong dislike to you.
He boasts that he will expose you, the nouveau riche upstart from Jiangcheng, before everyone. Jian Wuxin?
A playful curve lifted at the corner of Yifan's mouth.
Interesting. Fine.
I'll participate in this grand examination.
3 days later, Jiang Province Capital, Grand Examination Assembly Square.
Tens of thousands of top candidates from across the province gathered here. A youth clad in white kendo attire, bearing an ancient-looking long sword on his back, stood at the very front of all the examinees. His face bore an aloof expression, his gaze as sharp as a blade. He was Jian Wuxin. His gaze swept over the contingent from Jiangcheng, finally settling on Yifan. His eyes held undisguised contempt.
A D-rank beast tamer? Has Jiangcheng fallen so low that it needs such trash to make up the numbers?
His voice was not loud, yet it carried clearly to everyone nearby. The Jiangcheng candidates instantly seethed with anger, yet dared not utter a word. Lin Xiaotong was about to explode, but Yifan silenced her with a single glance.
Don't rush. Let him gloat for a moment longer. Just then, the massive teleportation array at the square's center blazed with light. Phase 1 of the Grand Exam, Desert Island Survival officially begins. Mission: hunt monsters and accumulate points within 72 hours. All examinees were instantly transported to a vast island brimming with primal energy. Battles erupted instantly. Every team charged deep into the island's interior, frantically hunting low-level monsters to establish an early points advantage. Jian Wuxin's team sliced through like a sharp blade, piercing the outer monster clusters and charging straight toward the elite monster zones, their points soaring far ahead. Yet Yifan's Divine Throne Squad took the opposite approach.
While everyone else charged inward, Yifan led his 5 female companions to the island's edge, a picturesque natural bay backed by cliffs, accessible through a single entrance. Set up camp right here, Yifan ordered.
Ha? Boss, aren't we going to farm points?
Lin Xiaotong looked utterly confused.
Grinding levels?
Yifan chuckled and told them to go ahead.
Qingxue, Xiaotong, you two go out.
Don't kill them, just find the most succulent, highest-level top-tier beasts, stun them, and drag them back.
The rest of you, rest here.
Though puzzled, the 2 girls immediately obeyed. This scene was clearly transmitted to the external spectator hall through the ubiquitous live streaming cameras.
What is the Divine Throne Squad doing? Have they given up on the competition? Have they found a vacation spot? Their attitude is way too chill. Commentators and spectators alike were dumbfounded.
But what truly left them speechless was yet to come. Half an hour later, Luo Qingxue and Lin Xiaotong returned to camp, dragging a stunned golden chocobo its size comparable to a small elephant and a frost crab radiating icy coldness.
Then, under the gaze of tens of millions of viewers across the province, Yifan lit a fire. Luo Qingxue extended her hand.
Golden, sacred phoenix flames transformed into the most perfect culinary fire, searing the succulent bird legs and tender crab meat. Not a trace of smoke lingered, only a peculiar, mouth-watering fragrance spread through the air. Soon, the grilled meat crisp on the outside, tender within, its surface glistening with golden hues, and the steamed snow crab, radiating an enticing crimson glow, were placed before the bonfire. Consuming Divine Phoenix roasted bird legs grants temporary buff, agility plus 30, stamina regeneration speed plus 20, lasts 3 hours. Consumed Phoenix steamed snow crab. Gain temporary buff, spirit plus 30, ice resistance plus 20. Lasts 3 hours. Yifan sat with the 5 girls around the campfire, admiring the sea view while savoring this top-tier cuisine enough to put any Michelin-starred chef to shame in relaxed contentment. This scene became the most iconic and most absurd moment of this year's Grand Exam. The spectator hall fell deathly silent.
Everyone was dumbfounded. Did I just see that? They're having a picnic? That food is glowing. I can smell the aroma. Wait, no, how could I possibly smell it? Unbelievable. While others are fighting for their lives, they're feasting on a top-tier buff meal. On the leaderboard, Sword Heartless' team still held an insurmountable lead at the top. But he soon noticed something was off. Although Shinzua's team ranked low, their points were increasing at an unusually steady and efficient rate, clearly not slacking off. Frowning, he followed Shinzua's team's location on the map and made his way over. And then, he witnessed a scene that nearly shook his very foundation. A campfire, delicious food, and 5 stunning beauties chatting and laughing. And sitting in the center, leisurely sipping juice, was that D-rank waste. You lot. Jian Wuxin's face instantly turned the color of liver. He felt his intelligence had suffered an unprecedented insult. How dare you indulge in pleasure here? What do you take this major exam for? Yifan didn't even bother to glance at him, merely saying to Lin Xiaotong beside him, "There's a fly buzzing around. Shoo it away." "Got it, boss." Lin Xiaotong wiped the grease from her lips, stood up, and beckoned to Jian Wuxin with a flick of her finger. "Got a problem? Come practice with me? Looking for trouble?" Jian Wuxin drew his sword from its sheath, unleashing a fierce blade aura that struck straight at Lin Xiaotong.
Lin Xiaotong merely casually swung a fist, and the Golden Valkyrie battle intent shattered the sword energy into oblivion.
Chapter 33, The Boss Battle Begins. Jian Wuxin's pupils contracted. He tried to strike again, only to find himself locked in place by a cold, piercing sword intent. It was Qinghe. She hadn't even drawn her sword. A single glance from her sent Jian Wuxin plunging into an icy abyss. Get lost. Qinghe spat out the single word coldly. Jian Wuxin gripped his sword hilt tightly, but in the end, he turned and left with gritted teeth. Wait. In the second phase, I'll make sure you have no place to bury your dead. 72 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Just as everyone believed the first stage would conclude with Jian Wuxin's team holding an absolute lead, a sudden, catastrophic shift occurred. At the very center of the island, a colossal volcano erupted without warning. Scorching lava shot skyward as several colossal, terrifying boss-level monsters roared forth from the crater. Phase 2 of the Grand Trial, Boss Conquest Battle, commence. Here we go. The Yifan squad, already well fed and fully rested, each boasting 7 or 8 god-tier culinary buffs, finally moved. Everyone, proceed according to plan. Yes, master. 5 streaks of light, moving several times faster than Jian Wuxin, charged into the volcanic zone, later departing yet arriving first. Flame Lord? Qingxue, your turn. Abyssal Dragon? Night Enchantress, yours. Crystal Stone Giant? Xiaotong, Qinghe, take care of it within 3 minutes. Yifan's voice rang out in the team channel like the most precise command. To outside spectators, all they could witness was the Divine Throne Squad's points on the leaderboard skyrocketing at a pace that bordered on the absurd. System announcements of one boss after another being slain echoed across the entire island. By the time Jian Wuxin's team finally reached the volcanic zone, all that awaited them were scattered boss remains and the terrifying lead held by Divine Throne Squad, who had overtaken them to claim the top spot. Yi Fan! Jian Wuxin's roar echoed with boundless frustration and rage. The grand finale of the trial, the Arena Championship. The top 16 teams gathered together. Without a doubt, Yifan's Divine Throne Squad and Jian Wuxin's Sword Saint Squad clashed on the final stage. Yifan, today, I will repay you 100-fold for every humiliation you've inflicted upon me. Jian Wuxin's gaze was cold and frenzied. Behind him, his 4 teammates formed an intricate sword formation. For symbols, Heaven's Sealing Sword Formation. Complete. For distinct sword energies surged skyward, instantly trapping Luo Qingxue and Lin Xiaotong in place, unable to move. This tactic was specifically designed to target them. Ha! Your 2 strongest fighters are crippled. Let's see how you fight now. Jian Wuxin roared with maniacal laughter, merging sword and body into a streak of light, charging straight at Yifan. He intended to personally behead this D-rank worthless trash before everyone's eyes. Every spectator on the stands held their breath. Everyone expected Yifan to summon his other mysterious beasts to counter. Yet Yifan remained rooted to the spot. He merely sighed softly. Why must people always force my hand? He lifted his head, gazing at the oncoming sword light, one powerful enough to cleave mountains, and slowly extended a single finger. No beast, no skill, no weapon. Just an ordinary finger. Then, under Jian Wuxin's horrified gaze, he gently tapped the sword's light. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. That indestructible sword light, just an inch away from Yifan's fingertip, shattered inch by inch, dissolving into nothingness. The ancient sword in Jian Wuxin's hand emitted a mournful wail before snapping clean in two. As for him, struck as if by lightning, he violently coughed up a mouthful of blood, flew backward, and crashed heavily to the ground, unconscious. One finger. Defeating the Sword Saint. The entire arena fell deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. The champion was born. At that very moment, a golden portal abruptly unfolded in the center of the arena. Investigator Wei Long emerged from the building, accompanied by several mysterious figures clad in dragon-patterned uniforms. His face bore an unprecedented gravity and urgency. Ignoring everything around him, he walked straight up to Yifan and handed him a crystal stone that glowed with a crimson light. Yifan, the nation needs you. Wei Long's voice was hoarse and dry. 10 minutes earlier, at the southern border defense line, the spatial fissure codenamed Abyss Maw had been forcibly torn open by an unknown force. 1 foot had already crossed over. The crystal in Wei Long's hand pulsed like a beating heart, emitting an ominous crimson glow that bathed his anxious face in a blood-red hue. That foot contained abyssal laws beyond our comprehension. Any approaching matter would be corroded and assimilated. The Southern Frontier Legion's heavy artillery emplacements were transformed into flesh-eating worms the instant they opened fire. General Long had personally arrived at the front lines, yet he too was suppressed by that force, suffering severe injuries. We've analyzed all your previous combat data. Wei Long's words came rapid fire like a machine gun. You are the only one capable of directly confronting and absorbing the power of the Abyss. You are our last hope. Address. Yifan cut straight to the point without a word of unnecessary chatter. It's already set up. Wei Long immediately activated the command. The golden portal that had appeared during the final exam battle unfolded once more in the center of the arena, this time in a more solid form. Master, Luo Qingxue stepped forward. Stay here. Yi Fan shook his head. This time, his expression was heavier than ever before. This enemy was different. He understood clearly, a single kick could render Longgua's most elite legion helpless and gravely wound the dragon group's supreme commander. The true form of the owner of that kick must be a terrifying existence. This was not a battle his girls could participate in now. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped through the golden portal. Dragon Nation, Southern Frontier Defense Line. The once mighty defense line, once hailed as an iron great wall, had now become a living hell on earth. The sky hung with an eerie dark purple, while the earth flowed with viscous, foul-smelling black blood. Countless Dragon Nation soldiers and professionals were locked in a brutal slaughter, with the grotesque abyssal monsters pouring out from the enormous spatial rift. At the very heart of the battlefield, the spatial rift known as the Abyssal Maw had been torn open into a terrifying void over several kilometers in diameter. A colossal foot, too vast to describe with words, blocked out the sky, wedged within the void. The foot was pitch black, its surface not covered in skin but in countless twisted, wailing human faces. Tentacles bristling with barbs whipped frantically around its edges, effortlessly snatching up mechs and tanks that dared approach, crushing them into scrap metal. Chapter 34, Our attacks are ineffective against it. The mere aura emanating from that single foot made the surrounding space viscous and oppressive. Countless soldiers, unable to withstand the mental corruption, instantly went mad and turned on their comrades. Hold! Hold the line, damn it! A one-armed, white-haired elder dragon group commander Longzhan stood at the very front of the warriors, wielding a battle blade ablaze with golden dragon flames. Each swing unleashed a 100-meter-long golden blade aura, purifying swaths of abyssal monsters. Yet with each strike, a trickle of blood spilled from his mouth, a clear sign he was nearing his limit. Yi Fan's figure appeared beside him. Commander Long. You've come. A flicker of hope flickered in Longzhan's eyes upon seeing Yi Fan, quickly replaced by grave concern. Be careful. That thing isn't from our dimension. Our attacks won't affect it. Yi Fan said nothing. He merely lifted his head, calmly observing the enormous, terrifying foot straining to force its entire body through the spatial fissure. Boss, let me try. Lin Xiaodong's voice echoed in Yi Fan's mind. Even across the void, she sensed the tension here through their bond. Yi Fan paused briefly before agreeing. In the next instant, a golden pillar of light descended from the heavens, striking directly upon the enormous foot. Within the pillar, the shadowy form of Lin Xiaodong's Valkyrie wielded the Judgment Sword, delivering a devastating downward strike. That strike alone could cleave a mountain in two. Yet the instant the blade struck the foot, it merely sparked a negligible spatter of black sparks, leaving not even a white mark. Instead, a human face on the surface of the foot suddenly opened its eyes, emitting an invisible, piercing mental shriek. The Valkyrie's phantom figure shuddered violently under the shriek, nearly disintegrating. Physical attacks ineffective. Mental attacks backfired. On the other side, Luo Qingxue's Phoenix Divine Flame roared in. The sacred flames finally inflicted a trace of effective damage, scorching a patch of charred black on the surface of the foot. Yet for such a colossal form, this damage was as futile as trying to burn an iceberg with a lighter. No, the power disparity was too great. Yi Fan instantly made his judgment. Just then, the colossal foot seemed to grow weary of these ants' harassment. Its mountain-like toe, its nail plate, actually cracked open with a slow, creaking sound. Within that crack lay not flesh and blood, but a profound, pitch-black void as if it connected to another world. Immediately after, a figure emerged from the crack. It wore a tattered, sickly green robe that seemed stitched together from countless plagues and bones, crowned with a wreath of rotting thorns, and wielded a staff fashioned from pallid bones. Hovering mid-air, the figure was encircled by a sickly green aura, thick with the stench of decay and withering. Humble, struggling, delicious nutrients. He spoke, his voice raspy yet tinged with an aloof superiority, as if surveying his own crops. I am Bane, one of the 72 pillars of the demon lords, master of plague and decay. It is my honor to be the first witness in your world to taste despair. His bone staff tapped lightly upon the battlefield below. Hum! An invisible, sickly green ripple instantly spread outward. Every Dragon Nation soldier touched by the ripple, regardless of rank, began rotting and withering instantly. Within mere seconds, they transformed into desiccated corpses oozing pus. It's the Wither Aura. Retreat! Dragon War's eyes bulged with fury. The dragon flames surging from his body formed a protective barrier, barely shielding the few core members behind him. Retreat? The Plague Lord, who called himself Bane, emitted a shrill, unpleasant laugh. Where could you possibly retreat to? He spread his arms wide, as if embracing his devotees. To be bathed in my lord's withered light, to become the soil for our descent, that is your supreme honor. Yet his laughter lasted less than a second. For Yi Fan had moved. He stepped forward, positioning himself at the very front of the group. That dreadful green aura, potent enough to wither all life, encountered its natural enemy the moment it neared within 3 feet of his body. A more overpowering, more primordial chaos aura fused with the power of the 7 sacred beasts silently devoured and obliterated it entirely. Bane's laughter abruptly ceased. For the first time, his eye sockets, burning with green soul flames, revealed incomprehensible astonishment. He looked at Yi Fan as though beholding an aberration that should not exist in this world. You carry the scent my master detests. Phoenix, martial god, sword, siren, and the abyss? No, that's not right. What exactly are you? I am here to kill you. Yi Fan's voice rang out, calm and steady. Ling Yi, analyze the rule core within that foot. Analysis complete. Ling Yi's voice responded directly within Yi Fan's mind. The core node is located at the exact center of the foot's soul. The connection point to the abyss's mouth is its sole source of energy in this world. Copy. Yi Fan lifted his head, gazing at the Plague Lord still frozen in shock, then shifted his gaze to the colossal foot that obscured the sky. Slowly, he extended a single finger. A beam of energy, fused with the 7 divine bloodlines and radiating a chaotic hue, slowly coalesced at his fingertip, an energy seemingly capable of splitting the heavens and tearing apart the earth. No! Bane finally sensed the deadly threat. He let out a terrified shriek as his bone staff erupted with an unprecedented, sickly green light, attempting to block the attack. But it was too late. Yi Fan's finger tapped lightly. The chaotic beam ignored space, ignored time, ignored all obstacles. Though launched later, it arrived first, striking with pinpoint accuracy at the very center of that colossal foot. No earth-shattering explosion. No world-ending roar. The colossal foot, which had rendered the entire southern frontier defenses helpless and brought despair to the mightiest warriors of the Dragon Nation, began to melt away silently and rapidly from its center the instant it was struck by that beam, like snow thrown into molten lava. Along with the Plague Lord Bane upon that foot, and the immense spatial rift itself, they were utterly and completely erased from this world. As if they had never existed. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Long Zhan, Wei Long, and all the surviving warriors stared blankly at the youth slowly retracting his fingers, feeling as though their brains had completely lost the ability to think. The crisis was resolved just like that? Yet, in the very instant that colossal foot was utterly obliterated, Bane's disintegrating body transformed into a final, venomous thought that transcended time and space, imprinting a single sentence directly into Yi Fan's mind. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. The key was on you all along. Wait, you outsider. My master has seen you. Chapter 35, The Mechanical Rush. Soon, the entire abyss will come searching for you, searching for that key, the Genesis key that unlocks the final gate. As the words faded, a black mark formed from pure abyssal resentment and impervious to any force appeared without warning beside Yi Fan. It did not brand Yi Fan's body. Instead, it was precisely imprinted upon the body of Ling Yi, the little girl of the system, visible only to Yi Fan. Ling Yi's body trembled violently. For the first time, her eyes, which usually shimmered with countless stars, revealed an emotion called panic. She lifted her head to look at Yi Fan, her voice trembling with a quiver she hadn't even noticed herself. Master, I have been marked. That black brand, forged from pure, abyssal resentment, clung to Ling Yi's light and shadow body like a bone-eating maggot. It continuously emitted a twisted, malevolent data stream, attempting to corrode Ling Yi's core. More like an unblockable coordinate, it sends signals into the endless darkness. Master, my core is being corrupted. My authority permissions are being weakened by this world's repulsive force. For the first time, Ling Yi's voice lost its composure, tinged with mechanical urgency. This mark cannot be erased by conventional means, it links to the primordial will of the abyss. I know. Yi Fan's expression finally darkened. He extended his hand, attempting to use the chaotic power fused from his 7 beast companions to peel away the mark. Yet the instant his power touched the mark, it erupted like a living entity, unleashing even more intense malevolence, even attempting to devour his power in return. This was the first time he had encountered something he couldn't simply crush with raw power. The key of creation? A cold gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. It seemed his system was far more complex than he had imagined. He glanced behind him at the ravaged battlefield and the surviving Dragon Nation warriors, who gazed at him with reverent eyes, as if beholding a deity. This matter is concluded, he declared to Long Zhan, who still stood in stunned disbelief. Take me back. He must find a solution to the mark on Ling Yi's body as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would become the living target of the entire abyss, doomed to eternal torment. Dragon Group, Top Secret Research Lab. Yi Fan, Long Zhan, and a team of Long Nation's most elite scientists and formation masters stood gathered around Ling Yi, suspended mid-air, their brows deeply furrowed. Impossible. A white-haired professor pushed his glasses up, his face etched with helplessness. We've deployed our highest precision energy analyzers, yet we cannot decipher the composition of this mark. Its very existence transcends every physical law currently known to us. Formations are ineffective. Another master of formations, with the demeanor of an immortal sage, shook his head. I deployed the 9-9 return to origin grand formation, attempting to erode it with the righteous energy of heaven and earth. But that resentment is like roots embedded in the void, utterly unshakable. Every method had failed. Could it truly be that there was no solution? Long Zhan's fists clenched so tightly they cracked. He knew all too well that Yi Fan was the Dragon Nation's last hope. If Yi Fan were to be endlessly hunted by the abyss because of this mark, it would spell utter ruin for the entire Dragon Nation. Just as everyone was at a loss, plunged into despair. Yi Fan, who had remained silent all along, suddenly spoke. Perhaps there was one place that could help. His gaze pierced through the laboratory walls, fixating on a distant corner of the world. The legendary place where the gods fell. Kunlun Ruins. Long John's pupils contracted sharply. Kunlun Ruins? That place is merely a legend, no one. No. Yi Fan interrupted him. It exists. Lingyi, calculate its coordinates.
Lingyi was currently simulating based on existing myths and legends, geological shift data, and residual energy fluctuations from the world line.
Data streams rolled frantically in Lingyi's eyes.
Simulation success rate, 37%.
Enough. Yi Fan stood up.
Prepare the fastest aircraft. 3 days later, deep within the Kunlun Mountains, a desolate zone perpetually shrouded in mist. A sleek, all-black stealth fighter, brimming with futuristic technology, hovered mid-air.
Boss, I can't see a thing down there. Lin Xiaotong pressed her face against the porthole, gazing down at the chaotic fog below with wide-eyed curiosity. Because it doesn't exist in our dimension.
Yi Fan's pupils shifted, one golden, one black as the divine demon eyes activated. The world before his eyes instantly transformed. Beneath the thick fog, he glimpsed a vast, fragmented continent floating within a spatial fissure, faintly visible. Upon that land stood countless ruined palaces, exuding an aura of sacredness and ancient desolation, collapsed divine statues, and the colossal skeletons of unknown divine beasts, each as massive as mountains. A desolate, ancient aura, yet one imbued with boundless divine might, emanated from that land.
Found it.
Yi Fan opened the hatch and leaped directly from 10,000 meters above. Luo Qingxue, Lin Xiaotong, Jinghe, Lang Yue, and Yeme followed closely behind. As their bodies pierced through the mist, it felt like passing through a water curtain. The scene before them suddenly opened up. The legendary Kunlun Ruins, the place where the gods fell, finally revealed itself before them.
Such intense spiritual energy. No, this isn't spiritual energy. These are primordial particles left behind after divine power dissipated. Jinghe and Luo Qingxue exclaimed in unison.
They could feel the bloodlines within their bodies becoming unusually active upon this land, as if returning to their ancestral home. Yet Yi Fan's expression remained grave.
Beneath these seemingly tranquil ruins, he sensed countless dangers lurking.
The resentment and unwillingness of those fallen deities, fermented over millennia, had given birth to something utterly terrifying. Everyone, stay close to me. Yi Fan led the group cautiously toward the very center of the continent, the central temple, the most magnificent yet most shattered structure in sight. They had just stepped onto a plaza paved with white jade. A sudden, bizarre change occurred. The dark crimson stains of dried divine blood that had long since faded on the plaza's surface suddenly glowed with an unseen force. One by one, blood-red figures brimming with savage, murderous energy slowly crawled out from the stains. Some wore shattered armor and wielded broken divine weapons, while others took the grotesque forms of divine beasts. Without exception, their eyes burned with a blood-red flame of madness, devoid of any trace of reason. They were the fallen heroes of the divine war, corrupted by divine blood and transformed into blood puppets driven solely by slaughter. Not these undead things again.
Lin Xiaotong frowned.
The Valkyrie's sacred sword blazed with golden light, slicing one charging blood puppet clean in half with a single strike. Yet the severed puppet dissolved into two pools of writhing blood, quickly coalescing back into form before lunging forward once more.
Physical attacks are ineffective.
Luo Qingxue unleashed her phoenix divine flames, engulfing the other blood puppet entirely. The puppet screamed shrilly within the flames, its body sizzling and burning, yet the crimson fire refused to be extinguished.
Divine purification could only suppress it, not eradicate it.
Their core lay in that tainted divine blood. Qinghe's sword light slashed through the horde of blood puppets, but she soon realized the problem. Unless the divine blood across the entire plaza could be purified simultaneously, they would remain undead.
Leave it to me.
Cold Moon, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward. Her eyes, which seemed capable of stealing souls, grew profound and distant in that moment, filled with compassion and serenity.
Chapter 36, Uncanny Radiance.
Her ethereal song echoed through the deathly silent ruins. It was not the enchanting siren song, nor the storm-tossed melody that could unleash a tempest of the soul.
It was a soul-soothing chant. A spirit-soothing chant.
The song was like the gentlest moonlight, harmless yet precise, caressing every inch of land tainted by divine blood, seeping into each blood puppet brimming with savagery and murderous intent. Those frenzied, undead monsters froze in their tracks the instant the song reached them. The crimson flames in their eyes began to flicker violently, struggling as if battling some more ancient, primal will.
Finally, the madness receded, the savagery dissipated.
Slowly and in perfect unison, they dropped to one knee, bowing their long mindless heads as if paying final homage to that divine war of ages past. Then, their bodies crumbled like weathered sand sculptures, silently dissolving into a sky filled with crimson specks that vanished into the air. On the ground, the dark crimson divine blood lost its unnatural sheen, reverting to the color of ordinary dust.
The entire plaza fell back into deathly silence. Let's go.
Yi Fan glanced at Lang Yu, whose face was slightly pale, then led the group deeper into Kunlun Ruins. Beyond the white jade plaza stood a central temple more magnificent and more ruinous than any structure they had seen before. The temple's gates had long since collapsed, revealing an interior as vast as a miniature world. 12 colossal pillars, each carved with ancient mythical beasts, supported the sky. 7 had already collapsed, and the remaining 5 were covered in cracks, as if they might topple at any moment. At the very center of the temple stood a circular pool, 100 meters in diameter. Within the pool, there was no water. Only a fist-sized, golden light source pulsed weakly at the bottom. It emitted a purity so absolute it seemed capable of cleansing all things. Even this faint glow caused the abyssal mark upon Ling Yi's body to emit a sizzling sound, as black mist continuously evaporated. This is it. A flicker of emotion finally stirred in Yi Fan's eyes. The primordial essence of Kunlun, the core of divine power. If he could use this power to purify Ling Yi, that abyssal mark could be eradicated completely. Yet, just as he prepared to step forward, a terrifying pressure, far more intense than any he had ever felt before, descended from the heavens without warning. It was a pure, ancient divine majesty devoid of malice, yet radiating an overwhelming sense of sanctity that brooked no desecration. Under this overwhelming pressure, Luo Qingxue, Lin Xiaotong, and the others found their bloodline power suppressed to the point of paralysis, their bodies frozen in place. Above the pool at the temple's center, light and shadow twisted. A colossal figure, radiating supreme majesty, slowly coalesced from the void. It was a colossal tiger, entirely snow-white, bearing a royal crest upon its forehead and wings that pierced the heavens. Its body was semi-transparent, seemingly composed of the purest starlight, yet its surface was covered in spiderweb-like cracks, revealing it to be nothing more than a shattered soul on the verge of disintegration. The sacred beast of the West, the white tiger. An outsider. From the white tiger's maw emerged a voice, ancient and majestic, resonating directly within the depths of everyone's souls. This is the resting place of the gods. Depart at once. Its gaze swept across the crowd, finally settling upon Ling Yi beside Yi Fan. The moment it saw the abyssal mark upon Ling Yi, those tiger-eyed eyes that seemed to contain the entire starry sky instantly erupted with boundless killing intent and disgust. The filth of the abyss. How dare you bring such a filthy thing into the Kunlun divine realm? Die. The word death fell. The white tiger merely raised its forepaw. A pure, white claw shadow condensed from the essence of gung-metal chi and containing the power to sever all cosmic laws ignored spatial distance, appearing directly above Yi Fan's head before slamming down with brutal force. This strike alone was sufficient to tear an S-rank powerhouse soul and all into shreds. Xiaotong. Xinghe. Luo Qingxue cried out in alarm, about to rush forward. Stay back. Yi Fan's voice rang out calmly. He merely lifted his head, watching the descending fatal claw, and slowly raised his right hand. In his right hand, a long sword equally translucent, forged from the primordial essence of the sword spirit of extermination materialized instantly, radiating a fierce, murderous intent. He neither retreated nor dodged. Instead, he met attack with attack, thrusting his sword forward. Boom! Sword and claw collided violently midair. No energy explosion erupted, only a clash of opposing forces. Yi Fan's body swayed slightly. Yet that white claw shadow was forcibly cleaved in two by the sword strike, scattering into countless specks of light that vanished without a trace. For the first time, a flicker of disturbance rippled through the white tiger's majestic eyes. Eastern sword intent? No, it was intertwined with the divine essence of the Norse war god, the divine fire of the Western Phoenix, and its gaze locked onto Yi Fan. The purest essence of an abyssal demon god. What exactly are you? It could not comprehend. How could a single living being contain so many conflicting, even mortal enemy divine bloodlines without exploding on the spot? I'm here to resolve the issue. Yi Fan answered calmly. I need to borrow the power of that pool to wash away the markings on her. Wash away? The white tiger let out a cold, authoritative snort. What do you think this is? A vegetable market? This pool of purification is the last source of divine power in all Kunlun ruins. Each time it's used, its strength permanently weakens. What makes you think I'd squander Kunlun's last reserves for a filthy thing marked by the abyss? You may make demands, Yi Fan replied. Conditions? The white tiger snorted as if hearing the most absurd joke. What could you possibly offer that could compare to Kunlun's very foundation? It no longer acknowledged Yi Fan, instead turning its gaze toward the pool of purification. A flicker of sorrow and desolation flickered in its eyes. After the divine war, Kunlun shattered, the gods fell. Only this remnant soul of mine remains, guarding this last sanctuary, awaiting the birth of new gods, awaiting the day Kunlun revives. But the primordial essence within this pool has grown too feeble, barely capable of self-repair, let alone purifying the imprint left by the Abyss Lord himself. It slowly turned its head, fixing its gaze upon Yi Fan once more. Unless. Its voice grew utterly cold, devoid of any emotion. You can offer it an equivalent sacrifice. A soul equally imbued with divine law and divine essence, to fill the void created by the purification of the mark. The white tiger's star-like eyes slowly swept over Luo Qingxue, Lin Xiaotong, Xinghe, Ling Yue, and Yeme standing behind Yi Fan. Finally, its gaze settled upon Yi Fan. Any one of them, or. Chapter 37, Different Divine Powers. You. The white tiger's voice, like ancient ice, caused the temperature within the entire temple to plummet.
Master, don't. Luo Qingxue was the first to react.
She stood before Yifan, her phoenix divine flame blazing without restraint, attempting to counter the divine might.
Use me. And me. This life was given to me by the boss, returning it to him is only right.
Lin Xiaotong stepped forward as well, her Valkyrie battle intent soaring skyward.
Xinghe, Ling Yue, and Yeme, though silent, their actions spoke volumes.
5 figures, 5 distinct divine tier powers at this moment, they stood unwaveringly before Yifan, forming an impenetrable barrier.
Oh?
A flicker of surprise passed through the white tiger's star-like eyes.
It couldn't comprehend why these beings of noble bloodlines would go to such lengths for a seemingly ordinary mortal.
Yifan, however, simply pushed the 5 girls blocking his path aside, one by one.
I appreciate your kindness.
He stepped forward to the very front, once again calmly gazing at the majestic remnant soul of the sacred beast.
But it seems you've all misunderstood one thing. Who said I intend to use your lives as offerings? The white tiger snorted coldly. Do you intend to sacrifice your own life instead? Don't forget the mark upon her was brought by you. Sacrificing yourself is only natural. Sacrifice? Yifan smiled. You really underestimate me.
He slowly raised his left hand.
Since this void requires divinity in order to fill, then I shall grant it.
As his words fell, a flash of light erupted from the palm of his outstretched left hand. A crystal, entirely azure, as if containing the entire ocean within, with a faint remnant of divine essence sealed at its core, slowly materialized. Heart of the Deep. Obtained from the tidal throne, this god-tier material sealed the remnant soul of the sea god.
But that wasn't all.
Yifan's right palm flashed with light once more. A dark gold crystal, radiating a domineering dragon's aura and containing a thread of the Dragon King's will within, also materialized.
Dragon King Soul Crystal.
Acquired from the Valley of Fallen Dragons, this god-tier material was forged from the essence of the skeleton Dragon King after its demise. This was. For the first time, the white tiger's face, eternally stern and unchanging, revealed an emotion called astonishment upon seeing these 2 items.
A fragment of the sea god's divine essence. And the crystallized will of the Dragon King. How could you possibly possess such things? It couldn't help but be stunned. Either of these artifacts alone would drive any S-rank powerhouse in the outside world mad.
They contain the purest essence of divinity and cosmic order, exactly the supreme energy needed to repair and purify the pool.
Is that enough now?
Yifan asked indifferently. The remnant soul of the white tiger surged violently. It was torn. Reason told it that these 2 items were more than sufficient to pay the price for purifying the imprint, even with plenty to spare. Yet the pride of a Kunlun guardian prevented it from bowing to an outsider so easily. Even so, it said in a deep voice, this still does not atone for your crime of bringing the filth of the abyss into the divine realm.
Oh?
Yifan's eyebrows arched slightly.
A hint of amusement touched the corners of his mouth. Since you deem it insufficient, then how about this? He reached out once more.
This time, there was no light, no energy.
A faint yet supreme aura, seemingly transcending all rules and manifesting in chaotic hues, flickered briefly at his fingertips. The instant that aura appeared, the entire Kunlun ruins, this land where gods had fallen, silent for 10,000 years, shuddered violently without warning. All collapsed temples, all shattered bones, all dried up divine blood. In that moment, they seemed to be imbued with life, collectively emitting a silent hum filled with reverence and submission. At the temple's center, the pool of purification erupted with an unprecedented blaze of golden light, as if beholding its sovereign. The white tiger's colossal form, woven from starlight, seemed crushed by an invisible mountain. Uncontrollably, it slowly prostrated itself upon the ground. Its majestic tiger eyes fixed intently upon the strand of chaotic energy at Yifan's fingertip, filled with utter disbelief, extreme terror, and fervent obsession. The power that forged the heavens and earth. Impossible. This is the primordial power possessed only by the father god Pangu when he split heaven and earth. How could you possibly have it? Its voice had lost all trace of authority, reduced to nothing but a tremor born from the deepest recesses of its soul. Now, do you think that's enough?
Yifan withdrew his finger, and the strand of chaotic energy vanished.
The tremors of Kunlun ruins gradually subsided.
But the white tiger remained prostrate on the ground, never again daring to raise its proud head.
Enough. More than enough.
It murmured in a voice bordering on delirium, filled with reverence. Honorable master of the primordial force, please, feel free to use the pool of purification.
Kunlun shall offer you its highest reverence. Its attitude underwent a complete 180-degree turnaround.
Yifan paid no heed to its flattery. He approached the purification pool and gently cast the 2 divine-grade materials into its depths. The Deep Sea Heart and Dragon King Soul Crystal, upon touching the golden light at the pool's bottom, instantly transformed into 2 streams of the purest energy, one blue, one gold, merging completely into it. The golden light within the purification pool, as if nourished by a potent elixir, surged tenfold in intensity, illuminating the entire temple with blinding radiance. Then, Yifan turned his head and beckoned softly to Ling Yi beside him. Come here. Ling Yi obediently floated over, a hint of curiosity playing across her face. Yi Fan placed his hand atop her head, then gently pushed her toward the purification pool.
Ling Yi's tiny form vanished into the dazzling golden light. Ah! A faint cry, somewhere between pain and relief, escaped Ling Yi's lips. The abyss mark upon her body, upon contact with the pool's purifying power, reacted as if encountering its nemesis. It emitted a shrill, piercing screech, spewing black smoke wildly as it was purified and dissolved at a visible pace. Within a mere dozen seconds, the mark vanished completely.
Rather than weakening, Ling Yi's body grew more solid and agile, having absorbed part of the purification pool's primordial divine power along with the residual energy from those two god-tier materials. Her pupils grew deeper, as if they truly contained countless stars.
Ding! Your pet Ling Yi has completed purification. Core rules restored. New skills acquired: Divine Domain Purification, World Line Correction Basic. Returned, you have acquired new skills. Done. Chapter 38, the Master steps in to assist. Yi Fan withdrew his hand, observing the revitalized Ling Yi with a satisfied nod. However, just as he prepared to lead everyone away, the white tiger, which had been lying prostrate nearby, suddenly spoke up. Honored ruler, please stay. Its voice brimmed with humility and earnest plea. Kunlun. Kunlun is in peril. We implore the master to lend aid. Its gaze turned beyond the temple walls toward the deepest recesses of Kunlun ruins, a realm shrouded in endless darkness, impenetrable even to the divine and demonic eyes. During the divine war, not only did countless gods fall, but also, a terrifying being from beyond the realms was personally sealed by the Father God within the deepest recesses of Kunlun ruins, that land of exile known as the Yiguishu. For 10,000 years, the power of the seal has steadily waned. Now, it was about to break free. As the white tiger's words fell, a chilling, deathly stillness, a terrifying wave pulsing with the essence of finality and oblivion, flashed from the deepest recesses of Kunlun Su, from that dark realm known as the Yiguishu. Even in that instant, even across vast distances, those within the temple felt a shudder emanating from the depths of their very souls. It was not the sheer might of power, but a conceptual, higher dimensional crushing force. As if all things in the world, be they gods or demons, ultimately return to that eternal darkness and void. It has sensed you. The white tiger's voice was heavy with gravity and urgency. It sensed that thread of world-creating power within you, the very thing it craved to devour, yet loathed above all else. What does it matter to me? Yi Fan's voice remained calm. My purpose in coming here has been fulfilled. He was no saint, nor was he a savior. The survival of Kunlun is none of his concern. Master! The white tiger cried out as he prepared to leave. The entity within the abyss is not a being of our world. It calls itself the World Devourer, feeding on the very essence of worlds. Should it break free, the entire Kunlun ruins and even your own world will become its sustenance. None shall be spared. Moreover, the white tiger shifted his tone, presenting an offer Yi Fan could not refuse. When the Father God sealed it, he declared this entity to be both a great calamity and a great tonic. Within its body lies the complete world core of the previous world it devoured. Should it be slain and that world core seized, not only would Kunlun ruins instantly return to its pre-divine war peak state, but the power of its master would shatter this world's constraints, reaching a new realm beyond your wildest imagination. Yi Fan halted his advance. He turned his head to look at the white tiger. For the first time, those eyes, one golden, one black, revealed genuine interest. The world core? Yes. Seeing an opening, the white tiger immediately added, it is a complete, mature source of the world's essence. The rules and energy it contains far surpass those of this nearly dried up pool beneath me. Most crucially, that world core can be used to repair your weapon. The white tiger's gaze fell upon Ling Yi, the little girl-like system entity beside Yi Fan, one only he could see. It clearly regarded Ling Yi as some sort of humanoid divine artifact or spirit essence. I can sense that your artifact, though possessing supreme world-creating rules, is itself incomplete, as if it lacks its most crucial driving component. A complete world core would serve as the perfect reactor core. It would allow it to truly transform from concept into reality. Yi Fan's pupils contracted slightly. The white tiger was correct. Ling Yi was powerful, but ultimately she was merely a system, a conceptual deity. Her power lay more in modifying rules and tampering with data, lacking the most direct, destructive force. A world core, however, was sufficient to complete her ultimate transformation. Deal. Yi Fan uttered the two words. However, I have one more condition. He glanced at the 5 girls beside him, their eyes gleaming at the mention of the world core. Within Kunlun ruins, countless ancient divine beasts had fallen. I want their remains, divine essences, and every usable material. The white tiger nodded without hesitation. As long as you can resolve the troubles of the abyssal void, all of Kunlun, everything within it, is yours to take. Very well. Yi Fan wasted no more words. He turned his gaze toward the Guichu, shrouded in endless darkness. Lead the way. Guichu. This was the end of Kunlun, the final destination of all light and hope. The sky was eternally gray and lifeless, the earth a desolate, scorched wasteland. The air was thick with an aura called the end, potent enough to rot the very soul.
At the heart of this scorched land, 9 colossal chains pierce the heavens and earth, forged from an unknown divine metal. Deep within their grasp lies a colossal, irregular black sphere seemingly assembled from countless fragments of space and dark matter. The sphere pulsed slowly and rhythmically, like a slumbering heart. With each beat, the surrounding chains groaned under the strain, their divine runes dimming slightly. This was the World Devourer. The White Tiger's voice was thick with apprehension. Even when the Father God gathered the combined divine power of all Kunlun, he could only seal it here, never destroy it completely. Its true form possessed no fixed shape, capable of devouring all matter and energy, immune to any conventional attack. Its sole weakness lies within the world core it has swallowed. Shatter that core, and it will collapse from within. The problem was, how to get inside. Lin Xiaotong frowned as she stared at the flawlessly sealed black sphere. Force an opening, the White Tiger declared. Then, before it can self-repair, we charge in. I'll make the opening. Yi Fan stepped forward. Slowly, he raised his right hand. Behind him, the 5 divine-level illusions once again merged into his body. This time, he channeled that supreme, primordial force of creation. He concentrated this force at his fingertip. Without any earth-shattering fanfare, only a pure, gray haze one that seemed capable of splitting the heavens and reshaping the cosmos enveloped the space. He gently tapped the enormous black sphere. Open. One word. His word became law. Without warning, a perfectly circular opening appeared on the surface of the black sphere, a gap smooth as glass, just wide enough for one person to pass through. Gray threads of primordial power coiled around the edges of the opening, preventing its self-repair. Hurry! The White Tiger urged urgently. The primal force can only suppress it for 10 seconds. Which of you wishes to enter and witness the birth and death of a world alongside me? Chapter 39, the scene before them, stars shifting. Yi Fan turned to face the 5 women behind him. Me. I'll go. Master, take me. The 5 women spoke in unison without a moment's hesitation. Yi Fan smiled. Then let's go together. He was the first to step into the bottomless chasm leading to another world. The 5 women followed closely behind. The moment they entered, the circular opening closed behind them. The scenery before their eyes shifted dramatically. The next moment, they found themselves in a completely unfamiliar, bizarre, and surreal space. This was the interior of the World Devourer. And also the world it had devoured, a world long since dead. The sky was shattered. Countless vast fragments of the sky, resembling shards of mirrors, floated in the air, each reflecting different scenes long since vanished. The earth was withered. Mountains crumble, rivers run dry, cities lie in ruins, not a trace of life remains. The entire world was suffused with an intense, indelible sorrow and deathly stillness. How tragic, Lin Xiaotong murmured, unable to contain her words as she gazed upon the scene before her. The core of the world lies at the very center of this space. Lingyi's voice rang out as she pointed toward a faintly glowing point in the distance. Everyone, prepare for battle. Yi Fan ordered. For he had sensed it, countless slumbering guardians within this realm of death had awakened. The earth began to tremble. From the ruins, colossal monsters formed of dried bones and resentment slowly crawled out from beneath the earth. In the sky, ghostly giant birds, formed from shattered souls and storms, circled and screeched. They were the world's final guardians, enslaved by the World Eater and transformed into puppets protecting the world's core. Perfect. You'll be the test subjects for my newly acquired power. A cold smile curled at the corner of Yi Fan's lips. He extended his hand toward the overwhelming horde of undead, clenching it gently. Divine domain, purify. Hum. An invisible golden ripple, pure to the extreme, radiated outward from him in an instant. Every undead creature touched by the ripple, whether the skeletal behemoths on the ground or the spectral giant birds in the sky, froze in place. The dense and death energy enveloping them melted away like ice under the scorching sun. Within mere seconds, all the monsters ceased their attacks. The madness and savagery in their eyes were replaced by a sense of liberated tranquility. Slowly, they bowed in Yi Fan's direction. Then, they dissolved into a sky filled with sparkling points of light, vanishing completely and returning to the primordial essence of this realm of death. One strike. Clear the area. Let's go. Yi Fan led the group unimpeded all the way to the center of this world. There, a massive crystal sphere over a kilometer in diameter, composed entirely of pure energy and covered in cracks, floated silently mid-air. It was the world core. Even as it teetered on the brink of shattering, the energy fluctuations it emitted still sent chills down the spines of Luo Qingxue and the others. Shatter it, and... Before Yi Fan could finish his words, a sudden change occurred. Without warning, a massive crack split open on the surface of the colossal world core. From within the fissure emerged not energy nor crystal, but an eye. An eye so immense it defied description, filled with chaos and madness, its vertical pupil seeming to reflect the birth and death of the universe, the end of all things. That vertical pupil slowly shifted. Finally, its gaze settled precisely upon Yi Fan. A cold, emotionless will and ancient presence that seemed to originate from the very birth of the cosmos exploded in the minds of everyone present. At last, I have found you. The inheritor of the power that created the world. That will was cold, vast, and devoid of any living emotion, as if it were the indifference of the universe itself. The instant its voice resounded, the entire realm of death shook violently. Fragments in the sky accelerated their descent, while ruins upon the earth crumbled to dust. A pure, indescribable force of utter annihilation radiated from that enormous vertical pupil, threatening to reduce everything within this space to nothingness. It was the world devourer. Luo Qingxue and the others paled visibly. They could feel their divine bloodlines being utterly suppressed by this force of annihilation, unable to muster even a shred of power. This was an absolute suppression at the very level of life forms. All things must come to an end, even gods are no exception. And the world devourer was the very embodiment of that concept of ending. So you finally decided to show yourself. Yet, facing this will powerful enough to drive gods to despair, Yifan's expression remained utterly calm. He even offered a hint of approval toward that enormous vertical pupil. Not bad. Far superior to those worthless fools before. For the first time, a ripple stirred within the vertical pupil. It wasn't anger, nor was it surprise. Rather, it was a hint of curiosity, the kind a higher dimensional being might feel upon observing a lower dimensional insect and discovering that this insect possessed the ability to think. An interesting soul. Your very existence is a paradox. Creation and destruction, life and death, the sacred and the abyss, so many contradictory concepts coexisting within a mere mortal body. Tell me, how did you achieve this? It seemed more intrigued by Yifan's secrets than by that thread of creation energy. Want to know? A playful curve lifted at the corner of Yifan's mouth. Defeat me, and I'll tell you. Beat me? A flicker of something almost human, a hint of bewilderment flashed within its vertical pupils. What makes you think you're worthy of facing me in battle? Because of this. Yifan slowly raised his right hand. This time, he summoned neither the power of any beast companion nor the thread of primordial chaos energy. He simply clenched his fist. Then, he delivered a single punch toward the massive, crack-ridden world core. No light. No sound. Only a pure, condensed physical force so concentrated it could pierce dimensions resounded. Boom! The entire realm of death seemed to pause under the impact of that single blow. In the next instant, the indestructible world core, over a kilometer in diameter, developed a visible network of fine cracks radiating outward from Yifan's fist. Then, like a spiderweb, the cracks spread across the entire spherical surface within a single second. Crack! A shattering sound, as crisp as crystal breaking. The world core, containing all the energy of an entire world and unshakable even by the gods, was shattered by Yifan's seemingly ordinary punch. Impossible. In the instant the world core shattered, that enormous vertical pupil within its icy will experienced for the first time intense fluctuations named shock and agony. It could not comprehend. How could a mere mortal possess such terrifying, pure physical might? This transcended rules, transcended concepts, it was the most unreasonable, absolute power. Now, am I qualified? Yifan slowly withdrew his fist and asked calmly. Yet the shattering of the world core did not cause the world devourer to collapse. Quite the opposite. A dark energy more terrifying than any before, brimming with madness and savagery, erupted violently from the shattered core. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. You thought you shattered my weakness? Ha! That icy will let out a deafening roar, filled with mockery and ecstatic laughter. Foolish insect. That was not my weakness, it was my seal. With its laughter, the entire realm of death began collapsing inward at a terrifying speed. Chapter 40, A Mistake. Every collapsing fragment, every withered ruin, every lifeless speck of dust in this instant, all transformed into the purest dark energy, surging madly toward that colossal vertical pupil. The shattering of the world's core did not kill it, instead, it released its final bonds. That vertical pupil began to coalesce a tangible form from the void. A formless, ever-shifting black entity composed of the pure concept of finality, defying all geometric definition, appeared at the world's center. Around it, even light could not escape, and the very concepts of time and space became blurred. Thank you, insect. For the first time, the boundless will of the world devourer was tinged with an emotion called pleasure. To thank you for breaking my seal, I shall make you the first living being I utterly erase. Your existence, your past, your future, every trace you left upon this world, all shall return to nothingness. An irresistible force of annihilation, targeting existence itself, surged toward Yifan and his companions like an invisible tidal wave. Luo Qingxue and the others turned deathly pale. Before this force, they couldn't even muster the will to resist, as if their very existence was a mistake. Erase me? Yifan's expression remained as calm and composed as ever. He even shook his head, as if observing an ignorant child. You still don't seem to grasp the situation. This world has no rules anymore. Therefore, from now on, I am the rule. He stepped forward. Just one step. The annihilating force capable of obliterating gods halted abruptly 3 feet from his body, unable to advance another inch. As if an invisible, supreme barrier of law stood before it. For the first time, the will of the world devourer trembled violently. What? You think? Yifan raised his head, his eyes one golden, one black, calmly fixed upon that indescribable mass of pitch-black matter.
That I shattered the world's core merely to attack you? No. I did it to create a battlefield that belongs solely to me. As he finished speaking, he slowly raised his hands. From his left hand, a strand of chaotic, gray energy brimming with the essence of creation slowly rose. On his right hand, a pure, black energy filled with the intent of destruction violently condensed. Creation and destruction. Beginning and end. Two diametrically opposed, primordial cosmic forces achieved an unprecedented, perfect fusion within Yifan. Now, the game begins. He thrust his left hand forward. That strand of world-creating power instantly radiated out, forcibly stabilizing this collapsing realm of death. The shattered sky reassembled itself, and the withered earth regained its vitality. Within mere seconds, the embryonic form of a new world, one that obeyed only Yifan's will, rapidly came into being. Within this world crafted by Yifan's own hands, the terrifying erasing power of the World Devourer was suppressed to its absolute limit. No! This can't be. The World Devourers will finally erupted in a horrified roar. What kind of monster are you? I am your Terminator. Yifan clenched his right fist, channeling the power of destruction into a single point. His figure flickered, appearing instantly before the pitch-black entity. One punch, a brutal, crushing blow landed squarely. Boom! This time, it was a true collision of rules and concepts. The entire newly born microcosm trembled violently under the impact of that single blow. The indescribable black mass was violently shattered by the blow, a massive gap torn open as countless streams of terminating force poured out. Roar! The World Devourer let out a tortured howl, its body convulsing wildly as it tried to swallow and assimilate Yifan. Yet within Yifan's creation realm, all its struggles proved utterly futile. It was over. Yifan's second punch, third punch, fourth punch. Each punch contained the purest force of destruction. Each strike landed with pinpoint precision upon its primordial core. Finally, amidst a wail of unwillingness that echoed throughout the entire microcosm, that pitch-black entity representing the end was brutally shattered by Yifan's fists. It dissolved into the purest, ownerless primordial essence of the apocalypse, dissipating within the world Yifan had personally created. Ding! You have successfully slain the World Devourer. Acquired the End Source. Your pet Spirit One has successfully absorbed the End Source, core rules restored. Mastered ultimate skill, World Reset unique. Returned, you have obtained World Reset. With the Devourer's demise, the shattered world core hidden deep within its core as both a seal and a source of power was finally exposed. Yifan paid it no mind. This miniature world he had created began to rapidly collapse upon losing its purpose for existence. Lingyi, take us back. Command received. Lingyi extended her small hand and drew a gentle arc through the void. A stable spatial passageway materialized before them. The group emerged unscathed from the abyss, returning to the Kunlun Temple. The instant they departed, that miniature world collapsed completely, returning to nothingness. Within the temple, the white tiger gazed upon the group returning safely, its star-like tiger eyes now utterly filled with reverence and fervor. You truly did it. Kunlun, we thank you for your rebirth. Its massive form bowed heavily to the ground, performing the most ancient and exalted ritual of the divine beasts. Yifan paid it no mind. He merely beckoned softly toward the depths of Kunlun ruins. The shattered world core, along with countless divine beast bones and fragments of divine essence scattered throughout the ruins, each containing colossal energy transformed into streaks of light. They all flew into his hands and were stored within his system space. These materials belong to me now. This is what you deserve, the white tiger declared without hesitation. All of Kunlun is your spoils of war. Boss! Look at this! Lin Xiaodong excitedly held up a crystal stone gleaming with golden lightning, dug out from a pile of divine beast bones. This is a fragment of the thunder god's divine essence. It's perfect for me. Master, here lies the hardwood of the divine Paulownia tree. Luo Qingxue also discovered a treasure of immense benefit to herself. Qing had transformed directly into a streak of swordlight, darting toward a collapsed sword god temple, clearly having discovered something extraordinary. Just as the women were gleefully dividing their spoils, a golden teleportation gate abruptly unfolded within the temple. Investigator Wei Long burst out from it, his face etched with urgency. Yifan! Something's wrong. Chapter 41, all the pet beasts around him. Without even bowing in greeting, he thrust an urgent intelligence report into Yifan's hands. The provincial capital's major examination has begun ahead of schedule. Moreover, just moments ago, our mole at provincial capital First High School relayed this news. That top-tier talent with the A-class sword saint profession, Jian Wuxin, upon learning you didn't register, publicly declared you're nothing but a cowardly good-for-nothing who only dares to lord it over Jiangcheng. He also declared that once he secures top honors in the exam and joins the Dragon Group, his first act will be to personally cripple you and seize all the pet beasts by your side. Yifan's eyebrows arched slightly. He hadn't even gone looking for trouble, yet someone had come crawling right up to him. Boss, that kid's asking for it. Lin Xiaotong exploded on the spot. Let's go now and wring his neck. Not so fast. A playful curve lifted at the corner of Yifan's lips.
He glanced behind him at the towering mountain of materials, brimming with ancient divine essence.
Let him bloat for a few days. We'll level up first.
3 days later, in the provincial capital of Jiangcheng province, the first phase of the grand examination survival on a deserted island officially commenced.
Tens of thousands of examinees were teleported to a vast island teeming with primordial beasts. Every team immediately charged deep into the island, frantically hunting beasts to accumulate points. Jian Wuxin's team, like a blade drawn from its scabbard, proved unstoppable. Their points soared far ahead, leaving other teams trailing in their wake. Meanwhile, the Divine Throne team took the opposite approach.
Yi Fan led his 5 female companions to the island's edge, a picturesque bay. Then, under the stunned gazes of tens of millions of viewers across the province and all the commentators,
he lit a fire.
Luo Qingxue and Lin Xiaotong dragged a freshly stunned S-rank golden chocobo and began expertly preparing the ingredients. Soon, an enticing aroma of meat, accompanied by a golden glow, wafted from the Divine Throne Squad's camp, making everyone who caught its scent salivate. The spectator hall fell deathly silent.
Am I seeing this correctly? They're having a picnic? This is a competition. How dare they? Unbelievable. Jian Wuxin is fighting for his life out there, and they're having a barbecue in here? But the real absurdity was yet to come. Just as Jian Wuxin finally slayed an elite monster covered in blood, his points skyrocketing once more.
At the island's center, a dormant volcano that had lain silent for 1,000 years erupted violently without warning.
Warning! Phase 2 of the Grand Trial boss battle has commenced prematurely.
Scorching lava shot skyward as several terrifying bosses, their aura far surpassing elite monsters, roared forth from the crater. Jian Wuxin's expression darkened, and he immediately prepared to lead his team forward.
But before he could move,
5 streaks of light, fast to the extreme, had already surged from the coastal direction, arriving ahead of their departure, and plunged directly into the volcanic zone.
That was the Divine Throne Squad.
Well fed and refreshed, they glowed with golden light, empowered by the super buffs from god-tier cuisine, their condition at its absolute peak.
Flame Lord? Qingxue, this is your dish. Abyssal Dragon? Night Enchantress, yours to handle. Crystal Stone Giant?
Xiaotong, Qinghe, take care of it within 3 minutes. Yi Fan's leisurely voice streamed through the live broadcast, reaching every ear with crystal clarity.
Immediately after, they witnessed a scene that would remain etched in their memories forever. On the leaderboard, the Divine Throne Squad's points skyrocketed at a vertiginous, almost unnatural pace. Almost every few dozen seconds, a system announcement blared across the island, declaring another boss had been slain. By the time Jian Wuxin's team finally reached the volcanic zone after a grueling trek, all that greeted them was a field littered with the remains of defeated bosses. And Yi Fan's nonchalant comment, amplified by the sound array and broadcast across the entire island. Quite tasty. The meat was firm and chewy. We'll continue tomorrow.
Jian Wuxin's face flushed crimson, then turned ashen, finally settling into a deathly pallor. His pride in his sword heart was shattered by Yi Fan's offhand remark about continuing tomorrow, leaving it cracked and humiliated. In the spectator hall, everyone stared at the name atop the leaderboard, a dominant first place with eyes reserved for monsters.
Divine Throne.
In just 72 hours, this name had transformed from a laughingstock into a legend, a nightmare beyond the reach of every candidate. The grand finale of the examination, the Arena Championship, arrived as scheduled. Without a hint of suspense, Yi Fan's Divine Throne Squad faced off against Jian Wuxin's Sword Saint Squad on the championship stage.
Yi Fan.
Jian Wuxin's voice was hoarse and icy as he fixed Yi Fan with a gaze that held the madness of one who had staked everything. Today, it's either you die or I perish. Behind him, 4 teammates simultaneously drew their swords. The sword chi within them resonated with his own, coalescing into an ancient sword formation radiating a murderous intent.
For symbols, Heaven's Sealing Sword Formation, complete.
Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise. For illusory Sacred Beast, sword shadows surged skyward from the cardinal directions, instantly transforming into 4 chains of law. Ignoring Luo Qingxue and Lin Xiaotong's protective divine light, they bound both women's bodies and their bloodline power, pinning them immovably to the spot.
Luo Qingxue's Phoenix Divine Flame and Lin Xiaotong's Valkyrie Battle Will were suppressed at this moment, unable to leave their bodies even an inch.
This was the Jian Wuxin clan's treasured ancestral formation, specifically designed to counter opponents possessing powerful divine bloodlines. He had staked everything on this battle.
Ha!
Seeing this, Jian Wuxin erupted in a wild, maniacal laugh.
Yi Fan. Your 2 strongest fighters are crippled. Let's see how you fight now.
Without further hesitation, emerged completely with his long sword, transforming into a dazzling blade of light that tore through the heavens and earth, striking directly for Yi Fan's head.
He intended to personally sever the head of this D-rank worthless trash before the entire province, washing away every humiliation he had endured. Every spectator in the stands held their breath.
The teachers and students from Jiangcheng turned ashen-faced. Supporters from the provincial capital erupted in deafening cheers. To everyone's eyes, Yi Fan, stripped of his 2 core combat strengths, was as good as dead. Yet Yi Fan merely sighed softly.
Why must someone always force my hand?
He didn't even glance at his 4 teammates trapped within the sword formation, nor did he bother with the incoming fatal strike, a blade powerful enough to cleave mountains. He merely raised his right hand slowly. Then, under Jian Wuxin's gaze filled with both triumphant satisfaction and savage ferocity, he extended a single finger. Just an ordinary finger. He lightly tapped it toward the streaking sword light. Clink. A faint chime. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. That indestructible, dazzling sword light, the very embodiment of Jian Wuxin's essence and spirit, began to shatter inch by inch, just 1 inch away from Yifan's fingertip. No explosion. No roar. Chapter 42, when he came to his senses. It simply vanished without a trace, scattering into countless specks of light across the sky. The heirloom sword in Jian Wuxin's grasp emitted a wail of unbearable strain before snapping clean in two. As for him, he was struck as if by lightning. His eyes widened in disbelief, his body flying backward like a crashing heavily beneath the stage. Blood gushed from his mouth as he lost consciousness instantly. 1 finger. Defeated the sword saint. The entire arena fell deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. The 4-symbol sword formation that had imprisoned Luo Qingxue and Lin Xiaotong shattered and collapsed as its central pivot was shattered. A champion was born. Before anyone could recover from the profound shock, flashes of light erupted around the arena. Over a dozen figures materialized almost simultaneously on the arena floor, each arriving through different teleportation methods. Each radiated formidable power, clad in attire representing Long Nation's most elite factions. Longjing University Admissions Office. Yifan, our institution offers you admission as a top-tier student with exceptional treatment. All S-level resources will be made available to you without restriction. Imperial Azure Dragon Academy. Yifan, should you join us, the position of Vice Dean is yours. You may select any 3 items from the Academy's treasury. Military Special Recruitment Division. Yifan. On behalf of the Eastern Frontier Command, I hereby confer upon you the rank of Major General. Effective immediately. Report to the military headquarters with me. The nation's most prestigious academic institutions and military powerhouses, desperate to secure Yifan, openly tore off their masks, each offering increasingly outrageous, astronomical terms. The runner-up team, ignored by all, stood awkwardly on the sidelines, unable to leave or stay. Yet Yifan, standing at the eye of this storm, merely frowned. This is so noisy. He glanced at the girls beside him, equally uninterested in these offers. Let's go. We haven't had our victory banquet yet. He turned to leave, completely ignoring the admissions representatives who were on the verge of a physical altercation. Just then, a golden portal unfolded before everyone. Investigator Wei Long emerged from it, accompanied by several mysterious figures clad in dragon-patterned uniforms. The iron-blooded aura radiating from him, the hallmark of the nation's most secretive agency, instantly silenced all the bickering. My apologies, everyone. Wei Long's gaze swept across the room, finally settling on Yifan. His eyes held a trace of apology and solemnity. Yifan, he said, you won't be going anywhere. From this moment on, he will join our dragon group directly, enjoying the highest level of privileges and resources. His training program will be overseen directly by the state. The announcement sent shockwaves through the room. The Dragon Group. That legendary organization, said to exist only in whispers, the most mysterious guardian group in the Dragon Nation, tasked with handling all supernatural crises and standing above every other institution. Yifan had been directly recruited by the Dragon Group. This was no longer about a prodigy, he was being treated as a future cornerstone of the nation. All the recruitment representatives wore expressions of bitter resignation as they silently stepped aside. They knew they had lost. Yifan looked at Wei Long, finally showing a hint of interest. The Dragon Group? Yes. Wei Long stepped forward and rendered a solemn military salute to Yifan. The university system has become a constraint for you. The nation needs your strength to confront the true crises. He was referring, of course, to heaven and the abyss. Yifan nodded. This offer was indeed more appealing than the previous ones. Yet, just as he was about to agree, a sudden, catastrophic change erupted. Above the entire competition arena, the sky was torn open without warning, revealing a massive rift. It wasn't a spatial fissure, but rather resembled a scroll being brutally torn apart from the center by an invisible giant hand. Behind the scroll lies neither emptiness nor the cosmos. Instead, it reveals a scene entirely beyond this world, ancient, weathered, and shrouded in ethereal mist. Misty, ethereal mountains, a rainbow bridge spanning the heavens, and towering palaces of jade and marble, suspended above the clouds and imbued with the essence of the Tao. A terrifying pressure poured forth from the fissure, far more ethereal than divine power, more ancient than the power of the abyss, and utterly distinct from any force system in this world. Every soul present, be it the S-rank recruitment representatives or the elite of the Dragon Group, felt their very essence threatened with transcendence, rendered as insignificant as dust before this overwhelming force. What was this power? For the first time, a look of sheer terror flashed across Wei Long's face. At the center of the fissure, a figure slowly materialized. It was a Taoist, clad in a blue robe and holding an ancient bamboo scroll. His ethereal demeanor and unseen features gave him the air of a sage.
Standing there in stillness, he seemed to merge with the entire universe. He paid no heed to anyone present. His gaze pierced through time and space, landing directly beside Yi Fan. No, more accurately, it fell upon Qinghe. Qinghe's body trembled violently. The primordial essence of the Zuxian sword spirit within her erupted uncontrollably at that moment, emitting a fierce, warning hum filled with hostility. The sword spirit of one of the 4 exterminating immortal swords. The Taoist's voice emerged, weathered and distant, not traveling through the air but resonating directly within everyone's soul. Who would have thought that in such a place of declining dharma, I would encounter an old acquaintance? His gaze shifted away from Qinghe, finally settling upon Yi Fan. When he perceived the 7 conflicting yet perfectly fused divine bloodlines within Yi Fan's body, even his ancient, still heart stirred with an imperceptible ripple. An interesting variable. He offered his appraisal, then spoke slowly. Young man, he said, this world, with its depleted spiritual energy and incomplete laws, is but a small pond to you, a sturdy cage. Your path lies elsewhere. The bamboo scroll in his hand slowly unfolded, revealing a celestial map. Upon that star map, countless worlds flickered into existence and faded away like dust. Follow me. This humble monk can guide you onto the true path to ascend to the heavens, to witness the true vistas of the myriad realms. Let me free you from the shackles of this mortal realm, so you may attain true, boundless freedom and utter liberation. As his words faded, a golden bridge woven from divine light extended from the fissure, landing directly at Yi Fan's feet. The entire crowd fell deathly silent. Everyone stared blankly at the scene, feeling their worldviews shattered and reshaped repeatedly within mere minutes. First the dragon group, and now a mysterious Taoist claiming to come from the myriad realms of the heavens. Yi Fan, the youth who had just claimed the championship in the grand examination, now stood at the crossroads of 2 worlds, 2 utterly divergent paths. Wei Lon's expression instantly darkened. He stepped forward, blocking the path between Yi Fan and the golden bridge, his voice sharp and commanding. Who exactly are you? The Taoist didn't even glance at him, merely responding calmly. A frog at the bottom of a well knows nothing of the vastness of the world. Chapter 43, Young man, what is your choice? An intangible aura of Taoism gently swept through the air. Wei Long's S-class physique suddenly froze in place as if struck by a petrification spell. He stood rigid, unable to move or utter a single word. The Taoist's gaze returned once more to Yi Fan. Young man, what is your choice? At the end of the golden bridge lay an unknown journey into the boundless world. Behind him stood the dragon group, representing the highest authority of this world. Yi Fan fell silent. He did not look at the golden bridge, nor did he look at Wei Long. His gaze fell upon his 5 girls. Luo Qingxue's eyes held worry and reluctance. Lin Xiaodong's face radiated excitement and curiosity. Lang Yu and Yi Mei showed absolute devotion. As for Qinghe, her gaze fixed on that mysterious Taoist was complex beyond measure, a mix of hatred, apprehension, and a hint of an indescribable longing. Boss, go with him. Lin Xiaodong was the first to shout. The myriad realms of the cosmos. Just the name sounds way more exciting than this place. Xiaodong. Luo Qingxue shot her a stern look. We follow the master's decision. Yi Fan smiled, reaching out to gently ruffle Lin Xiaodong's hair. Then, he lifted his head and looked at the mysterious Taoist. Your proposal is tempting. But, he shifted his tone. I decline. 2 words escaped Yi Fan's lips calm, yet like a thunderclap, they exploded across the deathly silent arena. For the first time, the expression on the Taoist's ethereal face froze in an imperceptible moment. His eyes, seemingly capable of piercing through the ages, fixed upon Yi Fan with a genuine spark of curiosity. Why? He inquired. My path, I walk myself, Yi Fan replied indifferently. Whether it's a cage or a pond, whenever I choose, I can transform it into an ocean or even the stars. I dislike paths laid out for me by others. Even if it were a path to the heavens. The Taoist fell silent. He gave Yi Fan a deep look, then glanced at the sword spirit in green robes behind him, its gaze complex. Suddenly, he smiled. It was a knowing smile, one that had weathered the vicissitudes of countless ages and seen through the shifting tides of the world. Good. With such a heart devoted to the way, you become the variable. Since that is the case, this humble monk shall not force the issue. The bamboo scroll in his hand slowly closed, and the rift that had torn open the sky began to gradually mend. However, young man, allow me to offer you one final piece of advice. This realm is but a fragment left behind after the ancient war between immortals and gods. The true storm has only just begun. The false gods of heaven and the demonic spawn of the abyss are but the vanguard. The true terror lies in those who traverse the heavens, delighting in reaping worlds. When their gaze falls upon this fragment, I hope you still possess today's composure. His gaze finally settled upon Qinghe. The sword of execution should not be confined to shallow shores. Its destiny lies above the 9 heavens, slaying immortals and punishing gods. Your destiny is no different. With those words, he vanished along with the vision of the immortal realm and the golden bridge leading to the heavens, disappearing behind the healing rift in the sky. The entire arena returned to stillness. It felt like waking from a bizarre and surreal dream. Wei Long, who had been frozen in place, regained his ability to move. He gasped for breath, his gaze toward Yifan now utterly transformed. It was a complex mix of awe, relief, and a lingering trace of fear. Comrade Yifan stepped forward, his voice slightly hoarse. You really refused? What else could I do? Yifan countered. I was at a loss for words, Wei Long stammered. Gathering his thoughts, he spoke with utmost solemnity, on behalf of the Dragon Group, on behalf of the entire Dragon Nation, I thank you for your choice. Nothing to thank me for, Yifan waved his hand dismissively. I just don't like being told what to do. He turned to face Wei Long. However, he added, I might consider your Dragon Group's proposal. But I won't join you or become your subordinate. I want to collaborate. An independent special operations advisor with full operational autonomy. Upon hearing this, Wei Long froze for a moment before his face lit up with delight. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Forget advisor. If Yifan were willing to stay, even making him head of the Dragon Group would likely meet with immediate approval from those veteran commanders. All right. Yifan nodded. I'm in. But I need a new base. The villa in Jiangcheng is too small. No problem. Wei Long immediately pulled out his communicator. What kind of base do you want? A floating island? Or an independent demi-plane? In the Dragon Group's treasury, we have several fragments of ancient divine realms left over from the primordial era. Though not large, they're abundant in spiritual energy and absolutely private. I'll take that one. Yifan's decisiveness pushed Wei Long's efficiency to its peak. Within a mere half hour, news of Yifan becoming the Dragon Group's supreme special advisor, codenamed Divine Throne, was disseminated to all high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation at the highest top-secret classification. Meanwhile, a floating island spanning over 10 kilometers in diameter, shrouded in mystical arrays and mist over the East Sea, was formally registered under Yifan's name. 3 days later, on the floating island, Divine Throne. Here, birds sang amidst fragrant blossoms, spiritual energy condensed into mist, and at its center lay a sacred spring formed by the very essence of divine power. It surpassed any secret realm Yifan had ever visited by several fold. Luo Qingxue, Lin Xiaotong, and Xinghe, the three women, were using various heavenly treasures obtained from Kunlun ruins to strengthen and evolve their bloodlines. Luo Qingxue swallowed the heart of the divine Polonia tree. The phantom phoenix behind her began to faintly shimmer with a 7-colored glass-like hue. Lin Xiaotong fused the divine fragment of the thunder god into her own Valkyrie essence. With each punch, a furious golden thunderbolt now erupted. As for Xinghe, she sat quietly in lotus position atop the ruins of the sword god's temple, brought back from Kunlun. Both her being and her sword seemed to merge into a peerless, deadly weapon sheathed within its scabbard, her aura restrained, yet razor-sharp to the extreme. Cold Moon and Night Enchantress stood by the spirit spring, one playing a silent requiem, the other honing her assassination techniques in the shadows. Yifan, meanwhile, reclined leisurely in a lounge chair. Watching the rapidly increasing attributes of the girls on his system panel, he nodded with satisfaction. Just then, Wei Long's figure materialized on the island through the teleportation array. A look of solemnity crossed his face. Advisor Yi, we have a new mission. He handed over an electronic document flashing a red alert. 3 days ago, a new, unanalyzable spatial rift appeared at the center of the Taklamakan Desert in our nation's western border. Its energy fluctuations belonged neither to heaven nor to the abyss. 3 S-class elite teams were dispatched for exploration, but all have since lost contact. Just moments ago, the rift began expanding outward at a terrifying speed. Wei Long activated a holographic recording. In the scene, amidst the swirling yellow sands at the desert's heart, a square black void with a cold metallic texture and edges as precise as circuit boards was slowly expanding. Countless spider-like mechanical monsters, composed of liquid metal and mechanical skeletons, were continuously crawling out of the void. Wherever they passed, the sandy ground transformed into cold metallic surfaces. The entire region's ecology was being formatted in an efficient and ruthless manner. We call it the Celestial Calamity Sequence. Wei Long's voice was heavy with gravity. Its method of invasion was more thorough than the abyss's corruption, more tyrannical than heaven's purification. We need you to step in. Yifan stared at the cold mechanical constructs on the screen, a flicker of interest finally appearing in his eyes. Interesting. He stood up. Qingxue, Xiaotong, Xinghe, Lingyue, Yeme. Assemble. Chapter 44, A Mechanical Spider. The heart of the Taklamakan Desert. What was once a forbidden zone of life now lay shrouded in an even colder, dead silence. A square void over 3 kilometers on each side, its edges smooth as glass, hovered 100 meters above the ground. It resembled a patch of absolute nothingness stitched onto the canvas of reality. Beneath the void, the yellow sand had vanished, replaced by a vast expanse of silver-gray metal spreading outward in a frantic, unrelenting wave. Countless 8-legged mechanical spiders, each the size of a heavy truck and composed of liquid metal and grotesque skeletal structures, emerged ceaselessly from the void. Marching in perfect unison, they stepped onto the metallic ground and advanced toward the desert's periphery. From their mouthparts, they expelled a silver nanofluid. Wherever this fluid flowed, dunes and rocks alike were decomposed and ended within mere seconds, ultimately transforming into the same cold metallic ground. Formatting. An efficient, ruthless, and utterly emotionless total formatting of the planet's ecosystem. Yi Fan appeared at the edge of this metallic expanse, accompanied by the 5 women. Boss, these iron lumps look so ugly. Lin Xiaotong frowned, her face full of disgust. They're not just ugly. For the first time, Xinghe's expression turned grave. They possess no soul, no resentment, not even a trace of life. My sword intent can't sense their weaknesses. I'll test them. Lin Xiaotong could no longer contain herself. Golden light erupted from her body as the Valkyrie's phantom merged with her form. Her fist, infused with the divine essence of Lei Zhe, unleashed a furious golden thunderbolt, crashing violently into the nearest mechanical spider. Boom! A fist powerful enough to flatten a small mountain slammed squarely into the mechanical spider's carapace. The hard shell instantly caved in, forming a massive fist-shaped dent as countless sparks of electricity flew in all directions. Yet the mechanical spider merely staggered before steadying itself. Its dented armor rapidly repaired itself at a visible pace, flowing liquid metal restoring it to pristine condition. Immediately, its 8 crimson electronic eyes locked onto Lin Xiaotong. An invisible beam of logical and data interference instantly enveloped Lin Xiaotong. Detected unknown divine entity. Energy composition, 73% divine power, 27% lightning element. Threat level, be analyzing weaknesses. Weakness analysis complete. Targeted strike plan generated. The next instant, the mechanical spider's carapace cracked open, revealing an energy cannon barrel pulsing with a sinister blue glow. A blue beam, specifically engineered to dismantle divine shields and saturated with anti-energy properties, blasted toward Lin Xiaotong. Xiaotong! Luo Qingxue cried out in alarm, instantly conjuring a phoenix firewall to shield Lin Xiaotong. Yet the blue beam, upon contact with the wall, pierced straight through it without any attenuation, striking Lin Xiaotong's Valkyrie shield directly. Boom! Lin Xiaotong felt a strange force invade her body. Her unbreakable Valkyrie fighting spirit was forcibly neutralized and partially shattered by this power. She was knocked back over a dozen steps before barely regaining her footing. My power has been weakened? Her face was filled with disbelief. It's a logic weapon. Yi Fan's calm voice echoed. They don't counter energy with energy. They counter your very existence with rules. Analyze, deconstruct, then erase you using methods specifically designed to counter you. Ling Yi. I am here, master. How long to take over their network? Attempting access failed. For the first time, Ling Yi's voice carried a hint of surprise. The opponent's computational core resided in another dimension, communicating in real time through quantum entanglement, making direct intrusion impossible. However, I can intercept and tamper with their issued commands. Ling Yi added, but this requires a medium. A physical medium capable of hosting my core code. Yi Fan understood. He glanced at the endless mechanical army stretching into the distance, then looked toward the massive square void in the distance. Then, I'll create one for it. He raised his hand and made a subtle gesture toward the mechanical spider that had just attacked Lin Xiaotong. The mechanical spider, along with the metal ground beneath its feet, was enveloped by an invisible force. Instantly, it twisted, deformed, and compressed. Within mere seconds, the massive mechanical spider was forcibly kneaded by Yi Fan's psychokinesis into a shimmering metallic sphere less than a meter in diameter. Yi Fan then tossed the metal sphere before Ling Yi. Enough? Enough! Ling Yi's small hand pressed against the metal sphere. Countless streams of data, invisible to the naked eye, surged from her palm and instantly vanished into the sphere's interior. The metal sphere began to tremble violently and deform. It was no longer a simple sphere. Instead, it rapidly sprouted countless slender, metal tentacles resembling a neural network, burrowing deep into the metal floor below. A temporary server, belonging to Ling Yi, was now complete. Command interception initiated. Data stream analysis in progress, protocol decryption in progress. Within Ling Yi's pupils, billions of stars swirled madly. Across the entire battlefield, every mechanical spider's movement exhibited an imperceptible delay of a fraction of a second. Yet, just as Ling Yi was about to successfully crack the enemy's communication protocol and tamper with their commands, a sudden, drastic change. The vast square void in the distance, its pitch-black surface suddenly illuminated with a crimson, warning-filled exclamation mark, without any prior sign. A cold, emotionless mechanical voice as if synthesized from the friction of absolute zero metal echoed across the entire world. Warning, unknown data source intrusion detected. Warning, detected inferior civilization attempting to resist formatting protocol. Threat level escalated to S-class. Initiating Phase 2 Purge Protocol. As the voice faded, no longer did mechanical spiders crawl out of the square void. Instead, a colossal, sky-obscuring, inverted pyramid-shaped aerial fortress emerged slowly from the void. Entirely composed of pitch-black alloy, it bristled with menacing cannons and weapons of mass destruction. Its appearance caused the light of the entire world to dim. A pure, icy terror descended from the heavens, a pressure that threatened to digitize and disintegrate all existence. The mothership. Wei Long, commanding from the rear base, roared in terror through the communicator. Advisor Yi. Retreat immediately.
According to the Supreme Computer's simulation, a single salvo from that mothership's main battery could erase the entire Eurasian plate from the planet.
Eradicate?
Yifan lifted his head, gazing at the floating fortress capable of reducing any human army to despair.
Yet, a hint of amused laughter played across his face. Chapter 45, Attack Protocol, Tampering Successful. No. It won't get that chance. He turned to look at Lingyi beside him. Is the decryption complete? Complete.
Lingyi lifted his head, a sly fox-like gleam in his eyes.
Master, what do you wish them to do? Simple.
A cold curve formed at the corner of Yifan's lips.
Send them home. Lingyi nodded.
Her small hand tapped lightly on the virtual screen before her.
Command sent. The next second.
Across the entire battlefield, tens of thousands of advancing mechanical spiders abruptly halted their movements. Their crimson electronic eyes flickered simultaneously, shifting from red to the blue signifying friendly forces.
Then, before anyone including the airship itself could react,
they turned in unison. The energy cannons on their backs, which had just been aimed at Lin Xiaotong, now uniformly locked onto their mothership in the sky.
Attack protocol overridden successfully. Target locked, Cataclysm mothership. Fire. Boom. 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 Boom.
Tens of thousands of blue beams, saturated with anti-energy properties, erupted simultaneously from the ground, like a torrential downpour, violently striking the energy shield of the airborne flagship. The shields, capable of withstanding nuclear explosions, flickered violently under this betrayal from their own side, emitting a wail of strain.
Warning! Warning! Lower-level units have defected.
The cold mechanical voice echoed once more within the mothership, but this time, its tone carried a hint of incomprehensible bewilderment.
But it wasn't over yet. Lingyi.
Yifan's voice rang out once more.
Hand over control of that ship to me. A mere trifle.
Lingyi's small hands danced swiftly through the air, as if playing a silent symphony. Within that airship carrier, every system, every firewall, proved utterly futile before Lingyi, the god of rules.
In just 10 seconds.
Supreme command authority of the mothership seized. In the sky, every cannon barrel of the colossal airborne fortress began slowly pivoting. Its main cannon, capable of flattening entire continental plates, began gathering apocalyptic energy at its muzzle. Its target was neither Yifan nor this planet, but rather the square, black void through which it had arrived, a gateway to another dimension. Yet, at the very instant the main cannon was about to fire, a cold, oppressive force far more terrifying than any previous manifestation, transcending logic and data, brimming with absolute will, descended without warning from behind that black void. This willpower directly ignored physical space, precisely locking onto Lingyi, the one orchestrating everything.
Logical singularity detected. Virus source detected. Initiating highest level authorization. Command, format. Lingyi's body convulsed violently.
For the first time, her eyes, which had once shimmered with countless stars, were completely engulfed by a crimson waterfall of data, filled with error codes and garbled characters. For the first time, an expression called pain appeared on her small face.
Master.
She reached out to grasp Yifan, but her body was visibly fading, becoming ethereal and transparent, as if she were being erased from this world entirely.
Formatting process 1. Target locked, god of rules. Deleting concept of existence. For the first time, Yifan's expression darkened completely. It wasn't panic, nor was it fear.
It was a cold, absolute fury, the fury of one whose possessions were being casually violated by an outsider.
Master, Ling's ethereal form flickered violently.
The hand she'd reached out to Yifan was gradually dissolving into the most fundamental data streams, dispersing into the air.
Don't be afraid.
Yifan reached out, pressing his hand atop Lingyi's head. A chaotic force fused with the 7 great bloodlines forcibly stabilized her collapsing form. He lifted his gaze, staring into the void behind that black abyss filled with absolute zero will.
You think formatting will suffice?
His voice was calm, yet it carried a bone-chilling coldness potent enough to freeze dimensions themselves.
Error. Logical error. Inferior civilizations cannot comprehend the meaning of formatting.
Formatting is not deletion, but a conceptual reset, a complete erasure of your existence into nothingness.
The cold mechanical will responded. Formatting process 10. Is that so?
A smile curled at the corner of Yifan's lips, a smile so icy it seemed demonic. Since you enjoy playing with concepts,
then I'll play along. The hand pressed against Lingyi's head suddenly erupted with multicolored light.
The divine fire of the phoenix, the goddess-like essence of the Valkyrie, the sword intent of the immortal slayer, the siren song, the demonic aura of the abyss, the divine nature of the dragon god, and that supreme, world-creating power. All these utterly disparate, even mutually antagonistic forces were forcibly kneaded together in this moment by him, in a manner transcending all logic. They did not merge, but instead formed a chaotic virus, more disordered, more chaotic, brimming with contradictions and vitality.
You like formatting things, don't you?
Then I'll give you a brand new system you'll never comprehend.
Yifan's fingers suddenly splayed wide.
The chaotic virus, brimming with paradoxes of life, did not assault the mothership or the mechanical spiders. Instead, it flowed against the current of that invisible formatting command descending upon Ling's body. Like a super virus impervious to any firewall, it instantly infiltrated the deepest logical core of that cold, mechanical will from the higher dimensions. Warning! Unknown logical contamination detected. Contamination source defined, life, emotion, contradiction. Warning! Core logic is being eroded. Unable to parse. Unable to delete. Unable to format. For the first time, that cold mechanical will experienced violent fluctuations known as chaos. Its pure, efficient, absolutely rational core, upon encountering the most illogical, bug-ridden concept known as life, instantly crashed. Formatting process interrupted. Ling's body instantly stabilized. The red glitchy code in her eyes faded, replaced by incomprehensible shock. She looked at Yifan, the man who had resolved everything for her through the most brutal, most unreasonable means, and for the first time, her eyes, which held the light of countless stars, shone with a light called admiration. After a moment of confusion, that mechanical will made a decision. Activate highest contingency plan. Discard contaminated data nodes. Sovereign will, physical manifestation. Chapter 46, Absolute Territory. The words fell. The massive airship and tens of thousands of mechanical spiders on the ground simultaneously dimmed, their light fading into cold, lifeless scrap metal. Every ounce of their energy and computational power was forcibly drained in that instant. Within that vast square void, all energy converged upon a single point, coalescing at a terrifying speed into a new form. It was a throne cold and majestic, forged from pure data streams of light. Seated upon the throne was a humanoid silhouette formed from liquid metal and energy pathways. It possessed no facial features, only a smooth, mirror-like surface. Yet anyone who beheld it sensed an absolute indifference and pride emanating from the pinnacle of existence. The mechanical overlord. It had descended. Lowly, paradox-ridden organic lifeforms. The Dominator's voice resonated directly within Yifan's soul. Your very existence is an error. Today, I shall personally correct this error. It rose slowly from its throne, extending a finger composed of pure light pathways. With a gentle flick, it pointed toward Yifan. A pure white beam devoid of any energy fluctuations, yet seemingly capable of decomposing all matter into its most fundamental zeros and ones, silently shot toward Yifan. This was a pure, dimension-lowering strike from a higher technological civilization. This move again. Yifan shook his head, a hint of disappointment even flitting across his face. So unoriginal. He didn't even bother to act himself, merely issuing a simple command to the 5 girls behind him. Any of you want to try dismantling this pile of scrap metal? I'll do it. Lin Xiaotong was the first to jump forward. The frustration from being weakened earlier had ignited her fighting spirit. But this time, someone was faster. It was Luo Qingxue. A demonic phoenix fire lotus, blazing with multicolored divine flames, shot from her hand. Though released later, it arrived first, colliding precisely with the white disintegration beam. No explosion. Only annihilation. The sacred, life-infused phoenix divine flame clashed head-on with the cold, disintegrating ray of annihilation in Madeira collision of concepts. Ultimately, both vanished. Error. For the first time, the smooth face of the Dominator reflected Luo Qingxue's image. Phoenix Bloodline. Its divine flame cannot withstand logical decomposition data correction. This unit's bloodline has undergone an unknown evolution. Before it could finish speaking, a golden bolt of lightning appeared before it, moving faster than its calculations could process. Lin Xiaotong. Take this punch. Her fist, fused with the divine essence of a Valkyrie and the thunderous might of Raijin, slammed viciously into the Dominator's smooth face. Error. Melee units cannot breach my absolute domain. The thought barely crossed the ruler's mind before Lin Xiaotong's fist landed squarely on its face. Thud. A thunderous roar. For the first time, the mirror-smooth face cracked with a fine network of fissures. The Dominator's body, composed of light and shadow, was sent reeling backward by the blow. It couldn't comprehend the combat methods and power of these organic lifeforms before it completely exceeded its database, surpassing its logical comprehension. Yet this was merely the beginning. A cold, murderous blade of light appeared silently behind it, piercing straight toward its energy core. It was Qinghe. A song filled with enchantment and tranquility resonated deep within its soul, causing its computational core to falter for 0.01 seconds. It was Long Yu. A deadly shadow flickered beneath its throne, a pitch-black dagger slicing toward the energy link connecting the throne to its being. It was Night Enchantress. 5 girls, 5 utterly distinct attack styles in this instant, they formed a seamless, utterly unreasonable combo strike. The Sovereign, this cold mechanical deity from a higher dimension, experienced for the first time what it meant to be flustered and overwhelmed. Error. 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 Its will emitted a shrill alarm. Its powerful computational core, faced with this assault brimming with variables and uncertainty, encountered a critical shortage of processing power for the very first time. Ultimately, it made its final decision. Initiate self-destruct protocol.
Return all existence, including myself, to the primordial data torrent. It was about to self-destruct. A destructive energy more terrifying than any previous outburst, sufficient to completely format the entire solar system, exploded from its core. Nice try. Yi Fan's voice finally rang out. His figure flickered, instantly appearing before the sovereign. Ignoring the energy storm potent enough to tear apart dimensions, he reached out and pressed his hand directly onto the sovereign's face, now covered in cracks. Your body, your throne, your power. From this moment onward, they are mine. The chaotic life virus within his palm erupted once more. This time, it was not contamination, but devouring, plundering. No! The sovereign's will roared its final cry, filled with bitter resentment and terror. Its body, on the verge of self-destruction, along with its majestic throne, was brutally compressed by the chaotic energy in Yi Fan's palm. It transformed into an irregular crystal, fist-sized, shimmering with multicolored light, a fusion of sci-fi and mythical beauty. Ding! You have successfully slain the mechanical overlord. Acquired, Heart of Logic. Yi Fan withdrew his hand, the crystal named the Heart of Logic now suspended silently in his palm. He turned his head to glance at the system girl beside him, who had been staring in stunned silence. Lingyi. A gift. He gently pushed the Heart of Logic toward Lingyi. The moment Lingyi's body touched the logic heart, it absorbed it completely, like a magnet. The next second, her body, composed of light and shadow, began to undergo a profound transformation. The data stream faded away, replaced by a flesh and blood form that shimmered with a metallic sheen, as intricate and perfect as the most exquisite work of art. Her dress, woven from light, transformed into a futuristic Gothic gown adorned with energy pathways. She was no longer a phantom, a conceptual existence. She possessed a true, physical body of her own. Ding! Your pet beast Lingyi has completed its final evolution. Class advancement, omniscient and omnipotent god unique. Lingyi slowly opened her eyes. She looked down at her hands, then raised her gaze to Yi Fan. For the first time, her once cold, unruffled pupils revealed genuine emotion, a mix of joy and affection. Master! She threw herself into Yi Fan's embrace. The crisis was over. Holding the warm, supple body close, Yi Fan surveyed the now completely still metallic expanse. His gaze drifted toward the distant square void, slowly closing. Chapter 47, No word yet? He knew the troubles of this world had temporarily come to an end. Wei Long. He activated the communicator. Advisor Yi. You succeeded? Wei Long's voice trembled with disbelief. Yes. The rest of this scrap metal is yours to handle. I need a break. Yi Fan looked at Lingyi in his arms, then glanced at the 5 girls beside him, all wearing equally expectant expressions. When does Longjing University start classes? Half a month later, the day Longjing University reopened. Yi Fan politely declined the Dragon Group's offer of a private jet, opting instead for the most ordinary high-speed rail. Accompanied by the 5 girls, he made an early return trip to Jiangcheng. At Jiangcheng's premier hotel, a banquet hosted by the city's elite was underway to celebrate this year's outstanding exam candidates. The stars of the banquet should have been the geniuses who received admission letters from top universities. Yet all eyes were fixed on 2 young men basking in triumph. Zhang Hai and Xin Zhaotang. Both had excelled in the major examinations and were simultaneously admitted to the premier martial arts university in the Magic City. Young Master Zhang, young Master Xin, what remarkable achievements at such a young age. The future security of our Jiangcheng will depend on your contributions. Indeed. Unlike certain individuals who vanished after winning provincial top honors, I'd wager they offended some powerful figure and got blacklisted. A group of local wealthy merchants and prominent figures surrounded the pair, showering them with flattery. Zhang Hai held his wineglass, his face radiating pride. Though listening to the flattery, his gaze kept drifting toward the doorway, as if awaiting something. Speaking of which, haven't we heard anything about that Yi Fan? Xin Zhaotang asked, feigning nonchalance. Poof. A D-rank beastmaster who just got lucky, Zhang Hai sneered disdainfully. The shallower their foundation, the harder they fall. He's probably cowering in some corner right now, trembling like a leaf. His words drew a wave of agreeing chuckles. Just then, the heavy, ornately carved doors of the banquet hall were respectfully pushed open from the outside by a servant. A group of 6 entered at a measured pace. Leading the way was a youth with delicate features and an expression of calm detachment. Behind him, 5 girls followed, one as cool and serene as the moon, another as vibrant and fiery as a flame, and yet another as icy and radiant as frost. Each possessed an otherworldly beauty that seemed to dim the banquet hall's lights. It was Yi Fan and his party. The entire hall fell silent the moment they appeared. Every pair of eyes was drawn to them. The smiles on Zhang Hai and Xin Zhaotang's faces froze instantly. He had come. He actually dared to show up. Yi Fan? Zhang Hai was the first to react. Suppressing a flicker of unease, he stepped forward with a forced smile. I thought you wouldn't dare show up. What? Got accepted into some third-rate university and came back to brag about it? Yi Fan didn't even glance at him, walking straight to an empty table and sitting down without a word. This utter disregard instantly turned Zhang Hai's face the color of liver. You! Zhang Hai.
A stern command echoed from the far end of the banquet hall. Jiangcheng Mayor Li Weiguo strode purposefully toward them, followed by Luo Qingxue, the leader of the Blood Moon Guild. Zhang Hai, spotting the mayor, was about to lodge his complaint when he saw Li Weiguo walk right past him. With an almost fawning deference Zhang had never witnessed before, Li approached Yi Fan and bowed deeply. Advisor Yi, your presence and guidance are an honor for all of Jiangcheng.
Advisor? What kind of advisor?
Zhang Hai, Xin Zhaotang, and everyone present froze in shock.
Luo Qingxue walked straight to Luo Qingxue's side.
Seeing his daughter, whose aura was now more than 10 times stronger than when she left, his eyes brimmed with pride and relief.
He clasped his fists firmly before Yi Fan.
Young Yi, I entrust my daughter to your care. He took out a ring pulsing with spatial fluctuations and handed it to Yi Fan. Within lies every last coin of the Blood Moon Guild's savings, along with some of my personal treasures. Should it prove insufficient, speak to me at any time. I'll sell everything I own to make up the difference. Yi Fan nodded and accepted the ring. This scene shattered the last shred of illusion for Zhang Hai and Xin Zhaotang. They stood frozen in place, watching the youth at the center of the city's most powerful figures, surrounded like a moon surrounded by stars. They felt like nothing more than clowns. A world apart. Never had these 4 words been so vividly etched into the depths of their souls. From this moment onward, Yi Fan and they no longer belonged to the same world. After bidding farewell to their families in Luo Qingxue, Yi Fan and his group arrived in the capital, Longjing, the very next day.
Longjing University. As the nation's premier institution of higher learning, the concentration of powerhouses here far surpassed any other location.
Even walking through the campus, one could sense powerful auras soaring skyward. Leveraging his status as a special advisor to the Dragon Group and the massive credits earned as the top scholar in the imperial examinations, Yi Fan directly exchanged them for the highest level access to the university treasury. Within the treasury, divine weapons, rare treasures, and celestial artifacts were displayed in dazzling abundance. Yet Yi Fan's gaze was drawn to a corner, where a broken ancient sword lay embedded in a stone pedestal. Its blade was covered in cracks and rust, appearing no better than a piece of scrap metal.
Master, it's this one. For the first time, Qinghe's voice carried a hint of uncontrollable excitement. My blade.
Without hesitation, Yi Fan spent nearly half his credits to acquire this ancient sword, which everyone else deemed worthless. The instant his hand gripped the hilt, a cold, piercing sword intent filled with endless slaughter and solitary pride surged up his arm and into his mind. These were the fragmented memories of the sword itself from an age beyond reckoning, when it had followed its master to slay immortals, execute gods, and roam the 9 heavens.
Ding!
Your pet beast Qinghe has reunited with its destined sword body, enhancing the contract depth.
Returned, you have obtained the incomplete insight into the sword path of exterminating immortals. Your level has risen to 60. A colossal power roared to life within Yi Fan's body. He sensed his understanding of swords had reached an entirely new level. Not enough. Qinghe's voice sounded, tinged with weakness. The core of the blade had suffered severe damage and required demon-slaying black gold and tears of the stars to be reforged. Just then, Yi Fan's Dragon Group communicator rang. It was Wei Long. Advisor Yi, the exclusive secret realm for new recruits, Mountain Range of the Fallen, will open in 3 days. According to our intelligence, there are suspected veins of demon breaking black gold deep within the secret realm. Perfect timing. Yi Fan ended the call. 3 days later, the Dead Bones Mountains. This mountain range was perpetually shrouded in an aura of death, where countless undead creatures roamed. As the strongest among this year's freshmen, Yi Fan's team secured entry without question. Within the secret realm, gale force winds howled and ghostly flames flickered. Hundreds upon hundreds of skeleton soldiers and vengeful spirits surged forth from the earth and mountain walls, charging toward them. Those pesky skeletons again. Lin Xiaodong's fighting spirit surged. Each punch fused with the divine essence of the thunder abyss unleashed a golden thunderstorm, reducing vast swaths of skeleton soldiers to dust. Luo Qingxue's multicolored phoenix divine flames transformed into a sea of fire, purifying the intangible vengeful spirits until not a trace remained. Their numbers were overwhelming. Lung Yu frowned slightly. The siren song could only subdue a small area, it couldn't cover the entire battlefield. Leave it to me. Qinghe's voice rang out, cold and resolute. Gripping the broken ancient sword, she stepped forward, her entire being merging with the murderous aura permeating the heavens and earth. Soul-shattering execution. Though the ancient sword in her hand remained visibly broken, the sword light it unleashed was no longer a mere physical attack. Chapter 48, The Living Demon Slaying Black Gold Vein. It was not a sword light visible to the naked eye. It was an intangible, transcendent force, a divine intent of the sword that targeted souls and concepts themselves. The sword intent swept through the entire mountain range of corpses like a silent autumn breeze. Every undead creature touched by the intent, whether lowly skeleton soldiers or mighty bone knights, froze in motion simultaneously. The soul flames burning in their hollow eye sockets extinguished in unison, no struggle, no wails, just a quiet, simultaneous fading. As if an invisible hand had gently erased them from existence. In a mere second, the entire battlefield fell deathly silent.
Tens of thousands of undead troops crumbled into harmless piles of dry bones, crashing to the ground.
One sword. Cleared the field. Let's go.
Qinghe withdrew the ancient sword, her face slightly pale, yet her eyes shone with astonishing brilliance. Reuniting with her soul-bound blade had elevated her understanding of the sword path of exterminating immortals to an entirely new level. Yifan led the group unimpeded toward the deepest recesses of the Wanhai Mountains, where the aura of demon-piercing black gold was most potent. Soon, they arrived before a valley formed by countless colossal skeletal remains. At the valley's center sat a skeletal giant, 100 meters tall, composed entirely of ink-black metal. Its body was a colossal, living vein of demon-shattering black gold. Within its eye sockets burned two golden soul flames, blazing hotter than the sun and radiating an aura of utter destruction and savage fury.
The skeletal titan. Ruler of the mountain range and ultimate guardian of this hidden realm. Sensing the presence of the living, it slowly rose from its skeletal throne. The entire mountain range trembled violently at its movement. What a massive beast!
Lin Xiaoton licked her lips excitedly. This thing must be incredibly tough. Before her words faded, she transformed into a golden bolt of lightning, charging forward. A judgment fist, infused with the dual divine essences of the Valkyrie and the Thunder Realm, slammed viciously into the skeletal titan's calf.
Clang! A deafening clang echoed through the air. Not even a white mark appeared on the skeleton titan's calf. Instead, Lin Xiaoton was sent flying backward by the terrifying recoil, her entire arm going numb. Physical attacks are ineffective.
Her face was filled with horror.
Then I'll handle it. Luo Qingxue's multicolored phoenix divine flame transformed into a roaring, colossal fire dragon, coiling around the skeleton titan's body. Yet the divine flames, potent enough to incinerate all things, emitted a sizzling sound upon contact with the pitch-black metallic skeleton. They were swiftly absorbed and extinguished by a strange force. Elemental attacks are also ineffective.
Night Enchantress darted through the shadows, searching for its weak point, only to discover the titan's body was seamless, not a single crack. Even its energy core was tightly shielded by that layer of magic-repelling black gold. Its body was an absolute magic-breaking vessel, immune to all energy and physical attacks. Yifan's calm voice echoed in the minds of the women. Its only weakness lies deep within its core, the primal soul flame shrouded in black gold.
But we can't even get close enough to strike it.
Lin Xiaoton grew impatient.
Qinghe.
Yifan ignored her, instead fixing his gaze on the silent, green-robed sword spirit.
Do you remember the sword technique I taught you? Qinghe's body trembled slightly.
She lifted her head to meet Yifan's gaze, a flicker of understanding darting through her icy eyes.
Watch closely.
Yifan slowly raised his right hand, forming his fingers into a sword. He channeled no power, yet his fingertips radiated a pure essence of the sword's true intent, one that transcended all rules and even made the Bone Titan tremble with fear. It was the fragmented swordway insight he had reclaimed from the Zuxian sword. The Zuxian swordway did not sever flesh or soul, it severed causality and severed connections.
The causal thread linking its body to its soul flame was its soul vulnerability.
Yifan's fingers traced a light arc through the void. An invisible sword mark, visible only to Qinghe, appeared upon the skeleton titan's form. That sword mark inflicted no physical harm, yet it precisely severed the weakest link connecting its body to its soul flame. A dazzling light, brighter than ever before, erupted from Qinghe's eyes. The ancient, broken sword in her hand emitted a joyful hum. "Thank you, Master, for your guidance." Her form flickered, transforming into a streak of azure light. In that instant, sword and wielder became one. Rather than attacking the skeletal titan's body, she emulated Yifan's technique, concentrating all her sword intent into a single point. With pinpoint precision, she thrust toward that intangible thread of causality. Execute the immortal, sever the cause. Put. A faint, barely perceptible sound. The once mighty skeleton titan's colossal form suddenly froze. The two blazing golden soul flames within its eye sockets severed all connection to its body in that instant. Deprived of their energy source, the soul flames faded rapidly, like rootless duckweed. The colossal frame, deprived of its soul fire control, collapsed like a marionette whose strings had been severed, transforming into a true mountain of pure, demon-bane black gold. The battle ended. Boss is awesome. Lin Xiaoton was the first to rush forward, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Yifan paid her no mind. He walked to the black gold ore deposit, extracted its most crucial core, and tossed it to Qinghe. Take it. Repair your sword. Qinghe took the black gold, gave a light snort, and turned her head away. Guess you're still somewhat useful. But the faint upward curve of her lips betrayed her true feelings. Ding. Your pet beast Qinghe has absorbed the demon-shattering black gold. Lifebound sword repair progress, 30%. Power significantly enhanced. Returned, you have obtained the Zuxian Sword Path Insight Intermediate. Another massive wave of sword cultivation insights surged into Yifan's mind. Only the tears of the stars remain. Qinghe's voice sounded once more. No rush, Yifan replied. There will be an opportunity. He led the group out of the secret realm, returning with their bounty. Yet the moment they returned to Longjing University's exclusive teleportation point, a group blocked their path. At the head stood a young man clad in luxurious brocade robes, his handsome features marred by an air of arrogance and shadowed by a cold, calculating gaze. Behind him followed four equally powerful guards, their gazes as cold as ice.
You are Yi Fan?
The youth scrutinized Yi Fan from head to toe, his gaze as appraising as if examining merchandise.
A D-rank beast tamer?
Poof. So the rumors are true, just a useless good-for-nothing who climbed the ranks using women. His gaze swept unabashedly over Luo Qingxue, Lin Xiaoton, and the others, his eyes brimming with undisguised greed and possessiveness.
Chapter 49, Begging for mercy now is too late. Allow me to introduce myself.
I am Dongfang Hao, the eldest son of the Dongfang family, one of the four great families of Longjing.
I'm here today to give you a choice. He held up 2 fingers. 1. Surrender all 5 women by your side to me.
I might consider letting you serve as a guard dog for the Dongfang family. 2. I personally break your limbs, shatter your cultivation, then strip everything I desire from your corpse.
His words carried an unyielding, domineering tone.
Lin Xiaotong and Luo Qingxue's faces instantly froze over with icy fury. Qinghe immediately gripped the partially repaired hilt of her sword, her icy killing intent instantly locking onto Dongfang Hao. Yi Fan merely waved his hand to halt them. A peculiar smile even flickered across his face as he looked at Dongfang Hao.
You're sure you want to fight me? Scared already?
Dongfang Hao sneered contemptuously.
It's too late to beg for mercy now. No.
Yi Fan shook his head.
I just wanted to remind you. I have a bad habit. When things come knocking at my door, I usually can't refuse.
No sooner had the words left his mouth. A flash of light erupted behind Yi Fan. A brand new throne chilled with mechanical beauty and mythic aura, formed from data streams and liquid metal materialized without warning. Yi Fan slowly took his seat upon it. Then, he gave a light snap of his fingers toward Dongfang Hao. Snap! Dongfang Hao and the 4 guards behind him froze rigid. They realized with horror that their bodies, their energy, even their very thoughts, seemed to have been forcibly digitized by some higher dimensional force in that instant. The world in their eyes transformed into a cascading waterfall of data, composed of countless zeros and ones. And Yi Fan was the sole true god of this data world.
Welcome to my world.
Yi Fan's voice, like divine revelation, echoed within their souls.
Now, the game begins. First level, learn how to kneel. With a mere thought,
Dongfang Hao and his 4 companions lost all control. Their knees buckled simultaneously, and they crashed heavily to the ground. No matter how they struggled or summoned their strength, they couldn't lift their bodies even an inch.
No! This can't be. What kind of demonic magic did you use? Dongfang Hao was utterly horrified.
He had never encountered such an eerie, utterly inscrutable power.
Demon magic? Yi Fan smiled. You could call it a dimensional strike.
He rose slowly from the throne, stepping deliberately toward Dongfang Hao, who knelt before him. I hear there's an auction in the underground black market of Longjing in 3 days. The final item up for bid is a single drop of starlight. I was actually pondering what to use as the exchange.
Yi Fan reached out and gently patted Dongfang Hao's cheek.
Now it seems unnecessary.
You, along with your entire Dongfang family, should be worth quite a fortune, right? Dongfang Hao's pupils instantly contracted to the size of pinpricks.
He understood Yi Fan's meaning. This man wasn't just out to cripple him.
He wanted the entire Dongfang family.
You dare, he roared, summoning his last ounce of strength.
Behind my Dongfang family stands the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion.
A true hidden sect.
To touch me is to make an enemy of the entire Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion?
A genuine, icy glint of murderous intent finally flickered in Yi Fan's eyes. He recalled that mysterious Taoist priest with the ethereal demeanor who had suddenly appeared during the provincial city's grand examination.
So it was you. Well then. New debts and old debts settled together. He withdrew his hand, no longer paying attention to the few ants on the ground who had been completely terrified into stupor. He turned to look at the night enchantress beside him. Leave it to you. Strip him of everything of value. Then, deliver a message to him.
3 days from now, at the Xinglua auction house. Tell him to bring the entire Dongfang family's fortune to me to redeem himself.
Yes, master.
Yi Mei's figure melted into the shadows, without a single superfluous movement. The next moment, she appeared before Dongfang Hao, who knelt on the ground. The jet-black dagger in her hand, like a venomous snake seeking its prey, swiftly sliced through the storage belt at his waist, severing the spatial ring from his finger. The entire sequence unfolded with extreme swiftness, as fluid as flowing clouds in water. Dongfang Hao felt no pain whatsoever before realizing every valuable item on his person, everything that held energy fluctuations, had already been seized by that ghostly girl. 3 days later, at the Starlight Auction House. Yi Mei's voice was cold and devoid of emotion, sounding like an irrevocable verdict.
Bring the entire Dongfang family's fortune to redeem him.
With that, her figure dissolved back into the shadows, returning to stand behind Yi Fan. She respectfully presented the spoils.
Yi Fan didn't glance at the items. He simply turned and walked away with the 5 girls, leaving behind 5 young men bound by digitalized force, kneeling on the ground with faces twisted in humiliation and terror, along with a crowd of students frozen in fear, not daring to breathe a sound. The cold mechanical throne dissolved into nothingness. The restraints binding Dongfang Hao and the others slowly lifted. He sprang to his feet, his face alternating between pale and flushed. Staring at Yi Fan's retreating figure, the terror in his eyes swiftly gave way to boundless venom and madness. Yi Fan! You will regret this. You will regret this. He roared madly, his voice shrill as a cornered beast. This incident swept through Longjing's upper echelons like a Category 12 hurricane within a mere hour. The eldest son of the Dongfang family had his cultivation stripped in public at the gates of Longjing University, taken hostage, and now the entire family's assets were being extorted. This was no longer a provocation. It was the brutal trampling of the Dongfang family, a colossus that had stood in Longjing for centuries, backed by reclusive sects, into the ground. The entire city of Longjing was in an uproar over this incident. Countless factions watched and speculated. Who exactly was this suddenly emerged youth named Yi Fan, daring to act with such audacity? And what counterattack would the Dongfang family launch? Deep within the Dongfang family estate. Damn it! Dongfang Zhan, the current patriarch of the Dongfang family, a middle-aged man whose aura was as steady as a mountain, accustomed to his lofty position, shattered the rosewood table before him with a single palm strike after hearing his son's tearful plea. His face turned ashen with fury. A mere D-rank beast tamer dares to insult the Dongfang family as if we have no one. Father, you must avenge me. Dongfang Hao knelt on the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. Not only did he cripple my cultivation, but he also seized all my magical artifacts. He even declared he would bankrupt the entire Dongfang family. Chapter 50, Laying Layers of Defense. Shut your mouth. Dongfang Zhan roared, worthless piece of trash. You've brought utter disgrace upon the Dongfang family. Though his words were harsh, the murderous intent in his eyes was palpable. Attendant. Master. An elderly steward-like figure appeared silently in the hall. Activate the highest-level family order and contact Elder Zuan Lingzi of the Tianji Pavilion. Dongfang Zhan's voice was as cold as ice. Tell him that the Dongfang family faces a life-or-death crisis. Request his intervention to aid us. Yes. 3 days later, beneath the streets of Longjing, at the Starlight Auction House. This was Longjing's most mysterious and exclusive trading venue. Those who frequented this place were none other than the titans of various factions or reclusive old masters who rarely showed their faces. Yet today's auction carried an eerie, unsettling atmosphere. All eyes were unspokenly fixed upon the 2 seats at the very front. On one side sat Dongfang Zhan, head of the Dongfang family. Beside him sat an ethereal-looking elder in a blue robe, eyes closed in meditation, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, none other than Xian Lingzi, the elder of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. The other seat, however, remained empty. Poof. Still putting on airs at a time like this. Dongfang Zhan gave a cold snort at the empty seat. Patience. Xian Lingzi slowly opened his eyes. His gaze, seemingly capable of piercing the future, remained serene and unruffled. He will come. Such a game-changing variable is the most arrogant. Just then, the auction hall doors swung open. Yi Fan entered unhurriedly, accompanied by 5 girls. Seemingly oblivious to the surrounding gazes brimming with scrutiny and hostility, he walked straight to the empty section and sat down leisurely. Yi Fan. Dongfang Zhan leapt to his feet the moment he spotted Yi Fan, unleashing a powerful aura that pressed down on him with brutal force. Yi Fan didn't even bat an eyelid. Lin Xiaotong stepped forward from behind him, her Valkyrie battle intent surging skyward, directly repelling that oppressive aura. Thinking of starting something? Lin Xiaotong crossed her arms, her face a challenge. Old man, I suggest you save your energy. Otherwise, you won't even have the strength to cry later. You! Dongfang Zhan trembled with rage. Enough! Xian Lingzi spoke calmly, and an even more ethereal, boundless aura instantly soothed the tension in the air. His gaze settled on Yi Fan, tinged with scrutiny. Young man, you're quite impressive. But excessive rigidity leads to breakage. Release my good-for-nothing great-grandson and return what you took from him with both hands. I have the authority to spare your life. His voice was flat, yet carried an air of absolute control and unquestionable authority. Yi Fan finally lifted his head to glance at him. Who the hell do you think you are? The single sentence plunged the entire auction hall into a deathly silence. For the first time, a crack appeared in Xian Lingzi's usually impassive expression. It had been centuries since he'd heard anyone dare speak to him in such a tone. Young man, you know nothing of your place. He shook his head slowly, his eyes deepening with murderous intent. Just then, a graceful woman in a cheongsam stepped forward from the auction podium. Her clear voice cut through the frozen atmosphere. Esteemed guests, the auspicious hour has arrived. The Starfall auction officially commences. One by one, rare treasures were presented. Yet the crowd below seemed distracted, their attention fixated on the standoff between the 2 factions. Yi Fan, too, felt no interest in the items. He simply closed his eyes and waited in silence. Finally, the grand finale of this auction is about to be unveiled. The beautiful woman's voice carried a hint of excitement. The attendant carefully presented a box crafted from 10,000-year-old cold jade. The box opened. A single tear, crystal clear and seemingly containing an entire starry sky, lay quietly within. Its glow was gentle yet imbued with an ancient, weathered quality, as if narrating the entire saga of a star from its birth to its final extinction. Tear of the Stars. Starting bid, 10 billion dragon coins, or equivalent rare treasures. 20 billion. Dongfang Zhan spoke first, his gaze fixed intently on the tear. His eyes burned with unwavering determination. This treasure not only serves as the ultimate remedy for repairing divine weapons but also purifies the Tao heart, exactly what the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion specifically requested this time. 30 billion. A calm voice emerged from Yifan's lips. The entire crowd erupted in shock. He actually dared to compete with the Dongfang family and the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion for an item. 40 billion. Dongfang Zhan matched the bid without hesitation, his gaze turning venomous toward Yifan. Boy, I advise you not to ruin yourself. This isn't something you can touch. 50 billion. Yifan's voice remained as calm as ever. You. Master Dongfang, Xianlingzi restrained Dongfang Zhan, who was on the verge of losing control. He looked at Yifan and spoke slowly. It seems you're determined to make an enemy of my Tianji pavilion. In that case, do not blame this humble monk for bullying the weak. As his words fell, an intangible aura filled with the mysteries of fate and destiny instantly enveloped the entire auction hall. Everyone present felt as though their destinies had been seized by an invisible giant hand, their very thoughts growing sluggish. Xianlingzi intended to use the art of heavenly secrets to forcibly intervene in the auction, preventing anyone from bidding further. This tear of the stars is destined for my Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion. It must belong to our sect. He reached out to take the star tier. Yet his hand froze mid-air. Because Yifan had risen to his feet. The Heavenly Mechanics aura that enveloped the entire scene, powerful enough to alter fate, dissolved silently and completely the moment it approached within 3 feet of his body, as if encountering its nemesis. Your destiny? A cold smile curved the corners of Yifan's lips. I said it. When something comes knocking, it would be rude to refuse. He neither bid nor made a move. He merely addressed the elegant woman in the Cheongsam, the auction house's director, with a calm, measured tone. I'll take this item. As for the money, he gestured toward Dongfang Zhan across the room. He'll pay. With the entire Dongfang family. No sooner had the words left his mouth than his figure flickered, instantly appearing atop the high platform. Ignoring all the restrictions, he directly seized the tear of the stars in his hand. You insolent brat! How dare you! Xianlingzi erupted in fury. Holding nothing back, he flicked his whisk, transforming his 3,000 strands of black hair into 3,000 piercing swordlights. Each blade contained a thread of the heavenly mechanism law, sealing off every possible escape route for Yifan. Heavenly net, earthly web, execute this beast. Yet, facing this fatal formation capable of slaying even an S-class powerhouse, Yifan merely snorted coldly with disdain. Trivial tricks. The tear of the stars in his hand blazed with intense light. Without even exerting his own power, he simply flicked the tear droplet toward the swarm of swordlights. As if possessed of its own life, the tear traced a graceful arc through the air. Wherever it passed, every swordlight imbued with the laws of heaven retreated as if encountering a sovereign. Worse still, they reversed course, turning to backfire upon Xianlingzi himself. What? Xianlingzi was utterly horrified. He could never have imagined that his lifebound treasure, forged over hundreds of years, would turn against him in battle. In his haste, he could only hastily deploy layer upon layer of defenses. Chapter 51, The Moment of Touching the Tears of the Stars. Boom! 3,000 sword lights slammed into his protective Tao aura, sending him flying backward. A trickle of blood spilled from his mouth as his face instantly drained of color. See that? Yifan caught the tear of the stars as it flew back into his hand, gazing at him calmly. It chose to follow me of its own accord. Xianlingzi pointed at Yifan, too enraged to utter a word. Yifan paid him no further mind. He turned to Qinghe behind him and handed her the tear of the stars. Take it. Repair your sword. A surge of uncontrollable excitement flashed in Qinghe's eyes as she reached out to take the tear. Yet, the very instant her fingertips were about to touch the star tear, the crystal-clear tear, without warning, dimmed. A profound, boundless well filled with endless sorrow and solitude awakened with a thunderous roar from within the tear. A soft, ethereal voice yet tinged with a hint of fracture as if originating from the far reaches of the starry sea, gently resonated within Yifan's soul. Have I finally found you? The one who destroyed my home, that wicked creature. That voice, ethereal, fractured, and laden with infinite sorrow, resembled the final, dying whimper of a star on the brink of extinction, echoing from the depths of the cosmos. The instant the voice sounded, the tear of the stars in Yifan's hand blazed with intense light. A boundless, vast stellar power erupted from it, instantly enveloping the entire auction hall. Everyone present, whether S-rank powerhouses or reclusive sect elders, felt their souls being pulled into an endless sea of stars, rendered as insignificant as dust before this force. In that instant, their consciousnesses were forcibly pulled into an illusion.
They beheld a magnificent, azure-hued planet, vast and teeming with the essence of life.
Then, they witnessed its destruction.
An indescribable, pitch-black entity composed of the very concept of utter annihilation descended.
The planet wailed in agony, life withered and fell.
Finally, in an explosion of breathtaking splendor and profound tragedy, the beautiful planet, along with all its life, was reduced to cosmic dust. Only a single tear, containing the planet's final will, pierced through time and space, falling into this world.
The illusion ended.
Every soul in the auction hall shuddered, snapping back to reality from that grand, heart-stopping illusion. They gazed upon the tear of stardust in Yi Fan's hand, their eyes filled with indescribable awe and dread. They finally understood this was no mere heavenly treasure. It was the relic of an entire planet. And Yi Fan had seen the illusion more clearly and vividly than anyone else. Because he was the very villain who had personally shattered the world devourer, indirectly bringing about the complete end of that realm of death.
So it was you.
Yi Fan stared at the tear of the stars in his hand, a peculiar expression flickering across his face.
It really is a case of enemies meeting again. The ethereal voice of the young girl sounded once more, this time tinged with an unmistakable, icy hostility. Return my home to me.
In response to its will, the tear of the stars erupted with a brilliance more dazzling than ever before.
Above the entire auction hall, the ceiling vanished.
In its place appeared a vast, profound expanse of genuine starlight.
Countless stars, as if responding to its call, ignited simultaneously.
Meteors forged from pure stellar energy, brimming with destructive force, rained down like a torrent, locking onto Yi Fan and crashing down with devastating force. This was the most furious attack from the remnant soul of a planet.
No!
Xian Lingzi and Dongfang Zhan's expressions changed drastically. They frantically retreated while simultaneously deploying their strongest defenses.
This force exceeded their comprehension. Even a glancing blow would obliterate both body and soul.
Yet, facing this meteor shower powerful enough to wipe Longjing City off the map, Yi Fan merely sneered in disdain.
Give it back to me? The destruction of your home has nothing to do with me. If you seek vengeance, you should go after the one who devoured your home.
Besides, Yi Fan's lips curled into a cold smile.
You are already my spoils of war.
Your power, your will, everything about you, it all belongs to me. His fingers clenched violently, ignoring the scorching starlight energy, gripping the fiercely resisting starlight tear tightly within his palm. Then, he lifted his head to gaze upon the real starry sky, drawn forth by the will of the tear.
Get back!
He roared, unleashing a more tyrannical, more unreasonable chaos power fused with the 7 bloodlines erupting from his body. The starry sky, forcibly dragged into reality, shattered instantly before this force like a punctured illusion, vanishing without a trace. The ceiling of the auction hall reappeared. Everyone felt a sudden lightness wash over them as the suffocating pressure of the stars vanished without a trace. Yi Fan opened his palm. The tear of the stars still rested there, but its radiance had dimmed considerably, like a sulking little girl who had ceased her defiance.
Is it quiet now?
Yi Fan's voice was calm, yet filled with an authority that brooked no argument. The ethereal will of the maiden fell silent.
It sensed the contradictory aura emanating from the man before it, an aura of both creation and destruction, one it both hated and couldn't resist. It knew it could not resist. Very well.
Yi Fan nodded with satisfaction. He turned and once more offered the tear of the stars to Qinghe.
Take it.
A flicker of hesitation crossed Qinghe's eyes. She sensed that within this tear, the powerful, proud soul of the planet had not truly surrendered.
Master, is this? It matters not.
Yi Fan said indifferently. It's merely a stray dog that has lost its home. It can't make much of a splash. Just use it. Should it disobey, I shall erase its will entirely. The starlight tear trembled faintly, as if voicing its discontent.
Qinghe hesitated no longer.
She reached out and took the tear. The moment her skin touched the tear, a colossal surge of pure, crystalline starlight energy surged up her arm and poured into the ancient, shattered sword in her grasp. The Zuxian sword, covered in cracks, hummed joyfully as it was cleansed by the starlight energy. Rust faded away, cracks mended. Before everyone's eyes, a peerless weapon, ancient in form yet razor-sharp, its blade glistening with scattered starlight, was reforged to perfection.
Ding!
Your pet beast Qinghe has absorbed the tears of the stars.
Lifebound blade restoration, 100% complete. Class advancement, Star Scar Sword Master Mythic Unique. Mastered ultimate skill, Sword of Eternity, stars falling from the heavens. Return, you have acquired a new skill.
A swordway enlightenment more colossal than any before, filled with destruction and finality, intertwined with the cosmic principles of stellar birth and death, exploded within Yi Fan's mind. His level, in that instant, broke through the 70-level barrier with unstoppable force. The entire auction hall was enveloped by this terrifying sword intent.
Xian Lingzi and Dongfang Zhan could barely stand before its might.
Their legs buckled, and they collapsed to the ground, their faces frozen in horror and disbelief.
Was this his true power? Chapter 52, bowing respectfully.
That terrifying sword intent, like an invisible tidal wave, instantly engulfed the entire auction hall. Xian Lingzi and Dongfang Zhan, confronted by this pure sword intent, a fusion of stellar birth and death, of divine annihilation and slaughter, could not even muster a single thought of resistance. Their Dao hearts, their cultivation before this force, they flickered like candles in a raging storm, teetering on the brink of extinction.
No, impossible.
Xian Lingzi collapsed to the ground. His eyes, once boasting the ability to pierce the mysteries of heaven, now held only terror from the deepest recesses of his soul.
What kind of sword path is this? Yi Fan paid no heed to the two utterly crippled ants on the ground.
He simply stood, quietly sensing the entirely new power within him, a force capable of severing cause and effect, even isolating an entire world. Qinghe, the Star-Scar Swordmaster, gripped the reborn ancient blade in her hand, murmuring to herself. She could sense the will within the sword, the one called Tears of the Stars, trembling violently. Yi Fan fixed his gaze upon the elegant woman in the cheapo who stood atop the platform, her face deathly pale yet forced into composure.
Remember to collect what he owes me.
With that, he turned and departed with the 5 girls, as if he had just done something utterly insignificant. The elegant woman in the cheapo watched Yi Fan's retreating figure, then glanced at the Eastern family patriarch and the Tianji pavilion elder slumped on the ground like limp mud. She drew a deep breath and bowed respectfully toward Yi Fan's back. She knew that from this day forward, the sky over Longjing would change. Stepping out of the auction house, Lin Xiaotong was the first to rush over, her face aglow with excitement.
Boss, that move just now was so cool. Teach me, please. You wouldn't be able to learn it.
Yi Fan replied indifferently.
Ugh, stingy. Lin Xiaotong pouted.
The group returned to their floating island base above the East Sea. That very night, the vast fortune accumulated by the Dongfang family over centuries was packed up by Starfall Auction House and delivered to the island.
Mountains of spirit stones, countless rare treasures, and deeds and shares of all the Dongfang family's holdings.
A colossal entity that had stood tall in Longjing for centuries vanished into thin air. Yi Fan merely glanced at the items casually before tossing them all to Ling Yi to handle. To him, such worldly wealth held little significance. What truly captured his attention was the new, restless little presence within the Qinghe sword. By the spiritual spring at the base's center. Yi Fan sat cross-legged, the true form of Qinghe, that ancient sword of celestial execution, shimmering with starlight floating silently before him.
Come out, Yi Fan said calmly to the ancient sword. The ancient sword hummed softly, showing no reaction. Seems you've forgotten who the true master is.
Yi Fan reached out and grasped the hilt directly. A chaotic force, brimming with both creation and destruction, surged brutally into the sword's body.
Ah!
A faint, agonized scream filled with terror echoed from within the blade. The next instant, a phantom figure, a girl of 13 or 14, clad in a blue starlit gown, seemingly composed of starlight itself, was forcibly expelled from the blade. Rubbing her ethereal eyes, she glared at Yi Fan with a look of hurt and fury.
You bad guy. Name.
Yi Fan ignored her accusation.
I won't tell you.
The girl's light form stubbornly turned her head away.
Very well.
A wisp of gray Genesis power slowly coalesced at Yi Fan's fingertip. The girl's light form saw that wisp of energy. Her ethereal body trembled violently, and her eyes instantly filled with terror. She recognized this power. It was this very force that had created the monster that devoured her home, and it was the same force that had shattered that monster.
My name is Xingli.
Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's.
Xingli. Yi Fan nodded. From today onward, you shall be Qinghe's sword spirit, the supporting one.
Why the hell should I?
Xingli immediately bristled.
I'm the great planetary will of Area. Why should I support this wooden-faced brute who only knows how to fight and kill? Before she could finish, Qinghe's cold, emotionless gaze swept over her. Xingli's body shuddered uncontrollably, and the rest of her words were forced back down her throat.
Any objections? Yi Fan inquired. And no. Xingli hung her head in hurt. Very good.
Yi Fan was satisfied. Now, contribute all your power and merge it into this sword.
My power? Xingli's eyes widened. But that's the last power left on our planet.
If I give it to you, I'll truly have nothing left.
You have 2 choices.
Yi Fan held up 2 fingers.
1, you merge it yourself. 2, I help you merge it. Xingli stared at the increasingly luminous gray aura at Yi Fan's fingertips.
Tears welled up in her eyes, but she dared not cry out. Finally, she transformed into a streak of light and reluctantly merged back into the ancient Zuxian sword.
Countless intricate stellar patterns instantly illuminated the blade's surface.
A vast cosmic energy seamlessly merged with the sword's piercing Zuxian intent.
Ding!
Your pet beast Qinghe has fully fused with the soul of starlight. The skill One Sword Across Worlds has evolved into One Sword Across the Galaxy.
Return, your skill has been enhanced. With this minor issue resolved, Yi Fan's life returned to tranquility.
He spent most of his time on the floating island, guiding the girls in their cultivation.
Occasionally, he would visit the library at Longjing University to peruse rare texts on ancient secrets. Half a month later, Wei Long's figure once again appeared on the island, moving with hurried steps. His face bore an unprecedented gravity. Advisor Yi, it's serious. He handed over a file marked Heaven Class Top Secret. The Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion has made its move.
Yi Fan's eyebrows arched slightly. After Xian Lingzi fled back to the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, he united all the elders within the pavilion and activated their treasured artifact, the Heavenly Mechanism Disc, to conduct an unprecedented simulation targeting you. Wei Long's voice was heavy with gravity. They failed. Your destiny is a chaotic void, impervious to any force's scrutiny. The consequence of this forced divination was the immediate shattering of the Heavenly Mechanism Disc. Every elder who participated in the divination suffered backlash, meaning either death or severe injury. The Tianji Pavilion was crippled by you alone. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's face remained expressionless. So what? So they went mad. Wei Long's expression darkened. After paying such a terrible price, they didn't retreat. Instead, they activated their final, mutually destructive plan. Using the Celestial Mechanics Pavilion's millennia of fortune as fuel and the remnants of all the elders' lives as sacrifices, they forcibly tore open a fissure leading to the Forbidden Land. Wei Long activated a holographic recording. Chapter 53, The Shattered Fate Divine Realm. The image revealed a shattered continent adrift in boundless void. Everything upon that land seemed frozen in a single, eternal moment. Collapsed temples, fractured mountain ranges, frozen waterfalls, and countless divine and demonic skeletons still poised in battle stances, yet utterly devoid of life. An overwhelming power, thick with the scent of destiny and finality, emanated from the continent. The Shattered Fate Divine Realm. Wei Long's voice trembled slightly. Legend held that in ancient times, this was the divine realm where the supreme deity who governed the rules of fate resided. During the Divine War, this deity and his realm were shattered by several forbidden beings of equal standing, banished into the crevices of spacetime. The Celestial Mechanics Pavilion revealed the coordinates of this desolate realm to our world. Their purpose was not to attack us. Rather, it was to lure forth an entity far more terrifying than heaven or the abyss. The Reaper of Fate. Wei Long retrieved another file. The file contained only a blurred, indistinct shadow. Codename, Reaper. Species, unknown. Ability, Devour Fate. It roams across countless realms, seeking worlds where the force of destiny is potent or where the rules of fate are fractured. Then, it reaps and devours the fate threads of every living being within that world. Once it descends, the past, present, and future of every being in our world will become its sustenance. Wei Long's voice was hoarse beyond measure. We will have no chance left. Everything will be steered toward a predetermined, inevitable end consumed. This is the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion's vengeance. A vicious curse targeting the entire world. Yi Fan stared at the shattered fate divine realm, falling silent. At that moment, the ancient Zuxian sword before him began to tremble violently without warning. Xingli's voice, filled with urgency and longing, echoed in his mind. It is! It is! I sense it! Deep within that shattered continent lie fragments of the lost fate tablet from our world. If we can find it, my homeland might be reborn. Bad guy. No! Master! Please! Take me there! Yi Fan's pupils contracted slightly. He lifted his head to look at Wei Long. When will this divine realm fully merge with our world? 72 hours from now. Wei Long stated that currently, only S-rank or higher powerhouses could barely withstand the fate erosion there and enter early. The Dragon Group has mobilized all its forces, preparing to destroy it at any cost the moment the divine realm descends. But the chances of success are less than 1%. Unless. Wei Long's gaze fell upon Yi Fan, filled with pleading and hope. Yi Fan did not respond. He knew the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion's open strategy had succeeded. This was a trap tailor-made for him. A trap he knew was a trap, yet one he had no choice but to walk into a dead end. I need the coordinates. Yi Fan's voice cut off Wei Long's report. Wei Long froze, then snapped to attention, his face instantly lighting up with wild excitement. You're going? The Dragon Group will provide all necessary support. All S-class teams stand ready at a moment's notice. Not necessary. Yi Fan waved his hand dismissively. Let them guard this world. I'm going alone. Wei Long opened his mouth to speak, but upon meeting Yi Fan's calm yet uncompromising gaze, he swallowed his words. He knew that once this man made up his mind, no one could sway him. Coordinates will be transmitted to your communicator in 3 minutes. Wei Long saluted solemnly. Advisor Yi, the future of Dragon Nation rests on your shoulders. Yi Fan offered no reply. He merely turned to face the 5 girls beside him, each wearing a different expression. Get ready. We're heading to another world. Yay! I couldn't wait any longer. Lin Xiaotong cheered first, her eyes brimming with eager fighting spirit. Luo Qingxue's face held a trace of worry, but she said nothing. She simply stepped forward silently and adjusted Yi Fan's collar. Xingha gripped the ancient sword in her hand tightly. The star-like patterns on its blade flickered between light and shadow, mirroring the turmoil within her heart. 1 hour later, atop the floating island. Before Yi Fan, a stable spatial gate forcibly constructed by Lingyi slowly unfolded, leading to an unknown dimension. Beyond the gate lay the shattered realm of the Fate God's kingdom, suffused with the aura of finality and destiny. Master, coordinates locked, Lingyi's voice echoed. She had fused with the energy core of the entire floating island, yet the host world's rules exerted intense repulsion.
I can only sustain the portal for 10 minutes at most. That's enough.
Yifan was the first to step into the bizarre and surreal temporal passage. The 5 women followed closely behind. The scene before them shifted like stars in the heavens. The next instant, they appeared in a world of utter stillness.
The sky hung gray and murky.
Countless colossal fragments of continents, like shattered mirrors, hung motionless in the air, reflecting the long-vanished scenes of divine wars. The earth is frozen solid, raging lava, fractured mountains, even the dust swirling in the air seems frozen in time, forever suspended there. The entire world was suffused with an indelible force called destiny. This force seeped into every pore, corroding every living being that set foot here. Lin Xiaotong felt her body grow heavy, her mind involuntarily conjuring visions of her own future death on the battlefield. The images were so vividly real that even the warrior spirit within her faltered. Luo Qingxue's Phoenix Divine Flame dimmed slightly, as if she were destined to burn away her final breath in this desolate land.
Don't let it affect you.
Yifan's calm voice echoed in the minds of the women. So-called fate was merely an excuse sought by the weak. A chaotic aura emanated from him, forming an invisible domain that blocked out the pervasive force of predestination. The women instantly felt a weight lift from their bodies, returning them to normal.
Boss, this place is way too weird, Lin Xiaotong said, still shaken.
Be careful, Qinghe's expression was more grave than ever. I sense no life here, but the killing intent is more intense than anywhere I've encountered before. No sooner had she spoken. On the suspended fragments of the continent, the skeletal remains of gods and demons frozen in battle stances for 10,000 years suddenly glowed. Immediately, their bodies began to stir slowly. They weren't resurrected. Instead, they were being manipulated by the fateful power of this land. They were puppets of destiny, tasked with annihilating any anomaly that dared intrude upon this place and disrupt the predetermined fate. Tens of thousands of once mighty gods and demons, like puppets on strings, silently surged toward Yifan and his companions from all directions.
Chapter 54, Inflicting Any Damage. Those skeletal frames again.
Lin Xiaotong's fighting spirit flared anew as she unleashed a punch.
Golden lightning struck a demon god skeleton with brutal force.
Yet the punch, powerful enough to shatter mountains, seemed to strike air, passing cleanly through the skeleton's body. Meanwhile, the broken blade in the demon god skeleton's hand slashed precisely toward her neck. Had Yi Mei not yanked her into the shadows in the nick of time, that strike would have severed her head clean off.
What the hell?
Lin Xiaotong stared in utter disbelief.
They don't exist in reality, Yifan's voice echoed. They are projections of the past, attacks destined to occur.
They cannot be harmed by conventional means.
Luo Qingxue's Phoenix Divine Flame and Chang He's exterminating immortal sword chi proved equally ineffective.
Every attack passed through the illusions like phantoms, inflicting no damage upon the divine demon puppets. Yet every strike from the puppets was lethal, each blow carrying the inescapable fate of destiny, forcing the women into a desperate retreat, forced to dodge relentlessly.
Master! This can't go on.
Ling Yi's voice rang out. This world's rules are rejecting our existence.
In 5 minutes, we'll be forcibly erased. I know.
Yifan's face remained serene. Watching the fate puppets draw nearer, impervious to harm, he slowly raised his right hand.
Since you are the past, then I shall ensure you remain forever trapped in the past.
He slowly clenched his fist. This time, he did not summon the power of any spirit beast, nor did he draw upon that strand of primordial chaos. What he summoned was the supreme logical authority known as formatting the remnant left behind by the mechanical overlord he had shattered.
Worldline, corrected.
4 words slipped lightly from his lips.
No light, no sound. An intangible, law-transcending force of logic from a higher dimension radiated outward from him in an instant.
All divine and demonic puppets enveloped by this force froze in their movements at the same instant. Immediately afterward, their forms began to grow ethereal and transparent at a speed visible to the naked eye.
They weren't destroyed.
Instead, Yifan forcibly corrected their timeline, sending them back to the past. They were banished back to the very moment in time when they were meant to die. Within mere seconds, the overwhelming divine and demonic hordes vanished without a trace, like pencil drawings erased by a rubber.
The entire world fell silent once more.
Lin Xiaotong, Luo Qingxue, and the others stared blankly at the scene, their perceptions shattered once more.
Was this the power of their master? Could she even alter time itself at will? Stop spacing out.
Yifan withdrew his hand. Finding that stone tablet was the real task at hand.
There. Over there.
Xing Li's voice echoed from within the ancient sword of execution, brimming with excitement and longing.
I sense it.
Right at the center of that largest fragment of the continent.
Yifan looked up.
At the very heart of the shattered divine realm, there indeed lay a continent several times larger than all the other fragments, a continent resembling the core of the divine realm. Without further hesitation, he led the group, transforming into a streak of light as they raced toward that core continent. The closer they drew to the core, the more terrifying the erosion of that fated power became.
Even Yifan's chaos domain began to show signs of being suppressed.
Finally, they landed upon that core continent.
Here stood an unimaginably vast, long-collapsed temple plaza.
At its center stood a shattered throne, forged from an unknown divine metal. The throne itself was empty. But before it, a gray stone slab cracked, faintly glowing, and seemingly on the verge of shattering completely floated silently in the air. The fragment of the Fate Stone. That's it. Xingli's will surged with such intensity it nearly burst forth from the sword's blade. Yet Yifan's gaze did not rest upon the stone slab. His gaze swept past the slab, landing on the shadowy area beyond the throne. Come forth. His voice rang out calmly. After watching this spectacle for so long, it was time to reveal yourself. Silence hung heavy within the shadows. A cold smile curved the corners of Yifan's mouth. He formed his fingers into a sword and casually slashed at the shadows. A blade of light, fused with the intent of the Zuxian sword and the power of the stars, tore through space, silently slicing toward the depths of the shadows. Clang! A crisp sound, like metal clashing. The sword light, powerful enough to sever stars, was blocked by an invisible force. 3 figures slowly emerged from the shadows. Leading them was a youth clad in a black trench coat, his features strikingly handsome to the point of eeriness, a faint, almost imperceptible smile perpetually playing at the corners of his lips. Behind him followed a man and a woman. The man was as sturdy as a mountain, radiating a savage aura, while the woman was petite and delicate, her expression cold and indifferent. The aura emanating from them felt utterly alien to this world, yet it was so overwhelmingly powerful that even Yifan felt a hint of surprise. It wasn't divine power, nor demonic energy, but a pure, malevolent intent, thick with the scent of predation and devouring. Interesting. The black-clad youth clapped his hands and stepped out of the shadows. His gaze swept over Yifan and his companions with keen interest, finally settling on Yifan himself. To think you could detect us. It seems this world, soon to be harvested, has produced a rather interesting variable after all. His voice carried an air of superiority, like a hunter appraising its prey. Allow me to introduce ourselves. We are the Reapers of Fate. He gestured toward a man and a woman behind him. He is gluttony. She is greed. And I, he said, a chillingly brilliant smile spreading across his face, you may call me arrogance. We've come here to retrieve this fragment of a dinner plate that was accidentally left behind. He pointed at the tablet of fate. But now it seems there might be some unexpected dessert. His gaze, venomous as a serpent's, fixed upon the ancient sword of slaying immortals held in Xinghe's hand. The sword of extermination, and also, Aria's tear of the stars. It seems our journey here was not in vain. The Reaper? Yifan repeated the name, a peculiar expression flickering across his face. He recalled the ethereal Taoist's final warning. I never expected to run into you so soon. What? Does this name scare you? The young man named Arrogance saw Yifan's expression and his smile grew even broader. No. Yifan shook his head, merely finding it a bit noisy. He turned his head to look at Luo Qingxue and Lin Xiaotong. Those two are yours to handle. He pointed at gluttony and greed. 3 minutes. Take care of them. Got it. Lin Xiaotong had been itching to get started. She cracked her knuckles with a sharp popping sound, glaring at Gluttony, who stood like a mountain. Her eyes burned with fierce combat intent. You big oaf, come here. Let me teach you a lesson. Gluttony's face twisted into a cruel, savage grin. He extended his tongue and licked his lips. An interesting morsel, he murmured. I can sense the vibrant life force surging within you. Chapter 55, The Petite Maiden. He stomped his foot, causing the entire continent to tremble. Like a cannonball launched from its barrel, he charged savagely toward Lin Xiaotong. Meanwhile, Luo Qingxue faced off against the petite, greedy figure. The creature didn't move. It simply stood there, its pitch-black eyes fixed intently on Luo Qingxue, as if intent on claiming everything about her as its own. The multicolored phoenix divine flames on Luo Qingxue's body began to grow unstable beyond her control, as if they were about to break free from her body and rush toward the petite girl. Your bloodline is quite impressive, the greed's voice murmured like a dream. How about giving it to me? Dream on. Luo Qingxue's cold shout cut through the air. Without hesitation, fiery phoenixes formed from the multicolored divine flames roared toward greed. 2 battlefields erupted simultaneously. In the center of the square, only Yifan and the youth named Arrogance remained. Seems you're quite confident in your dessert. Arrogance smoothed his trench coat, paying no heed to his 2 companions. His gaze remained fixed on Yifan. But you seem to have misunderstood one thing. We are the hunters. And you, he extended a finger, tapping lightly toward Yifan, are merely the prey. An invisible force, heavy with fate and destiny, instantly enveloped Yifan. Yifan felt as though his body was tightly bound by countless invisible threads. Every movement, every breath, even his next thought all seemed predetermined, scripted in advance. He was destined to be here, easily annihilated by Arrogance. Feel it? Arrogance's face broke into a look of relish. This was the power of fate. Resistance was futile. For your failure was already predetermined. Is that so? Yifan's face remained as calm and composed as ever. He even offered a hint of pity toward Arrogance. Your so-called fate, in my eyes, is riddled with flaws. He slowly raised his right hand. The threads of fate that bound him, threads powerful enough to make even God's despair, creaked under the strain of his movement, straining under the weight.
What? For the first time, the smirk on Arrogance's face froze.
He could not comprehend how a mere mortal, not even a god, could possibly shake the very power of fate he controlled.
Your fate is built upon the rules of this world.
Yi Fan's voice rang out calmly, yet it thundered like a bolt of lightning within Arrogance's mind.
But what if I do not belong to the rules of this world?
The words fell. His right hand, bound by the threads of fate, clenched violently.
Boom! A raw, savage, chaotic force unbound by any known system erupted from within him.
Those indestructible threads of fate shattered like fragile spiderwebs before this force, disintegrating inch by inch. Yi Fan had broken free from the shackles of fate.
Impossible.
For the first time, a look of sheer terror flashed across his arrogant face.
The power he had always prided himself on, had it actually failed? Nothing is impossible.
Yi Fan's figure flickered, appearing instantly before Arrogance. He reached out, gripping Arrogance's throat with an iron hand, lifting that eerily handsome face to meet his own.
Now, tell me.
Yi Fan's eyes, one golden, one black, gazed at him calmly, as if observing an insect he could crush at will.
Is this scene written in your destiny? Arrogance's body shook violently.
He could feel the terrifying power emanating from Yi Fan, a force that made his very soul tremble. It was power potent enough to shatter his very destiny. What kind of monster are you? He managed to choke out.
I am your Terminator. Yi Fan's hand tightened with sudden force.
Yet, just as he was about to crush the arrogant man's neck, a sudden, unexpected change occurred. Arrogance's body dissolved into a shadowy void without warning, slipping from Yi Fan's grasp.
The next second, his form coalesced anew 100 meters away.
The smile vanished from his face, replaced only by the lingering terror of narrowly escaping death and an uncontrollable, towering rage.
You have succeeded in provoking me.
Slowly, he raised both hands. Within his palms, a black ancient tome woven from countless twisted threads of fate and radiating an ominous aura gradually materialized.
Book of Fate. The Reaper's core weapon. I was planning to play along with you.
But now, it seems unnecessary. Arrogantly flipping open the Book of Fate, Yi Fan's name appeared on its pages.
He extended a finger and lightly traced over Yi Fan's name. I declare. Your existence shall be utterly erased from this timeline.
A force of erasure more terrifying than any before, one that targeted the very concept of existence, instantly locked onto Yi Fan. Yet Yi Fan merely snorted in disdain.
This trick again. Seems like you lot don't know how to do anything besides erase. He glanced at the other two battlefields. The battle between Lin Xiaotong and Gluttony had reached a fever pitch. Both had completely abandoned defense, trading blows in the purest, most brutal manner, fist to flesh, relentlessly. Gluttony grew increasingly alarmed. He realized the young girl before him possessed a body like a bottomless pit. No matter how much life force he devoured, he couldn't exhaust her. Instead, it only fueled her fighting spirit. Meanwhile, Luo Qingxue's situation was entirely different.
She floated serenely in the air, her multicolored phoenix divine flames forming an absolute domain around her. Every attack from Gluttony, every scheme to plunder her bloodline, was instantly incinerated by the pure divine flames the moment it entered this domain. Instead, it was greed itself that began to show signs of melting under the scorching phoenix divine flames.
Seems your companion isn't quite up to par.
Yi Fan withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Arrogance, a trace of mockery playing on his face.
Shut up. Arrogance was utterly enraged.
He activated the Book of Destiny, and its erasing power surged tenfold in an instant. The space around Yi Fan began to warp and shatter, as if it intended to tear him away from the very fabric of time and space he stood upon.
Useless.
Yi Fan shook his head. He extended his hand and beckoned lightly toward the fragment of the fate tablet suspended before the throne. As if responding to an irresistible call, the stone instantly transformed into a streak of light, flying into his hand.
The instant he grasped it,
a vast, pure force of primordial destiny belonging to this shattered divine realm surged into his body.
Ding! Core rule fragment detected.
Your pet beastlingy has initiated analysis and fusion.
Analysis progress, 10%.
You have temporarily acquired partial fate authority within this world.
Chapter 56, Core Rule Fusion Progress.
The force potent enough to erase concepts abruptly halted the instant Yi Fan grasped the fragment of the fate tablet.
It wasn't blocked, nor was it neutralized.
Rather, it had lost its target. Under the authority granted by the fate tablet, Yi Fan's existence had temporarily transcended the scope that the arrogant one's Book of Fate could lock onto.
What's the matter? Did your book get stuck turning pages? Yi Fan's voice rang out calmly. No, impossible.
The horror on Arrogance's face was impossible to conceal. He frantically flipped through the Book of Fate. On its pages, Yi Fan's name was blurring and fading at a visible pace, becoming ethereal, as if it might vanish completely at any moment.
Your destiny is slipping from my grasp. My destiny was never under your control.
Yi Fan shook his head, as if observing a raving lunatic. He gently pressed the shards of the fate tablet against his own brow. The fragment instantly fused and vanished.
Ding! Core Rule Fusion Progress 305,080. Fusion complete. Your pet spirit Lingy has acquired new rules: Fate Correction Intermediate, Causality Tampering Basic. Returned, you have gained complete control over the fate of this world. In that instant, Yifan felt a wondrous connection form between himself and this shattered divine realm. He could see countless gray threads symbolizing predetermined fates entwined around every continental fragment and every divine or demonic skeleton. He could also see the fate threads coiled around Arrogance and his two companions. These threads were thicker, pulsing with an aura of plunder and foreboding. As for himself, he was clean and unblemished, untouched by any such threads. He was the sole variable in this world. So that was it. Yifan lifted his head to look at Arrogance. For the first time, his eyes, one golden, one black, held a genuine spark of curiosity. Your power is stolen, plundered. You forcibly graft others' destinies onto yourselves, then use this stolen power to dictate their fates. What a pathetic and laughable bunch of thieves. Shut up. Exposed to his core by Yifan's words, Arrogance descended into utter madness. He bit through his tongue, spitting a mouthful of essence blood onto the Book of Destiny. I don't care what kind of monster you are. Today, you must die. The Book of Destiny erupted with an ominous black light unlike any before. Its pages turned without wind, landing on the final page. That page was blank. In the name of Arrogance, I sacrifice all the threads of fate behind me. Gluttony and greed, lurking behind him, shuddered violently. Big brother, don't. For the first time, fear flickered across Gluttony's cruel face. Greed halted his assault on Luo Qingxue, his petite form trembling violently. But it was too late. Two incredibly thick threads of fate, saturated with the essence of gluttony and greed, were forcibly torn from their bodies. They transformed into two black torrents, merging entirely into the final page of the Book of Fate. Gluttony and greed's bodies shriveled at a visible pace, drained of all strength, transforming into two ordinary desiccated corpses that plummeted from the sky. Upon the final page of the Book of Destiny, two ancient runes slowly emerged, twisted and saturated with the aura of conclusion and death. Death of the gods. This was the most potent word magic I could wield. Arrogance's face turned as pale as paper, yet his eyes burned with a suicidal madness. It will lock onto the fate of every divine being within this realm, then rewrite your end as death. Join me in vanishing from this world. The two death runes blazed with intense light, unleashing an irresistible, divine killing curse that spread instantaneously. Luo Qingxue's Phoenix Divine Flame and Lin Xiaodong's Valkyrie battle will begin to tremble violently at that moment, as if they might extinguish at any second. Even the starlight upon Cheng He's ancient sword forged from the fusion of a celestial tear diminished. This was the highest level annihilation imposed by the rules of fate. Yet Yifan merely sighed softly. Who gave you the courage to toy with the rules in my world? He slowly raised his right hand. Without summoning any power or employing any skill, he simply clasped his hand over the Book of Destiny. Words became law. Time itself within the shattered divine realm seemed to be rewound at that instant. The two death runes, poised to erupt, reversed their glow and reverted to two black threads of fate. Those two threads of fate flew backward out of the book, returning to the already cold corpses of gluttony and greed. The black Book of Fate emitted a wail of exhaustion, its dark glow fading entirely. It transformed into an ordinary, tattered ancient tome, slipping from Pride's grasp. In the span of a single second, everything returned to its rightful place. Time resumed its flow. No! No! My power! My word magic! Arrogance stared blankly at his empty hands, then down at the now utterly ordinary ancient tome on the ground. The madness on his face was instantly replaced by an incomprehensible, utter terror. What did you do? I'm merely... Yifan stepped before him, picked up the tattered ancient book, flipped through it casually, then tore out the page bearing his name right before his eyes. I merely erased your existence from this book. He crumpled the page lightly, reducing it to ashes. His arrogant body trembled violently. He felt utterly disconnected from this world, from his identity as the Reaper of Fate, and from all his power. He had become a powerless, ordinary person. No, not even ordinary. He had lost his destiny, becoming a transparent, insignificant existence, one no one would remember, one that would leave no mark on the world. No! Kill me! Kill me now! This punishment, more terrifying than death itself, shattered his arrogance completely. He knelt on the ground, frantically banging his head against the floor, begging. Yifan did not spare him another glance. He walked over to the two desiccated corpses and picked up the two core weapons they wore, both now stripped of their power. A pair of gauntlets capable of devouring all things, and a ring that could plunder concepts. Xiaotong, Qingxue. Trophies. Keep them safe. Lin Xiaotong and Luo Qingxue stepped forward to receive the two ominous weapons. Chapter 57, Book of Destiny blank. Though temporarily unusable, they sensed the rules contained within held immense benefit for them. Master, the book spirit's voice sounded. Here. Yifan tossed the now blank Book of Destiny to Lingy. Lingy caught the book, a delighted expression lighting up her small face. She then transformed into a stream of data and merged into the book. Ding! Your pet spirit Lingy has acquired the core equipment, Book of Destiny blank, and is beginning to reshape its own rules. Evolution estimated to take 72 hours. After handling all this, Yifan finally turned his gaze toward the boundless void beyond the shattered divine realm. The rest is up to you. He took a step forward, his form vanishing instantly from within the divine realm and materializing in the frigid void. Before him stood the long-abandoned Hall of Heavenly Secrets. Every disciple within the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets was now dead. Their vital essence and spirit had been drained to sustain the rift leading to the fate divine realm. Yifan felt no pity whatsoever. He formed his fingers into a sword and casually slashed at the celestial mountain suspended in the void. A single sword stroke unleashed a river of stars. A dazzling river of swords, formed from boundless starlight and the intent of the Zuxian sword, surged forth, spanning the entire void. That once magnificent, millennia-old secluded sect, along with all its sins, was swept away by the currents of this river of blades. Without so much as a whisper, it dissolved into the most insignificant dust in the cosmos. Karma settled. Yet, in the very instant the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion was utterly obliterated. That arrogance, left behind by Yifan within the divine realm and stripped of all destiny, now possessed a translucent body. Without warning, a crimson mark filled with the aura of destruction and finality flared up between its eyebrows. The mark flickered and vanished, transforming into a message beyond capture by any power. It traversed infinite dimensions, transmitting to an unknown, unnameable place. Only after this was accomplished did arrogance's body utterly dissolve into nothingness, vanishing from this world. Within the shattered divine realm, Yifan's figure reappeared. His brow furrowed slightly as he gazed toward the spot where arrogance had vanished, as if sensing something. Master, what's wrong? Luo Qingxue keenly sensed his unease. Nothing. Yifan shook his head, unwilling to cause them worry. We should return. He glanced at this world on the brink of total collapse, then at the ancient sword of slaying immortals in Xinghe's hand. Xingli, you're home, you can't go back. But you can have a new one. He extended his hand, and a vast surge of chaotic energy, a fusion of the power of destiny and the power of creation, poured into the ancient sword. Xingli felt as though her soul was soaking in the warmest hot spring. The final sorrow and loneliness born from the planet's destruction were being healed bit by bit. She could feel herself forging a new, unbreakable bond, a bond called home with this sword, with its spirit named Xinghe, and with a man named Yifan. Thanks, you rascal. She murmured softly. The divine realm collapsed completely. A spatial gate opened before Yifan, revealing the familiar floating island above the East Sea on the other side. Yet, in the very instant Yifan was about to lead everyone through the return passage, a cold, vast, emotionless will as if emanating from the edge of the universe suddenly echoed in his mind. Coordinates Lot. Rebel of Destiny. I, the end of all realms, the sovereign of judgment, shall descend upon your world 7 cycles hence. Await your end. That will was cold, vast, as if born from the very foundations of the cosmos, devoid of any emotion comprehensible to life. It left that final proclamation echoing in Yifan's mind before receding like a tide, vanishing without a trace. Yifan's footsteps did not falter. Leading the 5 girls, he stepped into the passage of return. Floating island, by the spirit spring. The spatial gate slowly closed, sealing off the final sight of that shattered divine realm. Boss, what was that voice just now? For the first time, Lin Xiaodong's face lost its usual liveliness, replaced by a trace of solemnity. That mere declaration of will had caused her Valkyrie divine essence to tremble faintly. It was an absolute, unbridgeable gap in the very nature of existence. Someone's here to collect our property fees. Yifan answered calmly. He walked over to the lounge chair by the spirit spring and sat down leisurely, as if the world-ending crisis and that apocalyptic declaration had been nothing more than a boring interlude after dinner. Property fees? Lin Xiaotong froze, unable to process it. Luo Qingxue and Xinghe both fell silent. They knew that the calmer Yifan appeared, the more dire the situation truly was. 7 days. Yifan held up a finger and tapped it lightly in the air. Not much time, but not little either. He looked at the women. From this moment on, set aside everything else and focus entirely on cultivation. Yes, master. Luo Qingxue responded first, immediately sitting cross-legged. Multicolored phoenix divine flames surged upward as she began digesting the rules of plunder contained within the greed ring. Lin Xiaotong, too, shed her playful demeanor. She donned the gluttony gauntlets, and a savage devouring force instantly intertwined with her Valkyrie battle intent. Xinghe, Lingyue, and Yemei likewise entered the deepest levels of seclusion. The entire floating island was enveloped in an unprecedented atmosphere of intense and highly efficient cultivation. Yifan did not disturb them. He only contacted Wei Long. I require all top-secret materials from the Dragon Nation concerning dimensional leaps to the world's primordial source and concept gods. Also, grant access to all S-rank and above special secret realms that are not publicly disclosed. Wei Long didn't ask why. He replied with a single word. Got it. Half an hour later, a colossal volume of top-secret data enough to drive any scholar mad was transmitted to the floating island's database.
Simultaneously, a list of special secret realms appeared before Yi Fan. His gaze swept swiftly across the list, finally settling on one name.
Reincarnation Ruins. Access level, Celestial Grade Top Secret. Location, deepest core of Kunlun Mountain's Dragon Vein, connected to the Earth's core.
Description, suspected site of an ascension ritual from a previous era's civilization.
Time flows differently within, saturated with chaotic reincarnation energy.
Entrants are forcibly dragged into a cyclical illusion formed by their deepest obsessions or most terrifying past experiences.
Chapter 58, The Bronze Gates of the Ruins of Reincarnation. Danger level, unknown. Note, 3 Dragon Group elders once entered to explore.
One shattered his Dao heart and became a cripple, the other 2 have yet to return.
This is it.
For the first time, a genuine spark of interest flickered in Yi Fan's eyes. He craved power, but methodical cultivation had lost all meaning for him. What he craved was a more fundamental, more uncompromising transformation, a metamorphosis at the very core of the rules themselves. To achieve such a transformation, he must first see himself clearly. Without summoning any of the girls, his figure flickered, and he appeared alone deep within Kunlun Mountain of the Dragon Nation before the massive bronze gate guarded by Dragon Group's elite forces, the gateway to the realm of reincarnation.
Advisor Yi.
Guarding the gate was Nangon Lai, a deputy leader of the Dragon Group.
A middle-aged man whose aura erupted like a volcano, radiating an iron-blooded aura.
Spotting Yi Fan, he offered only a lukewarm nod, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny and disdain. By order of the Marshal, the realm of reincarnation is open to you.
But I must warn you. Nangon Lai's voice carried the unyielding tone of a military man.
This is no place for an advisor like you, someone who climbed the ranks by using women. What lies within will crush your pitiful Dao heart into dust. Yi Fan didn't even glance at him, merely uttering 2 words calmly.
Open the door. Nangon Lai's face instantly flushed crimson, a savage aura erupting uncontrollably from his body.
The 2 guards behind him immediately drew their weapons, their powerful auras locking onto Yi Fan. Yet Yi Fan still did not look at them. He simply stood there, motionless.
1 second. 2 seconds.
Cold sweat began to bead on Nangon Lai's forehead. He felt he was facing not a man, but a bottomless void capable of swallowing everything. All his fighting spirit, all his rage, seemed utterly laughable in the face of that void. Finally, gritting his teeth, he waved his hand toward the guards behind him.
Open the gate.
The heavy bronze doors groaned with a dull rumble as they slowly swung open. Beyond the threshold lay a kaleidoscope of chaotic light and shadow, constantly twisting and shifting, endlessly forming and dissolving.
Yi Fan stepped forward without hesitation.
The moment his figure vanished, Nangon Lai's legs buckled, nearly collapsing him to the ground. He gasped for breath, his eyes filled only with the terror of having narrowly escaped death.
Deputy
team leader, a guard managed to speak with difficulty.
We needn't do anything.
Nangon Lai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice hoarse.
This man is a true monster. He simply isn't a being from our dimension.
The ruins of reincarnation. The scene before him shifted like the turning of the stars. The next moment, Yi Fan materialized on a familiar street in Jiangcheng. The sun shone brightly, and the streets bustled with traffic.
Yi Fan! Hurry up! We're going to be late.
A familiar voice called out from behind him. Yi Fan turned his head and saw a girl in a school uniform, her hair tied in a ponytail, her face filled with anxiety.
Luo Qingxue.
But not the Luo Qingxue he knew, the one who had awakened her Phoenix Bloodline. This was the ordinary, unremarkable class monitor from their high school days before her awakening.
An illusion, then.
A hint of amusement played at the corner of Yi Fan's lips. He offered no resistance, allowing the force of reincarnation to pull him into this long-lost time.
Classes, dismissal, exams.
Everything was exactly as he remembered. He experienced the life of an ordinary high school student, savoring that mundane yet authentic daily existence.
1 week later, Awakening Day.
Standing before the Awakening Stone, he watched as Luo Qingxue, Lin Xiaoton, and others awoke to formidable talents.
And he remained the same AD rank, worthless beast tamer. Around him, the familiar sounds of mockery and disdain echoed. Look, it's him again. Pitiful. 3 years in a row, still D rank.
That was the extent of his life. Yi Fan paid them no mind. He simply watched it all unfold, observing the familiar plotlines that had played out before. Yet, the script began to deviate. After awakening her Phoenix Bloodline, Luo Qingxue didn't choose to form a contract with him. Instead, she was immediately taken away by a mysterious family from Longjing. Lin Xiaoton, having rejected all factions' recruitment offers, embarked alone on the path to becoming a mercenary. Ultimately, she perished from exhaustion during a mission. Xinghe, Lengyue, Yeme, Lingyi, Xingli. Every girl he knew in this cyclical illusion met a different, tragic end, one without him, utterly distinct from his own.
And he, Yi Fan, after enduring countless taunts and ostracism, ultimately perished during a beast tide.
To protect several strangers, he fell victim to the claws of the most ordinary second-tier demon wolf.
Cycle ended. Do you accept this fate? A cold, emotionless voice echoed in Yi Fan's mind. Yi Fan smiled. When did my destiny become something for you to define? He slowly opened his eyes. The street before him, his classmates, the mocking laughter all shattered instantly. He remained standing within that chaotic play of light and shadow. Obsession, fear. What a tedious trick. He took a step forward. The entire ruins of reincarnation trembled violently beneath his single step. The very power of reincarnation capable of shattering the Tao heart of an S-rank powerhouse lay before him as docile as a lamb. Since you're so fond of reincarnation, then I'll show you what true reincarnation truly is. He slowly raised both hands. On his left hand, the power of creation surged, forging the embryonic form of a brand new world, one that belonged solely to him. On his right hand, the power of the end coalesced, radiating a destructive aura potent enough to reduce all things to ruin. Then, he pressed his palms together. Creation and end, life and death, beginning and end. Two of the most primordial, opposing forces of the cosmos formed a perfect, self-contained, tiny cycle within his palms. Ding! You have mastered the law of cycle. Your level has broken through the 80-level barrier. All skills now possess the blessings of the cycle. A power unprecedented in scale, vast enough to reshape the fundamental logic of an entire world, roared to life within Yifan's being. He sensed he was no longer merely a living being. He was the rules themselves. He was the very essence of reincarnation itself. Slowly, he opened his eyes. His pupils, one golden, one black, gazed calmly upon the chaotic void. Now, it was his turn. With a single thought, the chaotic, disordered forces of reincarnation within the entire realm of reincarnation, in this moment, seemed to find their sovereign. They bowed in unison before Yifan, submitting to his rule. No longer chaotic, they now swirled around Yifan in a perfect, orderly rhythm. Yifan had seized control of this forbidden land. His figure flickered, appearing at the deepest core of the ruins of reincarnation. Chapter 59, The Vessel Qualified to Bear the Tao. Here stood 9 colossal stone pillars, forged from an unknown divine metal, piercing through heaven and earth. At the tops of these pillars, 3 ethereal figures were bound, long since stripped of consciousness, existing only as instinctual shadows. These were the 3 missing elders of the dragon group. Their souls were trapped within endless illusions by the power of reincarnation here, doomed to eternal confinement. Yifan paid them no mind. His gaze fell upon the center of the 9 pillars. There, suspended in midair, was a peculiar crystal the size of a human head. Entirely formed from pure reincarnation energy, it endlessly underwent cycles of birth and death, repeating in an eternal loop. The core of reincarnation. The most precious legacy left behind by the civilization of the previous era. And the true core of this forbidden land. Not bad. Yifan reached out, about to pluck it down. Yet, the instant his fingertips were about to touch the core of reincarnation, the crystal stone suddenly burst into brilliant light without warning. A will more ancient and weathered than any he had ever encountered, filled with an aura of unity and transcendence, roared to life from within the crystal. A voice, serene yet carrying boundless majesty, slowly echoed within Yifan's mind. 3,000 eras have passed in waiting. At last, we have found a vessel worthy of bearing the Tao. Young man, abandon your frail mortal form. Cast aside your useless emotions. Become one with me. I shall bestow upon you true eternity and transcendence. I shall carry you to ascend to that realm, the ultimate destination of all life. That realm, known as the supreme dimension of unity. With its voice, the core of reincarnation, transformed into a streak of light, bypassing all of Yifan's defenses and plunging directly into his brow. A colossal, crystalline torrent of information sufficient to rebirth an entire world exploded within Yifan's mind. Yifan's body convulsed violently. For the first time, his pupils, those eyes that commanded reincarnation, flickered with struggle and bewilderment. His consciousness seemed on the verge of being completely assimilated by that vast, unifying will. Yet, in the very instant before his complete submersion, 5 girls' figures flashed through his mind. Luo Qingxue's concern, Lin Xiaodong's smiling face, Qing his proud yet spoiled demeanor, Leng Yue's harp melodies, and Yemei's protective presence. And Ling Yi's soft, sweet murmur, master. The confusion in Yifan's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by an unprecedented, icy clarity. My path, I walk alone. My emotions, my bonds, these are my true strength. What you call transcendence is, in my eyes, merely another form of death. You wish to devour me? A smile curled at the corners of Yifan's mouth, a smile so cold it seemed demonic. You are not worthy. He abruptly unleashed the unique chaos power within him, a force fused with 7 bloodlines, merging creation and annihilation, destiny and reincarnation. That force did not resist. Instead, it turned around and began devouring the invading will of unity within his body in an even more tyrannical, even more unreasonable manner. No! This can't be. For the first time, that serene will let out a terrified roar. What kind of monster are you? How could you turn the tables and devour the Tao? I am no monster. Yifan's voice rang out calmly, yet it sounded like the final judgment. I am Yifan. As the words fell, the final will of that ancient civilization, a legacy spanning 3,000 eras, emitted a wail of unwillingness before being utterly devoured and digested by Yifan's chaos power. Ding! You have successfully devoured the unity thought. Your soul's essence has undergone an unknown transformation. You have obtained the ultimate permission, define rules. Yi Fan slowly opened his eyes, sensing he was utterly transformed. If he had once been a master of the rules, then now he was the creator of rules. He could define everything. He extended his hand and gently tapped the 3 trapped dragon group elders. The chains of reincarnation binding them shattered instantly. Their souls were pulled back to reality from the endless illusions. Having accomplished this, Yi Fan turned and departed from this forbidden land, now utterly under his control. 3 days remained until the final declaration. Floating Island, Central Plaza. Yi Fan's figure appeared silently. The 5 girls in seclusion simultaneously sensed something and opened their eyes in unison. Gazing at Yi Fan before them, each sensed an indescribable transformation. He was still him, yet somehow, he was no longer him. An aura had emerged from him, one that felt both familiar and alien, as if the entire universe revolved around him, radiating supreme power. Master Luo Qingxue was the first to step forward, her eyes brimming with concern and affection. "I'm back." Yi Fan reached out, gently caressing her cheek. Yet, the instant his fingertips touched Luo Qingxue's skin, Luo Qingxue's body trembled violently. Her S-class Phoenix Bloodline, before she could even react, began leaping toward a higher tier at a terrifying speed. Multicolored Phoenix divine flames coalesced behind her, ultimately crystallizing into a 9-colored divine phoenix, a being composed entirely of pure, luminous divine light, radiating the essence of creation and rebirth. Ding! Your pet, Luo Qingxue, has evolved into the god phoenix of creation under the influence of your defined rules. Class advancement, Lord of Nirvana Supreme Mythic. But it wasn't over yet. Lin Xiaotong, Qinghe, Lingyue, Yeme, and even Lingy, who was still evolving. Every pet beast bound by contract to Yi Fan seemed to have their genetic locks unlocked in that instant. Their power, their bloodlines, their very existence began evolving madly, without regard for reason, toward the most perfect form they could possibly attain. The Valkyrie transformed into the God of Judgment, Master of War and Victory. The Star Scar Sword Master transformed into the Heaven-Severing Sword Emperor, who severed the karmic bonds of all realms. The Siren and the Night Witch merged directly, becoming the twin night gods, walking between light and darkness, playing the symphony of life and death. As for Lingy, still slumbering within the Book of Destiny, her evolutionary process was instantly maximized. Its blank pages were filled line by line with entirely new rules, personally defined by Yi Fan. Upon the book's cover, 4 gilded characters slowly emerged, radiating absolute order and logical beauty. The Codex of Truth. Within mere minutes, Yi Fan's harem, no, his divine throne group, every single member ascended to the highest rank. Yet, not a trace of joy appeared on Yi Fan's face. He stared at the hand that had once caressed Luo Qingxue, his brow furrowing deeply. He realized he seemed to have lost something profoundly important. Just then, the entire floating island began to violently tremble without warning. In an instant, the sky was dyed a pure, apocalyptic gray, the color of utter end. That cold, vast, emotionless will descended once more. This time, it was no longer a proclamation. It was substance. The time has come. The judgment begins. Chapter 60, The Blurred Human Silhouette. The gray-white sky, like an endless curtain, instantly enveloped the entire planet, centered around the floating island. Every living being gazing upward, regardless of strength, felt in that instant an absolute will called the end emanating from the depths of their souls. No fear, no despair, only a quiet, inevitable stillness, as if death itself had been declared. At the center of that gray-white canopy, space silently split open, and an entity emerged. It defied description. It was not flesh, nor energy, nor soul. It was a walking concept, a living law. A vague humanoid outline composed of pure termination and absolute order. The Sovereign of Judgment. The instant it descended, the spiritual energy of the entire floating island dissipated. The law itself froze. Everything was forcibly pulled into the state of stillness it defined. Master. Luo Qingxue was the first to break free from the shackles of stillness. The 9-colored phoenix behind her let out a piercing cry that echoed across the heavens and earth. The creation forging, lapis-like divine light transformed into a breath powerful enough to incinerate stars, crashing toward the gray-white humanoid form. How dare you lay a hand on the boss? Lin Xiaotong followed immediately, her judgment war god divinity burning at its peak. Her hands, clad in gluttony gauntlets, unleashed a punch where devouring power fused with war god might, tearing a constantly collapsing black hole into space itself. The Sword Emperor of Heaven's Interception, the twin night gods, all the girls simultaneously unleashed their newly ascended, ultimate power without reservation, pouring it toward that herald of the end. Yet every attack potent enough to shatter worlds and reshape laws, upon touching that human silhouette, seemed to pass through air, stirring not a ripple. They were not ineffective. Rather, they were conceptually deemed never to have occurred. The gray-white figure slowly raised its arm, seemingly composed of rays of doom, pointing it at Lin Xiaotong, who charged at the forefront. The erroneous existence shall be corrected. Its voice did not travel through the air, instead, it directly imprinted a law upon everyone's consciousness. A gray-white beam representing erasure defied time and space, descending directly upon Lin Xiaotong. Lin Xiaodong's body froze abruptly.
Her formidable divine body of the judgment god, powerful enough to clash with deities, began to grow ethereal and transparent at a visible pace. Her very existence was being forcibly erased from this world.
Xiaotong!
Luo Qingxue screamed, desperately channeling the power of the creation phoenix, attempting to counter the erasure with creation.
Yet that force sank like a stone into the sea. Xinghe, Lingyue, and Yemei attacked frantically as well, yet they too could not shake the absolute law. They could only watch helplessly as Lin Xiaodong's body gradually vanished. Yifan watched this scene in silence.
His mind was a vast, empty expanse. He understood the situation before him and could analyze over 10,000 ways to break through it. Yet he felt nothing. No urgency, no anger, not even the slightest flicker of emotion. He watched the girl who was about to be erased, the one who had once bickered with him and acted coy, yet his heart remained as still as a stagnant pool. So this was what he had lost. This was the price he had paid for defining the rules. He had gained supreme power, yet abandoned the most primal fuel that drove it, the fuel called emotion. So this was what he had truly grasped, a cold, soulless shell.
Is that so?
Yifan slowly raised his hand. His movements were deliberate, slow enough to clash starkly with the anxious girls surrounding him. He clenched his fist gently toward the gray-white beam poised to erase Lin Xiaotong entirely.
I define.
His voice was calm, cold, devoid of emotion, yet it carried an absolute will that brooked no argument. In this realm, the concept of erasure is null.
The moment the words fell,
the gray-white beam seemed to be severed at its source by an invisible hand. Just before Lin Xiaotong vanished completely, it shattered into fragments, dissolving into nothingness.
Lin Xiaodong's nearly transparent body solidified once more.
She gasped for breath, her face etched with lingering terror and utter disbelief. The entire world seemed to shift its fundamental logic because of Yifan's single statement. For the first time, the gray-white judgment ruler turned its gaze toward Yifan.
Kindred. But you are chaos, I am order. Chaos must be ended.
It ceased its individual attacks and slowly spread its arms.
All life has an end. A more colossal law instantly engulfed the entire planet.
Every living thing, humans, animals, plants, even the microorganisms buried deep underground, dormant for millions of years, began an irreversible, accelerated aging process at that very moment.
On the floating island, wrinkles instantly appeared on Luo Qingxue and the others' faces.
Their jet-black hair turned gray at a visible pace. They could feel their life force being forcibly drained by this law, propelled toward the inevitable end known as the terminus. Yifan's face remained expressionless. He simply raised his hand once more. I define life, at this moment, as eternal. Once more, he altered the rules of this world. The force of decay was forcibly reversed. Everything returned to its original state. Yet this realm began to flicker wildly in an extremely unstable state.
1 second, all things decayed, heading toward death. The next, life became eternal, frozen in this instant.
The entire world became a battleground between Yifan and the sovereign of judgment. Each flash represented a collision of world-level laws. For the first time, Yifan's brow furrowed slightly. He could feel the power within him draining at a terrifying rate. He was using his own strength alone to confront an ancient entity representing one of the ultimate cosmic orders. He could win, but the cost might be the world's complete collapse in this drawn-out struggle. He couldn't continue like this. He needed to find the flaw in that so-called absolute order. His gaze swept over the 5 girls beside him. He still felt no emotion. But he could recall those emotions. He remembered the tenderness when Luo Qingxue adjusted his collar. Lin Xiaotong's exuberance as she threw herself into his arms after winning the competition. He remembered Xinghe's stubbornly proud expression when she claimed the treasure he offered, her words saying no while her body accepted it with honest willingness.
Chapter 61, All Life Has an End.
These memories, illogical, useless fragments of humanity, became the sole discordant noise in his otherwise clear, godlike mind. They also became the sole means to break the deadlock.
Order demanded definition.
Yifan spoke slowly, his voice piercing the ever-changing world. And you are merely a pre-programmed entity. He no longer resisted the law that all life must end. He probed his will into deeper, more fundamental layers of logic. Facing the gray-white ruler of judgment, he softly uttered a paradox capable of shattering all logic.
I define, even the end has a beginning.
This statement, like a virus, instantly infiltrated the core of the ruler of judgment's absolute order.
How can an end have a beginning? How could an ending have a beginning?
For the first time, the judgment ruler's eternally unchanging gray-white outline flickered violently. A fleeting streak of color alien to its being, representing chaos and possibility, flashed across its core.
Paradox. Logic forbids it.
For the first time, its voice carried a hint of fury. Then, a cold, mad curve lifted at the corner of Yifan's mouth.
I define, above logic lies emotion.
He transformed those warm, tender, illogical memories of the girls into a brand new, supreme law, searing it fiercely into the very foundation of this world. Boom! The body of the ruling sovereign spiraled completely out of control. Giant cracks appeared along its contours, unleashing a torrent of grayish-white order energy that poured out wildly.
Deep within those fissures lay a pulsating, faintly glowing core like a beating heart. No! The core of judgment must not be shaken. A roar that echoed across the entire dimension erupted from it. It knew it had lost. This chaos entity named Yifan had corrupted its absolute order in a manner beyond comprehension. Before being utterly eroded and assimilated, it made its final choice. Execute the final judgment. Its collapsing body instantly imploded inward, compressing all power and all laws into a singularity radiating the essence of pure nothingness. The target was not Yifan, but rather the world beneath his feet. World reset. That singularity plummeted downward at a speed transcending all comprehension. In its wake, every law and every substance dissolved into primordial nothingness. This was a strike of mutual annihilation. For the first time, genuine despair flashed across Luo Qingxue and the others' faces. They knew Yifan couldn't block this strike either. For this was no longer mere power, it was the ruler of judgment, sacrificing its very existence to detonate the cosmic law it embodied. Yet Yifan did not look at the falling singularity. He only looked down at his own hand. The hand that had once caressed Luo Qingxue's cheek. He seemed to have grasped something. He turned to face the 5 girls beside him. For the first time, a faint yet intensely familiar warmth flickered within the depths of those icy, godlike eyes. A mad, utterly illogical plan crystallized in his mind in an instant. Lingyi, he whispered softly. The ancient tome bearing the inscription Codex of Truth materialized out of thin air, hovering before him. Its pages turned without a breath of wind, opening to a blank first page. Reconstruct my existence. Using my emotions as the blueprint. Luo Qingxue and the others froze, utterly bewildered by Yifan's actions. Target. Yifan lifted his head, gazing at the singularity poised to destroy everything, or more precisely, into its core, at the faintly visible judgment core. Inscribe me into its core. The words fell. Under the horrified stares of the 5 girls, Yifan's body disintegrated without warning into billions of streams of the purest data. Transforming into a torrent of information, it surged entirely into the pages of the Codex of Truth. The pages began to frenetically manifest entirely new code representing every aspect of Yifan. Outside, the annihilating singularity now stood less than a second away from the floating island. Yifan, at the most critical moment, abandoned all defenses and even relinquished his physical form. He transformed himself into a segment of data that could be written into any program. He intended to use himself to install a patch called Emotion into that cold, world-destroying program. That singularity, representing nothingness, descended with absolute power sufficient to erase the entire world along with its very causality. Time itself lost all meaning in that instant. No! For the first time, Luo Qingxue's eyes shed tears of blood. The power of the Creator Phoenix burned to its absolute limit, yet it could not even delay the singularity's descent by a single 10,000th of a second. Everyone understood, everything was over. Yet, in the very instant the singularity was about to touch the floating island, he was not alone. Luo Qingxue's voice was hoarse, yet tinged with a resolute madness. She turned, channeling every ounce of her power, every thread of her life essence, and the newly ascended divine essence of the Genesis Phoenix into a torrent of 9-colored energy. She poured it all into the suspended Codex of Truth. And me. Lin Xiaotong wiped the blood from her lips and let out a maniacal laugh. The divine form of the Judgment War God shattered violently, transforming into the purest essence of battle intent and devouring power, merging into the Codex as well. Sword, with the Master. The heaven-severing sword in Qinghe's hand emitted a clear, piercing ring. Man and sword merged into a stellar swordlight that severed all, plunging into the Codex. The twin night gods exchanged a glance, saying nothing. Their bodies transformed into the primal essences of light and darkness, intertwining and coiling together to become the final nourishment for the Codex. Warning! Energy overload. Existence protocol being forcibly rewritten. Lingyi's voice echoed within the Codex, tinged with unprecedented urgency. The girls sacrificed everything they had to secure the final, most crucial moment for Yifan's reckless plan. The final page of the Codex, containing the code representing Yifan's emotions, was finally written. Boom! A torrent of emotional data, chaotic, contradictory, yet brimming with boundless vitality and potential, erupted from the Codex of Truth, defying all description. It did not attempt to block the destructive singularity. Instead, it charged forward with even greater resolve and madness. The two collided. Chapter 62, a faint glimmer quietly ignites. No explosion. No sound. In that instant, the entire world lost all color, becoming an absolute void. Everything, time, space, matter, energy, the laws of existence, was forcibly formatted under the collision of these two opposing yet unified ultimate concepts. Who knows how long it lasted, a mere instant, or perhaps an eternity. At the very center of that absolute void, a faint light quietly ignited. It was neither the light of creation nor the light of destruction. It was a point of light, warm, soft, and carrying the gentle warmth of the first rays of sunlight on a winter's day. The light began to spread. Wherever it touched, the void was filled. The sky was no longer grayish-white, but a deep azure. The earth coalesced anew, sprouting fresh grass.
The floating island returned to its former state, its sacred spring bubbling with life. And that singularity of destruction vanished. In its place, a vast yet utterly stable spatial gate appeared above the floating island, opening to the unknown. Beyond the gate lay a brand new, freshly born world. A unique, psychic realm forged by the fusion of Yifan's emotions and the order of his judgments. On the floating island, the bodies of the 5 girls slowly coalesced once more. Their power had not vanished. Instead, through a deeper fusion with Yifan's primordial essence, it had become purer and more formidable. Yet their faces bore no trace of joy, only boundless emptiness and sorrow. They had won. Yet Yifan had vanished. Master. Luo Qingxue reached out, as if to grasp something, but her hand closed around nothing but cold air. Her tears fell silently. Boss, you liar. Lin Xiaotong knelt on the ground, pounding the floor with her fists. We were supposed to be together. You just ran off. Xing had gripped his sword, head bowed, his body trembling slightly. Cold Moon and Night Enchantress embraced each other, weeping. Their sorrow, their longing, their purest emotions, these crystallized into invisible threads that pierced through the spatial gate, probing deep into that entirely new world of the mind. They were calling out. Calling out to the man who had given them everything. The mental world was a sea of chaos. Here, Yifan's will was everything. Yet he had no form. He had become the very fabric of this realm, the wind, the light, every inch of soil, every drop of water. He possessed power beyond measure, yet he had lost the vessel to feel it all. Until 5 cries, saturated with longing, pierced the barriers of the world and reached this place. Amidst the chaos, the scattered fragments of Yifan's will, dispersed throughout the world, found direction for the very first time. He heard their voices. He saw their tears. An overwhelming urge stronger than anything he'd ever known surged from the depths of his being. He wanted to respond to them, to embrace them, to wipe away their tears. This impulse became an anchor. The sole anchor that pulled him from the rules and remolded him into a human once more. At the center of his mental world, countless points of light began to converge. Centered around that impulse and guided by the blueprint of those 5 calls, they rapidly began reconstructing a familiar human form. On the floating island, the cries of the 5 girls grew increasingly desperate. Just as they were about to succumb to utter despair, a warm hand gently rested on Luo Qingxue's shoulder from behind. Luo Qingxue's body trembled violently. Slowly, incredulously, she turned her head. Before her eyes appeared the familiar face etched deep into her soul. Only, that face no longer bore the serene calm of one who sees through everything. Instead, it bore a genuine smile she had never seen before, gentle, tinged with a hint of apology. I'm back. Yifan. Boss. Master. All sorrow, in this moment, dissolved into ecstatic joy. The 5 girls could no longer contain their emotions. They rushed forward and clung to him tightly, as if letting go would make him vanish once more. Yifan said nothing, simply holding them in silence. He could feel their warmth, their heartbeats, and the unreserved, fiery passion of their affection. A wave of warmth spread through his chest. This, he realized, was the feeling of being alive. After a long while, they finally calmed down. Yifan extended his hand, and a new power of fusion of life and order poured into their bodies. Their depleted primal essence instantly replenished, growing even stronger than before. Master, Luo Qingxue pointed to the enormous spatial gate in the sky. That is our new home. Yifan smiled. A completely safe backyard where we define our own rules. He lifted his gaze toward that realm of the mind. He could sense a blood-bound symbiosis connecting him to that world. He was the god of that world. And that world was the infinite wellspring of his power. The ruler of judgment had not been destroyed. Instead, he transformed it into his 7th and most powerful beast. A world-class, rule-defying beast. The crisis seemed to have been completely averted. Yifan even imagined himself living out a carefree, shameless retirement on this floating island with the girls. But at that very moment, the Truth Codex silently materialized before him. Ling Yi's voice echoed in his mind, this time tinged with an unprecedented gravity. Master, during the fusion of the Judgment Core, I intercepted a command encrypted with 9,999 layers of the highest authority. The directive did not originate from the Judgment Sovereign itself. It originates from a higher entity calling itself the Sower. The decoded command slowly materialized upon the pages of the Codex. The content was simple. A single sentence. Cleaner number 1372 is unaccounted for. Assessment, likely contaminated or absorbed by mutated entities. World coordinates, marked as high threat mutation source. Initiating harvest protocol. Dispatch, 7 Deadly Sin Sequence, Senior Executive Officer, to the coordinates for complete physical formatting. Mission objective, recover mutant core, erase all related causality. Warning, this mutant has demonstrated preliminary ability to define rules. Authorize 7 Deadly Sin Sequence to deploy Godslayer armament. At the end of the command, a crimson countdown flickered incessantly. 72 hours. The smile on Yifan's face slowly faded. He stared at the so-called 7 Deadly Sin Sequence, at the words Godslayer armament, his eyes holding neither anger nor fear. Only one emotion remained: a cold, serene, predatory possessiveness.
Chapter 63, Planck's Constant Gravitational Force. This world was his. These girls were his. No one, not a single soul, would lay a finger on them. At that moment, Wei Long's emergency communication came through. His holographic projection materialized before Yi Fan, his face contorted with unprecedented terror as if the sky itself had fallen. Yi consultant. His voice trembled. It's bad. 7 locations across the globe, simultaneously and without warning, have manifested 7 colossal black obelisks of unimaginable scale. They are frantically rewriting our world's fundamental physical constants in ways we cannot comprehend. Within Wei Long's holographic projection, the images flashed frantically. The Thames River surged skyward, forming a grey ribbon of water suspended over London. At the apex of Egypt's pyramids, gravity inverts. Countless tourists and colossal stones drift helplessly like dust toward the outer atmosphere. Along the eastern coast of the Dragon Nation, seawater instantly crystallized into an indestructible black substance, forever sealing dozens of within its frozen embrace. The speed of light, Planck's constant, universal gravitation. The very foundations upon which humanity depended for survival were being irreversibly distorted and replaced. We tried attacking. Wei Long's voice was filled with helplessness. Even our most powerful space-based weapon, enough energy to vaporize a city, vanished the moment it touched the obelisk. It doesn't belong to the physical laws of our dimension. Our attacks are ineffective against it. Yi Fan watched it all unfold with calm composure. Behind him, Luo Qingxue and the others wore equally grave expressions. Ling Yi. Yi Fan spoke softly. The Codex of Truth, hovering beside him, automatically opened its pages. Streams of data shot forth from the Codex, defying spatial distance to connect directly with the 7 black obelisks scattered across the globe. Connection established. Analysis initiated. Analysis failed. Target's rule hierarchy is too high, containing god-slaying concepts. Forced analysis will damage the Codex core. Switching to mode, profiling analysis. Analysis complete. This object is a law replacement anchor. Each obelisk represents one of the 7 deadly sins. They are forcibly replacing this world's original laws with their own laws of sin. When all 7 laws fully cover the globe, this world will become a ripe fruit, awaiting the harvester's plucking. The countdown's end marks the completion of the law replacement. In other words, Lin Xiaotong cracked her knuckles, her eyes blazing with battle intent. All she had to do was smash those 7 iron monstrosities before the countdown ended? Theoretically, yes. Ling Yi's voice echoed, but each law replacement anchor point was already enveloped by its own sin law, forming an independent domain. Within each domain, it held absolute dominance. Moreover, I can sense a powerful energy source, one not of our world, guarding the core of each domain. So that's what they call a high-level executive officer? Yi Fan inquired. 90% probability. Very well. Yi Fan nodded. He turned to face the 5 girls beside him. Qingxue. Yi Fan looked at Luo Qingxue. You go to the South American rainforest. It represents lust. Use your creation flame to purify that land of twisted life. Luo Qingxue said nothing, merely giving a firm nod. The 9-colored phoenix behind her let out a clear cry as she transformed into a streak of light, vanishing instantly into the sky. Xiaotong. Yi Fan's gaze fell upon Lin Xiaotong. The Siberian ice fields, the domain of rage, suit you best. Go and turn that place upside down. Got it, boss. Watch me twist his skull right off. Lin Xiaotong shrieked excitedly, launching herself skyward like a golden cannonball. Qinghe, the realm of jealousy lies atop Mount Fuji in the land of the rising sun. Its power may mimic yours, but the sword never lies. Qinghe snorted coldly, offering no reply. Yet the soaring sword intent spoke volumes. Man and blade merged into a stellar sword, light slicing across the heavens, striking directly toward the east. Cold moon, night enchantress. Yi Fan gazed at the twin night gods. The Bermuda Sea is the realm of sloth. Awaken that silent sea of death with your light and darkness. The twin night gods bowed slightly to Yi Fan. Their bodies transformed into intertwining streams of black and white light, vanishing into the void. In an instant, the floating island held only Yi Fan and the suspended Codex of Truth. Master, Ling Yi's voice echoed, only greed, gluttony, and pride remain. The cores of greed and gluttony lie within North America and the European continent. As for pride, Ling Yi paused. Its anchor point lies not in this world. It is rooted directly upon the barrier of the mental world above our heads. Yi Fan lifted his head, gazing at the colossal spatial gate he had created. He could feel a cold power, brimming with absolute superiority, gnawing at his connection to that world like bone-eating maggots. It seemed their target had been me from the very beginning. Yi Fan smiled. One responsible for the frontal assault, the other for undermining the foundation. Truly, a clever tactic. He reached out and gently placed his hand upon the Codex of Truth. Ling Yi, North America and Europe are yours. Use my power, use this codex, to show them what true greed truly means. As you command, my master. The Codex of Truth blazed with intense light, transforming into a streak of radiance that instantly split into 2 halves.
One half soared toward the North American continent, where countless chains of rules, symbols of wealth and desire, plummeted from the sky, intent on claiming the continent's entire value as their own. The other half soared toward an ancient European castle, where a colossal vortex of flesh and blood ravenously devoured all life around it. Yi Fan stepped forward, his form vanishing instantly from the floating island. He materialized beneath the colossal spatial gate, within the chaotic rift linking the two worlds. Here, he beheld the obelisk. A colossal anchor of law, formed entirely from pure, crystalline arrogance, frantically draining the primordial essence of the mental world. Before the anchor's point stood a solitary figure. A strikingly handsome man, dressed in opulent attire reminiscent of a medieval noble, wore a polite yet distant smile. In his hand, he held a scepter formed from countless wailing souls. He saw Yi Fan and showed no surprise, merely bowing slightly in an impeccable noble's salute.
First meeting, lowly one, world's thief.
His voice was gentle, elegant, yet tinged with an innate, absolute contempt for all things in the world. I am Lucifer, Lord of Pride, the foremost of the 7 deadly sins.
Sent by the sower, I come to reclaim you in the world you should never have possessed. Lucifer? Yi Fan repeated the name, a peculiar expression flickering across his face.
Yes, Lucifer, he smiled, seemingly relishing Yi Fan's reaction. A name stolen from the myths of your inferior civilizations.
Chapter 64, The Oldest Command. A name represents what the person standing there decides it to be.
Yi Fan's voice was calm and unruffled, yet it struck like an invisible sledgehammer, smashing into Lucifer's eternally elegant smile.
And now, standing here, is me.
For the first time, a subtle freeze appeared in Lucifer's smile.
Interesting, the words of a vermin.
He ceased his idle chatter, his soul scepter lightly tapping the void.
No light. No sound.
A supreme will, imbued with absolute certainty, descended in an instant. This chaotic crevice, this space belonging to no dimension, seemed to possess its own will in that moment. It roared, it screamed, issuing the most ancient command to Yi Fan.
Kneel. You were born lowly, you should kneel. Offer everything you have to that supreme truth called arrogance.
Yi Fan's body sank slightly. He could feel the very fabric of space itself repelling his stance, twisting and squeezing, determined to snap his spine clean in two. Yet Yi Fan merely sneered in disdain.
I define.
He slowly raised his head, his eyes one golden, one black calmly fixed upon the crystal obelisk.
Standing is the first axiom of the universe. One sentence. A declaration that defied all reason.
That colossal will, powerful enough to make gods kneel, vanished like a punctured illusion before this single phrase. The rift of chaos returned to stillness.
Yi Fan remained standing, straight as an ancient, unchanging mountain.
You! The elegance on Lucifer's face finally shattered completely, replaced by an uncontrollable, overwhelming rage born of a forbidden transgression.
He could not comprehend it. How could a lowly world's mutated entity, one that had only just stolen the rules, dare to turn around and define them? It seems I must personally uproot this filthy weed myself.
He raised the soul scepter high in his hand. At that moment, the countless wailing souls upon the scepter transformed into pure, venomous black light, each strand brimming with malice and curses, merging entirely into the pitch-black gem at its tip.
Godslayer armament, original sin sovereignty, activate. Divine punishment's light, strip you of your throne.
A beam of light, black as pitch, seemingly capable of devouring all light, erupted from the scepter's tip. Its target was neither Yi Fan's flesh nor his soul. It attacked the very essence of Yi Fan's existence. It targeted Yi Fan's authority as the ruler of the mental world. It sought to forcibly expel Yi Fan from his own world, reducing him back to a mere mortal who could be crushed at will. Facing this assault, one potent enough to bring down true gods directed squarely at his very authority, Yi Fan's face betrayed a flicker of interest for the first time.
Interesting. He neither dodged nor defended.
He simply opened his arms toward the jet-black beam. Then, the immense spatial gate behind him, the gateway to his mental realm, erupted in brilliant light. The entire mental realm, that unique, primordial force of the world, fused with emotion and order, poured forth without restraint, forming a multicolored torrent that spanned the entire rift space. The pitch-black light of deprivation collided violently with the multicolored torrent of the world.
There was no explosion. Only annihilation.
Two utterly different forces, both standing at the pinnacle of the rules, frantically eroded and cancelled each other out. The entire chaotic rift groaned under the strain of this collision, as vast spatial fissures spread like a spiderweb.
Lucifer's expression grew more grave than ever before. He realized his once invincible, original sin sovereignty had been blocked. Moreover, the opponent's power flowed endlessly, as if the entire world itself was supplying him with energy. You dare oppose my original sins, accumulated over countless eons, with a world barely born? You are far too naive.
Lucifer snorted coldly, his other hand slicing through the void. A black grimoire, composed of countless twisted runes, materialized out of thin air. That was the source of power for the 7 deadly sins sequence. He intended to summon the power of his 6 companions to crush Yi Fan along with his laughable world under their might. Yet, just as he was about to open the tome, his motion abruptly halted. He could feel the link between himself and his 6 companions become extremely unstable in an instant. At the same time,
Siberian ice fields. Roar! A colossal beast over 100 meters tall, forged from frost and fury, clashed violently with a golden figure. Lin Xiaodong's fighting spirit surged. Each of her punches was powerful enough to shatter mountains, pounding the ice fields into massive craters. Yet the colossal beast grew stronger with every blow. Wounds shattered by her blows healed at an accelerated pace, and with each rebirth, its power grew stronger. Come on, big guy. Didn't you eat today? Lin Xiaotong laughed wildly. She felt the Valkyrie blood within her burning with frenzied intensity, an unprecedented surge of power flooding every fiber of her being. Unbeknownst to her, her eyes had already turned a deep crimson. Beneath her skin, crimson patterns pulsing with destructive energy were silently spreading. Her sanity was being devoured, bit, by that endless thirst for battle. Your rage, not bad. After Lin Xiaotong shattered half its body once more, the raging beast halted its assault for the first time. Its head, formed entirely of pure rage, slowly turned toward Lin Xiaotong. A low, clear voice filled with amusement and utterly incongruous with its savage form uttered words in human language. Just a little more. Just a little more rage. Then become a part of me. The words fell. The raging beast's body shattered violently, transforming into a storm of ice and fire filled with the very essence of fury, instantly engulfing Lin Xiaotong. What? Startled, Lin Xiaotong tried to break free, only to find her body pinned to the spot as if bound by countless invisible shackles. The storm of fury seeped relentlessly through every orifice, her nostrils, her mouth, her pores rushing madly into her body. She felt as though her blood itself was about to ignite. She felt her divine essence, that war god essence symbolizing judgment and victory, being forcibly polluted and assimilated by a purer, more ancient will of rage. Chapter 65, The Shell of the God. Ah! Lin Xiaotong let out a piercing scream of agony. The judgment goddess armor covering her body, that divine artifact personally forged for her by Yifan, began to crackle with fine, dark crimson fissures. No, this can't be. The excruciating pain brought a sliver of clarity back to Lin Xiaotong's mind. She finally realized that from the very beginning, the other party's goal had never been to defeat her, but to seize her. To seize this divine vessel of hers, a form perfectly attuned to the rules of rage. Want to devour me? Dream on. A resolute glint flashed in Lin Xiaodong's eyes. She was prepared to detonate her divine essence at any cost, taking the other down with her. But it was already too late. A massive claw forged from ice and fire pierced through the storm, ignoring the divine armor's defenses, and plunged viciously into her chest. Put! Golden divine blood gushed forth, staining the pristine ice plane. Lin Xiaodong's body convulsed violently. She lowered her head, staring in disbelief at the claw piercing through her body. The form of the raging beast coalesced once more within the storm. But this time, its face no longer bore the fury of rage. Instead, a radiant smile spread across its face, a smile identical to Lin Xiaodong's, brimming with fervent battle intent. Your body, your strength, your fighting spirit. Its voice echoed across the entire ice plane, but it was Lin Xiaodong's own voice. Now, it's all mine. The claws piercing through her body carried an unquestionable fury, a primal force that voraciously devoured Lin Xiaodong's divine essence. She felt her consciousness being torn apart, then kneaded into a new, unfamiliar form, one consumed solely by frenzied battle intent. No. Her final consciousness dissolved into a faint, almost inaudible cry. Boss. Within the rift of chaos, Yifan, locked in a struggle with Lucifer, halted his movements without warning for 1/10,000th of a second. For the first time, a subtle, almost imperceptible shift rippled across his face, a face as unmoving as an ancient glacier. It was not anger, nor was it impatience. Rather, it was a more primal, more pure, absolute, and icy killing intent, like that of a lion whose territory had been invaded. What's wrong? Lucifer keenly caught this fleeting shift, and the smile on his face regained its elegant cruelty. Distracted by a pet about to die? It seems your laughable attachments are nothing but your greatest weakness. He amplified his power, and the pitch-black light of deprivation instantly overwhelmed the multicolored torrent of the world, crashing violently toward Yifan's true form. Yet Yifan paid him no mind. He didn't even glance at the attack potent enough to strip a god of their throne. He merely raised his hand slowly, clenching it gently toward the void. His voice, though not loud, carried the weight of an absolute decree. It pierced through endless space, exploding with thunderous force above the Siberian ice fields. You dare touch what belongs to me? Above the ice fields. The furious amalgamation, now fully transformed into Lin Xiaodong's form, was about to withdraw its claws and completely devour this perfect body. Suddenly, its movements froze. An irresistible, incomprehensible, even indefinable supreme will erupted from the deepest recesses of Lin Xiaodong's soul. It was the imprint of the contract left by Yifan. In this moment, the imprint ceased to be a connecting bridge. It transformed into an absolute, exclusive, divine barrier. Ah! The rage-fueled entity let out a shrill, inhuman scream. The claw-piercing Lin Xiaodong's chest seemed scorched by a red-hot iron, instantly vaporized and disintegrated by an invisible force. Immediately, that willpower radiated outward from Lin Xiaodong's body like an invisible shockwave, spreading with brutal force. No! This can't be. For the first time, the anger aggregate's face betrayed an emotion called fear. It sensed that the primal force of rage it had invaded into Lin Xiaotong's body was being forcibly expelled, purified, and erased by that overwhelmingly domineering will. It was like a thief who had usurped a nest, only to discover the homeowner had returned. And this owner was a tyrant who recognized no reason whatsoever. Boom! Lin Xiaotong's body erupted in dazzling golden light. A phantom shadow, formed entirely of pure rage, was violently forced out of her body. That shadow was the very embodiment of fury. It stared at Lin Xiaotong in terror, yet seemed to pierce through space, catching sight of the man standing in the rift of chaos. It wanted to flee. But Lin Xiaotong would not give it another chance. Clutching the wound on her chest, golden divine blood seeped through her fingers. Yet her face twisted into a smile more savage and bloodthirsty than any she had ever worn. Trying to run? Leave your life behind. She stomped her foot violently, causing the entire ice field to tremble. A fine crack appeared on the black obelisk, a symbol of fury. Within the rift of chaos, Lucifer's smile froze completely. He could distinctly feel the link between himself and wrath being forcibly severed in an instant, then growing feeble and fragile. His companion had actually been defeated? Overturned in an instant by what he considered a mere pet? He couldn't comprehend it. Instinctively, he reached for the black grimoire, seeking to contact his other allies. Yet no matter how he channeled his power, the codex remained utterly unresponsive. For in other corners of the world, similar desperate battles were unfolding. Japan, atop Mount Fuji. Two identical figures engaged in a sword duel that transcended human comprehension. Each clash was the birth and death of stars, each exchange severed the threads of cause and effect. Qinghe's body was already covered in wounds large and small. The web of her hand gripping the sword had long since split open, blood staining the hilt of the ancient sword that slays immortals crimson. Yet the embodiment of jealousy facing her remained flawless and unscathed. Its face bore an expression identical to Qinghe's, utterly cold. See? Jealousy's voice, like the sharpest blade, sliced through Qinghe's Dao heart. I possess everything you have, yet harbor no unnecessary emotions. I am the stronger, perfect version of you. Give up. You will never surpass a perfect version of yourself. Qinghe's sword faltered, just a fraction of a second. That single instant of hesitation was seized upon with deadly precision by jealousy. A sword beam, imbued with the intent to sever the heavens, pierced Qinghe's heart without mercy. South American rainforest. Luo Qingxue's predicament grew even more dire. She was trapped within a vast floral prison, a sea of blossoms composed of countless beautiful yet deadly exotic plants. Her creation, Phoenix Flame, capable of incinerating all things, could not consume this floral expanse. Chapter 66, the light began to fade. For every flower she consumed, 10, 100 more would erupt from the earth, saturated with the primal essence of lust, growing with frenzied abandon. Her power was being rapidly drained. A sickly sweet floral fragrance, thick with seduction, seeped into every pore, eroding her will. A soft, lover-like murmur echoed incessantly in her ear. Why struggle? Life is meant to bloom freely, then merge as one. Come now, become nourishment for this great forest. Together, let us create an eternal, blissful realm. A hazy glaze began to cloud Luo Qingxue's eyes. The 9-colored phoenix behind her also began to dim. She felt so weary. She thought, just let me drift off to sleep. Perhaps, that's quite nice. The North American continent and the ancient castles of Europe. The Codex of Truth simultaneously battles greed and gluttony. Half the pages transformed into chains of absolute order, frantically biting and clashing with the golden serpent formed from pure value. The other half of the pages evolves into a colossal, logic-formed black hole, engaging in the most primordial, conceptual confrontation with that all-consuming vortex of flesh and blood. Ling Yi fought two foes at once. Even with the power bestowed by Yi Fan, she gradually found herself at a disadvantage. Every battlefield plunged into a desperate stalemate simultaneously. The 7 deadly sins plan was flawless. Their target was not merely power, but the deepest, rule-based vulnerabilities within each girl's heart. They sought not destruction, but rather perfect plunder. In the rift of chaos, Lucifer finally snapped out of his stunned disbelief at the furious disconnection. He looked at Yi Fan, a twisted, savage satisfaction curling his lips. So what if you saved one? Your other pets are being digested, piece by piece, by my companions at this very moment. Soon, they will become part of us. Then, we will use your power against you. You will have nothing left. Yi Fan remained silent. He simply stared silently at Lucifer, whose eyes, one golden, one black, were so profoundly deep they resembled a cold, starless universe. He slowly closed his eyes. Lucifer thought he was giving up and prepared to unleash the final, fatal blow. Yet in the next instant, the expression on his face froze completely. He sensed that Yi Fan's aura had changed. It was no longer that chaotic individual aura fused with emotion and order. Instead, it was a collective aura, vast, ancient, and utterly incomprehensible. In that instant, Yi Fan's will seemed to transform into 5 invisible threads, piercing through all space and laws to connect precisely with the 5 girls struggling on the brink of despair. He transmitted no power.
He merely spoke softly to their souls. To Lin Xiaoton, whose reason was about to be swallowed by rage, he said. Victory is your sole pursuit. To Qinghe, whose heart was about to be crushed by the perfect replica, he said. You are irreplaceable. To Luo Qingxue, on the verge of sinking into the illusory realm of bliss, he said. Your flame burns for me. To the twin night gods, torn between light and darkness, he declared. You were always one. To Lingyi, about to be drowned in a torrent of data, he said. Define your own truth. 5 words. 5 affirmations, absolute and unshakable, born from the deepest core of the contract. This is neither command nor guidance. This is Yifan's final definition of their existence. Siberian ice fields. The crimson that threatened to engulf Lin Xiaoton's eyes halted abruptly. Her deity, on the verge of corruption, erupted in that instant with an unprecedented, pure, golden radiance. Victory, she murmured. She snapped her head up, gazing at the terrified, illusory shadow of rage. There is no place for you in my victory. Her fist slammed out. This punch was no longer a mere release of power, but contained a threat of the absolute law of victory, a law called judgment. The shadow of rage didn't even have time to scream before it was obliterated by the blow. At the summit of Mount Fuji, Qinghe's sword came to a halt. Gazing at the jealous embodiment before her, identical in every way, a faint, resigned smile touched her lips for the first time. You were right. I truly cannot surpass a perfect version of myself. The embodiment of jealousy froze, unsure of her intent. But at that moment, all the starlight upon the ancient sword of Qinghe retracted inward, leaving only the purest, sharpest essence of the blade itself. I need not surpass it. Because I am who I am. She swung her sword. This strike contained no technique, no law. Only the will of a swordsman, pure, unique, and wholly her own. For the first time, the embodiment of envy could not replicate it. Because it could not replicate a person's self. The sword's light flashed by. The embodiment of jealousy's body split silently down the middle. Its face still bore an incomprehensible, bewildered expression. Every battlefield across the world, in this instant, simultaneously reversed. Luo Qingxue's flames ignited the light of rebirth, transforming that sea of blissful flowers into fertile soil awaiting renewal. The light and darkness of the twin night gods no longer stood in opposition, but fused perfectly into the chaotic night that judged all things. The codex of truth blazed with radiant brilliance. No longer passive in defense, it launched an offensive, defining the greed of value as nothingness, and the gluttony of consumption as nourishment. In the rift of chaos, Lucifer stood frozen, feeling the successive, severed links of his companions. His face was etched with an indescribable mix of absurdity and horror. No, this couldn't be. A single thought reversed the entire course of battle? What did you do? Yifan slowly opened his eyes. 5 distinct yet perfectly intertwined divine halos encircled his body. The crimson of creation, the gold of victory, the azure of uniqueness, the black and white of chaos, and the silver of truth. I did nothing. His voice remained calm, yet now resonated with a majestic harmony, as if all the gods of heaven were singing in unison. I only believed in them. Believe? Lucifer seemed to hear the most laughable joke in the universe. Believe? That such an ethereal, intangible thing could become power? To you, it is nothingness. Yifan extended his hand. 5 divine halos merged into his palm, coalescing into a chaotic orb of light, constantly forming and dissolving, endlessly evolving. Chapter 67, The Absolute Defensive Barrier. But to me, his gaze fell upon Lucifer, his eyes studying him as if appraising an artwork about to be dismantled. This, he thought, was his greatest power. He gently pushed the orb from his hand toward Lucifer. The sphere moved with deliberate slowness. So slow that Lucifer had countless ways to evade or block it. Yet he couldn't move. He realized his arrogance, his original sin, his supreme authority as the foremost of the 7 deadly sins all trembled before that seemingly harmless orb. It was trembling with fear. No! Lucifer let out a roar of unwillingness and terror. He channeled every ounce of the original sin sovereignty's power into the space before him, forming an absolute defensive barrier woven from the very fabric of pure arrogance. Yet the orb merely brushed against it. There was no collision. Only through fusion. That impenetrable wall of arrogance melted like ice before the luminous orb. The sphere of light entered Lucifer's body without resistance. Lucifer's body convulsed violently. He looked down at his hands, and for the first time, a look of bewilderment crossed his face. Who am I? Why am I here? Where has my innate arrogance, that which views all things as dust, gone? Why, in my heart, does this impulse, this humility surge, urging me to kneel before that man and kiss his toes? Yifan did not look at him again. He merely turned away and, facing the crystal obelisk that pierced through 2 worlds, gently snapped his fingers. Snap. The indestructible anchor of law, forged from the very essence of arrogance, was now covered in spiderweb-like cracks. Then, under Lucifer's hollow, bewildered gaze, it shattered with a thunderous crash, dispersing into a sky filled with pure, ownerless primordial energy. This energy did not dissipate. Instead, it surged like a torrent, pouring entirely into the mental realm behind Yifan. Only after completing this did Yi Fan turn his gaze back to Lucifer, who now stood utterly devoid of self, a mere walking corpse. He extended his hand toward him. From this day forward. His voice carried the weight of a final judgment. You are mine. Yet, just as his fingertips were about to touch the center of Lucifer's forehead, a flash of an unearthly mark, a crimson, maddening, and destructive aura that did not belong to him flew across the depths of Lucifer's hollow, vacant eyes. A terrifying force erupted from Lucifer's body, so overwhelming that even Yi Fan felt a pang of dread. Jia. A dry, wicked laugh, as if from the deepest depths of hell, erupted from Lucifer's mouth. His face contorted into a maniacal, twisted grin utterly at odds with his handsome features. Found you. Yi Fan. That dry laughter was like countless rusty blades scraping against every corner of the chaotic crevices, slicing through the fabric of space. Yi Fan's outstretched hand froze mid-air. Gazing at Lucifer before him, now consumed by a wholly new will, Yi Fan's eyes, one golden, one black, contracted to their absolute limit for the very first time. What he sensed was no longer the arrogant, comprehensible power of order with discernible patterns. Instead, it was a pure, chaotic madness devoid of any logic whatsoever. An absolute, unadulterated evil that reveled in subverting and mocking everything. System analysis in progress. Warning. Warning. Unknown meme contamination detected. Target cannot be defined. Target is a logical paradox. Target is a walking information disaster. Disconnect. Immediately disconnect. For the first time, Lingyi's voice carried genuine, unmasked terror, a panic rooted in the program's very core. Too late. Lucifer, or rather, the Joker, grinned, his mouth stretching into an exaggerated smile that seemed to tear at the corners of his lips. Its fingers flickered lightly in the void. A wisp of imperceptible, dust-like crimson light, defying every barrier Yi Fan had erected, ignoring all laws and definitions, instantly pierced through infinite space. The target was not Yi Fan. It was those 5 girls who had just defeated their opponents and were now rushing back to the floating island from all corners of the world. A small token of greeting. The Joker's voice brimmed with mockery and delight. Don't worry, it won't harm them. It will only make them more interesting. Yi Fan's expression darkened instantly. He stepped forward, his form appearing instantly before the clown. The chaotic orb, imbued with 5 divine powers, descended with unprecedented ferocity, crushing down upon its skull. Get out of here! Yet the clown merely chuckled. The instant Yi Fan's palm touched it, its body transformed into a scattering of flipping playing cards, each bearing a grotesque grinning face. The chaotic orb struck empty air. The cards reassembled in midair, reconstituting the Joker's maniacal grin. Don't be so rough. The game has only just begun. I'm just here to deliver an entry ticket. As its voice faded, a black card bearing a blood-red clown's portrait floated lightly to rest before Yi Fan. Welcome to the City of Revelry. A grand game prepared for the gods. Looking forward to your performance, my dear protagonist. With that, the enormous grinning face vanished without a trace, along with the scattering playing cards, as if it had never existed. Only the shell of Lucifer remained devoid of all will, shattering inch by inch in the rift of chaos, turning to ashes. Yi Fan did not look at the eerie card. His figure flickered, and in an instant, he returned to the floating island. Almost simultaneously, 5 streaks of light raced toward him from across the globe, landing before him. Boss. Done. Lin Xiaotong was the first to rush forward. Her wounds had healed, and her aura was now more condensed and wild than before. With a single punch, she shattered the obelisk representing anger, absorbing all its primordial essence. Master. Luo Qingxue, Qinghe, Lingyue, and Yeme landed one after another. Each had vanquished their respective foes, transforming the anchors of the 7 deadly sins laws into nourishment for themselves. Their powers surged to unprecedented heights. Across the entire world, the distorted physical constants were rapidly returning to normal. The crisis seemed to have been completely averted. Yet Yi Fan's face showed no sign of relief. His gaze swept over the 5 girls like the most precise scanner. What's wrong, boss? Lin Xiaotong sensed something amiss. You look terrible. Nothing. Yi Fan withdrew his gaze. He found nothing unusual about them. That crimson speck of light seemed as though it had never appeared. But he knew it wasn't an illusion. That clown must have done something. You all go rest first. Yi Fan's voice regained its calm as he fully stabilized the power he had gained this time. Though puzzled, the girls nodded obediently and returned to the spirit spring, closing their eyes to meditate. Yi Fan stood alone in the center of the island. Master. Lingyi's voice echoed in his mind, tinged with lingering fear. Chapter 68, Once the link is established. That clown is more dangerous than the 7 deadly sins, even more so than the ruler of judgment. Its power doesn't act upon the physical realm or interfere with the laws. It directly corrupts cognition. For the first time, Lingyi's voice lost the calmness born of absolute logic. Yi Fan offered no reply, merely staring at the black card in his hand. The card's texture was peculiar, neither metal nor wood, its surface icy cold to the touch, as if he were holding a solidified, profound nightmare. The blood-red clown on the card's face possessed eyes that seemed alive.
No matter the angle, it was always smiling at you, a smile that sent chills down your spine. Master, do not touch it. Lingyi's voice grew urgent. It is an anchor, a one-way conduit to the source of the information disaster. Once the link is established, your existence will be completely captured by the other side. Yi Fan remained silent. He knew Lingyi was right. But he understood even more clearly that the crimson speck of light had already taken root like a seed, buried deep within the girls' souls. It hadn't sprouted yet, only because it was waiting. Waiting for the most opportune moment, the one that would allow it to bloom into the most dazzling, yet utterly despairing flower. This card was the only clue and the only antidote. Just then, the floating island's defense system sounded a frantic alarm. A figure had forcibly breached all defensive barriers without permission, appearing directly at the edge of the island. The intruder was Luo Qingxue's father, Luo Yanhao, leader of the Blood Moon Guild, ranked among the top 3 in the Dragon Nation. He appeared at least 10 years older than when they last met, his aura chaotic and disordered, clearly the aftermath of a brutal battle. Upon seeing Yi Fan, his face, etched with exhaustion and anxiety, instantly surged with uncontrollable excitement and reverence. He strode forward and bowed deeply to Yi Fan. Advisor Yi. His voice was hoarse and dry. On behalf of Blood Moon, on behalf of all surviving factions of the Dragon Nation, I implore your protection. Yi Fan didn't look at him, merely fingering the black card in his hand as he asked indifferently. Weren't your higher-ups quite dissatisfied with me? Luo Yanhao's body stiffened abruptly, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. He knew Yi Fan was referring to the backlash from the guild elders when he had overruled them to grant Yi Fan S-class treatment. Yes, we were blind. Luo Yanhao bowed even lower. Those individuals had been reduced to ashes the moment the 7 deadly sins descended. Now, the Blood Moon is under my sole command. We are willing to surrender all the guild's millennia of accumulated resources, every secret realm access, and every intelligence network. All we ask is for a shred of your protection. I require all documentation concerning memes, information pollution, and cognitive weapons. Yi Fan's voice cut him off. Regardless of rank, origin, whether myth and legend, or fragments from ancient ruins. I want it all. Luo Yanhao froze, then snapped to attention, his face instantly lighting up with wild joy. He knew Yi Fan had agreed. Yes. I'll get right on it. He dared not linger for a moment, immediately turning and departing the floating island at top speed. He would mobilize every resource at his disposal to gather everything this new guardian of humanity required. Yi Fan withdrew his gaze and glanced at the 5 girls by the spirit spring, still meditating with eyes closed, utterly unaware of the events unfolding around them. Instead of immediately examining the card, he walked over to Luo Qingxue's side. He extended his hand, and a strand of the primordial phoenix's flame slowly rose from his fingertips. Fire wasn't just for battle. His voice, though soft, reached each girl's ears with clarity. The girls slowly opened their eyes, looking at him with puzzlement. Yi Fan offered no explanation. He merely guided the flame to envelop an ordinary spirit fruit plucked from the island. With astonishing precision, he maintained the flame's temperature at a delicate threshold. It was sufficient to disrupt the fruit's material structure, making its energy easier to absorb, yet gentle enough not to damage its most fundamental life essence. Sizzle. A peculiar fragrance wafted through the air. The once unripe spirit fruit, under the flames broiling, became crystal clear, its surface even beginning to shimmer with a faint, alluring halo. This was. Luo Qingxue stared blankly at the scene. She had never imagined her overwhelmingly powerful Phoenix Divine Flame could possess such a delicate application. Boss, are you cooking? Lin Xiaotong approached, sniffing deeply. Her eyes lit up instantly. It smells amazing. Yi Fan said nothing. He handed the roasted spirit fruit to Lin Xiaotong. Try it. Sure thing. Lin Xiaotong bit into it without hesitation. The flesh melted in her mouth, and a warm, pure surge of energy instantly swept through her entire body. The exhaustion from her recent battle vanished completely, and even the operation of her divine essence felt smoother. Ding! Consuming the Phoenix Flame roasted spirit fruit grants you a 10% boost to all attributes and a 50% increase in fire resistance for the next hour. The system notification sounded in Lin Xiaotong's mind. Holy crap! Lin Xiaotong let out a startled cry, her face brimming with disbelief. This was even more potent than the highest-grade alchemical potions. The other girls crowded around, their eyes brimming with curiosity and shock. So being a chef isn't a useless profession after all. Lin Xiaotong stroked her chin thoughtfully. No power is useless, Yi Fan said calmly to Luo Qingxue. It all depends on who wields it. Luo Qingxue's heart jolted violently. A flicker of understanding passed through her eyes as she looked at Yi Fan. She reached out, mimicking Yi Fan's movements as she summoned her own flames to attempt processing another spirit fruit. The first attempt was too intense, the spirit fruit instantly charred to cinders. The second time, the heat was insufficient, leaving the spirit fruit unchanged. Lin Xiaotong watched from the side, laughing heartily. Even the usually reserved Xinghe. The entire floating island was enveloped in a long-forgotten atmosphere of lightheartedness and warmth.
Yi Fan watched the scene quietly, a hint of gentleness he hadn't even noticed himself appearing on his usually cold face. Perhaps such ordinary moments were the true meaning behind his battles. Yet just as Luo Qingxue's third attempt finally succeeded in roasting a faintly glowing spirit fruit and the girls cheered, scrambling to taste it, a sudden change occurred. Ha! Lin Xiaotong's laughter changed without warning. It was no longer that hearty, genuine laughter. Instead, it was a shrill, maniacal cackle filled with madness and malice. Her body convulsed violently, beyond her control. Her shadow stretched long in the sunlight, then twisted and distorted in an utterly bizarre manner, ultimately morphing into the silhouette of a clown grinning, wearing a comical top hat. Xiaotong. Chapter 69, That Mad Laughter. Luo Qingxue was the first to react. She screamed and lunged forward. Don't move! Yi Fan's voice carried a sternness that brooked no argument for the first time. In a single stride, he materialized behind Lin Xiaotong, his hand striking like lightning against the back of her neck. A force of absolute will, fused with definition and order, surged brutally into Lin Xiaotong's body. Calm down. Lin Xiaotong's maniacal laughter abruptly ceased. The eerie shadow of a clown beneath her emitted a silent shriek, as if encountering its nemesis, instantly retreating back into her body and vanishing. Lin Xiaotong's body went limp as she collapsed unconscious. Yi Fan caught her and laid her flat on the ground. His face darkened so intensely it seemed as if water could drip from it. That clown had delivered its final ultimatum to him in the most direct, most vicious way possible. Either he would stand by and watch the girls, one by one, be utterly corrupted by that maddening meme, turning into puppets on its strings. Or crush that black card and enter the slaughterhouse it had prepared, called Carnival. Yi Fan slowly raised his head, meeting the pale, terrified, and worried gazes of the girls. He knew he had no choice. Without further hesitation, he raised the black card in his hand, the one bearing the blood-red clown, slowly before his eyes. Master, don't. Ling Yi's voice rang out shrilly in his mind. Yi Fan paid no heed. He merely murmured two words softly to the card. I'll handle it. Then, his fingers suddenly clenched. Snap. The indestructible card shattered in his hand. Countless fragments of data, black, crimson, chaotic, and mad, exploded from between his fingers, instantly engulfing him entirely. The world before his eyes began to dissolve and collapse. The floating island, the girls, the blue sky, the white clouds, everything transformed into flaking pieces of cheap stage backdrop. A shrill, cheerful, circus-like melody as if from some madhouse exploded in his ears. A voice, brimming with mockery and delight, echoed through the chaos. Welcome, my dear protagonist. Welcome to my playground. As the first and only guest personally invited by me, I have prepared a special opening gift for you. Rule number 1. The voice paused, as if deliberately teasing him. Please select one of your 5 brides and kill her with your own hands. Countdown, 10 minutes. Oh, right, I almost forgot to tell you. If you fail to choose, or if time runs out, they will all go bad together. The world before him reassembled amidst the jarring sounds of circus music. He stood in a desolate, rust-stained square. The sky was an eerie, purplish-red twilight, and a huge moon painted with a grotesque grin grinned back at him. All around him lay abandoned amusement rides, each exuding an ominous aura. The wooden horses on the carousel had turned into rotting skeletons. The Ferris wheel's gondolas dangled with desiccated corpses. Real, piercing wails echoed from the entrance of the haunted house. The air was thick with a sickeningly sweet stench, a mix of rust, blood, and cheap popcorn. A massive neon countdown sign hovered above the center of the plaza. 9:59. Yi Fan paid no heed to the jarring music nor glanced at the eerie sights. His will flooded the entire space like an invisible tide. He intended to analyze this place, define it, and control it. Yet his will encountered its first obstacle. This space resembled an absolutely sealed box constructed from pure malice and mockery. His power could influence the box, yet fundamentally alter its rules? Impossible. Unknown cognitive barrier detected. Definition permission suppressed by 99. Ling Yi's voice echoed in his mind, heavy with an unprecedented gravity. Master, we are isolated. At that moment, the space before him warped. 5 familiar figures slowly materialized. Luo Qingxue, Qingha, Lingyue, Yeme, and Lin Xiaotong, the girl he had just rescued. They wore ornate, doll-like gothic dresses, their faces painted with garish, clown-like makeup. Identical, rigid, and eerie smiles hung on their faces. Their eyes held no spark of life, only a void as deep and bottomless as an abyss. They were the clown's puppets. 9:45. Yi Fan stared at them. For the first time, his eyes, one golden, one black, ignited with an uncontrollable, icy fury that felt almost tangible. Oh? Angry? The clown's mocking voice echoed throughout the amusement park. Brilliant. Nothing pleases me more than watching self-important fools like you wear that helpless rage on your faces. Come on, my protagonist, make your choice. The proud fire phoenix? The stubborn Valkyrie? Or the icy sword maiden? Each and every one of them exists solely for you. Now, you must destroy one of them with your own hands. Isn't that thrilling? Isn't that fun? Yi Fan didn't answer. He merely raised his right hand, slowly. I define.
His voice was cold and hoarse. Your game ends now.
A chaotic, unyielding force of definition, a fusion of all his power, exploded from his palm. He intended to erase this filthy, twisted playground along with the clown lurking behind the scenes from existence itself. Yet, the very force capable of reshaping the world was forcibly twisted and altered the instant it began to spread by a will even more bizarre, more chaotic, and more mocking. The erupting energy caused no destruction. Instead, mid-air, it transformed into dazzling, multicolored fireworks. Boom! 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 The fireworks exploded across the crimson sky, bathing the entire amusement park in an even more bizarre and frenzied glow. Wow! The clown's voice was filled with exaggerated, insincere admiration. Such beautiful fireworks! Is this your opening gift to me? I'm so touched. In return, I'll give you a little gift too. As its words fell silent, the 5 doll-like girls moved in unison. Chapter 70, Every Move a Deathblow. In an unnaturally stiff, eerily mechanical manner like puppets on strings, they charged toward Yifan in perfect unison. Luo Qingxue's hands ignited with pitch-black, ominous fallen phoenix flames. In Lin Xiaodong's grasp appeared a massive, blood-red battle axe covered in jagged serrations. Qinghe's sword no longer gleamed with sharpness, instead, it twisted and thickened, transforming into a venomous serpent poised to strike. The light and darkness of the twin night gods were utterly inverted. Light became corrosive, darkness became scorching. Their attacks held no discernible pattern, yet each strike was deadly. Their goal was not to defeat Yifan, but to force him to strike back. To force him to harm them. 7:30. Yifan flickered, effortlessly evading every strike. He watched the girls who had once fought alongside him now transformed into puppets attacking him. For the first time, his heart felt an emotion called pain. But he knew he couldn't lose his composure. The more critical the moment, the more absolute calm was required. This space suppressed his defining authority, yet it could not suppress his essence. His eyes transformed into the most precise analytical instruments, instantly scanning the entire amusement park. He was searching. Searching for the flaw in this game. The clown's laughter still echoed. Fight back. Hit me. Aren't you so powerful? Aren't you the one who defines everything? Come on, kill them all. Then I'll appear for you to kill me. I promise. Yifan ignored its incessant chatter. His gaze fixed on the 5 amusement rides in the distance, spinning wildly. That spinning inferno engulfed in black flames. That raging bumper car, constantly emitting a shrill roar. The cursed sword, its tip embedded in the haunted house's peak, dripping black liquid. That twin maze, half pure white and half pitch black. And the unconscious Lin Xiaotong. Yifan's pupils suddenly contracted. He understood. These 5 girls' puppets did not appear out of thin air. They had been forcibly bound to this space and its corresponding amusement facilities. Those rides were their controllers. Destroying those controllers would sever their link to this space. 5:20. Found you. Yifan hesitated no longer. His form transformed into an uncatchable streak of light, instantly evading the 5 puppets' attacks as he charged straight toward the carousel burning with black flames. There, corresponding to Luo Qingxue. Oh? You found me? A hint of unexpected delight tinged the Joker's voice. Truly worthy of being my protagonist, finding a way to break the stalemate so quickly. But do you truly believe I would leave such a simple, obvious loophole? Just as Yifan was about to touch the carousel, Luo Qingxue's puppet emitted a shrill screech. Without warning, its body exploded into a sea of pitch-black flames, forming an impenetrable barrier that blocked Yifan's path. Simultaneously, the other 4 puppets pivoted, charging toward Yifan from all directions with suicidal fury. They intended to shield the amusement rides controlling them with their very bodies. It was a dead end. To save them, the facility must be destroyed. To destroy the facility, he must first destroy them. 3:10. The Joker's maniacal laughter grew even more unrestrained. See? See? This is the choice of humanity. This is the sweetest despair. Come on, make your choice. Time is running out. Yifan hovered mid-air, watching the 4 familiar figures charging toward him from all directions. He glanced at the black sea of flames formed by Luo Qingxue, now blocking his path. All expression vanished from his face. Only an absolute, icy void remained. Slowly, he closed his eyes. Giving up already? Just like that? How boring. The Joker's voice brimmed with disappointment. Yet the next second, its maniacal laughter abruptly ceased. Yifan opened his eyes once more. Only this time, his eyes, one golden, one black, had vanished. In their place was a vast expanse, pure, profound, like the primordial chaos at the universe's birth. I define. His voice no longer belonged to him. It was a new voice, fusing creation and annihilation, order and chaos, logic and emotion, a voice belonging to no known dimension. Rule 1, kill a bride. I choose. He slowly raised his hand, pointing toward that enormous clown moon, the one that kept flickering and mocking him above the entire playground. Kill the game's creator. Boom! The entire carnival city shook violently at that moment. For the first time, the gigantic grinning face in the sky froze.
It seemed to have heard something, a sound that absolutely could not, and absolutely should not, exist. What are you saying? For the first time, the Joker's voice carried a trace of an emotion it had never before recognized: confusion. The rules were set by you. Yi Fan's voice echoed throughout the entire space. But the choice is mine to make. He gave the Joker no time to react. In an instant, his form shattered into billions of incomprehensible, contradictory, paradoxical streams of chaotic data. These streams did not attack any of the puppets, nor did they target any of the amusement park rides. Their target was the game's most fundamental logic code. He would use himself to corrupt this game. He would use chaos to combat madness. Warning! Warning! Unknown logical virus intrusion detected. Game's foundational rules are being forcibly tampered with. Tampered content, adding the game creator as a selectable bride option. Warning! This action will cause irreversible logical collapse of the game. A series of cold, mechanical system alerts blared frantically across the amusement park. The clown's frozen smile began to twist and shatter for the first time. It seemed to finally grasp what kind of monster it had provoked. No! Stop! Stop! It let out a terrified, shrill roar. You can't do this. This isn't part of the game. Now, yes. Yi Fan's icy voice cut through the chaotic data streams. The next second, all the puppets, all the amusement rides stopped operating simultaneously. The giant clown face in the sky shattered with a thunderous crash after emitting a final, resentful wail. The entire amusement park fell into deathly silence. Yi Fan's body coalesced once more at the center of the plaza. His face was pale, clearly drained by the immense toll the battle had taken. But he had won. Chapter 71, Mechanical Synthesis. The sound reverberated across the heavens and earth. He had broken through this deadly dilemma in the most unreasonable way possible. Yet before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the desolate, shattered playground, without warning, lit up once more. Only this time, it was no longer that mad, mocking light. Instead, it was a cold, absolute, surgical blade-like pallid light. A brand new, emotionless, mechanical voice echoed across the land. Detected, player Yi Fan engaging in malicious exploitation of game glitches. Behavior classified, cheating. Penalty procedure initiated. Game difficulty will be elevated to hell mode. Level 2 activated. As the voice faded, the plaza beneath Yi Fan's feet vanished instantly. He found himself standing within an immense circular arena, vast and imposing like the Colosseum of Rome. Surrounding the arena were towering, icy metal walls that reached to the sky. The walls were packed with spectators. These spectators were not human. Instead, they were projections of the 7 deadly sins, exact replicas of the arrogant Lucifer and the wrathful conglomerate he had encountered before. Thousands upon thousands. Densely packed. They stared at Yi Fan in the center of the arena with cold, appraising, dead man's eyes. Across from Yi Fan, at the opposite end of the arena, a massive gate of hell, formed from bones and flesh, slowly opened. From within emerged a figure. A figure Yi Fan could never have imagined. It was an ordinary-looking girl, dressed in a worn-out, faded school uniform, her hair tied in a simple ponytail, her face bearing a hint of timidity and unease. In her hands, she clutched a thick exercise book tightly. That girl was Yi Fan. It was the Yi Fan who, before her awakening, had been ordinary, timid, and struggling at the bottom of society, dreaming of getting into a good university, finding a stable job, and then living out a mediocre life. That was the self he had long since abandoned, long since forgotten, even looked down upon his past self. Second gate, judgment of the past. That cold, mechanical synthesized voice echoed throughout the entire arena. Rule: use your own hands to kill the version of yourself you most wish to escape. Time limit, 30 minutes. Failure punishment: your soul shall be eternally trapped within this cowardly shell. Around the arena, the projections of the 7 deadly sins, thousands upon thousands, simultaneously emitted a silent, malevolent, mocking laughter. They were waiting. Anticipating a grand spectacle, the self-destruction of a god. Yi Fan gazed at his own trembling reflection, fear rippling through his body. For the first time, his chaotic eyes held a complex emotion too profound for words. He stepped forward. Whatever lay before him, illusion, trap, or the most venomous curse, he would utterly shatter it. He raised his hand. A chaotic orb of light, fused with the essence of 5 divine powers and powerful enough to obliterate stars, slowly coalesced in his palm. Yet the girl across from him, the Yi Fan of the past, saw his raised hand and wore an expression of even greater terror. She neither resisted nor fled. Instead, she instinctively clutched the thick exercise book in her arms even tighter. Then, in a voice smaller than a mosquito's, filled with timidity and unease, she began to recite. According to Newton's second law, force equals mass multiplied by acceleration. The instant her voice fell, the chaotic orb of light in Yi Fan's palm, imbued with supreme power, was stripped bare in an instant. All its divine essence, all its laws, all its transcendent concepts were forcibly stripped away. It transformed into a pure, ordinary plasmasphere, governed solely by the most fundamental laws of physics. The orb traveled less than 3 meters through the air before, its energy exhausted, it emitted a faint puff and dissipated. Yi Fan's body stiffened abruptly.
He could distinctly feel the link between himself and this space being forcibly severed by a force called reality, a force that recognized no reason or logic. The power that had once defined all things was now being rapidly suppressed and weakened. Cognitive correction activated. This game will adhere to the physical laws of reality on Earth. All supernatural abilities disabled. That cold, mechanical voice sounded once more, pronouncing Yifan's death sentence. He was stripped of everything. He had reverted to being an ordinary mortal. No, that can't be right. Yifan's brows furrowed tightly. He could sense that his body hadn't fully reverted to that of a mortal. That divine body, strengthened countless times infused with the 7 great bloodlines, still remained. Only now, the boundless power within this vessel was tightly restrained by an invisible shackle called science. He had become an ordinary mortal possessing the physical strength of a god. Across from him, the young girl trembled as she recited her lesson. Cells are the fundamental units of life. As she recited, Yifan felt his body begin to manifest various negative states characteristic of mortals. His heartbeat quickened, blood pressure rose, and his muscles began secreting lactic acid. He felt a long-forgotten weariness. The silent mockery emanating from the thousands of projections of the 7 deadly sins surrounding the arena grew more piercing. They mocked his powerlessness, reveling in his downfall. Yifan paid them no mind. He simply watched silently as the girl continued to weaken him with her knowledge. He knew this game wasn't about fighting. It was about him surrendering. To yield to the ordinary reality he dreaded facing most. He drew a deep breath, no longer attempting to summon any forbidden power. He simply took a step forward, using the purest physical strength, advancing toward the girl one step at a time. His pace was swift. Even without any energy boost, he moved as fast as a sports car racing at full throttle. Yet the girl merely opened the exercise book in her arms. Relativity states that an object's mass increases with its velocity. Buzz. An invisible, heavy shackle instantly bound Yifan's body. Each step became excruciatingly difficult, as if he were carrying an invisible mountain on his back. His body was obeying the most fundamental laws of physics, growing heavier and heavier. The girl continued. The second law of thermodynamics, the law of entropy increase, states that the entropy of an isolated system can never decrease. The air within the arena grew thin and chaotic. Yifan felt his body irreversibly decaying, descending into chaos, approaching the mortal end. He lifted his head to gaze upon the spectator stands, where the faces of the 7 deadly sins were filled with mockery and contempt. He finally understood the true purpose of this game. The Joker did not intend to kill him. He was to humiliate him. It sought to strip him of every divine aura before all his enemies, reducing him to the most lowly and powerless mortal. Then, it would force him to kill the version of himself that embodied all his past suffering and unfulfilled desires. This was the ultimate cruelty. Yifan's footsteps halted. Chapter 72, Each takes a piece of power. Yifan's footsteps halted. He stood rooted to the spot, allowing the law known as entropy increase like an invisible poison to corrode every corner of his divine form. His breathing grew heavy. His heart pounded like a war drum against his chest, each beat carrying away a portion of his strength. Around the arena, the countless projections of the 7 deadly sins, their mockery seemed to solidify into tangible blades, slicing through his dignity. Across from him, the girl, the former Yifan, continued to recite those cold, unquestionable iron laws of reality in a trembling voice. Ideal gas equation, PV equals nRT. With each word she uttered, the shackles binding Yifan grew heavier. This space was using the very knowledge he once craved most to nail him utterly to the cross of mortality. 2013. The numbers on the countdown board glowed a blinding crimson. Time was slipping away at breakneck speed. Yifan slowly lifted his head. He did not look at the girl again, nor at the enemies mocking him. His gaze pierced through everything, settling on a point in the void. He smiled. It was an expression of profound tranquility, tinged with a hint of pity. What a pitiful imitation. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly drowned out the girl's recitation and the deathly silence of the entire arena. In the audience, the projections of all 7 deadly sins, their mocking laughter suddenly froze. The young girl also stopped reciting. For the first time, a flicker of something called confusion appeared in her eyes, filled with timidity. Warning, player exhibiting abnormal mental fluctuations. A cold mechanical voice echoed through the air, tinged with an almost imperceptible edge of alertness. Yifan paid it no mind. He simply looked at the girl, who was once identical to him, and spoke calmly. You recited one formula incorrectly. The girl's body trembled violently. No, impossible, she instinctively protested, her voice growing weaker. I memorized every textbook. Is that so? A cold curve touched the corner of Yifan's mouth. Then recite the law of conservation of energy for me. For the first time, bewilderment spread across the girl's face. Spiritual energy? She repeated the term, a word that had never before entered her mind. What is that? It's what you crave most, yet can never truly grasp. Yifan's voice struck like a thunderbolt, shattering the girl's understanding. He would no longer passively endure. He began to redefine. I define. He extended a finger, pointing at the girl who had fallen into chaos from incomprehension.
You are not me. You are merely a segment of stolen data. A shoddy, error-ridden replica. Boom! Without warning, the entire arena shook violently.
Across the metal dome of the sky, intricate cracks like spiderwebs began to appear.
Warning! Warning! The foundational logic of the game world is under attack by an unknown concept. Earth's physical laws showing signs of instability.
The girl's body began to grow transparent and warp, like a holographic projection with poor signal quality. Her hands clutching the workbook trembled violently.
No, I am you, I am you.
She frantically tried to continue reciting the physics formulas, desperate to stabilize this world on the brink of collapse. Yet Yifan gave her no further chance. He stepped forward. The heavy shackles of science shattered inch by inch upon him. The vast power that had been suppressed surged like a primordial beast breaking free from its cage, roaring and surging wildly within him. He appeared before the girl in an instant. He extended his hand and gently placed it atop her head. No killing intent, no anger. Only the absolute, icy mercy of a god. You craved power, you despised mediocrity. You knelt in the dust, praying to gods that never were, through countless sleepless nights. Yifan's voice was like the devil's whisper, yet also like divine gospel, pouring directly into the depths of the girl's soul.
Now, I am your god. I am the answer to your prayers. So return to where you belong.
Become a part of me, and witness landscapes beyond your wildest dreams. The girl's body ceased trembling entirely. For the first time, a glimmer of life flickered in her once empty, bewildered eyes. It was release. An absolute contentment, as if she had found the truth and could die content. A serene smile identical to Yifan's spread across her face. Yes. She softly uttered the final syllable. Then her entire body dissolved into a sky filled with the purest sparks of memory, all surging into Yifan's body. Boom! The entire arena collapsed completely. Thousands upon thousands of projections of the 7 deadly sins in the stands turned to dust amidst silent, horrified screams. Yifan floated silently in the shattered void. He felt his soul become more complete than ever before. The mortal self he had once cast aside now became the most solid foundation, allowing his divine soul to achieve complete perfection. System error, critical system failure. Player Yifan has logically devoured the second stage. Penalty procedure failed. Reboot failed. Reboot failed. The cold mechanical voice made its final futile struggle before falling utterly silent. Yifan knew this farce had ended. He slowly opened his eyes. The scene before him shifted rapidly. He had returned to that familiar floating island. The sunlight was warm. A gentle breeze blew. By the spirit spring, 5 girls still sat with eyes closed, regulating their breath, as if everything that had just happened was merely a long nightmare. Lin Xiaotong, who had been unconscious, had also awakened. She rubbed the back of her neck with a bewildered expression. Boss? What happened to me? The crisis seemed to have truly passed. A hint of relaxation, unnoticed even by himself, appeared on Yifan's face. But at that very moment, Jia! That maniacal, malevolent laughter erupted without warning, exploding deep within his very soul. Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! I take back what I said earlier. You are not a boring protagonist. You are a perfect toy. Yifan's pupils contracted to their absolute limit in an instant. He snapped his head up to stare at the 5 girls slowly opening their eyes. Watch out! He barked as a colossal will instantly coalesced into an invisible barrier, shielding the 5 girls within its grasp. But it was too late. The clown never intended to attack from the outside. What's wrong, boss? Lin Xiaotong was the first to stand, looking at Yifan with confusion, her face wearing her usual carefree smile. Why so tense? Didn't we win? Chapter 73, An Extreme Sense of Danger. Luo Qingxue and Cold Moon Night Charm also rose to their feet, their faces bearing the same relieved smiles of survivors. Everything seemed perfectly normal. Except Qinghe. She didn't stand up. She remained cross-legged in her original spot, head bowed low, her expression hidden from view. The ancient sword that had always been her lifeline lay quietly across her knees. Qinghe? Yifan's heart sank abruptly as he sensed an overwhelming aura of danger. Qinghe slowly raised her head. Her face bore an untainted, maniacal smile. Nor was there the usual coldness and stiffness. She simply gazed at Yifan in silence. Then, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a smile so breathtakingly beautiful it could make heaven and earth pale in comparison, yet it was filled with detachment and unfamiliarity. Her slender fingers gently traced the icy blade of the ancient Zuxian sword. Her voice was soft and gentle, yet it pierced Yifan's ears like the most venomous curse. Do you trust me? Yifan's mental defenses crumbled like paper before Qinghe's gentle question. The words pierced through every defense, resonating directly within his soul. The atmosphere on the floating island, which had just begun to ease, instantly froze solid, plummeting to freezing point. Qinghe, what are you saying? Lin Xiaotong was the first to cry out. She strode up to Qinghe, her face etched with utter bewilderment. Of course the boss trusts you.
We all trust you. Luo Qingxue also frowned, sensing something profoundly off about Qinghe's aura.
It was a blend of extreme beauty and extreme danger, a presence she had never encountered before.
Qinghe, you. Before Luo Qingxue could finish, Qinghe's smiling eyes flicked a glance her way. Just one glance.
Luo Qingxue felt as though her soul had been pierced by an invisible ice blade. A chill emanating from the very core of her being instantly silenced her, causing her to instinctively take half a step back. Lin Xiaotong froze too, her mouth opening only to find she couldn't utter a single word. The entire floating island was left with only the sound of the wind. And Qinghe's exquisite, unfamiliar smile, still lingering on her lips. Her gaze returned to Yi Fan, as if awaiting an answer that would decide the fate of the entire world. Yi Fan did not answer. He simply stared at her in silence.
He was analyzing. Analyzing what kind of vicious logical trap lay hidden behind that smile. Jie. The clown's nauseating laughter echoed once more in his mind. Answer her, my dear protagonist. Believe or disbelieve? Isn't this a far more intriguing choice than any question before? Are your bonds as fragile as window paper that tears at a single poke, or as unbreakable as the divine barrier? Let me see. Let me see clearly. Yi Fan's pupils were as deep and cold as two separate, icy universes. He spoke slowly. His voice was calm and still, yet it carried the weight of an absolute, irrefutable final judgment. Your sword belongs to me. He did not answer that question. He crushed the vicious trap built on trust with the most fundamental truth of their contract. I am your master. Your sword, your way, everything you are belongs to me. This requires no belief. This is truth. For the first time, the smile on Qinghe's face froze into an almost imperceptible, minute stillness. She seemed unprepared for Yi Fan to respond in this most unreasonable, most domineering manner. But it lasted only 1/10,000th of a second. The next moment, that smile grew even brighter and even more unsettling. Is that so? Her voice grew softer, yet more dangerous. Yours? Then so be it. She rose slowly, the ancient sword in her hand emitting a clear, resonant hum filled with delight and longing. Cut for you. The moment the words fell, her figure vanished. Not toward Yi Fan. Instead, she materialized without warning behind Luo Qingxue. A cold, emotionless, yet deadly precise sword thrust silently pierced Luo Qingxue's heart. Fast. So fast that the nine-colored phoenix behind Luo Qingxue couldn't even utter a cry of sorrow. So fast that Lin Xiaotong's startled cry remained stuck in her throat. Qingxue. Yet a figure moved faster than her blade. Yi Fan arrived first despite acting later. Without any flashy techniques, he simply extended his hand and pinched the tip of the ancient sword capable of severing cause and effect between two fingers with pinpoint precision. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. The air across the entire floating island seemed to shatter in that instant. Luo Qingxue's body jerked violently. She spun around to see the icy blade tip less than an inch from her own back, her face instantly turning deathly pale. You! Lin Xiaotong finally snapped out of it, unleashing a furious roar as she hurtled toward Qinghe like a golden cannonball. You imposter! Die! Qinghe paid her no mind. Her wrist flickered lightly. The ancient sword Zhu Xian transformed into a phantom beyond human perception between Yi Fan's fingers, instantly breaking free from its bonds. Instead of retreating, she pressed forward. Her sword techniques became utterly bizarre. Gone was the bold, sweeping, unstoppable star sword intent of old. Instead, they grew light and elusive, yet brimming with deadly, playful mockery. Not a single strike aimed at Yi Fan's vital points. Instead, each strike was aimed at Luo Qingxue and Lin Xiaotong behind him, and even at the bewildered twin night gods. She was forcing him to choose between defense and offense. Forcing him to expose a weakness in his flustered, divided state. See that? Yeah. The Joker's maniacal laughter echoed unrestrainedly within his mind. This is art. This is the game. Use your own power to attack yourself. Use your own bonds to tear yourself apart. Come on, let's see how many you can protect. Yi Fan's expression darkened completely. He knew he'd fallen into the madman's most vicious script. Any counterattack would be twisted, exploited, and turned into a blade that would wound his own people. Master! Ling Yi's voice rang out just in time. The source of contamination lies at the deepest core of her Dao heart. It has warped Qinghe's understanding of the sword, replacing the concept of protection with destruction. With every strike of her sword, every time she wields your power, the corruption deepens. Yi Fan's movements froze abruptly. He understood. This was a battle he couldn't win. If he defeated Qinghe, she would be utterly doomed. If he lost, everyone would die. Qinghe's sword seized upon this instant of hesitation. A blade of light, brimming with mockery and malice, darted like a venomous snake striking. It curved around an impossible angle, striking once more at the utterly defenseless Luo Qingxue. This strike sealed off every possible retreat. This strike accounted for every possible variable. Unless Yi Fan used his own body to block it. Yet Yi Fan did not move. He simply watched silently as the sword's glint neared its target. Chapter 74, a margin of just 1 millimeter. Then he made a move that baffled everyone. Even the puppet master lurking in the shadows was taken aback. He abandoned his defense. He allowed the ancient sword of divine slaying, cold and resolute in its intent to kill, to pierce his chest with deadly precision. Boss! Master! Lin Xiaotong and Luo Qingxue let out heart-wrenching screams of despair. For the first time, Qinghe's face, which always bore that exquisite smile, showed a hint of unmasked, intense wavering. Her sword halted. It stopped just 1 millimeter from Yi Fan's heart. The icy sword qi had already pierced his skin. A single drop of golden blood, imbued with supreme divine essence, slowly trickled down the blade's tip. Why? For the first time, Qinghe's voice trembled with a hint of genuine emotion. Why didn't you dodge? Yi Fan did not answer her. He merely reached out, ignoring the sharp blade, and gripped the cold, violently trembling hilt of the ancient Zuxian sword with his palm. SSSH. Golden divine blood gushed forth, instantly staining the entire ancient blade crimson. He gazed into Qinghe's eyes, filled with agony and struggle, and spoke slowly, enunciating each word. Because your sword cannot harm me. This is not a definition. This was his most fundamental trust in her. Boom! Those words struck like a thunderbolt, splitting the heavens, crashing down upon the deepest recesses of Qinghe's soul. The eerie, clownish smile that had graced her exquisite face shattered into pieces in an instant, replaced by an uncontrollable, excruciating agony. Ah! A piercing scream erupted from her lips as her body began to convulse violently. Half her form was bathed in the pure, celestial light of a sword cultivator. The other half was the eerie crimson black mist of a clown. The two forces collided and tore at each other within her body. No! My toy! My masterpiece! The Joker's roar, a mix of shock and fury, thundered through the void. It seemed utterly unprepared for Yi Fan to shatter its scheme through such a brutal, self-destructive act. With my own blood. Yi Fan paid it no mind. He gripped the ancient sword, which was thrashing wildly, allowing his divine blood to flow unceasingly into it. Recasting the sword's soul. He wielded neither raw power nor cosmic laws, but the most fundamental, unshakable bond between them. He would use his very essence to purify, to cover, to reshape the tainted Dao heart belonging to Qinghe. The ancient sword of divine execution let out a wail of unbearable strain. Its glow flickered erratically, the blade suddenly crisscrossed with spiderweb-like cracks. It was on the verge of shattering. Master! The sword spirit is collapsing. Ling Yi's voice carried an unprecedented urgency. It cannot withstand the clash of two extreme concepts. If this continues, Qinghe's divine essence will shatter completely along with this sword. Yi Fan's face paled. He had underestimated the stubborn persistence of the Joker's corruption. He had also overestimated the limits of Qinghe's current Dao heart. He found himself in an inescapable dilemma. If he let go, Qinghe would be utterly consumed by the Joker. But if he didn't, Qinghe would vanish into nothingness along with her sword. Yet just as he resolved to expel that corruption at any cost. Woo! A shrill, sky-piercing alarm erupted without warning, blaring frantically from every corner of the floating island. Yi Fan's movements froze abruptly. He lifted his head to gaze toward the distant horizon. On the distant horizon, a city so vast it defied description, twisted and mad, like a gigantic circus, slowly rose from the sea. A crimson moon grinned maniacally in the purplish-red sky, rusted Ferris wheels spun, and the shrill, cheerful, nauseating music of the circus filled the air. The city of revelry. It had actually descended. And it descended directly above the demon city in the eastern dragon nation. Almost simultaneously, dozens of streaks of light shot toward the floating island from all directions at near-insane speeds. At the forefront was Luo Yanhao. His voice echoed across the floating island via emergency communication, carrying an unmistakable desperation and terror. Advisor Yi. This is bad. The remnants of the 7 deadly sins, the dregs of the judgment lords, and countless dark cultists of the evil gods. They've all breached the city. They answered the clown's call. The demon city has become a vast inferno on earth. Luo Yanhao's voice, filled with utter despair, struck like a heavy hammer, pounding into the heart of every person on the floating island. That bizarre, mad city that had appeared in Yi Fan's consciousness. It had descended, bringing with it all of Yi Fan's old enemies. Are you surprised? Unexpected? The Joker's maniacal laughter echoed once more in Yi Fan's mind, brimming with unmasked, grand malevolence. My dear protagonist, this is the true carnival stage I've prepared for you. The game has begun. Your time is running out. Will you stand by and watch as that city transforms tens of millions of souls into my most cherished audience? Or release your grip and let this sharpest blade become my most perfect creation? Make your choice. Choose. Yi Fan ignored its incessant chatter. His gaze pierced through endless space, landing upon that twisted city now frantically devouring the light of the demon capital. He could sense the chaotic remnants of the 7 deadly sins: greed, anger, envy, lust, sloth, wrath, and pride converging and reveling within its walls. He also sensed a familiar, icy aura, one steeped in judgment coldly observing him from the city's highest point. The sovereign of judgment. Its remnant had arrived. This was a grand death trap, tailor-made for him. Boss.
Lin Xiaotong was nearly driven mad by panic. Staring at the ancient sword of extermination stained crimson by Yi Fan's divine blood, then glancing toward the distant city radiating endless foreboding, she experienced the emotion called helplessness for the very first time. What should we do? Luo Qingxue's face was equally pale as paper. On one side stood a comrade on the brink of soul-shattering destruction. On the other, tens of millions of their people were being slaughtered. It was an inescapable dead end. The key to breaking this deadlock was held fast by that sword, now on the verge of shattering. Luo Yanhao landed at the edge of the floating island with the last remaining masters of the Blood Moon Guild. Staring at the bizarre and gruesome scene at the island's center, he opened his mouth but couldn't utter a single word. All his hopes rested on Yi Fan. But now, this once omnipotent deity seemed to have fallen into the deepest quagmire. It's over. Those two cold words echoed in everyone's mind. Yet Yi Fan spoke. His voice remained calm. So calm it carried not a shred of mortal emotion. So calm it stirred an inexplicable unease even in the puppet master lurking behind the scenes. Qingxue Xiaotong. He issued the order in a detached tone. You two go. The two girls froze in shock. Chapter 75 echoing across the entire floating island. Us? Lin Xiaotong instinctively retorted, but boss, you. I'll handle it. Yi Fan cut her off. He slowly raised his left hand, the one not gripping the sword. He gazed at his palm as if examining a work of art ready for his own reinterpretation. I define. His voice echoed across the entire floating island. My will shall take on an independent form. The entire world seemed to freeze in that instant, suspended by the weight of his words. From the left side of Yi Fan's body, a new, translucent human form began to slowly separate, a figure composed of pure, intensely condensed will. This form was identical to him. Yet its eyes held neither the golden hue representing order nor the black representing emotion. Only an absolute, icy void lay within its eyes. This was the embodiment of the purest divine will Yi Fan had attained after devouring his former self. Warning. System unable to analyze this lifeform. Target is a walking conceptual weapon. Target designation, 0. For the first time, Lingyi's cold alert tone carried a trace of an emotion it hadn't even recognized itself, shock. The entity known as 0 had completely separated from Yi Fan's original self. He glanced at his own hands before turning his gaze toward Luo Qingxue and Lin Xiaotong. Go. He uttered only one word. Then, in a single stride, his form instantly transformed into a streak of light, charging straight toward the revelry city that was expanding wildly. Follow. Luo Qingxue was the first to react. The nine-colored phoenix behind her let out a clear cry, transforming into a crimson streak of light that followed closely behind. Imposter. Wait for me. Lin Xiaotong cried out as well. Glancing back at Yi Fan's original form still locked in a stalemate with Qinghe, she gritted her teeth and launched herself skyward like a golden cannonball. The twin night gods exchanged a glance before transforming into streaks of black and white light, chasing after them. They knew this was the only thing they could do to buy Yi Fan time. In an instant, the vast floating island was left with only Yi Fan's true form and Qinghe, who was violently struggling on the edge of agony and madness. And beside them stood Luo Yanhao, his eyes wide and mind blank, along with the so-called experts he had brought. They had just witnessed a miracle. A miracle where one's will was transformed into a clone. Luo Yanhao's body shook violently. It was trembling with excitement, awe, and the wild elation of having survived a catastrophe. He knew humanity still had hope. Yet Yi Fan's complexion grew even paler than before. The process of separating his will into an avatar drained his physical body far more than he had anticipated. He could feel the power he used to suppress the corruption within Qinghe's body rapidly weakening. SSS. 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 The crimson, eerie black mist enveloping Qinghe seized the opportunity, launching a frenzied counterattack. It began to erode and devour, gradually forcing the sacred starlight back into the depths of her divine essence. Her eyes, which had barely regained a glimmer of clarity, were once again consumed by a frenzied crimson. Useless. A strange, overlapping voice emerged from her mouth, blending her own with the clown's. You can't save me. You can't save anyone. Yi Fan said nothing. He only increased the output of his divine blood. With the most brutal, most unreasonable force, he used the supreme primordial essence fused from 7 bloodlines to violently scour the ancient Zuxian sword, which was on the verge of shattering. I told you. His voice was hoarse yet resolute. I shall reforge your sword soul. Boom! Golden divine blood transformed in that instant into a divine crucible capable of melting all things. Under the overwhelming wash of this primal force, the crimson black mist emitted a piercing shriek as it was forcibly repelled from the blade, purified and erased. The ancient sword Zuxian emitted a clear, resonant ring, as if reborn. The cracks upon it were healing at a visible speed. The pain and madness on Qinghe's face swiftly faded. Her gaze regained its familiar icy coldness and rigidity. Success! The thought flashed through Yi Fan's mind. Another anomaly occurred. The ancient sword of slaying immortals, already thoroughly purified by his divine blood, began to violently tremble once more without warning. But this time, it was no longer the madness of corruption. Instead, it was a profound bewilderment
and sorrow. An invisible, razor-sharp sword intent, brimming with self-denial, surged back from the blade and pierced Qinghe's Dao heart with brutal force.
Put! Qinghe's mouth suddenly spewed forth a mouthful of crimson blood. Her vital energy plummeted to its lowest ebb in an instant. Her eyes, which had just regained their clarity, instantly dimmed and lost their light, resembling two dead stars. She had lost her Dao. Yi Fan's body stiffened abruptly. He could feel the bond between himself and Qinghe rapidly growing fragile and thin,
as if it might snap at any moment. Master!
Ling Yi's voice carried unprecedented terror.
The contamination hasn't been purged. It has mutated.
It has become a logical toxin planted within Qinghe's self-awareness.
The Joker has tampered with her most fundamental question.
A bolt of lightning seemed to crack through Yi Fan's mind.
He finally understood the Joker's true killing blow. It sought neither corruption nor destruction.
It sought to destroy the heart.
What is most important to a swordsman? Is it the sword? Is it the way? No.
It is the person who wields the sword. When that person begins to doubt themselves, to deny themselves, or even to lose sight of their very purpose, her sword dies. Her path crumbles. Yi Fan watched Qinghe's aura rapidly dissipate, his own pale face reflected in her dimmed pupils. A cold, venomous, and mocking philosophical question gripped her soul like an invisible shackle.
Does a sword without a master still hold meaning? That question, brimming with self-denial, gnawed at Qinghe's Dao heart like the most vicious bone-eating maggots. Her life force was fading at an irreversible pace. The bond between her and Yi Fan, forged by their contract, had grown as thin as a spider's thread. Did Jie see?
This was the art of betrayal.
The Joker's sharp, schadenfreude-laced laughter echoed madly within his soul.
She was once your sharpest blade. Now she has broken herself with her own hands.
And you could only watch helplessly.
Yi Fan paid it no mind. He merely watched Qinghe, her eyes utterly devoid of light, now resembling a beautiful, lifeless doll. He loosened the hand that had gripped the sword hilt so tightly. The golden divine blood had ceased flowing. The ancient sword he had just reforged, the Zuxian sword, now radiated a layer of sacred, brilliant golden light, the aura of Yi Fan's very essence. It was no longer the sword it had once been. Yi Fan slowly drew the sword from Qinghe's hand. He grasped the hilt. The instant his fingers closed around the hilt, hum! The entire blade emitted a resounding dragon's roar, filled with supreme delight and absolute submission. It had found its new master.
No! Qinghe's body jerked violently.
For the first time, her lifeless eyes betrayed an emotion called panic. Her sword had been taken from her. The last shred of meaning in her existence had been stripped away. Her divine essence, her very soul, began to truly disintegrate in that moment.
Yet Yi Fan did not look at her.
He merely gripped the ancient sword of slaying immortals, now wholly his, and turned to face the city of revelry, now raging in frenzied chaos. He slowly raised the sword in his hand.
Watch closely.
His voice, though not loud, reached the ears of Qinghe, who was about to vanish.
The meaning of a sword. It is not something to be pondered. It is forged in the swing of the blade. Now I'll tell you. What is your meaning?
The moment the words fell, he swung his sword.
No blade light. Chapter 76, Impossible. That's the very foundation of dimensions.
No explosion, no thunderous roar.
Yi Fan's strike was like a pebble tossed into a dead silent universe, sending out only a single, soundless ripple.
Yet, far beyond the horizon's edge, the revelry city that had been voraciously devouring reality trembled violently without warning. The entire city, like a sandcastle stripped of its foundation, began to dissolve and flicker at a visible pace. Countless twisted structures along its edges collapsed with a thunderous crash, dissolving into primordial streams of chaotic data that dissipated into the air.
What the hell?
The Joker's maniacal laughter was cut off for the first time, replaced by stunned disbelief and furious shock.
What did you do? You severed the anchor point? Impossible. That's the very foundation of the dimension.
Yi Fan ignored its roar. He simply gripped the ancient sword of slaying immortals, now utterly subjugated to him, turned, and faced Qinghe once more, her soul fading into oblivion. He extended the hilt toward her.
Take it.
His voice was calm, yet carried an unwavering resolve that brooked no refusal.
Qinghe's lifeless eyes flickered slightly.
She stared at the sword that had once been hers, now radiating another's aura, and her body instinctively recoiled. Her soul resisted, trembled with fear.
No, it's not mine anymore.
She murmured, like a child bereft of a cherished toy.
Your path is the stars.
Yi Fan's voice sounded again, each word like a real star crashing into her crumbling universe of understanding. Stars would fall, but they would also be reborn. He forced the hilt into Qinghe's icy hands.
Now, I command you.
For your stars, carve out a brand new trajectory.
Strike toward that darkness that sickens you. Boom!
The moment Qinghe's fingers touched the hilt again, the ancient sword forged anew by Yi Fan's divine blood, the Zuxian sword, erupted with dazzling golden light. Like a torrent finding its outlet, it surged madly into her body. This was not pollution, nor was it control. It was the most primordial gift and guidance.
Ah! Qinghe let out a pained growl.
She could feel a completely new, overwhelmingly domineering power raging within her, forcibly mending her shattered Tao heart and reshaping her collapsed divine essence. Her hand gripping the sword trembled violently. Before her eyes appeared the revelry city radiating boundless evil and the clown's revolting face. A wave of revulsion and fury, rising from the deepest recesses of her soul, overwhelmed all confusion and self-doubt. Slowly, she raised her sword.
Carnival City, Central Plaza. While fragment Lingjing floated silently mid-air,
beneath his feet lay vast swaths of frozen followers of the seven deadly sins, the remnants of the judgment lords driven mad by logical paradoxes until they self-destructed. Luo Qingxue, Lin Xiaodong, and the others followed behind him, their faces etched with shock beyond words. This Zero, identical to the boss, wasn't fighting at all. He was merely walking, proclaiming. A Duke-level powerhouse engulfed in green flames of jealousy roared as he charged forward, a standout among the remnants of the seven deadly sins. Zero merely glanced at him. The law of heat conservation failed. The instant the words fell, the Duke's flames of envy extinguished like a snuffed candle. He himself froze into a lifelike ice sculpture within absolute cold, his face still frozen in a hideous grimace. Another remnant of the Judgment Lords raised their codex, chanting the decrees of judgment. In the name of judgment, I sentence you. Your name is null. Zero interrupted him. The remnant's body, along with the codex in his hand, shattered into countless fragments that scattered into the sky, as if he had never existed. This was Zero, the walking law, the mobile conceptual weapon. Without a single superfluous movement or flicker of emotion, he simply erased all existence that defied his definition through the simplest, most direct means. That fake boss is way too powerful, Lin Xiaotong stammered. She felt her combat style resembled a caveman swinging a club, while her opponent wielded a star-destroying cannon.
Luo Qingxue remained silent, her gaze fixed on Zero's utterly void-like silhouette. An inexplicable chill surged through her heart. Even knowing this was part of the boss's nature, such extreme, utterly emotionless power still felt alien and awe-inspiring to her. At that moment, atop the colossal circus tent at the very heart of Revelry City, a figure slowly materialized. A man clad in an exquisitely tailored tailcoat stood there, his face as pale as paper. In his hand, he held a black scepter formed from countless wailing souls. Under the banner of the ruling sovereign, one of the 7 executives, ranked third in the order, the executive of sorrow. An intriguing soul, yet tedious methods. The lamenting executioner's voice carried an aria-like elegance, yet it was saturated with a haughty disdain. You may erase the rules, but can you erase the sorrow inherent in life itself? He raised the scepter in his hand. In an instant, an irresistible, colossal sorrow born from the inevitable transience of all things swept over the square like an invisible tide. Lin Xiaotong felt a sharp pang in her heart. Before her eyes, she glimpsed a vision of herself falling in battle. A crushing sense of helplessness nearly made her drop the spear she held. The 9-colored phoenix behind Luo Qingxue let out a mournful cry, its flames dimming noticeably. Even the usually carefree twin night gods instinctively huddled together, their eyes filled with terror. Only Zero remained expressionless. He lifted his head to regard the grieving enforcer. For the first time, a ripple resembling data streams flickered within his void-like pupils. He was analyzing this entirely new force, one that acted upon the very essence of the soul. Sorrow was redundant data. Zero reached his conclusion. He raised his hand, poised to permanently erase this redundant data from this space. But at that very moment, a sword light. A brilliant swordlight, piercing through the dimensional barrier from the real world, carrying the boundless power of countless stars, descended from the heavens. This swordlight's target was neither Zero nor anyone on the square. With an unmatched, utterly resolute stance, it struck viciously upon the colossal circus tent. Boom! The entire carnival city let out its final wail. The circus tent, the very heart of the city, along with the lamenting executive perched atop it, was cleaved in two by this sudden, stellar swordlight. The elegant expression on the executioner of sorrow's face froze instantly, morphing into utter terror. His body, along with the soul scepter, vanished into the starlight. On the floating island, Qinghe held his sword aloft, gasping for breath. Chapter 77, It is the true core of the city of revelry. Her face remained pale, yet within her eyes, a star burned brighter and more resolute than ever before. She had succeeded. She had forged her own, entirely new sword strike. A faint curve lifted at the corner of Yi Fan's lips. He knew this farce was about to end. Yet on the distant horizon, the collapsing city of revelry did not vanish completely as expected. From the city's ruins, an even larger, more terrifying silhouette slowly emerged. It was a monstrous, grinning, deranged infant, a grotesque colossus stitched together from countless shattered buildings and flesh-like conduits. It was the true core of the city of revelry. And the Joker's maniacal laughter boomed forth from the infant's mouth, reverberating across the entire sky of the demon city. Who told you that was my city? It's merely my playroom. Now, the warm-up is over. Almost simultaneously, the wolf fragment Zero hovering above the ruins of the revelry city froze in mid-air. He slowly turned his head. Luo Qingxue and Lin Xiaotong witnessed the most horrifying sight of their lives. On Zero's face, identical to Yi Fan's and supposed to be utterly void, a smile began to spread, inch by inch. Ultimately, it formed a sinister grin, one identical to that of the giant infant, brimming with madness and malevolence. Warning: Will Clone Zero has encountered contamination from an unknown concept. Contamination source: logical paradox virus Joker. Core permissions are being tampered with. For the first time, Ling Yi's cold mechanical voice carried a sharp tremor of panic within Yi Fan's mind. Upon the distant ruins, the eerie smile on Wolf Fragment Zero's face grew ever more radiant. Boss? Lin Xiaotong's voice trembled as her divine metal spear, for the first time, pointed toward the person she trusted most. Luo Qingxue's face turned deathly pale. The 9-colored divine phoenix behind her emitted an uneasy low cry, its phoenix divine flames flickering violently around her like a candle in the wind. He's not the boss. Luo Qingxue's voice was soft yet unwavering. It's that thing. Imposter. Transform back. Lin Xiaotong acted before she thought. With a furious roar, she transformed into a golden meteor tearing through the air, carrying the unmatched divine power of a Valkyrie, and slammed into the smiling Zero. Yet Zero merely raised a finger. He didn't even glance at the imposing golden meteor. He merely, gently, defined. Kinetic energy, reset to 0. Buzz. Lin Xiaotong's figure came to an abrupt halt 10 meters away from Zero. Her body remained poised in mid-stride, divine power still surging through her veins, yet she was frozen in place like an insect trapped in amber, unable to advance another inch. Time did not halt. Space remained unconstrained. Only the physical concept itself, the kinetic energy she carried, powerful enough to shatter mountains, was temporarily erased. What? The rage on Lin Xiaotong's face instantly gave way to incomprehensible terror. Zero's gaze finally shifted away from Lin Xiaotong and landed on Luo Qingxue. The smile on his face grew even broader. Opening his mouth, he spoke in a tone brimming with mockery and amusement, uttering words Yi Fan would never utter. My dear, the first exhibit. Your flame is very warm. But heat is merely an illusion. I define. The essence of flame is absolute cold. The moment the words fell, the blazing 9-colored phoenix divine fires surrounding Luo Qingxue shifted in an instant from a fiery crimson to a chilling, eerie blue. A soul-freezing chill erupted from within the flames. Put. Luo Qingxue violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. Behind her, the 9-colored divine phoenix let out a piercing wail as the divine fire backfired. A deadly layer of blue frost instantly crystallized on her skin. Her once proud phoenix bloodline, in this moment, became the most vicious curse. Did you see that, Jia? The Joker's maniacal laughter echoed through the giant infant's mouth, reverberating across the entire world. Use your own power to destroy your own treasure. Use your own laws to kill your own followers. This is the most perfect drama I could ever wish to witness. On the floating island. Yi Fan's face had turned as pale as paper. Splitting off a wool clone was already an immense strain. Now that the clone had been corrupted, it was like a poisoned blade stabbing back into his very source. Master. Qinghe stepped behind him. The ancient sword in her hand, the executioner's blade, emitted a clear, battle-filled ring. Her newly forged Dao heart, fueled by that extreme fury, had become more steadfast than ever before. My sword belongs to you. Her meaning was clear: she was willing to sacrifice everything she had just gained to Yi Fan, granting him the power to turn the tide of battle. Yi Fan shook his head. He watched the figure in the distance, his own self, who was using his power to toy with his companions with utter abandon. In those deep, unfathomable eyes, there was neither anger nor urgency. Only an absolute calm, like that which existed before the birth of the universe. It is waiting for me. Yi Fan spoke slowly. Either I will destroy my doppelganger with my own hands, or be destroyed by my doppelganger, who will shatter everything I hold dear. This is a logical loop forcing me to kill myself. Qinghe's body stiffened as she instantly grasped the Joker's utterly vicious scheme. No matter what choice Yi Fan made, he would lose. But Yi Fan's tone shifted abruptly. It had miscalculated one crucial thing. It thought it had defiled my power. It didn't realize what it had touched was my ownership. Slowly, he raised his hand, as if to embrace the entire world. An indescribable, supreme will transcending all laws radiated outward from his being. He did not look at the giant infant, nor at the tainted clone. His gaze pierced through dimensions, locking onto the very concept known as the Joker. I define. His voice was not loud, yet it reverberated like the first decree of creation, exploding within the foundational logic of the entire universe. The concept of the Joker, along with all its derivatives, all its logic, all its power, all belong to me. Boom! In that instant, the heavens and earth fell silent. In the distance, the colossal infant, a monstrous form cobbled together from countless fragments of wreckage and flesh, stopped its maniacal laughter abruptly. For the first time, its enormous eyes filled with madness and chaos revealed an emotion called fear. Chapter 78. At the same time, upon the ruins. It sensed it. Its existence, its very essence, everything it was being forcibly reclaimed by a will from a higher dimension. No longer itself. It was becoming Yifan's private property. No! No! Mine! This is my play. My stage. The giant infant emitted a shrill scream, its voice warped by terror. Its body began to violently contort and collapse, as countless chaotic data streams erupted from within like a burst dam. But these data streams did not dissipate. As if drawn by some absolute force, they crossed space, surging madly toward Yifan on the floating island. At the same moment, atop the ruins, Zero, who was preparing to deliver the final blow to Luo Qingxue, saw the eerie smile on his face freeze abruptly. His body began to shake violently. No! I am perfect! I am the ultimate art! A desperate, clownish roar erupted from his mouth. Yet, that clownish grin on his face was being forcibly erased by a more overpowering force. Yifan's absolute calmness was reclaiming control of that face. After a violent flash, Zero's body dissolved into a pure stream of will, instantly returning to Yifan's original form. Floating island. Yifan's body jolted violently. A colossal, chaotic force filled with madness, mockery, and venom surged into his divine essence like a cosmic storm breaking through a dam. It was the entirety of the Joker's primordial essence. Yifan's complexion flickered between light and shadow. One half was his own, radiating brilliant golden light representing absolute order. The other half was an eerie purplish red, embodying absolute chaos. Two diametrically opposed supreme concepts collided within him, unleashing the most primal, savage clash and devouring. Put! Yifan spat out a mouthful of eerie blood, half gold and half purple. His aura became extremely unstable. Master! Qinghe's face paled. She sensed Yifan's body transforming into a ticking time bomb, a volatile fusion of two primordial laws poised to explode. In the distance, as its primordial essence was completely drained, the enormous, bizarre infant finally collapsed after emitting one final, resentful wail, disintegrating into a sky filled with flying ashes. Above the demon city, the crimson-purple, eerie sky shattered inch by inch, revealing the azure, true heavens beyond. The crisis seemed to have been averted. Luo Qingxue and Lin Xiaotong, along with the surviving members of the Blood Moon Guild, stared blankly at the scene, their minds ablank. They had won. Yet they felt not a shred of joy. For they could sense the terrifying aura on the floating island, an aura that was swelling wildly, sending chills down their spines. Yifan had forcibly devoured a conceptual evil god of equal standing to himself. This was akin to a mortal swallowing the sun. Luo Yanhao. Yifan's voice was hoarse and strained, as if forced through gritted teeth. Forcibly suppressing the chaotic power within him that threatened to tear him apart, he issued an order to the equally stunned Blood Moon Guild Master. Activate the Guichu level secret realm with the highest authority of the Dragon Nation. Luo Yanhao's body trembled violently. The Guichu level secret realm Dragon Nation's ultimate solution for handling the highest level disasters. Legend held it could sever all laws and causality, an absolute place of exile. It was the nation's final trump card and its most terrifying prison. Advisor Yi, you. Immediately. Yifan let out a suppressed growl. His eyes had completely transformed into an eerie combination of gold and purple. Gazing at his hand, which was now uncontrollably emitting chaotic purple mist, he spoke each word with deliberate clarity. I'm losing. Lose control of it. Luo Yanhao's body froze in place as if struck by an invisible thunderbolt. His mind plunged into absolute blankness for 3 full seconds at the mere mention of the words Guishu. That wasn't the name of a secret realm. It was a code name. It represented the Dragon Nation's highest disaster response protocol, signifying absolute exile, a one-way journey from which there was no return once initiated. It was the ultimate tomb for sealing away gods and demons. Boss! You're insane! Lin Xiaotong was the first to snap out of it. She let out a heart-wrenching scream and rushed toward Yifan, desperate to grab him and stop him. Yet a cold blade flashed before her. It was Qinghe. She stood before Lin Xiaotong, her grip on the ancient sword of divine execution steady as a rock. Qinghe! What are you doing? Get out of the way! Lin Xiaotong's eyes instantly turned red as she roared furiously. Qinghe said nothing. She merely shook her head. For the first time, her icy face betrayed an emotion called pain. Her Dao heart told her Yifan's command was absolute and correct. But her soul trembled at this command. Don't go! Luo Qingxue stopped Lin Xiaotong, who was about to say more. Her voice trembled uncontrollably, and tears silently slid down her deathly pale cheeks. Can't you feel it? The boss's body is transforming into something else. Lin Xiaotong's body stiffened abruptly. Only then did she notice Yifan's left hand, hanging limply and radiating a purple aura. Its fingers were tapping the air uncontrollably, in a rhythm filled with mockery and malice. As if keeping time for the grand destruction about to unfold. Hear that, partner? Yifan's mouth twisted into an uncontrollable, eerie grin, his voice a terrifying overlap of two distinct tones. One was his own calm voice, the other the maniacal cackle of a clown. They weep for you, they mourn for you. What a magnificent symphony. What a perfect audience. Shut up.
Yi Fan's own voice strained to escape. His other, uninjured right hand clenched into a fist. Golden order powers surged like divine chains, temporarily suppressing the chaos. He looked at Luo Qingxue, who had already pulled out a black communicator covered in dragon patterns, his hands shaking uncontrollably. Hurry! Luo Qingxue shuddered. He stared into Yi Fan's eyes, one golden, one purple, where half held a god's pity and half a devil's mockery. He knew that any further delay would turn the entire demon city, indeed, the whole dragon nation, into a new stage. He bit down hard on his tongue, forcing himself to calm through the searing pain, and pressed the crimson button on the communicator, the symbol of ultimate authorization. Blood Moon Guild President Luo Qingxue, requesting activation of the Guishu Protocol with S-level authorization. His voice, transmitted via quantum communication, instantly reached the heart of the Dragon Nation, the Supreme Command Center, buried 10,000 meters beneath the capital city. Dead silence fell on the other end of the communicator. Chapter 79, Activation at Designated Location. Seconds later, an aged yet commanding voice rang out, its unmistakable shock palpable. Luo Qingxue, do you understand what you're saying? I am. Luo Qingxue's voice was hoarse with despair. The target, a catastrophe-level conceptual contamination entity, was on the verge of losing control. I repeat, catastrophe level. Location, floating island, eastern waters of the demon capital. The voice on the other end fell silent. A full 10 seconds passed before the voice spoke again, this time with an unquestionable resolve. Authorization granted. Coordinates confirmed. The gate of the abyss will open at the designated location in 30 seconds. Chairman Luo, the Dragon Nation thanks you for your decision. Communication terminated. Luo Qingxue collapsed to the ground, drained of every ounce of strength. He knew he had just pushed the Dragon Nation's soul and greatest hope into the abyss of eternity with his own hands. Almost simultaneously, the sky directly above the floating island began to shift. No dark clouds. No thunder or lightning. The sky seemed to transform into a pane of glass polished to an almost unnatural clarity. Then, at the very center of that glass, a tiny black speck appeared. That black dot rapidly expanded in a manner defying all physical laws. It emitted no light, warped no space, it simply existed. It was a state of absolute nothingness. As if the canvas of the universe had been brutally pierced, revealing the eternal void behind it, a realm devoid of everything. The gate to the abyss. A primal, visceral terror gripped the heart of every soul on the island. No, no! Lin Xiaotong collapsed to her knees, her voice a desperate whimper. Yi Fan did not look at the gaping portal of nothingness. With the last shred of his lucidity, he turned his gaze toward the three girls who had walked this path because of him. His right hand, bound by the golden divine chain, slowly raised. 3 points pure to the extreme, golden specks of light that seemed to contain all his will flew from his fingertips. They did not fly toward the girls' foreheads. Instead, they merged respectively into Luo Qingxue's Phoenix Divine Flame, Lin Xiaotong's Valkyrie Spear, and Chang Yi's Ancient Sword of Extermination. This was the root of the contract. For the first time, Yi Fan's voice carried a noticeable weakness, yet it remained calm. It will guide you. Survive. Then. His words trailed off. The suppressed clown power within him, sensing its host's weakness and the deadly threat of that void gate, launched its most frenzied counterattack. Where are you going, my good partner? The show has only just begun. Purple chaos energy erupted violently, instantly shattering the golden chains of divine order. Yi Fan's body arched violently. The golden light in his eyes was completely engulfed by the frenzied purple. He lifted his head, his face now adorned with that signature clownish grin, a smile so radiant it bordered on madness. He gazed at the three girls as if admiring his most perfect masterpiece. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he turned and strode purposefully toward the gate of absolute void, now expanded to engulf the entire floating island. He was not banished. He walked willingly into his new stage. No! Luo Qingxue let out a blood-curdling scream. But it was too late. Half of Yi Fan's body had already stepped into that absolute void. Not torn apart. Not swallowed whole. He simply vanished. As if his very existence had been erased from the realm of causality by that void itself. Just as his entire body was about to be completely obliterated. He suddenly halted his steps. He slowly turned his head. The maniacal grin that had adorned his face vanished without a trace in an instant. In its place appeared Yi Fan's own familiar, faint smile, one that seemed to hold everything under control. Deep within his eyes, now a pure violet, a golden light brighter than the sun, like the singularity of creation, exploded, reclaiming its sovereignty. He gazed at the three girls on the island, now utterly frozen in shock. He looked at the surviving Dragon Nation warriors in the distance. He looked upon this world he had sworn to protect. He opened his mouth and spoke softly in a voice only he could hear, crystal clear. The game is over. With that, he turned and stepped resolutely into the eternal void. Behind him, the gate of the abyss contracted at a speed even faster than its opening, eventually vanishing entirely along with that tiny black speck. The sky regained its azure hue. Sunlight poured down once more. As if everything that had just happened was nothing more than a nightmare too fleeting to be remembered. The crisis had passed. But hope, too, had been banished. Luo Qingxue, Lin Xiaodong, and Qinghe stood frozen in place. The weapons in their hands emitted a faint, warm golden glow. That was the final root of the covenant Yifan had left them. But at that very moment, a voice. A magnetic, slightly lazy voice, as if just awake and utterly unfamiliar, suddenly echoed simultaneously within the minds of all three. Well, what a lively scene. Just moved in, and already got such an interesting neighbor. Hey, new guy. Did you just say the game's over? Did you ask the other players in this abyss for their opinions? The abyss. Here, there is no up or down, no left or right, no concept of time or space. Only one thing remains eternal, silent, gray. Yifan floated silently within this gray void. A silent war was raging within his body. The dazzling golden light representing order clashed with the eerie purple mist symbolizing chaos within him. Like two primordial dragons locked in a deadly struggle, each collision sent spiderweb-like cracks rippling through the very source of his divine essence. That unfamiliar voice, tinged with a hint of languor, resounded directly within his consciousness amidst this absolute stillness. It had no origin, no direction, as if the very ash itself was speaking to him. Yifan offered no reply. He merely diverted a sliver of his attention to observe this eerie place. Ha! Within him, the will of the Joker emitted a fit of stuttering, dry laughter filled with restlessness and rage. No audience. No stage. No screams. What the hell is this place? Boring. So damn boring. Let me out. I demand the grandest finale. I demand the most perfect destruction. The very essence of the Joker, trapped in this absolute silence, was teetering on the brink of self-destruction, unable to find any object to amuse itself. Seems you picked the wrong grave. Yifan's own voice rang calmly within his consciousness. He forcibly suppressed the clown's incessant chatter and fixed his gaze upon the endless gray void. Who are you? He wasn't asking a question, he was demanding an answer. Me? The languid voice seemed to chuckle softly. You may call me the Observer, or the First Tenant, whichever you prefer. I've been here for a very long time. So long that I've forgotten how I even got here. The voice paused, as if appraising Yifan. You're interesting, newcomer. I can sense two rules battling within your body. One seeks to establish order, the other to destroy everything. Yet you want to make them both your own. You're far more greedy than any of the others tossed in here before. Pity, the voice added with a hint of pity, this is the abyss. The endpoint of all rules, the graveyard of all existence. Here, you can do nothing. You'll simply fade away, just like me, slowly eroded by this void until you become nothing more than a concept that can only speak. Yifan's face remained expressionless. Is that so? Chapter 80, the concept who calls itself an observer. He merely lifted his eyes to gaze upon the endless gray expanse, as if appraising a flawed creation. This is not a graveyard. Yifan's voice echoed within his own consciousness, yet it struck like a thunderclap, causing even that eternal gray expanse to tremble with an imperceptible quiver. This is the grindstone. For the first time, that languid voice faltered. This is the filter. Yifan continued his definitions, completely ignoring the other's presence. And you, he finally directed his scrutinizing will toward the concept that called itself the Observer, are merely the first piece of rust that needs to be ground away. Ha! The Observer's voice shed all trace of its former languor, replaced by a cold, dangerous interest born of offense. Interesting. Truly fascinating. The last one who spoke to me like this was a dragon calling itself the End. Its bones are likely nothing more than the most insignificant dust in this gray expanse now. You know what else is imprisoned here, newcomer? There's the glutton who devoured 3 galaxies and ended up bloated to death. There's the sophist who tried to drive the entire universe mad with paradoxes, only to get tangled up in his own tricks. And then there are the failed gods whose names I can't be bothered to remember. They're all dead. Or rather, they've all become part of this void. Do you think you're any different? Yifan remained silent. He closed his eyes, sinking every ounce of his will into his godhood, now engulfed in civil war. Ha! Come on. Partner. Let's turn this place into the most dazzling stage. Let's paint this boring gray with the most brilliant colors. The Joker's will raged wildly within him, inciting and urging, attempting to ignite that absolute chaos completely. Yifan's body, beyond his control, split in two, one half radiating golden divine light representing order, the other half churning with an eerie purple mist symbolizing chaos. The collision of these two forces was tearing apart his very essence. But he did not suppress it. Nor did he attempt to reconcile them. He did something that baffled observers and even the Joker's will within him. He released all defenses. He allowed that gray void, the very essence of the abyss, to surge into his body like the most ravenous tide. You're mad. For the first time, the observer's voice carried genuine shock. You want the void to assimilate you? You'll be utterly erased, along with that madman inside you. No. No. I refuse to vanish. My play has yet to reach its finale. The Joker's will screamed in terror. It could feel a purer, more fundamental ultimate force eroding it. This was not destruction. It was formatting.
Yi Fan's body began to turn translucent. Golden order and purple chaos rapidly dimmed beneath the gray corrosion.
He was like a supercomputer that had voluntarily initiated a formatting program, erasing every trace of itself.
Above the real world, over the demon city.
On the floating island, deathly silence reigned. Luo Qingxue slumped to the ground, looking as if he had aged 30 years in an instant. Behind him, the members of the Blood Moon Guild wore expressions of survival after a catastrophe, yet their confusion felt more agonizing than death itself. Their god had exiled himself to save them.
Wu boss.
Lin Xiaodong's sobs were the only sound in the deathly silence.
Kneeling on the ground, she pounded the earth weakly with her fists.
The Valkyrie's divine power spilled chaotically around her, carrying only endless sorrow. Luo Qingxue stood beside her, her tears long since dried. She stared fixedly at the sky, as if she could stare a hole through the void.
Qinghe did not weep.
She stood motionless, clutching the ancient sword that still held Yi Fan's essence and power, like a cold stone statue.
Yet the violent trembling of its blade betrayed the turmoil within her heart. At that very moment,
several streaks of light roared toward them from the distant horizon, their approach brimming with audacious arrogance.
As the streaks dissipated, they revealed over a dozen beastmasters clad in identical white-gold battle armor.
At their head stood a youth with handsome features, yet his eyes brimmed with arrogance and scrutiny. Upon his chest was pinned an emblem formed by 3 crossed divine swords.
The Heavenly God Hall.
Among the 3 S-rank guilds of Dragon Nation, it was the most radical and the most xenophobic.
President Luo. The leader, Zhao Tingfei, didn't even bother to glance at Luo Qingxue on the ground.
His gaze fixed directly on the floating island, radiating intense spiritual energy, his eyes flashing with unmasked greed.
So, I hear the advisor your Blood Moon Guild hired ended up killing himself?
His tone dripped with schadenfreude. Luo Qingxue snapped his head up, fury blazing in his eyes.
Zhao Tingfei.
Saved? Zhao Tingfei scoffed, cutting him off. All I see is him dumping a hot potato into the abyss where no one can handle it.
Who knows?
Maybe he and that demon god were in cahoots all along.
You. Enough.
I have no interest in hearing a loser's excuses.
Zhao Tingfei waved his hand impatiently.
According to the Supreme Guild Alliance Agreement, upon the demise of an S-rank combatant, any strategic resources under their name that cannot be inherited will be redistributed by the Alliance. His gaze swept over Luo Qingxue, Lin Xiaodong, and Chang He, his eyes appraising them like 3 valuable pieces of spoils of war.
This floating island is now ownerless.
On behalf of the Heavenly God Temple, I formally claim it. As for you 3, he added with a playful curve to his lips, if you're willing to dissolve that ridiculous contract with the dead man and swear allegiance to our Heavenly God Temple, I might consider letting you stay here.
You're dreaming.
Lin Xiaodong leapt to her feet, her tear-stained eyes blazing with fury as she pointed her Valkyrie spear directly at Zhao Tingfei.
Who do you think you are, even daring to mention the boss's name? Zhao Tingfei's expression darkened instantly. Refuse the wine, drink the punishment.
Behind him, a powerful member of the Heavenly God Temple stepped forward with a savage grin. A skeletal dragon, its entire body engulfed in pale flames, roared out of the contract space behind him.
A beast without a master dares to bark?
The bone dragon opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of deathly breath like a raging flood, aimed squarely at Lin Xiaodong.
Yet, at that very moment,
simultaneously, without warning, a single point of light, a dazzlingly warm golden spark flared up in Lin Xiaodong's battle spear, around Luo Qingxue's Phoenix Divine Fire, and in Cheng Yi's ancient sword, the Sword of Extermination.
That was the root of the contract left behind by Yi Fan. Chapter 81, Within the Abyss.
That death dragon's breath, potent enough to corrode divine souls, upon contact with that speck of golden light, vanished as silently as snow-meeting sunlight, purified and dissolved without a trace.
Zhao Tingfei's pupils suddenly contracted. The 3 girls froze in unison. They sensed a will.
A will that transcended dimensional barriers, emanating from the deepest recesses of the contract, transmitted back from the realm of absolute nothingness.
Within the abyss.
Yi Fan's body had nearly dissolved entirely into gray. Only the very core of his divine essence retained the last vestige of his own imprint. It was over. The observer's voice carried a hint of boredom.
Another greedy fool.
Yet, at that very moment, Yi Fan's own will erupted violently from within that final imprint.
I define. The abyss is not obliteration. It is separation. Boom!
The gray, formless power that had been frantically assimilating him trembled violently without warning.
No longer surging chaotically.
Instead, as if given entirely new instructions, they transformed into countless, invisible, conceptually precise surgical blades, each one razor-sharp. They meticulously extracted the purple aura within Yi Fan's body, the chaotic essence belonging to the Joker, thread by thread, forcibly stripping it from his very core. They also meticulously purified and refined the golden light within him, the light that belonged to him, representing order thread by thread. He was not being formatted. He was using the abyss to perform an unprecedented soul surgery upon himself. This is impossible. For the first time, the observer's voice carried the horror of fear. You are tampering with the very foundations of the abyss. You are redefining the concept of nothingness itself. The purple chaos energy was completely stripped from Yifan's body, coalescing anew before him into a pure, formless conceptual aggregate, one brimming with the essence of madness. That was the primal Joker virus, stripped of its host. Meanwhile, Yifan's body solidified anew under the grey wash. The golden light of order within him had condensed to more than 10 times its previous intensity. He slowly opened his eyes. His pupils were pure, utterly untainted, a dazzling gold that seemed capable of piercing through all truths. He gazed at the purple conceptual entity before him, unconsciously radiating chaos and madness. He did not destroy it. Nor did he banish it. He merely extended his hand, slowly. As if treating a lost, slightly mischievous, ownerless pet. His voice, calm and steady, echoed through the absolute void. Yet it made the lofty observer feel as though their very conceptual essence was freezing in place. Since you've come, let's sign a contract. The purple conceptual entity representing chaos trembled violently before Yifan's outstretched palm. It possessed no consciousness, only instinct. Its instincts screamed in primal, profound terror at Yifan's words, "Let's sign a contract." Stop. For the first time, the observer's voice carried unmistakable panic. You have no idea what you're doing. That is the very source of chaos. The entropy of the universe. The end of all things. It cannot be bound, cannot be understood. Force a contract upon it, and it will tear you apart from within, from the very roots of logic. Yifan paid no heed to this incessant background noise. His pure golden eyes remained calmly fixed upon the purple mass of primordial essence. You crave the stage. His voice etched itself directly into the chaotic core's primal instincts. You crave an audience. You crave a never-ending drama. And I, Yifan's palm covering it, am your stage, your audience, your director. I define. Your chaos will serve my order. Your madness will become my most precise weapon. Boom! A golden contract rune, forged from the purest laws of order, erupted from Yifan's palm. Like an endless divine net, it tightly enveloped that purple mass of chaotic origin. No! A will, belonging to no language yet brimming with extreme defiance and madness, erupted from the purple mist. But it was all futile. Under Yifan's absolute definition of ownership, resistance itself was merely a scripted part of the drama. Purple light violently collided with the golden cage. Each impact sent tremors through the grey void of inaction, yet the golden runes remained unshaken, tightening their grip instead. The real world, floating island. Jiangcheng's expression darkened considerably as his subordinate's bone dragon was effortlessly neutralized. He stared fixedly at the faintly glowing golden weapons held by the three girls. Playing tricks. He snorted coldly, unleashing an even more colossal aura from his body. Nothing more than the remnants left behind by that dead man. Everyone, attack together. I want them alive. Behind him, over a dozen elite warriors of the heavenly god temple let out a savage, synchronized laugh. Beasts imbued with immense power were summoned simultaneously. In an instant, the skies above the floating island were filled with the raging energies of all elements. Let's fight them! Lin Xiaodong roared, preparing to charge forward once more. Wait! Luo Qingxue held her back. She closed her eyes, sensing the faint yet distinct will transmitted back through the contract route. It wasn't an order. It was an invitation. An invitation for them to harness a power beyond their wildest imaginations. Trust him. Qinghe's voice was cold and resolute. She was the first to respond. She poured every ounce of her sword intent, every shred of her divine soul, into the ancient Zuxian sword in her grasp without reservation, merging completely with that single golden root of the contract. Hum! The blade of the ancient sword of extermination trembled violently. Eerie purple patterns, resembling circuit diagrams, spread out from the golden speck, instantly covering the entire blade. A new sword intent, blending extreme sharpness with extreme mockery, surged skyward. Almost simultaneously, the Phoenix Divine flames surrounding Luo Qingxue also took on an eerie purple hue. The flame's form became wildly unstable, shifting from a smiling clown mask to a screaming ghoul's face. The golden tip of Lin Xiaodong's Valkyrie spear began to emit wisps of purple mist, lending this weapon, already imbued with sacred aura, an indescribable eeriness. What was that? Zhao Tingfei's pupils suddenly contracted. Within that purple aura, he sensed a familiar madness, one that made his very soul tremble. It was the power of that very demon god who had just been banished. Before he could comprehend it. Chapter 82, A Terrified Scream. Three girls moved simultaneously. Qinghe swung her sword. No sword light appeared. Only a comical clown, clad in a tailcoat and formed entirely of sword energy, gracefully bowed to the crowd gathered before the heavenly god hall mid-air. The next instant, the beasts charging at the forefront froze without warning. Their heads cleanly and comically separated from their bodies. The cuts were smooth as a mirror, yet not a single drop of blood flowed. Because their wounds were sealed shut by a dramatic concept. What the hell is that? A master from the heavenly temple let out a horrified scream. In response, a sea of purple flames engulfed the area. The Phoenix Divine fire unleashed by Luo Qingxue no longer consumed matter, it consumed logic. The beasts engulfed by the flames did not cry out in agony. Instead, their bodies began to undergo absurd transformations. A giant winged tiger sprouted fish scales.
A frost-breathing demon wolf began singing an off-key opera.
Their very existence was being utterly rewritten by an absurd spectacle.
Lin Xiaodong's attack was the most direct.
She thrust her spear forward. The spear, shrouded in purple mist, defied space and defense, materializing directly before a heavenly god temple expert. The expert had no time to react before the spear pinned him to the spot. He did not die. But he, along with his beast mount, had been transformed into a grotesque statue frozen in place with an eternal, horrified grin etched across his face.
Monsters! They are monsters! The heavenly god temple's formation collapsed completely in an instant. This wasn't a battle at all.
It was a one-sided execution, driven by 3 girls, filled with malice and madness.
Impossible. This can't be happening. Zhao Tingfei's body shook violently.
The arrogance on his face had long been replaced by utter terror. Gazing upon those 3 girls, who seemed to embody calamity itself, he finally understood. What that man had left behind was not mere remnants, but an extension of his power.
Retreat! Retreat now! He let out a piercing scream and turned to flee.
But Qinghe's gaze had already locked onto him. The sword in her hand rose once more.
Within the abyss,
the golden contract runes had completely embedded themselves into the purple mass of chaotic primordial essence. That frenzied will to resist was rapidly weakening. A fine sheen of sweat beaded on Yifan's forehead. Even though he had stripped away the chaos, attempting to force chaos itself into the framework of order was as impossible as making a circle simultaneously possess square properties.
Give up!
The observer's voice sounded again, but this time it carried not fear, but a strange, prophetic calm.
You cannot succeed. Order and chaos are the 2 poles of the universe.
They can coexist, but they can never merge.
The consequence of forced fusion is singular. The birth of a true logical monstrosity one even the abyss itself could not contain.
Yifan ignored him. He merely amplified the output of his order source. His golden pupils grew profound, like 2 primordial starseas.
It was done. Just as the golden runes were about to be fully imprinted.
The purple mass of chaotic essence abruptly ceased all struggle.
It no longer resisted. Instead, it willingly opened its core.
A torrent of chaotic information 1,000,000,000 times more intense than before, brimming with temptation and utter depravity surged like the sweetest poison into Yifan's consciousness.
Come, partner. Do not restrain me. Become me.
Together, we shall direct the universe's final, grandest curtain call. Yifan's body convulsed violently. Within his pure golden pupils, a sinister purple hue stubbornly surfaced once more.
At the last moment, the contract reversed.
It was not he who contracted chaos.
Chaos itself was attempting to assimilate its master.
Observe.
The observer's voice echoed faintly.
This is the essence of chaos. It never submits, it only infects. Yifan's consciousness was being engulfed by an endless tide of absurd and frenzied illusions.
Yet, at the very instant his will was about to be utterly dragged into that abyss of chaos. 3 faint yet utterly pure threads of intent imbued with trust and unwavering resolve flowed against the current through the intangible contract.
They pierced the barriers of the abyss and poured into his consciousness, which was on the verge of collapse. It was the response of Luo Qingxue, Lin Xiaodong, and Qinghe. With their own wills, they erected a defensive line against the descent into ruin for their master. Yifan's eyes, on the verge of being swallowed by purple, suddenly regained a flicker of clarity.
So that was it. He smiled.
It was a calm smile, born of complete understanding. He finally understood what the missing piece of the puzzle was.
Not a stronger order, but coordinates. An emotional anchor that would keep him from ever losing himself in the endless chaos. I define.
His will, shielded by the 3 girls, crystallized into an indestructible golden blade.
I am chaos's sole coordinate. I am the ultimate conclusion of this drama. Boom!
The purple mass of chaotic essence emitted its final, eerie shriek, a sound caught between agony and ecstasy. Then, it surrendered all resistance.
All the violet light instantly coalesced, surging into the golden contract rune. The contract was sealed.
Before Yifan no longer stood the formless primordial essence. Instead, a card floated silently before him. Its reverse side was etched with pure golden patterns of order, while its face bore a bizarre image of a clown winking at him.
The 4th beast tamer. Conceptual evil god, Joker.
Yifan slowly reached out and grasped the card in his hand.
An indescribable sensation surged through him as if the absurdity and madness of the entire universe lay within his grasp.
He could sense that at any moment, through this card, he could warp reality and rewrite logic.
But he did not.
He simply tucked the card away, then turned to face the so-called observer who had been talking incessantly from the very beginning.
Now it's your turn.
Yifan's voice was calm and unruffled.
You seem to know a great deal.
The observer's conceptual form began to violently fluctuate under Yifan's gaze.
What do you want?
Its voice carried an ominous foreboding.
Yifan didn't answer.
He merely raised his hand. The gray void, this expanse of nothingness, seemed to receive a supreme command, beginning to converge frantically toward his palm. A constantly spinning, black vortex formed slowly in his palm, composed entirely of nothingness.
That was not an exit. It was a key. You've unlocked the Guishu's permissions. The observer's voice had become pure terror. Chapter 83, The True Prison of the Great Shadow. I am the permission. Yi Fan corrected it.
Then, clutching the key forged from nothingness, he stepped forward and instantly materialized at the edge of that void.
He inserted the key into the gray wall that seemed to hold nothing. A gentle twist. Click. A crisp sound, like the universe's first crack, echoed throughout the entire Guishu. That gray wall, like an invisible door, slowly swung inward. Beyond the door lay not the real world. Instead, it was a deeper, more ancient prison filled with countless slumbering shadows, far more terrifying than observers or clowns, vast and true. The darkness beyond that door was alive. It possessed no light, no substance, yet radiated an indescribable presence. Countless shadows, vast enough to obscure entire galaxies, slumbered within.
Each unconscious breath sent tremors through the very laws of the abyss. Here lay the very essence of the abyss. The gray zone before was merely a small courtyard before this prison's gates, a place for isolation and attrition.
No, close it. Quickly, close the door.
The observer's voice had become pure, hysterical screams. Its conceptual body, exposed to this ancient aura seeping forth, flickered like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment.
They will awaken. They will sense you. A new variable. A new food source.
Yi Fan ignored its clamor. He merely gazed calmly at the profound prison. His golden eyes held no fear, only a cautious, inquisitive gaze like an archaeologist discovering an unprecedented ruin. He slowly withdrew the key formed from nothingness.
The invisible door closed once more, silently. The seeping terror was once again sealed away.
The entire abyss returned to its eternal, deathly gray stillness.
The observer's violently fluctuating conceptual form finally stabilized slightly.
Yet the gaze it cast upon Yi Fan now carried an extreme reverence and dread, akin to that reserved for a madman. Yi Fan turned and stepped forward, instantly returning to the center of the gray courtyard. He looked at the observer, who was on the verge of collapse.
Who built this prison you speak of? He demanded. Not a question, but a demand. I don't know, the observer's voice trembled. All I know is it was already here before I was thrown in. We latecomers are just insects trapped in this courtyard. No one has ever dared touch that door. We call the builder the warden, a concept that exists only in legend, never seen. Yi Fan nodded, seemingly unsurprised by this answer. He asked no more. Because he knew questioning was the least efficient way to demand answers. The real world, the floating island. Zhao Tingfei's escape route was completely locked down by Qing, his sword intent. He sensed that no matter which direction he fled, his final destination would be a strange, maliciously mocking sword. Stop. He finally broke down, unleashing a hollow, desperate roar at Qinghe. I am the sole heir of the Heavenly God Temple's master. If you dare touch me, the Heavenly God Temple will never let you off. Not even the entire Dragon Nation could protect you. Qinghe's face remained utterly expressionless. She simply swung her sword once more. This time, there was no ridiculous clown, nor any intangible sword energy. Only a purple, absurd line of logic shot forth from the sword's tip, connecting to Zhao Tingfei. The next instant, the space beneath Zhao Tingfei's feet transformed without warning into a perfectly smooth, mirror-like surface coated in lubricant. His forward momentum instantly spun out of control. His entire body slid backward in an utterly awkward posture, flailing wildly. His slide carried him directly toward the terrified Heavenly Temple subordinates who were already scrambling to flee. Like an out-of-control bowling ball, he collided with his own men, sending them tumbling in a chaotic heap of groans and cries. Chaos. Absurdity. A dramatic, self-inflicted carnage. Qinghe withdrew her sword, not sparing them another glance. For she knew their fate was already sealed. That defined, absolute smoothness would keep them moving, forever unable to stop, until they exhausted all their strength in this absurd collision and became nothing but a pile of true, cold, lifeless debris. Luo Qingxue and Lin Xiaotong also withdrew their respective powers. They watched the absurd scene before them, then glanced at their weapons now restored to normal, their faces bearing complex expressions mingled with shock and unease. This power was immense. Powerful to an absurd degree. Yet it was also so unnervingly sinister it sent shivers down the spine. What did we just do? Lin Xiaotong's voice was dry. No one could answer her. Luo Yanhao and his surviving subordinates stood frozen in place beside her. Watching the Temple of Heaven Masters comically collide, scream, and curse on the perfectly smooth floor, they felt their entire worldview being repeatedly crushed beneath their feet. Was this the power of Advisor Yi? Even without his physical presence, merely a fragment of his power could toy with a top-tier Beastmaster team led by an S-rank expert in such an absurd manner? Luo Yanhao's body suddenly began to shake violently, beyond his control. It wasn't fear. It was extreme, uncontrollable, ecstatic joy.
He leapt to his feet, sprinted to the black communicator, and answered the call to the capital's Supreme Command Center with a tone bordering on vengeful satisfaction. Report! S-rank member Zhao Tingfei of the Heavenly God Hall, leading his team in an attempt to seize Advisor Yi's strategic legacy, has been completely suppressed by the contingency measures left behind by Advisor Yi. Repeat. Completely suppressed. Dead silence fell once more on the other end of the communicator. Within the abyss, Yi Fan's gaze settled once more upon the trembling observer. You are useful. He stated the fact calmly. But your form is far too unstable. Your name is also superfluous. The observer's intangible conceptual form contracted violently at Yi Fan's words. What do you intend to do? Yi Fan did not answer. He merely raised his hand. I define. You are no longer the observer. You are the Book of the Abyss. Your existence is to record. Your essence is to provide answers. Boom! A pure, orderly divine script more overbearing and undeniable than the one used on the contract clown shot from Yi Fan's palm, searing itself onto the observer's conceptual form. No! The observer emitted a silent, final scream from its conceptual core. Its lazy, free, unbound self-awareness, before this divine inscription, was like a scrap of paper tossed into a furnace instantly incinerated. Its conceptual form was forcibly kneaded, stretched, folded, and reshaped by an invisible force. A new, stable entity, imbued with an ancient and weighty aura, was being born. Seconds later, a weighty tome, its pages formed of grey mist and its cover of pure golden order, bore the 4 ancient characters Book of the Abyss inscribed upon it. It hovered silently before Yi Fan. It no longer possessed its own consciousness. It had become a tool. A tool utterly loyal, existing solely to answer all of Yi Fan's questions about the abyssal void. Yi Fan reached out and turned the first page. Golden characters automatically appeared in rows upon the grey pages. Chapter 84, The Book of the Abyss. The warden is the prisoner. The prisoner is the warden. Insufficient permissions to access further information. After delivering this profoundly contradictory answer, the golden text on the pages vanished silently. Yi Fan closed the Book of the Abyss, which he himself had defined. He did not probe further into the secrets of that true prison. For he knew that, as he stood now, he did not yet possess the qualifications to turn over that final card. He merely lifted his head and gazed into the grey void. Then, he took a step forward. No space tore apart, no laws rippled. His figure vanished from the abyss as if he had never been there. As if he had never entered at all. Only the weighty Book of the Abyss remained, suspended in eternal stillness, awaiting its soul master's next summons. In the real world, on the floating island, Qinghe's sword was already raised. That uncanny sword intent, a blend of extreme sharpness and extreme mockery, locked onto Zhao Tingfei, his face contorted with fear. Yet, her blade never came down. A terrifying pressure, 100 times more formidable than Zhao Tingfei's, descended from the heavens without warning, a force as overwhelming as the sky itself collapsing. The entire floating island groaned under the crushing weight of this pressure. The perfectly smooth space defined by Qinghe melted instantly like thin ice under sunlight when confronted by this overwhelming force. Zhao Tingfei and his battered subordinates regained control of their bodies. Father! Zhao Tingfei's face instantly lit up with the wild joy of a survivor, and he let out a maniacal laugh toward the sky. Father, you've come. Kill them. Kill these monsters. In the sky, a golden spatial fissure was brutally torn open by a massive hand clad in ornate gloves. A middle-aged man clad in a golden dragon-patterned battle robe emerged slowly from the rift. His face bore an air of authority, yet his eyes held a godlike coldness. Though no beast stood beneath his feet, a magnificent golden throne formed spontaneously beneath him, crafted entirely from pure, radiant light. Zhao Wuji, the lord of the heavenly temple and one of the 3 greatest open-faced powerhouses of the dragon nation. He did not even glance at his own son. Those eyes, like 2 suns themselves, nearly swept down from above, appraising the 3 girls on the island. His gaze was like that of an appraiser examining 3 artifacts tainted with a hint of filth, yet fundamentally decent. An intriguing power. His voice was not loud, yet it carried an authority that commanded obedience, echoing across the heavens and earth. A pity it was misplaced. He slowly raised a finger. I declare in the name of the divine. Strip. An irresistible force, akin to the supreme decree of law, instantly locked onto the 3 girls, seeking to forcibly extract the chaotic power within them that originated from Yi Fan. It sought to erase the very foundation of their bond with Yi Fan. Stop! Luo Yenhao roared beside them. The crimson wolf behind him howled, transforming into a streak of bloodlight that attempted to block the golden divine decree. Yet Zhao Wuji merely gave him a dismissive glance. Noisy. Boom! The crimson light and the S-rank blood wolf were violently slammed back to the ground by an invisible force in an instant. Luo Yenhao violently spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward like his fate unknown. The 3 girls' faces instantly drained of color. They could feel the bond between themselves and Yi Fan trembling violently under that overpowering force, as if it might shatter completely at any moment. This was the true power standing at the pinnacle of the dragon nation. Despair. A despair purer and more inescapable than what they had faced against the Joker gripped their hearts.
Yet, at that very moment, a grey fissure devoid of any aura, like a tear in the cosmic backdrop, appeared silently behind Zhao Wuji's massive golden throne. A figure slowly emerged from within. He still wore that ordinary casual outfit, his face still bearing that same serene, unruffled expression. He gazed at Zhao Wuji, who stood with his back to him, high above, preparing to unleash divine punishment upon his beast rider. Then, he spoke. His voice was equally soft, yet it clearly overpowered the so-called divine proclamation. "You dare touch what belongs to me?" Zhao Wuji's body stiffened abruptly. His outstretched finger froze mid-air. He slowly turned around, and for the first time, a flicker of something called astonishment flickered in those godlike eyes. He regarded Yi Fan, who emitted no energy fluctuations and appeared utterly ordinary, his brow furrowing slightly. "Who are you?" "The master of this place." Yi Fan replied calmly. Zhao Wuji seemed to laugh in anger at Yi Fan's calm response. A mere mortal who hasn't even ignited his divine fire dares to call himself the master? He withdrew the finger that had pointed at the girls and instead directed it at Yi Fan. "Very well. Let me show you what a god truly is. Heaven's punishment." Behind him, space ripped open with a thunderous roar. A sacred greatsword, 1,000 meters long and forged from billions of beams of luminous sword energy, coalesced into form a blade powerful enough to cleave the entire floating island in two. Then, with an overwhelming might capable of judging all things, it swung down fiercely toward Yi Fan. Yet Yi Fan merely watched the world-shattering assault with calm composure. Slowly, he drew a card from his pocket. The card bore the image of a sinister clown on its face. He didn't even glance at the colossal sword. His gaze seemed to pierce through Zhao Wuji, landing upon a higher dimensional string called the Sword Path Law. Then, in a tone bordering on a sigh, filled with pity, he murmured softly, "Your sword is too straight." The moment the words fell, the colossal, awe-inspiring divine sword which had locked onto all causality and should have struck its mark without fail suddenly, without warning, executed an utterly absurd, grotesquely comical 90-degree right angle turn mid-air. Then, with even greater speed than its approach, it crashed down upon its own master's magnificent, colossal golden throne. Crash! A deafening roar. The golden throne, symbolizing Zhao Wuji's divine might and status, was shattered into 1,000 pieces by his own attack, scattering into a sky filled with sparkling fragments. The entire world fell silent. The expression of supreme authority on Zhao Wuji's godlike face froze completely. He stared blankly at his own sword, which had inexplicably turned against him, then at Yi Fan, who still held the card and wore an unflappable expression. His mind went blank for a full 3 seconds. He could not comprehend what had just transpired. "Now," Yi Fan's voice sounded again. "We can discuss compensation now." He tucked away the Joker card. He watched the so-called sword god, now mired in self-doubt due to his inability to comprehend. Chapter 85, The Lord of the Heavenly Temple. He slowly raised his hand. An ancient tome formed of grey mist materialized in his palm. The Book of the Abyss. Yi Fan did not open it. With a calm tone that stated facts, he addressed Zhao Wuji, who remained in a state of profound shock. "Zhao Wuji. 300 years ago, in the 9th layer of the Kunlun ruins, the Lord of the Heavenly Temple encountered the previous Lord of Light, gravely wounded and near death. You did not save him. You seized his divine essence, usurped his authority, and proclaimed yourself his sole, legitimate heir." Boom! These words struck Zhao Wuji's soul like a primordial thunderbolt, a punishment 1,000,000,000 times more terrifying than the wrath of heaven itself. The blood drained from his imposing face in an instant, leaving it as pale as paper. Gazing at the ancient tome in Yi Fan's hands, one that radiated a void-like aura capable of making his very soul tremble, those godlike eyes revealed an emotion called fear for the very first time. How could you? Your divine seat was stolen." Yi Fan ignored his shock, calmly continuing to recite his crimes. "But you are clever. You did not fully absorb the power that did not belong to you. You used the stolen divine essence as a key to unlock the deepest chamber of the Kunlun ruins, that black stone coffin which even the previous Lord of Light dared not touch." Zhao Wuji's body began to shake violently, beyond his control. The look in his eyes as he stared at Yi Fan was no longer fear. Instead, it held the utter, soul-shattering horror of a mortal confronting an ancient god who knew every secret of his being. Yi Fan slowly closed the Book of the Abyss, which he had never even opened. He looked at the so-called god, now utterly broken. Then, he posed the final question that plunged the entire world into deathly silence. "That black sacred text you took from the stone coffin. Besides granting you the power to mend the fragments of your divine essence, what else did it give you?" "What?" Zhao Wuji did not answer. Or rather, he was no longer able to answer. Every word from Yi Fan felt like an invisible divine hammer, forged from Zhao Wuji's deepest fears, shattering the divine throne he had painstakingly built over 3 centuries with lies and authority into countless fragments. "You!" His once majestic face contorted completely by utter terror and rage, no longer bearing the divine countenance of before. Something shattered deep within those sun-like eyes. The dam of pride, faced with absolute truth, burst with a thunderous crash. In its place emerged pure, unmasked, frenzied, murderous intent. "Shut up!" He let out a roar unlike any human voice, filled with venom and resentment.
He abandoned the maintenance of his splendid golden dragon-patterned battle robes.
Rip!
The golden divine light peeled away from his body like a garment forcibly torn apart, layer by layer. Beneath the shedding divine light, what emerged was not flesh and blood. Instead, a grotesque form materialized, a body composed of countless writhing, pitch-black shadows that pulsed with life, radiating an aura of unholy corruption and decay. Where his divine essence should have resided within his chest, there was nothing. In its place lay a small, unholy sacred text bound in some unknown black leather, radiating an infinite pull. That sacred text had fused completely with his shadow form.
Since you have seen it.
Zhao Wuji's voice grew hoarse and viscous, like two rusted metals grinding against each other.
Then together, let us become nourishment for this book.
He spread his arms wide. In an instant, a terrifying concept of pure devouring more dreadful than any previous assault exploded from the black sacred text within his body.
The entire floating island wailed in agony.
The island's spiritual springs dried up. Plants and trees withered. Even the free-floating spiritual energy in the air was forcibly sucked away by that overwhelmingly domineering pull, transforming into the most primal energy streams surging toward Zhao Wuji's body.
Boss, be careful! Lin Xiaotong cried out in alarm, feeling the Valkyrie power within her body uncontrollably draining away. Luo Qingxue's Phoenix Divine Flame dimmed rapidly. Xinghe's sword intent showed a hint of instability.
Even the divine experts of the Heavenly God Hall, still immersed in the grotesque inferno far away, had their life force mercilessly devoured by that force. Zhao Wuji was devouring everything in this world. He intended to transform the entire floating island, along with everyone upon it, into a sacrifice offered to that black sacred text. A sickly, satisfied smile spread across his face, formed entirely of shadows. He watched Yi Fan, the only one unaffected, still standing calmly in place.
See? This is the true power of a god. Devour all, dominate all. He laughed wildly, pushing the devouring force to its absolute limit. It coalesced into an immense, formless hand made of pure darkness and greed, reaching out to grab Yi Fan with brutal force.
He intended to devour this man who had uncovered all his secret soul and all, transforming him into a fragment of his own power. Yet Yi Fan merely watched him calmly. As if observing a child who, having just learned to play with fire, believed he now controlled the sun. He did not draw the Joker card. Nor did he summon the Book of the Abyss. He merely raised his right hand slowly. Then, he spread his fingers wide.
No definition. No proclamation.
Only a simple, almost pleading gesture.
The next instant,
that formless giant hand, composed of devouring power potent enough to drag even gods into the abyss, halted abruptly a meter away from Yi Fan. It did not advance further.
It trembled.
It was not fear. It was the instinctive, absolute submission of an inferior being encountering its true, absolute, and sole origin. The sickly maniacal grin on Zhao Wuji's face froze abruptly. He could not comprehend. Why had his invincible, supreme devouring power drawn from the black holy scripture stopped?
Come.
Yi Fan's voice remained calm.
Boom. The formless devouring hand collapsed completely in an instant.
It transformed into the most primordial, purest, pitch-black essence of devouring power, like weary birds returning to their forest, or 100 rivers flowing into the sea furiously rushing and jostling to pour into Yi Fan's outstretched right hand.
Not absorbed. It was a return.
Yi Fan's body showed no change whatsoever. That terrifying power, potent enough to shatter a god, lay in his hand as docile as a kitten.
No! No! This can't be!
Zhao Wuji let out a scream even more shrill and incredulous than before. His trump card, his greatest reliance, his last hope had betrayed him.
No! It wasn't betrayal.
It was returning to its rightful owner.
Chapter 86, 5 fingers slowly clenched.
He could feel the link between himself and that black sacred text being forcibly severed by a will more ancient and more overbearing. The black sacred text fused within his chest was being violently, painfully torn from his shadow body.
Mine! This power is mine!
He screamed frantically, trying to hold onto the sacred text. Yet it was all in vain. Yi Fan simply watched him calmly. Then, his fingers slowly closed.
Thud! A muffled explosion.
Zhao Wuji's bizarre, shadow-formed body, which had seemed indestructible, exploded without warning, scattering into a sky filled with pitch-black fragments. As the fragments dispersed, his mortal form was revealed, now utterly aged, frail as a candle flickering in the wind. His 300-year lifespan, the divine status he had stolen, and all his power, everything was stripped away and reckoned with in that single instant. From a god upon the clouds, he plummeted to become an ordinary old man amidst the dust. The black, unholy scripture detached from his body, transforming into a streak of light that obediently landed in Yi Fan's hands. Yi Fan weighed the tome in his hand. It felt icy cold, as if forged from the core of some dead star.
He did not open it immediately.
Instead, his gaze fell upon Zhao Tingfei, who lay collapsed on the ground, his face etched with despair and venomous hatred. The floating island required repairs. The people on the island were shaken. Yi Fan stated the facts calmly. The Temple of Heaven, 30% of all resources. Delivered here.
Within 3 days, Zhao Tingfei's body jerked violently. 30% of the Heavenly God Temple's resources, that was an astronomical figure sufficient to shake the entire dragon nation to its core. But he dared not object. He dared not even lift his head to meet Yi Fan's gaze. He merely knelt on the ground like a dog, mustering every ounce of strength to force a single word from his throat. Yes. Yi Fan paid them no further attention. He turned and walked toward the 3 girls, who were now completely frozen in shock. He raised his hand, his fingertips releasing a pure, gentle thread of primal life force that merged into their bodies, instantly healing every wound they had sustained. Boss. Lin Xiaotong gazed at Yi Fan, her large eyes brimming with an endless light that mingled admiration and reassurance. Yi Fan nodded in response. Then, he turned his gaze back to the black sacred text in his hands. He could sense that within this sacred text lay an ancient rule entirely distinct from both the Abyss and the Joker. It was not a source of power. It was more like a contract. A ledger recording certain things. He slowly turned to the first page of the sacred text. Upon the pages, there were no incantations, no illustrations. Only line upon line of names, written in crimson letters that seemed to bleed. Following each name was the sin it represented. Gluttony, crime, devouring the third cantilever. Sophist, crime, logical contamination. The dragon of termination, crime, apocalyptic incitement. The names of terrifying, imprisoned ancient demons, entities existing only within the records of the Book of the Abyss, stood listed in stark relief. This sacred text was, in fact, the prisoner registry of that true prison. Yi Fan's gaze fell upon the newest entry. Light thief Zhao Wuji. Crime, blasphemy, attempted escape. Yet, this name had been brutally crossed out by a more overpowering golden ink. Beside the crossed-out name, a new annotation appeared, automatically inscribed by the power of the abyssal void. Handled by unknown variable Yi Fan. Yi Fan's eyebrow twitched imperceptibly. His gaze continued downward. He wanted to see if the name of that so-called warden was recorded at the end, or perhaps the very beginning, of this list. Yet, it was not the warden he saw. Instead, he saw a name that stirred genuine ripples for the first time in his heart, a heart that remained as still as a well even in the presence of gods. That name did not appear among the prisoners. It was written at the very top of the first page, etched in pure golden flame, distinct from all the prisoners, as if transcending this sacred text itself. Following that name, there was no charge, only one title, Inspector, and that name was Luo Yanhao. Yi Fan closed the black sacred text. Its existence answered one question, yet gave rise to 10 even greater mysteries. His gaze shifted. He looked toward the distance, where Luo Yanhao, the man he had crippled with a single strike, now being supported by his own daughter Luo Qingxue, his life hanging in the balance, lay unconscious. Boss? Lin Xiaotong approached, glancing at Yi Fan before turning to the terrified remnants of the Heavenly God Temple in the distance. She whispered, "What should we do with them?" Yi Fan didn't turn around. "Trash. I'll sort it myself." With that, he strode toward Luo Yanhao. The Heavenly God Temple members, including Zhao Tingfei, his face now ashen, heard those words as if granted some kind of pardon. They scrambled to hoist their former temple master, now a broken shell of a man, and in utter disarray, tore open a spatial rift to flee the floating island that would haunt their nightmares for the rest of their lives. Yi Fan made no move to stop them. He simply walked step by step toward Luo Yanhao. "Father!" Luo Qingxue gazed at her father. The face that usually bore a gentle smile now looked like gilded paper, his breath faint as if it might extinguish at any moment. Her voice trembled with tears, filled with helplessness. Yi Fan reached out and placed his hand on Luo Yanhao's forehead. "Boss." Luo Qingxue's words caught in her throat. She saw that Yi Fan's fingertips did not emit that healing divine light brimming with life force. Instead, a slender, spider silk-like strand of gray, filled with the void-like essence of the abyssal void, emerged. That gray thread of power, like the most precise probe, silently burrowed into Luo Yanhao's brow. Lin Xiaotong and Xingha also sensed something amiss. They instinctively tightened their grip on their weapons, their faces etched with vigilance. They couldn't comprehend why Yi Fan would use this force, seemingly more dangerous than Zhao Wuji's attack, to heal Luo Yanhao. Only Yi Fan himself knew what he was doing. He was verifying. He was demanding. He was using the authority of the Abyss to probe the position known as the Inspector, imprinted upon the black sacred text. Almost the instant that thread of Guichu power entered Luo Yanhao's body, a transformation occurred. Luo Yanhao's body, which should have been gravely wounded and near death, shook violently without warning. The gentle aura belonging to the Blood Moon Society leader was instantly replaced by an ancient, icy stillness, a deathly silence that seemed to share the same origin as the Guichu. His tightly closed eyes snapped open. Those were not human eyes. Chapter 87, A Biting Chill. Within those pupils, there was no focus, no emotion, only an absolute gray void identical to the abyss. "Ah!" Luo Qingxue, who had been supporting him, let out a startled cry as she was violently shoved away by an invisible force. She staggered back a few steps, staring at her father in utter disbelief. That look was so unfamiliar it sent a bone-chilling coldness through her. Inspector. Yifan withdrew his hand and uttered the word calmly. Luo Yanhao's body slowly floated up from the ground. His face, the face that belonged to Luo Yanhao, remained unchanged. Yet all expression had vanished, replaced by a mask of absolute indifference, as if a deity were gazing down upon ants. Unknown variable. From his mouth emerged a voice not belonging to Luo Yanhao, cold, devoid of any human emotion, mechanical. Your actions have severely exceeded the boundaries of the newbie village agreement. Contract with a dark god. Reshape the void. Steal sacred texts. You have triggered the highest level purge protocol. The moment the words fell, a will to annihilate, pure, emanating from a higher dimension, and immeasurably more powerful than Zhao Wuji, exploded from Luo Yanhao's body. This will had no form, no energy. It acted directly upon the laws of causality. It sought to erase Yifan's very existence from this timeline, from all logic, forever. Yet Yifan merely watched him in silence. Then, he smiled. Using my power to purge me? He raised his hand. The Book of the Abyss, which he had just put away, materialized once more out of thin air. Its pages turned without wind, rustling open to a certain page. That page was blank. Yifan extended a finger and lightly inscribed a single character upon the blank page. Retreat. Boom. The supreme cleansing will, powerful enough to erase gods, abruptly reversed course the instant Yifan wrote that character. It slammed back onto Luo Yanhao's own body with devastating force. Luo Yanhao's body, suspended mid-air, jolted violently. For the first time, a violent ripple of something called astonishment rippled through his gray, utterly emotionless eyes. He seemed unable to comprehend how the very rules he embodied could be deflected back at him by the other party through a more fundamental, more unreasonable method. The face belonging to Luo Yanhao began to twist violently, flickering. One half remained the utterly indifferent gray. The other half bore Luo Yanhao's own human expression, one filled with agony and struggle. Two wills clashed fiercely within him. Get out! A roar filled with fury and refusal, belonging to Luo Yanhao himself, struggled painfully from the depths of his throat. The gray in his eyes rapidly faded. The gentle, weary gaze of a human being reasserted its dominance. Put! He violently coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with gray mist, his entire body plummeting helplessly from midair. Yifan reached out, and a gentle force caught him, gently setting him down on the ground. Father! Luo Qingxue screamed, rushing forward once more to clasp him tightly in her arms. This time, Luo Yanhao did not push her away. With a pained, faint smile, he lifted his head to look at Yifan, who had remained utterly composed throughout. You found me after all. His voice was hoarse, yet it had regained its own distinct tone. Yifan said nothing. He merely watched him, waiting for an explanation. Luo Yanhao struggled to sit up. He glanced at his daughter, who was now a tearful mess, then at Lin Xiaotong and Xinghe beside him, both wearing wary expressions. He sighed. I'm not what you think I am. He looked at Yifan and spoke slowly. Inspector isn't a position, nor is it power. It's a curse, an eternal prison from which there is no escape. Every soul who dares challenge that black stone coffin, only to fail, is assimilated into it, becoming its eyes and ears in the mortal realm. My task is not to watch over the world. It is to watch over escapees like Zhao Wuji, those who have stolen something from that prison, and when they lose control, to guide a greater force or a more suitable variable to purge them. His gaze settled upon Yifan. You are the most perfect variable I have waited 300 years for. Yifan remained silent. He merely handed over the black sacred text in his hand. Luo Yanhao stared at the sacred text that had brought him endless nightmares, his body instinctively trembling. Yet he still took it. He flipped open the first page. There, branded in golden flames, was the name. Inspector Luo Yanhao. He let out a bitter laugh. I don't know when my own name was written there. I only know that from the moment I chose to retreat before that stone coffin 300 years ago, I became its slave. He closed the sacred text and handed it back to Yifan. Now, it belongs to you. You are its new master. You have freed me. Yifan took the sacred text but did not put it away. He merely looked at Luo Yanhao and asked a seemingly unrelated question. The stone coffin you mentioned, besides that sacred text, what else is inside? Luo Yanhao's body trembled violently once more, uncontrollably, at Yifan's question. The faint flush that had just returned to his face instantly drained away, leaving him as pale as gold paper. He stared at Yifan, and deep within those gentle eyes surfaced a fear originating from the very core of his soul that was a billion times more profound than the terror he had felt when possessed by the inspector's will. It was as though Yifan had not mentioned an object, but an ultimate taboo whose very mention was enough to shatter his very soul. I don't know. The words nearly slipped out before he could stop them, his voice sharp and raspy with terror. I dared not look. All I know is that in the moment before I fled, I heard a sound. A heartbeat. A heartbeat.
Yi Fan's gaze shifted slightly.
He didn't press further, because he knew Luo Yanhao wasn't lying.
Whatever it was that could instill such fear in a former inspector like him was certainly not something he needed to confront immediately. He tucked away the black sacred text. Then, he extended his hand. A pure, gentle golden orb radiant with order and the laws of life materialized in his palm.
He pressed this orb of light into Luo Yanhao's body.
Luo Yanhao could sense a force purer and more primordial than any divine power he had ever encountered,
rapidly mending his body and soul,
which had been riddled with holes by the curse. The shadow of the stone coffin, which had clung to him like a bone-gnawing maggot for 300 years, now faced this golden light like ice and snow meeting the blazing sun. It was being swiftly purified and banished. His power was returning, even surpassing his peak strength.
You don't have to do this.
Luo Yanhao gazed at Yi Fan,
his expression complex.
I used you. I was merely making an investment. Yi Fan interrupted him calmly. A competent ally holds more value than a useless person.
With that, he turned away, no longer paying him any mind.
He knew the secrets Luo Yanhao held went far beyond this.
But now,
he had more important matters to attend to.
He walked toward the center of the island,
toward the spirit spring that had grown somewhat parched due to Zhao Wuji's consumption. He reached out and plunged his hand into the spring water. Then he closed his eyes. A colossal will, beyond description, erupted from the floating island and thundered outward.
In an instant, it enveloped the entire demon city.
Then the entire dragon nation.
Finally, the entire planet.
He was searching.
Chapter 88, Beyond Their Comprehension.
That will swept across mountains and rivers,
traversed boundless oceans.
The thoughts of 7 billion people worldwide were like noisy dust before that will.
They didn't even merit a ripple.
Yi Fan paid no heed to those insignificant thoughts.
He was listening
beyond the realm of hearing, beyond the soul itself, to the pulse of the entire planet,
searching for that heartbeat that should not exist. 1 second, 10 seconds, 30 seconds. Time seemed frozen on the floating island.
Luo Qingxue and Lin Xiaotong watched Yi Fan's back with bated breath,
holding their own breaths unconsciously.
Even though they had witnessed Yi Fan's incredible feats countless times before, what he was doing now still completely surpassed their comprehension.
This wasn't power, it was a miracle. Beside them,
Luo Yanhao, whose body Yi Fan had just restored with primordial energy, gazed at him. His usually gentle face now bore only a stunned,
almost numb expression. As a former inspector,
he had glimpsed a fragment of the world's true nature. He knew how many ancient and terrifying entities lurked within this world,
but he had never imagined anyone could so effortlessly treat an entire planet as their plaything, probing it at will.
This was no longer a variable. This was the sole player overturning the entire chessboard.
Suddenly,
Yi Fan opened his eyes. He withdrew the will that had enveloped the entire globe.
Boss, did you find it? Lin Xiaodong asked impatiently.
Yi Fan didn't answer immediately. He simply turned his gaze westward, toward the endless range of towering snow-capped mountains. Then, his gaze shifted downward, as if piercing through endless layers of earth to peer into the darkness of the deep core. Finally, his gaze settled upon the deepest abyss, the 10,000-meter deep ocean trench perpetually shrouded in storms. His voice was calm as he spoke a single sentence that made Luo Yanhao's face, which had just regained some color,
turn deathly pale once more. Not 1, 3, 3. Those 2 words struck like 2 invisible sledgehammers, smashing viciously into Luo Yanhao's heart.
The heartbeat within a forbidden stone coffin had terrorized him for 300 years.
Now,
Yi Fan told him there were 3 in this world.
Despair. A despair deeper and more crushing than facing Zhao Wuji or confronting the inspectors will seize him in an instant.
This world had long since become terminally ill. Our voice was hoarse.
Is there still hope for us?
Why not?
Yi Fan countered. They are sleeping. They will awaken. Luo Yanhao nearly shouted the words. They will awaken sooner or later. Then we must act before they awaken.
Yi Fan's tone remained calm, yet carried an unquestionable resolve.
Dispose of them all.
He said it with such casualness, as if discussing something as mundane as buying groceries tomorrow morning. Luo Yanhao stared at him blankly, his throat feeling as if something had lodged there,
unable to utter a single word. Suddenly, he understood. For Yi Fan,
this might truly be nothing more than a trivial matter.
3 days later,
the compensation from the Heavenly God Temple arrived punctually.
Over 100 of Longhua's most advanced giant airborne transport ships,
each inscribed with spatial stabilization arrays, formed a vast fleet that obscured the sky. They docked at the outer perimeter of the floating island.
They dared not approach. Zhao Tingfei,
the newly appointed acting head of the Heavenly God Hall, personally led a group of high-ranking officials aboard a small shuttle craft.
Trembling with fear,
they cautiously landed on the floating island. The arrogance and ecstatic joy that had once graced his face were gone. Only a bone-deep, Eternal terror remained, the terror born from witnessing his father being crippled with a single strike. He dared not even lift his gaze to meet Yi Fan's.
Lin Xiaotong was the one to receive them. Did you bring everything?
Lin Xiaotong crossed her arms,
mimicking Yi Fan's manner, and scanned these once mighty figures with a scrutinizing gaze. We brought them. We brought them. Zhao Tingfei bowed and scraped, hastily presenting a thick inventory list. 30% of all Heavenly God Temple inventory resources 1. 321 S-grade materials. 97. 000 A-grade materials. Various rare spirit plants. And mineral veins, all accounted for here. Please review. Lin Xiaotong didn't take it. The boss said he trusts the Heavenly God Temple's reputation. Unload the cargo yourselves onto the open ground on the eastern side of the island. Then you may leave. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Zhao Tingfei frozen with a fawning smile plastered on his face, along with a group of Heavenly God Temple executives who dared not speak their anger. A profound humiliation. This was an unprecedented disgrace in the history of the Heavenly God Temple, yet they dared not utter a single complaint. They could only act like lowly laborers, personally supervising their subordinates as they carefully transported the vast resources enough to drive any nation mad with envy onto the island. Yi Fan paid no attention to the so-called compensation. He merely set aside the three most crucial items: a golden crystal stone, seemingly sealing a miniature sun within, radiating boundless light and heat; a shattered silver arm guard, still flowing with sacred runes and radiating an indomitable fighting spirit; and a fragment of an unknown origin, pitch black, yet so razor-sharp it could cleave space itself. He placed these three items before the three women. Luo Qingxue, this solar core can rectify the fundamental flaw in your Phoenix bloodline. Lin Xiaotong, this is a fragment of the ancient Valkyrie's indomitable battle armor. It will elevate your physical strength to a new level. Qinghe, this star-slaying mystic iron should be right up your alley. The three women stared at the three treasures before them, any one of which could ignite a god-level war, and were momentarily lost in thought. Especially Luo Qingxue. She could feel the sun core exerting a deadly attraction upon her. It was the supreme divine artifact capable of allowing her to truly transform into a complete Phoenix divine body. Boss, this is far too precious. I have no use for it. Yi Fan's reply was simple and direct. To him, these external objects had long since lost their meaning. He himself was the source of all things. After settling everything, Yi Fan returned to the island's center. He was about to begin dealing with those three heartbeats. Three targets, some distant, some near, some powerful, some weak, based on threat level. The highest priority was undoubtedly the black stone coffin deep within the Kunlun Forbidden Zone, the very one Luo Yanhao and Zhao Wuji had encountered years ago. That was the source of everything. Yet, the very instant Yi Fan made this decision, an unexpected change occurred. The black sacred text belonging to Zhao Wuji, tucked away in his pocket, grew icy cold without warning. No, it wasn't cold. It was deathly stillness, an absolute stillness, as if time itself had frozen. For the first time, Yi Fan's brow truly furrowed. Chapter 89, an even more sinister black blood. He drew forth the black sacred text. The cover, made of an unknown black leather, now emitted an ominous, faint black mist. Yi Fan flipped open the pages. The prisoner registry, which recorded the crimes of countless ancient evil gods, was undergoing a transformation. At the very top, the name representing the Dragon of the End flickered wildly. The crimson letters composing that name seemed to come alive, writhing and struggling across the page as if striving to break free from the paper. Beneath that name, a new line materialized of its own accord, written in blood blacker, deeper, and more unholy than before. It was not a charge. It was a coordinate all too familiar to Yi Fan. Place of imprisonment, Kunlun Ruins, 9th layer, black stone blood pool. That heartbeat, that forbidden entity slumbering within the stone coffin, was none other than the very dragon described in the Chronicles of the Abyss, the Dragon of the End, which once fed upon the apocalypse. Yi Fan's pupils suddenly contracted. The situation seemed far more perilous than he had imagined. The jailer was also the prisoner. The prisoner was the jailer. No. Yi Fan's gaze locked onto the newly appeared line of blood-red text. He realized the line was not yet complete. Following the coordinates of the blood pool, the final and most crucial character was struggling to take shape, slowly coalescing within the writhing blood. It was a name. Or rather, a surname. The character's strokes were curved and ancient in structure, carrying a primal yet noble aura that seemed to emanate from the deepest recesses of bloodline. Yi Fan recognized this character, because his mother bore this very surname. Yi, that character Yi was like a red-hot branding iron, seared deep into Yi Fan's consciousness. For the first time, a genuine flicker of emotion rippled across his eyes that had remained utterly still for 10,000 years. Not shock, not anger, but an icy, piercing inquiry. He slowly closed the black sacred text. Memories of his parents remained a hazy void in his mind. He knew only that he was an orphan, never feeling any sense of belonging to the so-called family name. Yet now, this prisoner registry from an unknown prison forcibly bound a symbol he had never cared about to an ancient, apocalyptic deity capable of devouring the world in the most brutal, direct manner. What lay hidden behind this? Yi Fan raised his left hand. The gray book of the abyss materialized out of thin air. He extended his right hand, slowly pressing the black sacred text onto the cover of the Book of the Abyss. Two forbidden tomes, born of different dimensions yet sharing the same origin, simultaneously emitted a silent wail the moment they touched. The black, unnatural force and the gray, void-like force, two utterly different rule energies, were like two primordial beasts forcibly confined within the same cage, beginning a frenzied struggle of tearing and merging. Centered on Yi Fan, the entire floating island space began to warp with an eerie distortion. One half was absolute deathly silence. The other half was consumed by a ravenous greed. Boss, the three women in the distance, who were consolidating their power, immediately sensed this terrifying fluctuation that made their very souls tremble. Their expressions changed in unison. Luo Qingxue scrambled backward, his face, which had just regained some color, turning deathly pale once more. He could sense that Yi Fan was undertaking something infinitely more perilous than eliminating Zhao Wuji. He was forcibly prying open the two conflicting cornerstones at the very foundation of this world. Yet Yi Fan's expression remained utterly unchanged. He merely watched the fusion of the two books with calm composure. His will was like an invisible, godly scalpel transcending all rules, precisely dissecting the very essence of the two books in search of the answer he sought. 1 second. 2 seconds. The trembling of the two books abruptly ceased. A fractured image, alien to this world, struck like a bolt of lightning into Yi Fan's mind. It was a tree. A colossal, sky-piercing tree of indescribable magnitude. Its entire form composed of some pitch-black metal. Every leaf on the colossal tree bore the exact same character as the word, leaf. Beneath that colossal tree, countless indistinct figures knelt, their faces blurred, as if etched onto the backdrop of spacetime. They were paying homage, worshipping the tree, more like they were paying homage to a surname. The scene flickered and vanished. Yi Fan released his grip. The two books instantly separated, returning to their original state, as if nothing had ever happened. But Yi Fan knew he had obtained the clue he sought. That character Yi was not merely a surname. It was more like a totem of a race, an ancient, mysterious tribe so old that primordial dark gods themselves guarded it. Who exactly was his mother? Just as he prepared to set out directly for the Kunlun Forbidden Zone, determined to unravel this mystery by the most direct means, a piercing alarm suddenly echoed across the entire floating island. It wasn't an external invasion. Instead, it came from the Dragon Nation's highest strategic command center, transmitted through the Blood Moon Guild's internal encrypted channel, a top-level disaster alert. Luo Qingxue's wrist communicator vibrated violently as a massive virtual screen automatically unfolded before him. Displayed upon the screen was a real-time global satellite cloud map. Within the blue expanse representing the Pacific Ocean, a disproportionately massive, raging black superstorm dominated the entire screen. At the storm's core was not an eye. Instead, it was a churning, bottomless vortex, a maelstrom that seemed to lead straight to hell. Alert! Alert! The Mariana Trench has detected an ultra-high-level energy reaction. The spacetime stability structure is collapsing. Preliminary assessment indicates signs of the Forbidden Awakening, codenamed CI. The mechanical, emotionless alarm echoed across the island. Luo Qingxue's face was beyond pale. It was a look of utter, ashen despair. 3 heartbeats. His worst fears had materialized. And it wasn't Kunlun. It was another. Boss. Lin Xiaodong's voice trembled slightly. Even she felt profound insignificance and helplessness upon witnessing that terrifying storm capable of swallowing continents. Yet Yi Fan didn't even glance at the screen. His gaze settled on the edge of the island. There, at some unknown moment, a figure had appeared. A gaunt old man clad in gray hemp robes, clutching a scroll of ancient bamboo slips, seemed to have stepped straight out of an old painting. No energy fluctuations emanated from him, yet he seemed to blend seamlessly with the entire space. He ignored all the defensive arrays on the floating island, and he ignored the stunned gazes of Luo Qingxue and the others. He simply stood there quietly, observing Yi Fan. Those cloudy eyes seemed to pierce through the mists of 1,000 years. Chapter 90, The Calamity of Time. I am the Gravekeeper. The old man's voice was hoarse, like two weathered rocks grinding against each other. I have come for the clock. He slowly raised his withered hand, pointing at the apocalyptic storm on the light screen. That was no storm. It was the clock's hands, taking away. Its name, Cataclysm of Time. Once it fully awakens, time itself will plunge into chaos across a 1,000,000-mile radius. Past, present, and future will collapse completely into a single point. Yi Fan watched him, saying nothing. The Gravekeeper seemed to require no answer, continuing his monologue. You took what you should not have taken. His gaze fell upon the black sacred text in Yifan's hands. That is the roster of prisoners. But you lack the warden's key. He paused. A flicker of deep apprehension, one even Luo Qingxue had never witnessed, flickering in his cloudy eyes. The dragon of the end was Kunlun's prisoner. Yet it is also Kunlun's lock. The calamity of time is the prisoner of the CI. But it is also the eye of the sea's bell. As for the last one, the voice of the gravekeeper grew even lower. It is the prisoner of the earth's core. Yet it is also the root of this world. Lock, bell, root. A trinity that forms this vast prison called the Blue Star. Now, the bell is about to toll. Once it rings, the thing that lies bound will awaken. What will an imprisoned, enraged warden do? The gravedigger gazed at Yifan and posed the final question. No answer was needed. There is only one answer. Destruction. To utterly destroy the entire prison, along with everything within it. Therefore, Yifan finally spoke. His voice was calm, betraying no emotion. You came to me wanting me to stop that clock? Not a request. The graveyard keeper shook his head. Slowly, he unfolded the ancient bamboo scroll in his hand. No words were written upon the bamboo, only a swirling chaos, shifting like a nebula in perpetual motion. This is the workings of heaven. I have come to offer you a choice. Either you return that clock to its slumber, or, the gravedigger's cloudy eyes, in an instant, sharpened like blades, an indescribable force transcending cause and effect, standing above all laws and unadulterated will to annihilate erupted from the bamboo scroll. We activate the final reset protocol. This polluted planet, along with every timeline upon it, shall be utterly erased from its very roots. Reset. Eradicate. These two words, uttered from the gravedigger's mouth as parched as dried bark, carried a weight 1,000,000,000 times heavier than Zhao Wuji's heaven's punishment. It was not a threat. It was a verdict. It was a higher dimensional entity issuing the final disposal notice to an experimental subject nearing obsolescence. The air on the floating island froze solid under the suffocating weight of that annihilating will. Luo Qingxue's thoughts nearly ground to a halt. He could feel the very concept of his existence being diluted and disintegrated by the primordial chaos emanating from that bamboo scroll. This was the power of heaven's mechanism. It bypassed defenses, ignored ranks, and directly redefined your existence at the level of the rules themselves. Yet Yifan merely stared silently at the old man. Before that annihilating will powerful enough to reduce even gods to nothingness, he didn't even twitch a thread of his robe. He did not look at the bamboo scroll containing the immense power of heaven's will. His gaze seemed to pierce through the old man's body. Seeing the vast, ancient organization lurking in the shadows of the world behind him, the one called the Observers of Heavenly Secrets. Then, he smiled. It was a faint smile, bordering on pity. You think you can unlock my door with a borrowed key? The moment the words fell, he raised his right hand. He did not summon the abyss, nor did he produce the sacred scriptures. He merely extended an ordinary finger, pointing distantly at the ancient bamboo scroll in the gravedigger's hand, a scroll now blazing with infinite annihilating divine light. Then, in a tone as matter-of-fact as stating a simple truth, he softly uttered two words. Invalid. Boom. No energy collision. No collapse of laws. The instant that word invalid left his lips, the scroll in the gravekeeper's hand, that supreme treasure embodying the heavenly mechanism and the reset protocol, lost all its radiance without warning. In the blink of an eye, the swirling nebula above, like a screen cut off from its power source, instantly plunged into pitch darkness. In the next instant, the ancient bamboo slips that formed the bamboo scroll lost all conceptual support, dissolving into a handful of the most ordinary, mundane powder, devoid of any spiritual essence. They slipped from the gravedigger's withered hands with a soft rustle. Put. The gravedigger's body, previously as still as an ancient well, suddenly trembled violently. He opened his mouth and spat forth a jet of blood formed from primordial essence. For the first time, his cloudy eyes filled with a profound, incomprehensible terror. He stared blankly at his now empty hands, then at Yifan, who had remained utterly composed throughout. In that instant, the gravedigger's entire worldview was brutally, irrationally, and utterly shattered. The heavenly mechanism had been negated. The supreme trump card upon which the organization depended for its very existence had been reduced to worthless rubbish by a single utterance from his opponent. Now, Yifan's voice broke the silence, snapping him out of his stupor. We can discuss this differently. Yifan stepped forward. His figure instantly materialized before the gravekeeper. The graveyard keeper instinctively tried to retreat, only to find the surrounding space completely sealed off by a will more ancient and overbearing than his own. He was like an insect trapped in amber. Who are you? Yifan asked calmly. Observers of Heaven's Secrets. The graveyard keeper forced the words out of his throat with difficulty, his voice thick with terror. Before absolute power, his so-called identity as a gravekeeper seemed laughable and pitiful. A self-important organization of jailers. Yifan defined them. Your sole purpose is to ensure this prison doesn't spiral into chaos due to internal prisoner uprisings.
The gravedigger offered no rebuttal, for what Yifan stated was undeniably true.
That bamboo scroll is your access key.
Too bad the ultimate authority over that key lies with me. Yifan extended his hand and gently pinched a handful of the drifting powder.
A trace of primordial imprint, faint yet carrying the aura of heavenly secrets,
was extracted and merged into his fingertips.
Now, tell me the way to the CI.
No. The horror on the old face of the celestial observer had now turned to utter numbness. He finally understood the true nature of the being he faced. Chapter 91, The Outer Rim of the Time Calamity Storm.
That was not a variable.
It was not an intruder.
It was the true, sole, supreme warden of this prison.
He dared not conceal anything further.
Trembling,
he fumbled from his robe a sliver of metal,
shimmering with a faint silver glow,
resembling fish scales.
This is the guiding scale.
It can guide you through the outer storm of the calamity of time, straight to the heart of the clock.
But even I have never truly entered that place.
Legend says it is the graveyard of time, where all who enter are stripped of the present and lost forever among the fragments of past and future.
Yifan took the fish scale. Your task is complete, he said indifferently. As the words fell, the spatial blockade imprisoning the observer quietly dissipated. The old man, as if granted a pardon, dared not utter another word. He couldn't even bring himself to look at Yifan again. His body transformed into a streak of light, fleeing the floating island that had cast a shadow over his entire life in utter disarray. Peace returned to the island once more. Luo Yenhao stared blankly at Yifan, his mouth opening and closing, yet finding himself utterly speechless. He had believed he had glimpsed the world's true nature, but today he realized that what he had seen was merely a thin, laughable curtain draped over reality, and Yifan was the one who could casually tear that curtain away along with the entire stage beneath it. Boss, take us with you.
Lin Xiaotong was the first to snap out of it. Her grip tightened on the unbreakable battle armor in her hands.
Her pretty face showed no fear,
only a near-frenzied excitement and battle intent.
Yes, boss. Luo Qingxue stepped forward as well.
The phoenix aura behind her had solidified considerably due to the power of that sun core.
We can help.
Even the usually silent Qinghe silently declared her stance with the humming black longsword in her hand.
Yifan glanced at them. Then,
he turned his gaze toward the storm-tossed ocean.
Follow me.
Those were his only words.
In the next instant, the guiding scale in his hand burst into brilliant light.
A silver spatial fissure,
formed from pure temporal energy and leading to the unknown, slowly opened before him.
Yifan stepped through without hesitation. The three women followed closely behind.
The instant their figures vanished completely into the rift, the entire world seemed to be muted. They did not appear on the churning sea surface. Instead,
they descended directly into a bizarre undersea realm defying all logic.
This was the deepest part of the Mariana Trench.
Yet there was no water pressure.
There was no water at all. Instead, a viscous, crystalline-like fluid medium of time flowed through the space. Countless fragmented images, like damaged film reels, flickered and faded within this medium. One moment, dinosaurs roar. The next, a futuristic skyscraper city crumbled. Past, present, and future, here. They lose all meaning. This is the graveyard of time.
And at the very center of this graveyard,
a colossal, unimaginably massive ancient sundial, crafted from some kind of dark blue-black stone, stood silently in ruins.
The sundial's pointer spun frantically counterclockwise at a speed visible to the naked eye.
With each full rotation, the apocalyptic storm raging outside expands by another fraction. This is the calamity of time, the bell poised to strike and shatter the world. Yet Yifan's gaze did not rest upon the colossal clock. His gaze fell instead upon the space below it, the spot where the pedestal should have been. There was no pedestal, only a small children's playground, meticulously arranged with colorful coral and pristine starfish. A worn swing swayed gently on its own, suspended in the still air. A tender, faintly lonely and bewildered girl's voice drifted softly from the tiny playground.
It was an ancient nursery rhyme Yifan had once heard at the orphanage.
1, 2, 3, freeze. Don't talk, don't move. Who's next? To play with me? That eerie nursery rhyme was like an invisible probe,
piercing precisely into the depths of the three women's souls. They could feel their own time being forcibly assimilated by the song's melody,
the rhythm of their heartbeats,
the frequency of their spiritual energy, even the flow of their thoughts, all involuntarily aligned with the song's beat.
This is just some kind of trick.
Lin Xiaotong was the first to break free from its influence. The ancient Valkyrie's indomitable battle armor she wore erupted in dazzling silver light. Her unyielding fighting spirit solidified into a tangible barrier.
Sealing out the eerie song, she let out a fierce cry,
launching herself like a silver cannonball from the barrel, tearing through everything in her path as she charged toward the tiny playground encircled by multicolored coral. She intended to smash the source of that eerie song with the most direct violence. Yet, the very instant her fist was about to strike the swaying swing, "Don't move!" That childish voice, tinged with a hint of grievance, rang out once more. Time seemed to truly freeze. Lin Xiaotong's unstoppable charge halted abruptly, defying every law of physics. Her entire body was frozen mid-air, the fighting spirit on her face, the silver light on her fists, even the fluttering strands of her hair all became an absolutely still, lifelike sculpture. "Xiaotong!" Luo Qingxue cried out in alarm. Behind her, the phantom phoenix flapped its wings violently. A golden divine flame, potent enough to melt gold and iron, coiled into a fiery dragon. It roared toward the amusement park, attempting to rescue Lin Xiaotong from that eerie state of stillness. Yet the moment that tyrannical phoenix divine flame entered the amusement park's domain, it seemed as though it had been plunged into an invisible basin of water. The flame's brilliance visibly faded at a rapid pace, decaying and aging. From its most brilliant golden hue, it turned to a dull orange red. Then from orange red, it became a faint, flickering ember on the verge of extinction. Finally, mere meters from the swing, it dissolved entirely into a wisp of cold, ashen smoke, a remnant of the past. Luo Qingxue's attack had been literally drained of its life by time. Beside her, Qinghe's star-slaying black iron blade emitted a sound of reluctant lament. She did not strike, for her sword intent told her that any strike aimed at that region would only be banished to the end of time, forever unable to touch its target. That place was an absolute, inviolable realm of rules. Useless. Yi Fan's calm voice echoed behind them. He raised his hand and waved it lightly. Lin Xiaotong, frozen mid-air, was like a statue released from its bonds. Instantly regaining her mobility, she plummeted back to the ground, gasping for breath. Her eyes, usually brimming with vitality, revealed a fleeting trace of terror for the first time. In that split second, she felt as if her very existence had nearly been erased. "Boss, what exactly was that thing?" Luo Qingxue's face had gone pale. "A child playing a game." Yi Fan gazed at the empty swing and answered calmly. "Who's next?" That childish voice rang out again, tinged with anticipation. "Who's coming to play with me?" Yi Fan didn't answer. He simply took a step forward, walking step by step into the children's playground enveloped by the flowing medium of time. He approached the swaying swing set. Then, in an equal tone, as if speaking to an ordinary little girl, he softly said, "I'm here to play with you." Chapter 92, A Child's Delight. That innocent, childlike voice, as if originating from the very source of time, paused for a moment after Yi Fan spoke. The entire graveyard of time fell into an even more eerie, deathly silence because of that single pause. The swing that had been swaying on its own came to a halt. The viscous, flowing medium of time solidified. "Good." The childish voice sounded again, this time tinged with genuine, childlike delight. "Then let's play hide and seek. I'll count to 100. You hide. If I find you." The delight in that voice was suddenly replaced by a pure, utterly harmless coldness. "You'll stay here forever. With me." Boom! Those words struck like a divine decree, directly searing into the very fabric of their consciousness. In the distance, Luo Qingxue and Qinghe's bodies trembled violently. They could feel the causal bonds connecting them to this world being forcibly twisted and altered by those words. It felt as though if Yi Fan lost, they too would be dragged into this eternal temporal prison, becoming this child's collection. "Boss, no!" Lin Xiaotong cried out urgently. "This game is fundamentally unequal. This isn't a game at all, it's a trap." Yet Yi Fan merely nodded calmly toward the empty swing. "All right." One word sealed the deal. He. The child let out a cheerful laugh. "All right, I'll start counting now. 1. The instant that single word was spoken, the entire graveyard of time erupted violently. The massive, dark blue sundial, its counterclockwise rotating hand, suddenly accelerated. Outside, over the Pacific Ocean, the apocalyptic storm's reach expanded tenfold in an instant. The planet's magnetic field groaned under the overwhelming pressure of this force. 2, 3, a child's voice counted steadily, neither hurried nor slow. Yet with each new number, the rules governing this graveyard of time grew more chaotic, more violent. Countless shards of time, like razor-sharp blades, tore wildly through the surrounding space. Luo Qingxue had no choice but to summon the Phoenix Divine Fire. Lin Xiaotong's unbreakable battle armor blazed with radiant light, while Qinghe's sword intent coalesced into an invisible barrier, shielding the three of them fiercely. Their faces were deathly pale. Even with Yi Fan's protection, the corrosive force emanating from time itself tore at their very souls, inflicting agonizing pain. They couldn't begin to imagine what Yi Fan, the very core of the game, was enduring. 97, 98, 99. That childish voice carried a hint of cruel anticipation. Yi Fan remained standing in place, utterly motionless. He seemed to have given up. 100. I've finished counting. Hidden well?
I'm coming to find you." The moment the words fell, an indescribable, all-seeing gaze erupted from the center of the playground. That gaze ignored space and dimensions. It swept across past, present, and future. It combed through every speck of dust, every atom on this planet. It was searching, seeking the traces of existence belonging to Yi Fan, the one who had forged a pact with it. Yet, 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds, nothing. Yi Fan seemed to have vanished into thin air from all causality and every timeline the moment he agreed to the game. Ha! For the first time, a genuine trace of confusion flickered within that childish voice. "Where is he? Where'd you hide? Come out. If you don't come out, the game won't be fun." Its voice carried a hint of grievance. That all-knowing gaze grew restless, scanning the entire river of time over and over, with increasing frenzy. But still, nothing. Because Yi Fan was nowhere to be found within time, within the abyss. Yi Fan floated silently within that eternal stillness. The weighty book of the abyss turned its pages slowly at his feet. This was the endpoint of all things, the reverse side of concepts. Here, there is no time, no space, no cause and effect. It was an absolute blind spot, beyond the reach of any omniscient gaze, the finest hiding place, the graveyard of time. That childish voice fell silent. It couldn't find it. It had turned every timeline in the entire world upside down, yet still couldn't find the one who promised to play with it. "You win." After a long while, the voice spoke again, filled with loss. "Come out." The next moment, before that solitary swing, a grey crack silently tore open. Yi Fan's figure emerged slowly from within, as if he had never left. "You cheated." That childish voice, tinged with a hint of resentment, accused. "You hid outside the game. The rules only said to hide well." Yi Fan replied calmly. "There's no rule saying you can't hide outside the game." The child's voice fell silent once more. It seemed unable to refute this logic. "All right," it conceded. "You win. As agreed, you may ask me to do one thing. What do you want?" It seemed ready for Yi Fan to make that request to stop it from spinning. But Yi Fan didn't. He just stared at the empty playground and asked a seemingly unrelated question. "The first person who played games with you, who was it?" This question was like a key, unlocking a forbidden door to memories sealed away for countless ages. That childish voice fell into a long, deathly silence. This silence stretched longer than any before, so long that even the three girls thought it would never answer again. That voice finally echoed faintly once more. This time, its tone held no trace of joy, no hint of grievance, no chill, only an indelible, eternal loneliness remained. "He was the first to find this place, and the first to rouse me from my slumber. He was quite skilled. He played with me for a very, very long time. He taught me many games, but one day, he tricked me. He said he was going to hide somewhere even he couldn't find. Then he never came back." "What was his name?" Yi Fan pressed. "I don't remember." The voice carried a hint of bewilderment. "I only remember the last thing he left behind for me. It seemed to be called Book of the Abyss." Boom! Those 4 words struck deep within Yi Fan's consciousness like a billion chaotic divine thunderbolts. The thick, gray ancient tome at his feet was none other than the one left behind by the so-called warden. The jailer was but a prisoner. Chapter 93, no longer the calamity of time. The prisoner was the warden. That contradictory phrase seemed to gain a new, far more terrifying interpretation in this moment. "Now, it's your turn." Yi Fan suppressed the turmoil within his heart and walked calmly before the massive, dark green sundial. "State your wish, Victor." The childish voice spoke. Yi Fan extended his hand. He did not touch the frantically spinning pointer. Instead, he gently placed his palm upon the cold, ancient rune-engraved base of the sundial. Then, in a tone that brooked no argument, as if defining an absolute truth, he spoke slowly. "From this moment on, you are free. You are no longer a clock, no longer a prisoner, no longer a scourge of time. You may go wherever you wish, play whatever games you desire. This is my definition of you." The moment the words fell, the colossal sundial, that pointer that had turned for eons, came to an abrupt halt without warning. The eternal curse that had bound the child was forcibly lifted by Yi Fan, using a rule even more fundamental, even more overpowering. Outside, the apocalyptic storm vanished in an instant. "Thank you." The tender, childlike voice rang out for the final time. This time, it carried an unprecedented sense of liberation, ease, and joy. The small children's playground, along with the massive sundial, began to dissolve into a sky filled with multicolored specks of light, slowly fading away. The crisis seemed to have passed. Lin Xiaotong and Luo Qingxue both exhaled long sighs of relief. Yet Yi Fan's expression showed no sign of relaxation. His gaze pierced through the vanishing sparks, settling upon the empty, pitch-black seabed rock exposed after the sundial's disappearance. The bell had stopped, but the tolling had only just begun. In the very instant before the sundial vanished completely, a warning from the child, faint and strained as if uttered with the last ounce of strength, echoed in Yifan's mind. Run! The purge has begun. The next second, the entire world, every sound, every light, every ounce of energy vanished completely in an instant. An indescribable, absolute void beyond any comprehension, like an eraser from the highest dimension, began wiping away from the very foundational logic of this planet. Not a reset. It was a format. A cold, mechanical will unbound by any known language yet understood by every living being echoed within each formatted atom. Prison System 3 collapsed. Prisoner time catastrophe escaped. Local celestial mechanics observer protocol failed. Supreme Warden authority missing. Initiate final emergency protocol. Execute. Cosmic reboot protocol. Universe reboot. These 4 words, devoid of any emotion, signified the ultimate, absolute annihilation, originating from the Mariana Trench. That pure void spread like a drop of ink in clear water, radiating outward with irresistible force across the entire world. Boss! Lin Xiaoton let out a horrified scream. Her body was the first to turn transparent. The ancient Valkyrie battle armor she had just acquired was being deconstructed at the conceptual level, stripped down, reduced to its most fundamental information, then erased entirely. Luo Qingxue's situation was even worse. The phantom phoenix behind her disintegrated in an instant. The divine phoenix flame within her didn't merely extinguish, it ceased to exist altogether. She could feel every memory, every understanding of fire being forcibly erased by that power. The star-slicing mystic iron in Xinghe's hand emitted one final, reluctant wail before transforming into the most ordinary mundane iron, then into iron filings, and finally into nothingness. Her peerlessly sharp sword intent was like writing on sand, easily smoothed away by the wave called reboot. Despair, an ultimate despair born from the negation of existence itself, so profound it extinguished even the will to resist. Their consciousness was being formatted. Soon, they would forget who they were, forget who Yifan was, forget everything about this world. Then, along with every trace of their existence, they would be utterly erased. Yet Yifan remained standing there, like a specter at the eye of the storm. The void powerful enough to format the entire universe automatically bypassed him as it flowed through his body. The abyss is the endpoint of all things, and the reboot merely sends everything back to the beginning. The end transcends the beginning. He lifted his head, gazing at the rapidly erasing, pitch black, starless cosmic backdrop. He knew this enemy was not an individual that could be defined, but a cold, supreme program from a higher dimension. Writing invalid with the Book of the Abyss was like attempting to use local administrator privileges to halt a master server's formatting command. It wouldn't work, unless he could become that master server himself. Yifan's gaze fell upon the multicolored speck of light, now on the verge of complete dissipation. That was the last, lingering trace of the primordial imprint left behind after the calamity of time and space had been liberated. Even before the might of the reboot, it was equally fragile, on the verge of being utterly erased. Yifan made a decision even more reckless and consequence-defying than unleashing the time calamity itself. He extended his hand. The black sacred text representing the prisoner registry materialized out of thin air. He paid no heed to the flickering names of ancient fallen gods imprisoned within its pages. He flipped directly to the final page. It was a blank page, never inscribed. This page seemed reserved for one particular, most crucial prisoner. A wisp of gray primordial flame, belonging to the abyss, ignited at Yifan's fingertips. He intended to inscribe a new name upon this contract of confinement. Fancy trying a new game? His voice echoed directly within the multicolored points of light that were about to dissipate. The child's consciousness, already faint beyond measure, seemed to pause for a moment. This game is called contract. Yifan didn't wait for an answer. The Guichu fire at his fingertips began to write upon the blank black page. He was not writing a name. Instead, he inscribed an entirely new set of rules, ones he himself had defined. Fourth Beast Tamer slot, activated. Contract target, prisoner 0. Codename, Clock. True name unknown. Contract cost, shared access to the abyssal realm. Chapter 94, Master of Time, Grand Finale. Contract definition, thou art named Year. Wielding dominion over time. Thou shalt be my Beastmaster. And also my. Yifan's pen tip froze mid-stroke. He gazed at the child who had been lonely for eons, longing only for a playmate. Then, he wrote the final 2 characters. Family. Boom. As the words family were seared deep into the final page of the black sacred text by the flames of the abyss, the entire sacred text erupted in an unprecedented, piercing wail of grief. The cold, merciless rules of confinement it embodied were being forcibly overwritten and redefined by Yifan's even more ancient, even more tyrannical bonds of fate. The multicolored sparks, on the verge of dissipation, seemed to respond to some supreme summons. In an instant,
they frantically reversed their course. They coalesced into a torrent of pure temporal essence, violently surging into Yi Fan's body. Not fusion. It was a return to their rightful place. Yi Fan's body shook violently. He could feel a brand new, complete authority, one that transcended all timelines within this universe, binding itself utterly to his soul. From this moment onward, he was no longer a transient traveler through time. He became time itself. The cosmic reboot force that had been frantically formatting the entire world halted abruptly the instant it touched Yi Fan's body. It was as if a program executing a delete command suddenly discovered that the target folder it was erasing had become its own system root directory. The program had entered a logical conflict. Return. Yi Fan lifted his eyes and uttered two words calmly. In the next instant, the pure void that had already spread across the globe receded like a retreating tide, rushing back at a speed billions of times faster than its initial advance. Everything that had been erased rapidly restored itself. Lin Xiaodong's translucent form solidified once more. Luo Qingxue once again sensed the presence of the Phoenix Divine Fire. The ordinary iron in Qinghe's hand transformed back into the star-slaying mystic iron. Within mere seconds, the entire world returned to its original state, as if nothing had ever happened. The three girls stared blankly at Yi Fan, their minds utterly numb. At that moment, a small, indistinct apparition of a girl, formed from multicolored specks of light, hovered around Yi Fan's body. The apparition reached out a tiny hand and clutched tightly at the hem of Yi Fan's robe, like a child afraid of being left behind. Warning alarm. That cold, mechanical voice, though emanating from a higher dimension, sounded once more. Unknown variable detected. Detected tampering with the underlying logic of Prison System 3. Detected Prisoner 0 forming an unauthorized symbiotic contract with the unknown variable. Reassessing threat level. Assessment complete. That cold voice paused for 3 seconds. Even it seemed perplexed by this assessment. Threat level, undefined. Transferring Supreme Warden authority. Transfer target, unknown variable Yi Fan. Permission transfer complete. That mechanical will seem to have utterly abandoned resistance. In a tone of absolute obedience, it delivered its final proclamation. New Warden, His Excellency Yi Fan. Cosmic Reboot Protocol terminated. Prison 3 has been returned to your jurisdiction. Issue your first command. The first command. That cold, mechanical will from a higher dimension awaits. The entire universe seemed to hold its breath for Yi Fan's response. At this moment, the sacred cannon emitted its final, mournful wail. The imprisoning rules it embodied crumbled utterly before Yi Fan. An even more ancient law, known as the Law of Bonds, forcibly overrode it. Countless multicolored points of light, on the verge of dissipation, seemed to hear the supreme call. They transformed into a torrent of the very source of time, all flowing back into Yi Fan's body. This was not fusion, but a return to its rightful place. In an instant, the force of nothingness that had spread across the globe, intent on formatting everything, receded like a retreating tide. All things rapidly restored themselves. Lin Xiaodong's body solidified once more. Luo Qingxue sensed the Phoenix Divine Fire returning, and the ordinary iron in Qinghe's hand transformed back into the star-slaying mystic iron. The world was restored to its original state. After a brief logical conflict, the mechanical will from the higher dimension declared the birth of the new warden in a tone of absolute obedience. Prison 3 has been placed under your jurisdiction. Yi Fan paid no heed. He merely lowered his eyes and bestowed a name upon the ethereal girl beside him, a mere light point clutching his robe sway. The instant he became warden, a torrent of sealed core information flooded his mind. He learned the truth about his mother's clan, the Yi family. They were not prisoners, but the guardians of this prison. He learned the true nature of Kunlun Ruin's Dragon of the End. It was not a prisoner, but a lock forged to contain a far more formidable captive. He also glimpsed the final journal left by the previous warden, the Traveler. In despair, the Traveler had stolen the prison's key, the Book of Return, and left a final warning. The prison's purpose was not to imprison, but to protect. Yet at that very moment, an ultimate will of judgment thundered down from the 9 heavens. The sky vanished, replaced by a divine eye formed from billions of thunderbolts and runes of order. It opened indifferently, seeking to sever Yi Fan, this unwarranted glitch in existence, from the very roots of fate. Should it succeed, Yi Fan would cease to have ever existed. All bonds born of him would be corrected by the world line, returning each to their own despairing fate. Facing this ultimate judgment from the way of heaven, Yi Fan calmly raised his right hand and gently clenched it toward the void of the causal plane. The blade of judgment, which should have ignored all and severed fate, was grasped barehanded by him. Its surface cracked and shattered. My prison, Yi Fan's voice echoed calmly throughout the frozen cosmos, is not for outsiders to clean up. From his palm, a wisp of the Guishu's aura, symbolizing the end of all things, quietly spread, instantly corrupting the supreme authority of judgment. For the first time, the eye of God above the heavens revealed an emotion called fear, shattering and dissipating in a silent tremor. The old rules had been shattered, and the mission of guardianship had become obsolete. Yi Fan gazed at the heavenly judgment power in his palm, now utterly tamed and harnessed for his own purposes. Then he lifted his eyes toward the infinite depths of the cosmos, as if issuing his first and final command to some ancient, unnameable existence. From this day forward, this place is my garden.